From my perspective, the world can be divided into three types of people: heroes, ordinary people, and villains. But not all heroes are known, and ordinary people aren't entirely ordinary. So, just because someone is a villain doesn't necessarily mean they're bad. However, there will be those who try to force such classifications. You want to know who I am? Yoon Son-hoon declared himself a villain without hesitation, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, the light pouring from the sky forced people to shield their faces with their hands. Pope frowned, gazing at the sun, his face filled with displeasure. "Ah, what is this?" Mina, who was behind him, also looked bewildered. "What is this?" Yoon Son-hoon's eyes widened in confusion. "Where are we?" From another corner, Jang Sok reached out to calm the others. "First, don't panic. Calm down, we need to stay composed." But Pope lost his composure and shouted, "Calm down? What good will calming down do?" He grabbed Jang Sok by the collar, lunged, and knocked him backward. "Damn it, did you kidnap all of us?" Yoon Son-hoon and Mina were also surprised to see this. Breathing heavily, Pope grabbed the arm that held his collar. Jang Sok pulled his hand away and kneed Pope in the stomach, making him groan in pain. Pope then slumped to the floor, clutching his stomach, and glared up with an angry face. "You bastard!" Pope looked at him with suspicious eyes as he reached out again. Then Jang Sok calmly explained the situation. "I am Jang Sok. I don't know what's happening here, but I just woke up just like all of you. So stop with the baseless suspicions." Still agitated, Pope scrambled up and lunged at him from below. "Nonsense, do you think we'd believe that?" Jang Sok's face darkened with anger and Pope met his gaze defiantly. Seeing how tense they were, Yoon Son-hoon hesitated, then approached. My name is Yoon Son-hoon." Mina also pointed to herself and introduced herself. "I'm you, Mina." Seeing them, Pope sighed and clutched his head. "Damn it, what the hell is going on? I'm Shin Pope." Suddenly a blue light flashed and a system window appeared before Shin Pope's eyes, making him widen them in surprise. "What is this?" Content was displayed at the top. Tutorial quest. Self-introduction in progress. Reward no excellence rating. Over here. Mina waved her hands in front of the system screen, looking confused. "Hey, I'm not the only one seeing this weird thing, am I?" Pope also rubbed his eyes and grumbled. "Ah, damn it, did I drink too much last night? I'm really seeing something strange." Then she looked up. "Wait a minute, everyone's seeing a window with quest written on it in front of their eyes, right?" Jang Sok put his hand to his chin, assessing exactly what was happening. "It seems we need to discuss this among ourselves right now." Hearing that, Pope's eyes flared open in annoyance. "You bastard, why are you suddenly trying to be the leader?" Mina next to him questioned him. "Stop it. It's more important to understand the situation we're in right now than to fight about this." Pope clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and complained. "Damn it, since when did a high school girl like you get so confident?" It was then that Son-hoon spoke. "It might be better if you two quiet down a bit." Pope, feeling ignored, said angrily. "What me? What nonsense is this bastard suddenly spouting?" Ignoring him, Yoon Son-hoon pointed a finger towards the source of the sound. From that direction, a black hand broke through the wooden pieces, scattering splinters to the floor. Its feet dragged on the ground, bruised and raw, and tendons and flesh were exposed on its decaying face. It groaned, "Ah!" It burst through the door, shrieking, and charged at the people. Pope screamed, unconsciously stumbling backward. "Damn it, what is that thing?" Mina clutched her head and shrieked in terror. A system window appeared. Tutorial quest, survival massacre, escape. Escape from those possessed by demonic souls, Pope shouted, almost like a scream. Another bloody quest. Mina collapsed to the floor in a panic. "What do they want from us? Seriously?" Jang Sok looked at them and said. "Everyone calm down." The system window once again displayed the reward conditions. 1. Survival. Complete by spending a day inside the building or being the last survivor. 2. Massacre. Complete by killing all those possessed by demonic souls. 3. Escape. Complete by escaping through an emergency exit that may or may not exist. Jang Sok reminded the people not to panic in such a situation. Pope, losing his composure, said, "Cut the bullshit. How can anyone be calm in this situation?" Jang Sok still reminded them, "Stop it, this isn't an internal conflict." Yoon Son-hoon, who was behind them, also saw it and rubbed his forehead. From that side, a door was being battered with increasing force. Jang Sok urgently shouted, "We have to block that door first. If they break through that door," the monster roared, frantically trying to burst out of the door. Suddenly a fist flew towards the monster's face. It was Jang Sok's fist aimed squarely at the monster's face. The monster stood stunned, swaying. Jang Sok also glanced at it warily, thinking to himself, "This damn thing, it's quite weak." Then he turned to the others and urged them. "Everyone grab something, it's just one of them, we can kill it if we attack together." The other two, Yoon Son-hoon, Mina, heard him and looked around. Mina muttered, "Weapon, weapon, weapon." From above, a camera was monitoring their actions. A dark room was projected onto a screen. Inside the surveillance room, large screens glowed brightly with a blue light. A man at the back raised a coffee cup and watched the screens. "Has it begun?" Supervisor replied. "Yes, the final tutorial has just begun." The white-haired old man squinted, praising them. "Oh, these people are quite special." Inside, the people were still fiercely fighting the monster. He put down his coffee cup, expressing a slight regret. "I can't say what happened when I was only halfway through watching. Why did it start so early?" Next, the supervisor pointed at the screen and said, "Do you see the blonde man over there?" He replayed the scene of Pope waking up in the room and reported, "His name is Pope." He was the first of the four to wake up. A system window appeared before his eyes, and in most cases he is the first to discover the system. But in the end he pretended not to know anything, just like the others. Pope's face was filled with cunning. The supervisor added, He didn't tell anyone about the system's existence, the status window or the skill window, the white-haired old man said suspiciously. Even though he discovered it first, he laughed with satisfaction. Ha ha ha, what a petty fellow. Very good, very good. Next, the screen zoomed in on Jang Sok. Kim Jang Sok was also very surprising. He had a skill from the beginning, another person added. And the white-haired old man stroked his beard in surprise. While the skill itself is quite common, the problem is that his skill level is very high. Next, they examined the stats of the 4 people. The supervisor wondered. It's very rare for someone to have a skill of B grade or higher from the start. The people inside looked ahead warily. Wasn't it because of that man that they were all able to move past their confusion, even though there was someone possessed by a demonic soul with a fear-inducing skill activated there? He, the supervisor, affirmed. Yes, the white-haired old man gripped the armrest of his chair, staring at the screen, and wondered. Can they clear the first tutorial? The supervisor was surprised. Beads of sweat formed on his face. Wait a minute, all of this, wait. The white-haired old man pressed his face close to the screen. He wore an expression of shock. Oh, he exclaimed, admiring the blue surveillance screen. This is quite shocking. Meanwhile, Yoon Son-hoon plunged a wooden stick into Jang Sok's neck, splattering blood. He pulled out the sharpened wooden stick, his eyes cold as he watched Jang Sok collapse wounded in the neck. I'm really sorry. No matter how I think about it, it seems like the only way for me to survive. Meanwhile, Mina clutched her head in confusion, her face bright red as she shrieked. Ah! She sank to the floor and he approached, still holding the bloody sharpened stick. This is a nightmare, it must be a nightmare, this is a nightmare. A nightmare. Son-hoon, still with cold eyes, raised the wooden stick and blood splattered everywhere. Mina lay in a pool of blood and he walked away, leaving bloody footprints behind him. Then Yoon Son-hoon rolled his eyes and pressed a hand to his forehead. Pope sweated in fear, stumbling backward, his eyes filled with horror. You fiend, Pope shouted. What kind of monster are you exactly? Finally, a cold system voice echoed in the room, filled with the stench of blood. Congratulations, survival tutorial quest completed, massacre escape. Accordingly, his personal system window was displayed. Name Yoon Son-hoon, occupation none, disposition, cunning, distinction 5, infamy 100, stats, strength 8, agility 11, stamina 9, intellect 16, mana none. Luck, none, status normal. Yoon Son-hoon held the blood-stained piece of wood in his hand to his chin mockingly. A strange smile on his face, he heard the system voice continue. You have been chosen as a player in the great game to select the next successor of the gods' mission. Suddenly, white crystal shards covered the space and Son-hoon, captivated by a voice he suddenly heard, turned his head to look. The voice was polite. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Son-hoon. He looked bewildered. The man continued. This is the room of beginnings. He was wearing a white suit. He placed a hand on his chest and bowed ceremoniously, introducing himself. I am Yuri, your assistant. This world is a mission. Yuri stood on a mountain of people constantly stretching upwards and said with amusement, it is a grand stage created by the gods to choose the next successor. The longer you survive in this mission world, the greater your chance of being chosen as a higher-ranked successor to the gods. Son-hoon heard this, narrowed his eyes and remained silent. His thoughts were clear and firm. A mission to choose a god, the status window and the name Yuri just appeared as expected. This isn't the world I knew. He seemed to ponder for a moment, then opened his mouth. This setup reminds me of something from a fantasy novel, doesn't it? Yuri, faithful to his role, answered pleasantly. Precisely. If you've played games before, you'll find it familiar. This world is similar to a game, but the only difference is, he continued, his eyes narrowing into slits as he smiled, death exists here, and the only way to leave this world is to die or become a god. Yoon Son-hoon's face darkened slightly, and he clicked his tongue inwardly. Tisk, so there's no going back alive, but it's not all bad news. Yuri elaborately consoled him. But don't worry. You can resurrect once after death, so you have 2 lives. Son-hoon stared at him with a bewildered expression. How dare he advise him not to worry? But if I really have 2 lives, did the 3 people I killed in the tutorial also have them? He clenched his palms so tightly his nails dug in, recalling the past. Yoon Son-hoon casually held out his injured hand and said, By the way, can you heal my wounds? Yuri immediately snapped his fingers and said, Yes, no problem. Immediately a deep blue aura enveloped his entire body. Son-hoon's originally injured hand was also enveloped by the aura. Yoon Son-hoon looked at the word traitor without any surprise. Seeing the words above his head, Yuri raised an eyebrow meaningfully. Assessing, he thought to himself, who is this bastard to earn the title traitor right after the tutorial? He looked at him, who was still looking at his hand with a practiced smile. Yuri maintained a friendly smile and continued, his hand manipulating a screen to open it. Then I will give you time to prepare before the main event. If you check your inventory, you will see your tutorial rewards. You can use them to purchase some items or skills to use in the actual challenges. Time flowed quickly like a dog running through a field, and an hour passed. Watching him continuously ponder his personal system window, Yuri maintained his smile outwardly but inwardly stiffened multiple times. How long is he going to keep scrolling? And finally, when Son-hoon exchanged something, a system notification appeared. You have purchased low-grade swordsmanship. You have purchased 3-strike sword energy. You have purchased low-grade inventory. He was quite surprised. Had he finally decided? He even bought a rather expensive inventory. Yuri tilted his head slightly, an inquisitive look on his face. Oh, even food and camping equipment, he assessed with a hint of respect. This fellow knows what he needs to survive for a long time. Moreover, instead of advanced skills, he even bought the magic scroll Shock. That's an excellent choice for the mission. Survival here is crucial. After a moment, Sonhoon lowered his eyes, scanned himself up and down, and felt quite good. Alright, this should be enough, he thought. Yuri then stood to the side, smiling amicably, and spoke. Are you ready? Shall we proceed to the actual trials? Sonhoon was still bewildered. Actual trials? Surely. At some point a German shepherd had appeared at Yuri's feet. He nonchalantly commanded, Please kill this dog. Sonhoon looked at it, slightly flustered and dumbfounded. What did you say? The dog also looked at him. Yuri politely knelt down, stroked the dog's head, and said very gently, If you kill this dog, the actual trial will end and you can rest. Of course the dog will not resist. Then his voice suddenly turned dark and profound. After all, you've already dirtied your hands, haven't you? Sonhoon lowered his gaze. He didn't say anything, but his mind became clear. Right, I've already killed 3 people anyway. Nothing will change. Though he said that inwardly, his hand gripping the sword was trembling severely. Sonhoon suppressed his feelings and gripped the sword tightly. He raised the sword high, his face fierce. Looking straight at the dog with a wet thud, fresh blood spurted in a stream into the cold air. Yuri smiled and nodded in satisfaction, praising him with a gesture. It's good to see you don't waste time. You may rest now. But before he could finish his sentence, Sonhoon suddenly clutched his face. He knelt, throwing up stomach acid. Yuri was speechless at Sonhoon's state and gestures. Seriously, I can't understand him. Killing people is fine, but killing a dog is hard for him. He looked down from above, calmly assessing. Is it time for him to beg to go back now? Somehow everything went too smoothly earlier. Elsewhere, Sonhoon continued to cough and choke, throwing up another heap. Suddenly a hand reached out and firmly gripped Yuri's ankle. He wondered inwardly, I just threw up everything. His words were too weak and trembling for Yuri to hear properly. Sonhoon, with his head bowed, glared at him with a dark, cold, and murderous gaze, his voice growing heavier. Yuri was clearly surprised. He looked down and accepted with a hint of expectation. I can give you as much as you want. This is a good opportunity to practice your skills before starting the mission. The tip of the sword was covered in blood. Sonhoon said inwardly, I've killed over 100 dogs, wild beasts, and other large animals, even goblins, lizardmen, and orcs. As soon as he mastered the sword, the mission began with Yuri's final advice. The scene shifted to an overhead view of the bustling houses of a city, and his voice still echoed in Sonhoon's ears. Cherish your own life. Suddenly, numerous hissing sounds rang out in the city streets. Blue lumps appeared and disappeared in the blink of an eye, bringing countless people here. They looked around in surprise, some anxious and worried by the unfamiliar scenery. What is this? Have we come to another strange place? Some went mad, clutching their heads, screaming and cursing. Damn it, leave me alone. Sonhoon calmly looked around, the corners of his mouth turned down. I can't waste time here. I need to hurry. The mission world has begun, so there must be another assistant like Yuri somewhere. Before the thought of somewhere fully left his mind, he spotted a girl with Japanese-style hair over there, smiling kindly and speaking in a soft voice. Hello and welcome to the first city's mission station for the very first time, player. Sonhoon was surprised, and stammered slightly, repeating, player? She smiled, 2 quest boards appearing in her hands, and said enthusiastically, Players cannot leave the city, but you can receive missions at the mission station. Since you're a newcomer, you can get missions like rat extermination. Sonhoon thought deeply, impressed. There are missions here too. It really is like a game where you have to risk your life. The rewards aren't great, but there's an additional reward for the first completer. Rat extermination mission info E grade. Numerous rats appearing in the warehouse are causing many problems. Eliminate all rats in the warehouse. Achievement conditions 1 required. Eliminate 5 rats 05 2 Hunter. Eliminate 5 rats 05 3 Slaughterer. Eliminate 5 rats 05 Standard reward 500 gold. Fame 1. Rewards are added based on achievement rank. Additional reward for first to achieve Slaughterer rank 1 stat point. After reading, Sonhoon almost clicked his tongue. He found it rude that even if this was a game there was no cheat to level up or increase stats. He hesitated slightly, weighing his options. It would be more advantageous to monopolize stat points to raise stats as quickly as possible. With that thought, he no longer delayed and pointed to a quest, saying in a confident voice, Alright, I'll take this one. The girl joyfully announced, You have accepted the rat extermination mission. Teleporting to the mission location, the surrounding scenery changed in an instant. Sonhoon walked calmly, hands in his pockets, muttering, Catching a few rats won't take long. But Sonhoon soon hit a wall, his sword clattering to the ground with a clang, and Sonhoon's voice was heavy. Damn it, he knelt on one knee, gripping his sword firmly, his inner frustration as if ready to fight a storm. They're too small and nimble to catch. Can I even catch one, let alone 5? Sonhoon panted, thinking wearily. Besides, they didn't tell me how to abandon the mission, so I won't be able to leave this warehouse unless I complete it. He opened his personal system window, chewing on bread with one hand while scrolling with the other, thinking, Fortunately, I prepared food, otherwise I would have starved to death trying to catch rats. Suddenly, Sonhoon was surprised to find something in his item window. He pulled out a purple poison bottle with a skull label. Sonhoon smiled wickedly, wanting to cheer inwardly. This is it, low-grade poison. Without further hesitation, Sonhoon quickly uncorked the wooden stopper, and the ordinary scent of death, even if low-grade, could still end the lives of the rats. The rats fell flat to the ground, no longer moving. Congratulations. Upon his return, the girl at the mission station greeted Sonhoon with delight, cheering, You caught all the rats? That's amazing. All the grand compliments she showered upon him, and her exaggerated voice attracted the attention of many players. A few people behind him murmured, That person seems to have already completed one mission. Someone said in a surprised voice, What, so fast? How did he do it? The whispering and murmuring felt like daggers in his back. Soon-hoon's expression turned unpleasant. He suspected she had an ulterior motive. What? Is she speaking loudly to attract people's attention? Damn it, it's so annoying. Suddenly, Soon-hoon thought, even if I smile, there's no benefit in getting angry at her. So he immediately twisted the corners of his mouth into 3 forced smiles. His face was as unsightly as a villain who had to receive a bento box in Chapter 3. This was due to the effect of the traitor title. A knife hidden behind a smile. There's a knife hidden behind your smile. You are not easily swayed and your resistance to status ailments is slightly increased beyond the normal limit. Suddenly, a young man approached him from behind and asked with a bright smile, "Excuse me, I heard you just completed the rat extermination mission. Would you mind sharing some information if it's okay?" Soon-hoon almost rolled his eyes with a blank face, inwardly telling himself to stop with the useless chatter. Suddenly, a ray of light struck his head. "Wait, no?" Soon-hoon turned his head. He asked, "Can you tell me your title?" The young man scratched the back of his head with a slightly bewildered expression. "My title? Why suddenly?" But he still answered, "My title is Brave Survivor." Soon-hoon looked at the couple in front of him, deep in thought. Looking at their titles, they seemed trustworthy. "I've already earned the traitor title, so getting close to them will help me later." So Soon-hoon sincerely advised, "If possible, don't do the rat extermination mission. I don't recommend it if you're not adequately prepared." The young man's girlfriend was slightly surprised to hear that. She wondered, but you just completed it?" Suddenly, another round of noisy murmuring spread. Some people said provocatively, "Shouldn't he share some information?" "Yeah, how hard can it be to kill a few rats? He's clearly trying to monopolize the easy missions, isn't he?" A fat man cursed at him. "You damn swindler." Soon-hoon didn't care. He lifted his head and scoffed, ridiculing them, idiots, leaving those shouting next to him. "I'll do the rat extermination mission. I'll do the rat mission too. This mission isn't just for those who appear here first, right?" Soon-hoon casually faced the girl who had given him the mission from the start and said indifferently, "Then give me the wolf hunt mission." The girl immediately replied happily, "Yes, understood. I'll transfer you immediately." The couple had not yet registered for the rat extermination mission. The girlfriend hesitated, asking her boyfriend, what should we do?" The boyfriend looked at her kindly and gently suggested, "Let's do the pest control mission." The girlfriend was unsure. "Pests, isn't that easier than the rat extermination mission?" Suddenly the young man shouted at him, "Wait, aren't you going to play as a team?" Several rays of light flashed around Soon-hoon, and his voice repeated, "Team?" The young man generously extended his hand and said, "My girlfriend and I completed the tutorial mission together. According to the people here, you can do missions as a team." But Soon-hoon had his own path, so he looked at them and politely declined. "I will decline the invitation. I will hunt alone." As he said that, the light around him shone even more intensely. And so, Soon-hoon vanished from the player city, appearing in a low basement structure, like underground or deep within some cave. He quickly and carefully took a step, meticulously dismantled a large trap, then pulled out another low-grade poison bottle and slowly tilted the bottle's opening to apply it along a short blade. Suddenly a howling sound reached his ears and a sharp shriek was ear-splitting. Soon-hoon glanced at the large furry creature in front of him and muttered, "All right, I'll take on the first one." The giant wolf approached him. Its eyes glowed eerily red and saliva constantly dripped from its mouth. Soon-hoon stood firm, not backing down. "It's you." Soon-hoon was now standing between 2 magic wolves. He calmly drew his sword, thinking, "I'll handle the first one." Just then, one of the magic wolves got its foot caught in a trap. While it was distracted, Soon-hoon swung his sword and his blow came down, but the magic wolf had already leaped to evade. It howled in pain and anger. Soon-hoon was slightly surprised at this point, saying inwardly, "Damn it, even injured it's still as fierce as a wolf." He then raised his hand to create a magical symbol and counterattacked the magic wolf. Shock is really useful, but Soon-hoon, with a confident smile, thrust his sword forward. The sword pierced the magic wolf's neck. Suddenly, at that moment, the remaining magic wolf rushed at him and bit his shoulder. It held Soon-hoon tightly, pinning him down. He was flustered and in pain, unable to pull out his sword. Right after that, he decided to let go of the hilt and leaped onto his tiptoes. Soon-hoon slammed his entire back onto the ground. The magic wolf, clinging to his shoulder, became a fleshy cushion. Soon-hoon then quickly grabbed the hilt and forcefully stabbed the side of the magic wolf's face. He shouted, "You bastard, that's enough jokes." Soon-hoon began to think that low-grade poison and low-grade trap setting skills reduce their ability to detect food. Based on his experience with the rat extermination mission, he could create a synergy of poison and traps. Combining these 2 skills, he could handle 30 wolves alone. A notification appeared in the system window. Wolf hunt mission completed. Slaughterer condition met. Standard reward 2,000 gold, fame 3, additional reward 6,000 gold, stats 2, hidden wolf gauntlet. Evaluating mission completion process. Strength 1, stamina 1. Soon after Soon-hoon met Sarah, she praised him warmly. "Wow, you completed the mission first again." He immediately reminded her, "All right, please be quiet." Sarah smiled brightly and said, "Hee, of course I'd be surprised. Are you hurt anywhere?" Soon-hoon asked again. "Besides that, do you know where the inn is?" Sarah quickly gave him directions. "If you go straight left from the city square, you'll find it." A moment later, Soon-hoon appeared in front of the inn and a large hand was extended towards him. Soon-hoon asked with a puzzled look, "What is it?" The innkeeper stood with his arms crossed, calmly saying, "Got money? Many rascals have cheated us, so pay up first." Soon-hoon heard that and quickly fumbled in his pocket. He pulled out a large pouch with 70,000 gold and asked, "Is this enough?" The innkeeper quickly changed his demeanor, his face bright as he said, "More than enough, customer. Come on in." Soon-hoon sat at a table and a waitress came to take his order. "What would you like to order?" Soon-hoon asked. "What do you have at this restaurant?" The waitress replied. "We have anything the customer desires." Soon-hoon said, "Then I'll have a plate of roasted meat and a bowl of rice." The waitress replied, "Yes please, wait a moment." Soon-hoon took the opportunity to open his notification screen. Status window: name Yu Soon-hoon, occupation swordsman, rogue, new mage, titles trader X2, disposition cunning, distinction 2, infamy 100, stats strength 8, intellect 18, mana 5, agility 14, stamina 13, luck 10, status exhausted. After reading, Soon-hoon pondered, calculating. Now all my stats are over 10, so all my physical abilities are above average. Skill proficiency has also risen to C. Is it this fast at the starting stage, or does it rise quickly because the skill level is low? As he was deep in thought, a couple entered. "Oh, is that them?" Li Yin-hee came to Soon-hoon's table and said, "What a coincidence to meet you here again. It's really nice to see you again. Can we sit together?" When he saw Soon-hoon's silence, he bit his lip, nervous and sweating cold at this moment. Soon-hoon nodded coldly. Li Yin-hee and his girlfriend sat on the opposite chairs and he spoke first. "If you don't mind, may I ask your name?" Soon-hoon replied. Yu Soon-hoon, introducing himself cordially. "I'm Li Yin-hee, and this is my girlfriend, Park Han. Thank you so much. Thanks to you, we were able to avoid a difficult situation." Soon-hoon heard that and was puzzled. "Difficult situation?" Li Yin-hee asked back in surprise. "Oh, you didn't hear anything?" He frowned at this point, thinking, looking back, I haven't heard any news besides stats and missions. The couple opposite saw his expression and looked at each other. Li Yin-hee said happily, "Then how about we exchange some information?" Soon-hoon had a rather uninterested expression. "Information exchange?" Li Yin-hee immediately explained. "That's right, we'll tell you all the information we know. In return, please pay for our meal." Soon-hoon paused, thinking, that's unexpected. It wouldn't be bad if I could get good information. It's only a few gold coins for a meal," he then agreed. "All right, I'll pay for a 100 gold meal. Now tell me." The two looked at each other happily. Li Yin-hee eagerly began. "The first piece of information was when we finished the pest extermination mission. Many riots broke out simultaneously across the city. Not everyone could remain calm given the situation of coming to such a strange world, and soon after, soldiers arrived and suppressed the riots. Those who continued to resist were dragged away by the soldiers and some even died. So the situation ended there, but it got more complicated when all the dead people resurrected." Soon-hoon heard this and was inwardly amazed. "Dead people resurrected?" Yuri said, "Everyone has 2 lives." Li Yin-hee continued. "The second piece of information is related to this. The death penalty." Soon-hoon found this intriguing. "The death penalty," Li Yin-hee enthusiastically explained. "The stats of those who just resurrected decreased by about 3 points for a few minutes." He was impressed. 6 stats, so you lose 18 points if you die once. "That's quite a lot," Li Yin-hee continued. "The third is the geography of the area around the city square. Besides the blacksmith, restaurant, inn, shops and item stores, there are also several mission stations as well as a place called the Job Change Tower." Soon-hoon again fell into thought. "Job change, huh? I got one more title after hunting all day. Would that give me more skills?" Li Yin-hee then said with excitement. "The last piece of information is about the bug extermination mission we did, thanks to your advice. Most of the others who went for the rat extermination mission didn't return." It was then that Soon-hoon spoke. "As expected, the rat extermination mission was difficult not because the rats were strong but because they were too hard to catch. If I hadn't brought enough food I would have died too." Just then the waiter placed the food on the table and said, "Customer, your food is here." The couple looked at each other expectantly. Soon-hoon smiled and said, "I'll take care of your meals every day. In return, please continue to share information as you have today. What do you say?" Inwardly he calculated that their meal expenses would be 6,000 gold per month. "It's a bit much, but it'll save me time collecting information." Li Yin-hee heard this and, delighted, grabbed Soon-hoon's hand and exclaimed, "W will do it." Soon after, the moon was high in the sky. Soon-hoon opened the door and stepped outside, surprised. When he saw someone, the boys looked up at Soon-hoon, their eyes sparkling as they pleaded, "Please, just 1 gold coin. Please, brother, just a little." Soon-hoon glanced at them, thinking, we definitely started at the same point, but due to wrong choices, many people couldn't adapt to the mission and fell behind. Meanwhile, the boys continued to beg, "Please, just 1 coin, please." He cursed them inwardly as beggars. Soon-hoon closed his eyes and was about to turn away. Suddenly, he bumped into someone. The man immediately patted his shoulder and began to act exaggeratedly, shouting, "Oh my god, I'm dying, I'm dying. That damn guy tried to hit someone." Soon-hoon calmly walked away. If it had been another kind and ordinary person, they would have apologized first after making a mistake, caring about the glances of those around them or feeling pressured. "I myself used to act so meekly. That's why I used to bow my head, hiding the devilish nature within me. But now that meek nature is no more. I used to live hidden behind a mask." The old man still pointed and scolded. "This bastard hit me, you rude fellow." Soon-hoon immediately turned back and glared. "If you're hungry, move yourself or don't shout if you don't want to die." After scaring the old man into sitting on the floor, Soon-hoon turned back and walked away. There was no longer a mask. Inside a building, a clear blue sky appeared. As Soon-hoon entered, someone welcomed him. "Welcome to the Tower of Job Change. I am Philip, created to assist players." Soon-hoon immediately replied, "Philip, I have a question." He turned back in confusion. What is it? Yoon Son-hoon said with a serious expression. The swordsman, rogue, and mage jobs have appeared in my status window. Is there any difference between the jobs that appear automatically and the ones I choose here? Philip pushed up his glasses, a searching expression on his face. It's only been 2 days since he came to the mission world, and he's already gained 3 jobs, come to think of it. That guy wasn't wearing a normal coat like the others. Having finished his thoughts, Philip replied cheerfully, the answer to your question is that the jobs you've acquired are temporary jobs. Temporary jobs appear depending on the weapon you use. As the name suggests, temporary jobs can be changed at any time. If you use an axeman appears instead of a swordsman, and if you only use magic, only a mage appears. However, the jobs recommended by the Job Change Tower cannot be changed. In short, it's not simply choosing a job but developing the player's characteristics. Yoon Son-hoon said, seemingly confused. Characteristics? Philip smiled and waved his hand. Well, it's better to see for yourself than to explain it at length. Immediately, an information pillar appeared before Yoon Son-hoon's eyes, and the content was as follows. Sub-priest, archer, mage, psychic, cleric, rogue, bandit, infantry, cavalry, shield-bearer, doctor, merchant, chef. Philip proudly said, the Job Change Tower creates jobs by combining players' experiences. Doesn't this job show you the most efficient job for a player? A system screen appeared before Yoon Son-hoon's eyes. Recommended jobs: fighter, magic, swordsman, poisoner, strategist, berserker, swordsman. Yoon Son-hoon read it and wondered, so can you recommend other jobs that are more powerful than the basic ones? Philip said nonchalantly. Maybe, maybe not. Besides, the cost of job selection is 50,000 gold. What do you think? If you have the money, you can change it anytime. Yoon Son-hoon heard that and began to calculate. 50,000 gold, this deal will definitely be profitable. Excluding jobs with stat restrictions, 2 jobs remain. Swordsman and Righteous Bandit. Swordsman and Righteous Bandit, both are good. Just then, a system notification appeared. After choosing the Righteous Bandit job, you cannot use despicable methods. Yoon Son-hoon was discouraged. I don't really like this. I'm not sure what despicable methods mean. It wouldn't be good if I couldn't use groups or poison. I have no other choice. He then made his decision. I want to change my job to swordsman. Philip immediately replied, yes, understood. Do you have the money? It's a total of 50,000 gold. Yoon Son-hoon didn't hesitate and handed over a pouch full of money. Here's 50,000 gold. Philip saw it and was greatly surprised, sweating cold. There are people starving on the streets with less than 10 gold. To think someone spent 50,000 gold, he then said. Then congratulations on your path to becoming a swordsman. Immediately a force enveloped Yoon Son-hoon's body. A system notification appeared. Job has been changed to swordsman. All stats increase by 3. Skill proficiency greatly increases. Learn swordsman exclusive skill, instant movement. Learn swordsman exclusive skill, infinite soul blade, instantly activated E-grade magic upper tier. A powerful and precise movement technique that makes it impossible to predict the enemy's movements, causing confusion. Infinite soul blade E-grade, rare lower tier, passive but broad. Reduces skill speed by 10, increases synergy with other skills, and reduces information gathering. He read it and thought to himself, active and passive mean temporary and permanent skills, respectively. My stats also increased by a total of 18 points, and the sub-skills will be useful too. After a moment, Yoon Son-hoon walked out. I wonder how instant movement works. I have a feeling I need to hurry. Suddenly he sensed something and stopped. Yoon Son-hoon felt 2 gazes directed at him. Those 2, why are they looking at me? He noticed a man with armor on his shoulders and a slender woman with 2 swords on her back. Yoon Son-hoon calmly said to himself, looking at their equipment, it's quite good. It's probably because I'm also equipped. Just then, someone grabbed a woman's hand and loudly teased, hey miss, come here, let's talk to us big brothers. Didn't you hear him? The girl, caught by a few thugs, said silently and coldly. Let go, they asked, bewildered. What? The girl looked up with sharp, cold eyes. I don't want to say it again. Let go if you don't want to lose your hand. The thug leader hissed contemptuously. You blind crazy bitch. Immediately, a sword energy flew and cut off his hand. Yoon Son-hoon was appalled by this action. The thug leader's 2 companions sweated in fear. The thug leader whose hand was cut off screamed in pain. My hand, my hand. The girl turned around nonchalantly and said, if you want to live with one hand, you can keep blocking the way. The thugs, terrified by the power emanating from her, fled. Run, run. A notification about the girl appeared. Surveillance effect, scares enemies making them tremble, can deal critical hits. Yoon Son-hoon marveled inwardly, what kind of pressure is this? I don't know what it is, but it might be because my stats have risen, but I can feel that it wasn't directed at me. Just then, the young man who had been glaring at Yoon Son-hoon suddenly approached him with a friendly smile and spoke, hey, you seem pretty smart. Yoon Son-hoon heard that and looked bewildered. What do you mean? The pink-haired man winked and pointed a finger. Don't pretend. Look at your clothes and sword. You must have played a leading role in the tutorial mission. Besides, the fact that you just came out of the Job Change Tower is proof that you've changed to a new job, he replied nonchalantly. So who knew? He thought to himself. What is this? Another party invitation? This guy has high levels, but why is he so stupid? The man laughed and said, tell me one more thing. My title is captain, and yours? Yoon Son-hoon looked at the other person silently. Inwardly he was impressed. If I say my title is traitor or despicable survivor, everyone will suspect me. Yoon Son-hoon then smiled with a hint of scorn. Nothing special. My title is Despicable Survivor. He thought it was truly useful that he had heard that name from Lee Yin-hee. Just then, the man introduced himself. My name is Kong Muhan, do you want to party with me? Yoon Son-hoon asked back. What's the benefit of going together? Kong Muhan confidently said. If you come with us, you'll not only have trustworthy companions but also financial support. Plus you'll have the protection of a strong man like me, Yoon Son-hoon said with a searching look. Strong? Where? Kong Muhan arrogantly said. My strength is 50. Haha, you don't believe me, my strength stat is the number 50, Yoon Son-hoon asked back. 50? Kong Muhan gave a thumbs up and smiled brightly, saying my real-world skills were measured when I came here and my stats changed, so how high a level of strength do you think someone like me would be measured at? Yoon Son-hoon at this point seriously searched the system window and calculated. Even considering the bonus points from the job change, my strength is only 20. According to him, this game is really a cheat. He then coldly said, I'm sorry but I'll decline. I prefer to go alone. Kong Muhan then laughed and interrupted him. If you change your mind, find Hepa. You'll be treated well. Yoon Son-hoon at this point calculated inwardly. To raise my stats I need to finish missions quickly. If I want to pay city expenses I need to raise the difficulty level to get more rewards. Just then, Yoon Son-hoon and the girl simultaneously said to someone, I want to fight the diseased orc. He looked down in surprise. That woman? At this moment the girl also looked up at Yoon Son-hoon with a frown and immediately urged, I'll choose the diseased orc. Hurry, Sarah replied. Yes, I will transfer you to the relevant area. Yoon Son-hoon's eyes became serious. She knew. Damn it, I'm going to miss the first kill reward. He immediately said loudly, Ms. Sarah, the diseased orc for me too. Quickly, Sarah replied. Yes, understood. Immediately, Yoon Son-hoon was transferred inside the dungeon. Checked the system window thinking, damn it, it won't be as difficult as that murderer, right? Anyway, I need to hurry. Just then, a plate of delicious-looking roasted chicken was placed on the ground and a few orcs lumbered over and said, Sweep, food, wait, something's wrong. They then scratched their heads and analyzed. Food in the middle of the forest, it's too suspicious. Now that I think about it, it makes sense. Yoon Son-hoon, hidden behind a bush, was appalled to see this. If you're an orc, you should think like an orc and fall into the trap. Yoon Son-hoon couldn't wait any longer and became anxious. Damn it, I can't waste any more time. With her skills, she'll also be aiming for the reward stats. He finished his thought and quickly used his shock skill, and a powerful current attacked the two orcs. The orc screamed in pain. The human is stabbing. Yoon Son-hoon coldly thrust his sword and replied, Yes, I am human. The orcs also held wooden sticks and blocked his attack. The orcs that Yuri had summoned in the Room of Beginnings were to some extent Yuri's summons. There's no way this is the same. A flicker of worry crossed Yoon Son-hoon's face. Damn it, the things I practiced aren't working. What skills can I use? Think. The orc confronted him as if unfazed. The orc holding a wooden stick charged at Yoon Son-hoon. He stood there, lost in thought, realizing that if nothing came to mind he would surely die. I thought orcs were the lowest grade, most idiotic monsters. Yoon Son-hoon used shock again. I thought I could handle two of them at once since they're diseased orcs. But they were only stunned for a moment after taking the full force of the electric shock. The orc, enveloped in electricity, was unfazed. He growled, Human, you are too weak, too weak. Yoon Son-hoon was panting, exhausted. At this rate I'll lose, seriously, the one in front told his subordinate. Stay put, I'll handle him alone. The one behind immediately replied, understood. GG. Orc with a chicken feather in his head and holding a sword took a combat stance. Yoon Son-hoon began to analyze the tactics. I don't have many skills I can use in this situation. Among them, low-grade swordsmanship has one effect. If I use low-grade close combat I'll get cut by that jungle knife. I have 2 active skills, and if shock doesn't work I only have 1 skill left. Having finished his calculations, Yoon Son-hoon charged forward. The orc was already prepared for his approach. Yoon Son-hoon used instant movement to evade, moving to the other side. Yoon Son-hoon's eyes gleamed coldly as he glared at his enemy. Before G-orc could even swing his sword, Yoon Son-hoon stabbed him in the neck. The orc subordinate screamed in surprise. G-Gut-nim, he watched the sight in disbelief. I can't believe Gut-nim was killed by that almost dead guy. Yoon Son-hoon stopped after using that burst of power. He panted, exhausted, his body trembling. Then Yoon Son-hoon glanced back with sharp eyes. The orc subordinate had a bewildered expression. Yoon Son-hoon used instant movement again and rushed at him. He held a wooden stick, but his body was trembling with fear. Creature was trembling all over. He must have exhausted all his stamina after blocking Gut-nim's attack, but he still swung his stick confidently and shouted, if he's that exhausted he won't be able to block my attack. But Yoon Son-hoon suddenly appeared behind him. The orc was flustered, saying, oh, where did he disappear to? Then he quickly turned around. At that moment Yoon Son-hoon stabbed him in the chest. The orc looked down at the knife stuck in his chest. He said in disbelief, no, please wait. Yoon Son-hoon said coldly, die, you damned pig. Then with a single sword stroke he decapitated the orc. His hand dangled to the floor, but Yoon Son-hoon barely let out a sigh. Phew, I almost died. I underestimated them too much. I almost lost my first life. The minimum completion condition is to kill 3 orcs, and if I kill just 1 more I can escape, but that would waste the completion rewards I could receive. But since I almost died because of 1 orc I need to gain more combat experience. Of course he had no intention of confronting them head-on. At this point the scene shifted to a village and the screams of orcs echoed. Squeak, haven't the scouts returned yet? The orcs were gathered as if in a meeting. What in the world is happening, Chief Nim? 14 orcs are missing. Squeak, there's no excuse. This is clearly the work of humans. Those who can move take up arms and gather. Squeak, but most of them are too sick with fever to move, another orc shouted. So we must resolve this quickly. Do you intend to lie in bed and be killed by humans after your illness worsens? Another orc cautiously replied. I was rash. I will gather everyone immediately. Those who dared to lay a hand on the pie by orc tribe shall pay the price. The chief gripped his staff firmly and declared confidently, I will stake your head, shatter your limbs, feed you to beasts, and watch your entrails slowly rot. The scene shifted to outside the forest where two orcs were patrolling and talking. It hurts so much. It's too much to send us to patrol this area even though we're sick. They didn't notice the trap on the ground, covered with leaves. At this moment an orc's foot stepped on the green leaves and a surprised scream echoed. One orc fell into the pit, and the other orc looked down from above and asked, Hey, are you okay? The orc below screamed in pain, stabbed by sharp blades sticking out of the ground. Squeak, it's a trap, a trap. Yoon Sonhoon decided that using traps and poison was enough to reduce their mobility. The orc in the pit below shouted in pain, Ow, I'm stabbed. What is this? The orc above bent down, reassuring. Wait a minute, I'll pull you up. At this moment Yoon Sonhoon appeared behind him. This guy shouted, Human, I will kill you. Yoon Sonhoon calmly gripped the hilt and replied, Good, our goals are the same. After two attacks clashed, the two separated again, sparks flying from the collision. Yoon Sonhoon thought with cold eyes, fighting 7 orcs at once isn't good, but I can handle this much. I believed I could defeat 2 orcs by using instant movement to its maximum. But what if my mana runs out and I can't use skills? After much deliberation, I decided to create a one-on-one situation. Thanks to this, I could confront the orcs without using skills. Not by much, but I am getting stronger. During the engagement, Yoon Sonhoon used instant movement again. He immediately moved suddenly and decapitated the orc. His head rolled on the ground. The orc who was in the pit below had at this moment crawled to the pit's entrance and was surprised to see his friend's round head. Squeak, he gave Yoon Sonhoon a look mixed with fear and anger. My comrades are nearby, this won't go unpunished. Squeak. Yoon Sonhoon looked down from above and said coldly and indifferently, Bring them. The orc, even as he fled, didn't forget to warn, Wait, Squeak. But at this moment a sharp sword appeared behind the orc's back and then pierced through his body. Yoon Sonhoon stabbed his sword and thought to himself, Are you merely a decoy to reveal their hideout? The orc fell to the ground with a scream and died. Yoon Sonhoon quickly gripped his tusk tightly and resolutely pulled it out. Having finished his work, he smiled with satisfaction. It seems like it didn't take much effort to clear this mission. His inventory was full of weapons obtained from the orcs. He also took the tusks. When fully charged with magic, I can use shock 6 times and instant movement 4 times, but I don't know which part will be the most expensive. If I use my skills efficiently, I won't have trouble dealing with 2 orcs at once. To complete this mission, 14 more are left. If I work this hard and let that black-haired girl take the first kill reward, I need to hurry. Having finished his calculations, Yoon Sonhoon was somewhere else a moment later. He was hiding behind a large tree. Yoon Sonhoon turned his gaze towards the village. It was empty, without a single living creature. It was a diseased orc village, but Yoon Sonhoon still hid carefully behind the large tree. It's too quiet, no orcs passing by, no guards. Should I try to infiltrate? Having made up his mind, he entered the village. He couldn't help but cover his nose because of the smell there. Oh, what's this disgusting smell? But Yoon Sonhoon found diseased orcs lying there. Could only let out faint squeak sounds. They were too injured to move. Yoon Sonhoon seriously racked his memory. The orcs I fought also had red spots on their skin, but these guys seem much worse. Then he drew his sword. Perhaps I can complete it faster than I thought. He pressed his sword to the neck of a panting orc. They don't seem to be able to resist. Don't be too soft-hearted. I've already taken down countless enemies in this state in the Room of Beginnings. At this very moment the orc cried out in pain, Squeak, it hurts. Help me. Yoon Sonhoon bit his lip at the sight, a slight guilt crossing his face. I'm sorry, but to me you're just a piece of meat. At least one favor I can give you is to kill you quickly. Then screams erupted within the village. A moment later, Yoon Sonhoon wiped his face, thinking coldly, Phew, I killed 29, now only one last one remains. Kill one more and it's complete. As he stood there, he heard a squeak from one side. Another group of orcs appeared, examining the footprints on the ground and saying, Human traces. Check the surroundings. The subordinate orcs immediately replied, Yes, understood. Yoon Sonhoon was slightly worried at this point. Damn it, I was lost in thought and forgot they were coming. At this moment, the orc chief, leaning on his staff, thought angrily, How dare a mere human infiltrate the village while we were out hunting? This damned disease makes it impossible to think properly. I should have left some guards. Yoon Sonhoon stood near the wall, thinking, if the orc chief were in a normal state he would have smelled the blood in the warehouse. But now he was just a diseased orc. As the orc chief entered the door, his foot caught on a rope and his huge body fell straight to the ground. Squeak, he growled in anger. What is this fishing line? Yoon Sonhoon suddenly appeared and with a single sword stroke cut off the chief's arm. The orc chief screamed, Squeak. Although he only had one arm left, he slammed his staff down hard and said angrily, Don't underestimate me, I am the chief. Rocket. Immediately a huge flame surged up. Numerous flames rushed towards Yoon Sonhoon. Before the force could take effect, he quickly used instant movement. While moving, he thought, I was able to mentally draw the somersaulting phase to avoid the rocket attack and barely managed to dodge it. This is because I could see the direction of the rocket skill's movement at a very difficult level, but lacking strength and experience, I lost my balance. At this moment, Yoon Sonhoon stumbled and his expression turned tense. Damn it, just like that, the orc chief's pillar of fire flew towards him. At this moment, he laughed triumphantly and loudly. How was my magic? You human scum, I will surely kill you in a sea of fire. Yoon Sonhoon quickly regained his composure and moved smoothly. He replied to the old man, Unfortunately, my defensive skill is always active. Immediately, information appeared in the system window. Low-grade magic resistance, D-grade magic passive type resist magic power, reduces magic damage by 2, reduces the power of first-tier magic circles by 10, reduces the power of second-tier magic circles by 5. Immediately, Yoon Son-hoon's previously injured shoulder returned to normal. My shoulder would have continued to suffer fire damage, but thanks to the magic resistance skill, the fire was extinguished in a few minutes. The orc chief saw this and said with a surprised expression, "I can't believe it." But before he could finish his sentence, his head was severed from his neck. The subordinate orcs rushed in horror at this moment, shouting, "Ah, Chief Nim Human, we will not forgive you." Yoon Son-hoon looked outside with cold eyes. System notification. Diseased orc slaughter condition completed. End mission. Yoon Son-hoon smiled. Needless to say, challenge completed. Just like that, Yoon Son-hoon mysteriously disappeared in front of the orc horde. He vanished into thin air without a trace, and they said in confusion, he disappeared. Squeak. The scene transitioned to an external space. The system continued to send notifications. Diseased orc hunt challenge completed. Slaughter condition met. Standard reward 3,000 gold. Vicious magic. Additional reward for first to achieve slaughterer rank. 15 weeks, 2 stat points. Evaluating challenge completion process. Stamina 2. Yoon Son-hoon stood in front of the house door thinking, it seems I was the first. I didn't realize instant movement would be so useful. If my agility stat increases, its effect will be even stronger. I should focus all my remaining bonus points there. And the magic staff I got at the end. The system window displayed information about the orc chief's staff. Nameless orc chief's magic staff. Low-grade magic staff type. Made from an ordinary tree branch, but imbued with magical power from long ago. Reduces mana consumption by 1 when skills are activated. Yoon Son-hoon looked at the magic staff and thought to himself, even 1 is better than nothing. Then the system screen disappeared. Yoon Son-hoon glanced to the side. There was the girl who had received the mission with him earlier. The girl also glanced back. Yoon Son-hoon asked himself, did this woman also complete the highest condition slaughterer? Then he looked at the mission board again. But since I seem to be 1 step ahead, should I do 1 more mission? I haven't reached my limit yet. Having made his choice, Yoon Son-hoon said, Sarah, I'll take the Ratman extermination mission. Sarah immediately replied, yes, understood. Are you going to continue with another mission? The girl next to them pondered Yoon Son-hoon for a moment, then said, I'll also take the Ratman extermination mission. Sarah was always enthusiastic. Understood. I will immediately transfer you to the Ratman extermination mission location. Yoon Son-hoon heard that and asked himself, slightly perplexed. Is she going to do the same mission as me again? Footsteps echoed in the dark basement. At this, the Ratmen stopped their movements, hearing the sound. As Marina appeared, their bodies stiffened. The Ratmen roared in fury, charging forward. Who are you? Squeak. She coldly drew her sword and slashed once at the Ratman's body. At Marina's strike, the Ratman recoiled, beginning to calculate. Where did this guy come from? The current battle exceeds my abilities. I should retreat for a moment. However, at this moment, Marina pointed her sword upwards and began to use her flying sword technique. The Ratman, terrified, looked back, and Marina immediately swung her sword, piercing through its body. It could only let out agonizing squeak sounds. After a moment, the Ratman fell to the ground dead. Marina silently sheathed her sword, and she quietly thought about Yoon Son-hoon. The staff he was carrying was definitely the orc chief's staff. This means he completed the mission with the slaughterer rating. She clenched her fist, narrowing her eyes as she pondered, asking herself, will he get stronger? The girl didn't use traps. She didn't kill enemies that couldn't resist like Yoon Son-hoon, and she directly confronted 30 diseased orcs and annihilated them. Marina's magic swordsmanship. This girl had obtained 3 skills since the mission began. Intermediate swordsmanship, flying sword technique, and killing sword technique. This power surpassed special forces. After a long period of thought, she closed her eyes again and calmed herself. No, there's no way he's stronger than me. He gives off more of a rude vibe than a strong one. We're here. Son-hoon suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He stood amidst the Ratman corpses, picking his ear and thinking, my ear is itchy. Is someone talking bad about me? Then Son-hoon pulled out a piece of cheese. At this moment, cheerful laughter echoed from inside a house. Indeed, he's quite good. Who clapped his hands, beaming, and said, how did you manage to bring so many wolf teeth and hearts? Son-hoon calmly replied, I have my own ways. His gaze sharpened, however. Compared to that woman, he was still lacking. Over here, Sarah also laughed cheerfully, praising him. Player Son-hoon, you completed the mission very quickly again. But player Marina has already finished the last mission first. Son-hoon muttered in surprise inwardly. Is speeding things up with poison and traps unreasonable? Over here, Elle sighed and said, there's no harm in telling you. After deducting the purchase cost of items from 23,000 Jude, it's 15,000 Jude, the general store NPC July. The title breathing NPC was controversial in the early stages of the game, but now it has become a common term. They were created by powerful gods, but they are like humans and have their own personalities. Moreover, similarities can be found between the game settings and missions. 2 months after the first mission began, there were 3 types of people in the first city, just like in a game. The starving people who had to live by selling the most basic things, the poor ordinary people who were neither particularly strong nor weak, and the occupations of talented rankers. They were top-ranked players with special jobs, but they possessed absolute power fundamentally. At this moment, a short-haired girl came out of the library, smiling and holding a book. Mr. Son-hoon, it seems you finally have enough money to buy skills? Son-hoon calmly replied, that's right, so give me the skill books. The short-haired girl brought a stack of books and handed them to him. She explained her name was Hog. Here Hog implies a derogatory meaning, and the girl began to list the prices. Professional Intermediate Swordsmanship book 50,000 Jude, Intermediate Poison book 30,000 Jude, totaling 80,000 Jude. At this moment the attributes of the two books appeared on the system screen. Professional Intermediate Swordsmanship E, Upper Magic Classification, Passive. The professional swordsmanship training field for this intermediate swordsmanship is Longsword Combat, and Longsword attack power is increased by 10. Intermediate Poison E grade, Upper Magic Classification, Passive. You can become proficient in using poison, increasing its toxicity by 10 and significantly reducing the enemy's chance of detecting the poison. Son Hoon seemed to realize something and asked again. Did you just say hog? The girl smiled and retorted. You must have misheard. I said customer. Hog and customer sound similar in Korean. Son Hoon then recalled Marina. I spend about 9 of my assets, but from now on I'll be able to use Longsword techniques. Can I defeat the cunning Marina with this? A while ago, I was robbed of the first difficulty completion bonus for the Moonlight Cave investigation mission by Marina. Marina obtained the Moonlight Longsword with this bonus and had already sold it to Muhan for 2 million by the time Son Hoon arrived, completing the transaction. Damn it, I'm one step behind again. Marina at this moment looked at him with a challenging gaze. From that day on I decided to reattempt the Moonlight Cave investigation, to catch up with Marina. At this moment, selling sounds echoed in the bustling street. Iron sword for sale here, lowest price 40,000 Jude, no bargaining, lowest grade samples for sale, cheaper than the general store, looking for people to do a D-grade mission together. Son B. Gopin was angry. We have a flag. Looking for people to do the Moonlight Cave investigation mission together. Looking for people to do the Moonlight Cave investigation mission together. Just then, Son Hoon saw a small bob-haired girl shouting. He found her. He approached the girl and asked, "Are there any open spots for the Moonlight Cave investigation mission?" The girl immediately replied, "Warrior, Archer, Rogue, Mage, all are open. We're a bit short on frontline, so we're looking for a warrior." But the girl seemed to realize something looking at Son Hoon's worn coat, ordinary longsword, and although clean, not high-grade looking attire. And the girl awkwardly smiled, adding, the Moonlight mission seems easy, but it's a C-grade mission. Excuse me, but may I ask about your skills?" Son Hoon replied with a confident smile, "Roughly they're fine." Afterwards his info window appeared, displaying you Son Hoon's soul, strength 51, agility 80, stamina 50, intellect 16, mana none, luck none, status normal. Soul graph. This is a certificate to show one's stats to others, which can be forged as it is obtained by donating money to the Job Change Temple. The girl saw it and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, strength 51, agility 80, and your other stats are high too. Isn't that rank or level?" Son Hoon calmly said, "No, I was just lucky to get these stats from missions, and they increased a lot. My equipment isn't good yet." The girl once again exclaimed in surprise. "Wow, you were lucky enough to get hidden items and permanent bonus stats from missions?" And she smiled brightly. "Is your name Son Hoon? Nice to meet you. I'm Sung Ah Yun. With your abilities, wouldn't it be enough to depart right now?" Son Hoon replied with a friendly smile. "Haha, alright, sounds good." Sung Ah Yun, delighted, hurried him. "Then follow me." A moment later the two entered the restaurant. Sung Ah Yun said to her companion, "Dong Qian, I found a warrior." The man looked at Son Hoon and commented, "He looks too frail. Did you just bring anyone?" She immediately explained, "No, his strength is over 50 and his agility is over 80. Dong Qian heard this and exclaimed in surprise, "What, is he a ranker?" Sung Ah Yun quickly denied it. "No, he just got lucky with his stats and became strong." Only then did Dong Qian laugh. "Well, it doesn't matter. Since when did you become so useful?" And the man turned to Son Hoon and introduced himself. "Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Park Dong Qian." Son Hoon heard this and admired inwardly. What a concise introduction. Then he also introduced himself concisely. "Haha, yes, nice to meet you. I'm you Son Hoon. Since you're older, I'll call you Hong, older brother." Park Dong Qian at this moment pulled out his weapon and said confidently, "Alright, Son Hoon Dong sang younger brother. As you can see, I'm a warrior. Look at this axe, isn't it cool?" Son Hoon secretly widened his eyes at the sight but still had to praise it. "Wow, it looks really heavy, but Hung Nim must be very strong." Park Dong Qian, hearing the praise, left heartily very pleased. "Of course I'm quite strong, kahahaha." Son Hoon coughed inwardly. He can't even recognize sarcasm. What an idiot over here. Sung Ah Yun waved her hand, narrowing her eyes and laughing. "Hee hee 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 hee," Park Dong Qian said. "And the archer who brought you is Sung Ah Yun. You two already greeted each other, right?" And he pointed to the person sitting in the corner, dressed entirely in black and even covering his face. "Next, the person leaning against the wall is you. He's a rogue. Next is the beautiful blonde blue-eyed girl. That girl over there is the famous ranker mage, Elia." Son Hoon muttered ranker inwardly. Then he asked again, "Are they foreigners?" His mind was once again confused. "I thought there were only Koreans here." At this moment the mage girl approached him and greeted him. "Nice to meet you. Just call me Eli." Son Hoon replied friendly, "Nice to meet you. Call me Son Hoon." Mages are rare among rankers as skill books are very expensive, making it harder to get stronger. After a moment Son Hoon scratched his chin, puzzled. "Including me, 2 in the front, 1 sub-dealer, and 2 in the back. Isn't that a bit risky?" Park Dong Qian enthusiastically replied, "Don't you know about the Moonlight Cave investigation? It's super easy. If there are too many people, we'll have to share the reward, so this number of people is just right. It's fine. With this party, we'll be able to complete the mission sufficiently." Son Hoon heard that and thought inwardly, "Does he think I don't know? Of course I know. I'm the one who spread the rumor that the Moonlight Cave difficulty is extremely easy, and I sold cave maps and spread methods to complete this mission. Sonhoon smiled wickedly without anyone knowing. Of course I have to go as a party, but I have other objectives. Everyone will be moved to the Moonlight Cave investigation mission location. At this moment a system window appeared, displaying that the Moonlight Cave investigation grade and werewolves had begun to gather in the Moonlight Cave located on a secluded hill. Eliminate the werewolves and investigate why they are gathering there. Completion conditions: 1 Explorer. Eliminate 20 werewolves. 020. 2 Hunter. Eliminate 50 werewolves. 050. 3 Slaughterer. Eliminate 100 werewolves and determine why they are gathering in Moonlight Cave. 01. Standard reward 100,000 Jude. 5 Wolf Hides. Difficulty bonus reward: Slaughterer 300,000 Jude. Low grade enhancement stone. As Sonhoon was about to draw his sword, Park Dong-cheon quickly stopped him. Calm down, monsters don't appear from the start. Werewolves only appear once you enter the Moonlight Cave, so just relax for now. Sonhoon quickly sheathed his sword and replied, alright. Afterwards he watched the backs of the two cheerfully conversing, thinking inwardly, they're really amateurish. They seem relaxed, so they must have been here a few times. At this moment he turned his gaze to Eli. She was standing calmly in the back holding her staff without any expression on her face. Park Dong-cheon approached her and said, Ms. Eli, if you're scared you can lean on my shoulder. Eli heard that and was puzzled. What did you say? Just then, Sung Al-yun appeared with an angry expression and elbowed him in the stomach, and she pouted, saying, HMPH, let's head to Moonlight Cave now. Park Dong-cheon looked at her, flustered. Hold on, you hurt me. Sonhoon watched the two teasing each other and asked himself inwardly, are Park Dong-cheon and Sung Al-yun dating? Just then you passed by his side. Sung Al-yun was still scolding, disbelieving. This player, hurry up. Park Dong-cheon helplessly. Alright, that's enough, don't do it anymore. Sonhoon turned around and saw she was still moving slowly. Suddenly he extended his hand in front of Eli. Eli replied, I am fine. Sonhoon smiled and reminded her, cheer up and be careful, plus as a mage your stamina is probably low. Eli hesitated slightly. But Sonhoon urged her again, quickly take my hand, at this rate we'll be left behind by them. Only then did Eli quickly place her hand in his and replied, yes, alright. As Sonhoon led Eli and walked, he thought inwardly, if she's a ranker, she's definitely valuable, especially as a mage. It wouldn't be bad to make a good impression, besides she's quite pretty too. Moonlight Cave holds countless special mineral crystals, making the experience of entering it comparable to entering a place filled with stars in the night sky. At this moment you suddenly raised his hand and loudly reminded them, wait, there's a trap. The rogue's essential skill, trap detection, can discover hidden traps. Sonhoon also saw the trap inside the rock at this moment. I could also see it thanks to my intermediate trap detection skill. You then dripped some liquid onto that rock, and immediately a large trap appeared inside it. He looked up and said, I've disarmed it, you can pass now. Sonhoon looked down at the trap and thought inwardly, his trap disarming skill seems to be at least intermediate. Since that skill is intermediate, his trap detection skill must also be intermediate, right? Most people are still at low grade, but he has intermediate skills. That's truly surprising. I should be wary of him. Having finished his calculations, Sonhoon turned to Eli and asked, Ms. Eli, are you a ranker? She replied, I'm not quite sure myself, but others say I am. Sonhoon smiled in admiration. That's truly incredible. If you're a ranker, you must be strong, right? I'm always amazed when I see rankers. Eli chuckled. I can't compare myself to them. The top-tier rankers are like celestial beings above the clouds. In other words, they are truly beings from heaven. The two most prominent top-tier rankers are Sword Demon Marina, who single-handedly cleared the C-grade Moonlight Cave investigation mission, and Spear King Kong Muhan, who mastered advanced spearmanship and established Hepa's renown, becoming more famous than ever. This is precisely why Eli can't feel confident with just the title of ranker. But Sonhoon asked seriously, but mage rankers are rare. Are you perhaps a top-tier ranker among mages? Her cheeks reddened at his compliment, and she looked slightly embarrassed. Thank you for the compliment, but I'm really not that good. But Sonhoon asked seriously, but mage rankers are rare. Are you perhaps a top-tier ranker among mages? Her cheeks reddened at his compliment, and she looked slightly embarrassed. Thank you for the compliment, but I'm really not that good. Suddenly Park Dong-cheon spoke loudly, everyone come here, there are werewolves. At this, several werewolves growled and approached them. Sonhoon and you quickly took combat stances. Sung Al-yun and Eli also gripped their bow and staff firmly, aiming at the werewolves. Park Dong-cheon shouted, don't attack, Mr. Sonhoon and I will each take one. Sonhoon was puzzled, but why? His eyes sharpened, and he thought inwardly, is he trying to conserve as much strength as possible, or is he trying to show off? Should I close my eyes and agree? Park Dong-cheon quickly unleashed his power. Super Slash, a powerful axe swing, seemed to cleave through space, sending rocks flying into the air. The werewolf opened its mouth in pain from the impact of the rocks, howling at the sky. But just then another sword appeared before the werewolf's face, startling and surprising it. Sonhoon calmly aimed his sword at the werewolf and said, fight me head-on. The werewolf charged forward in a frenzy. Sonhoon evaded the attack, calculating inwardly. Werewolves have very high physical stats, but their attack patterns are very simple, and their attack range is short. Since I poured everything into my agility stat, it won't be difficult to evade this attack. Having finished his calculations, he spun his sword and with one hand slashed at the werewolf's body, sending blood splattering everywhere. Sung Al-yun, seeing the scene, exclaimed in surprise, could it be with that kind of technique? Is Mr. Sonhoon a ranker too, to deal with a werewolf with such ease? Eli was also greatly surprised. She was right. Son Hoon only then turned back in a fluster. In a mission-like world like this, you never know who might stab you in the back. That's why I tried to hide my skills while fighting. I guess I got too immersed in the fight using my new intermediate swordsmanship skills. Park Dong-cheon on this side continued to use power jump. Super slash. Power jump is an active skill that rapidly increases damage and instantly restores a large amount of stamina. The werewolf at this moment grimaced, looking at the power descending upon it. With that, Park Dong-cheon's blow split the werewolf in half. He finished the job and triumphantly chuckled, "Ha ha ha, well that was nothing for me." Park Dong-cheon saw Son Hoon still fighting another werewolf. Damn it, he's still fighting. He immediately swung his sharp axe blade, splitting the werewolf's body in half. At this, the two girls exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, you really did well." Park Dong-cheon folded his arms and said with a slight smugness, "Well, this much is nothing." And he turned back to Son Hoon and asked, "More importantly, Mr. Son Hoon, why did you fight that werewolf for so long?" Son Hoon feigned ignorance. "Oh, that? I haven't learned any active skills yet." The remaining four were all surprised to hear him. "What, you don't have a single active skill?" "I haven't learned any active skills yet," everyone exclaimed in surprise. "What, you don't have a single active skill?" To briefly explain, skills are mainly divided into two types. Active skills which the user must activate directly, and passive skills which are always active. The ratio of active to passive is 3 to 7. But ever since Warrior's low-grade active skills Stomp increased damage by 30, everyone has at least 1 or 2 active skills. Park Dong-cheon said in disbelief, "My goodness, you really don't have any?" Son Hoon scratched his head, looking slightly troubled. "I'm sorry, they were too expensive so I couldn't learn any, but thankfully all my stats are high." Park Dong-cheon heard this, bit his lip for a moment, lost in thought and analyzed. Afterwards he thought to himself, it's true, the werewolf's body had countless hidden wounds without fatal ones. It was because he lacked active skills that he didn't have powerful attack skills. Park Dong-cheon thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and pointed a finger. Seriously? And he fell back into thought. Wait, no, if he were an ordinary guy I would have knocked him down already, but this guy's stats are top tier. Moreover, unlike those who only rely on skills, this guy has true fundamental combat ability. In the end, Park Dong-cheon turned around and said irritably, "Alright, let's go now." Son Hoon said with a sorrowful expression, "I apologize," and the 5 people continued to walk through the night. As Park Dong-cheon walked, he asked Song Ah-yun, "What do you think about that guy?" She replied, "In terms of momentary power you're better, but in combat ability he's far superior. I think he could fight 4 werewolves if he put his mind to it." Park Dong-cheon heard that and cautiously looked back. "I see," he saw Son Hoon still wearing the same downcast expression as before. Just then a foot with sharp dirty claws appeared before them all. At this a huge werewolf growled, "Grr, where do you think you're going?" Park Dong-cheon shouted. "Eli, attack!" Eli quickly raised her staff and unleashed her power. "Understood. Ice spear." The werewolf immediately took the brunt of the ice spear attack and howled in pain. Just then you launched another attack. "Take this." The blow flew across the werewolf's leg. Song Ah-yun also raised her bow and aimed at him. The werewolf shrieked and howled as it was struck by numerous attacks. As the werewolf fell, Park Dong-cheon folded his arms and chuckled. "Alright, no need to worry anymore, let's keep going." Son Hoon from behind asked admiringly, "Hung Nim is truly amazing. What grade is your dagger-throwing skill?" You glanced at him coldly and said, "Don't ask such questions to anyone." Son Hoon gave a wry smile. "I apologize. I was curious because Hung Nim seems to throw daggers better than any rogue I know." You turned around and replied, "It's just low grade, but I'm constantly practicing dagger throwing." Son Hoon asked Park Dong-cheon again, "Oh Dong-cheon Hung Nim, how much more of the mission is left?" Park Dong-cheon replied cheerfully, "If we kill 20 more werewolves at the Explorer difficulty it'll be over. Then we'll get 100,000 Jude and 5 wolf hides." Son Hoon heard that and muttered inwardly, "Hung Nim can't do that. I hope that doesn't happen." After that he admired, "Hung Nim, we've done really well." Just then you spoke again. "Don't say that. Why don't we do the slaughterer difficulty?" The two looked at Park Dong-cheon in surprise. "What?" Song Ah-yun said worriedly. "If we do that it'll be too difficult. We'd have to kill the moon wolf and uncover the secret of Moonlight Cave." Son Hoon advised, "Honestly, if we complete this dungeon at Explorer difficulty, the rewards will be split among 5 people. It would be better than clearing 1 D-grade mission." Park Dong-cheon also said, "That's true, but it's a bit risky." But you confidently replied, "Not necessarily. Mr. Son Hoon can act as 2 warriors, and Ms. Eli has powerful magic, so we're fully qualified for slaughterer difficulty." Park Dong-cheon scratched his head, looking a bit troubled. Even so, I don't really like taking risks. Should we just try the hunter difficulty?" You thought for a moment and then said, "Then the slaughterer difficulty reward has 3 low-grade enhancement stones, right? I won't take those." Park Dong-cheon and Song Ah-yun were surprised. "Really?" Son Hoon watched silently and coldly. "1 low-grade enhancement stone is 100,000 Jude right now. People usually don't give that up easily. What is that guy thinking?" But he couldn't hold back and asked, "You Hung Nim, why do you want to complete the slaughterer difficulty so much?" You explained, "Actually, I'm undergoing my first awakening. I'm trying to change to a higher job, and the condition is to complete 3 C-grade missions at slaughterer difficulty." Park Dong-cheon heard that and clenched his fist. He considered that you was willing to forego rewards for his awakening. "Alright then, let's go for slaughterer difficulty, but safety is paramount. Mr. Son Hoon, keep subduing them. And Ms. Eli, use magic if the situation gets too bad." Eli immediately replied, "Understood." Park Dong-cheon turned to you and said, "We've completed the Moonlight Cave mission at slaughterer difficulty before, so we know the way," you affirmed. You'll remove all the traps, right? You replied, okay. After that, he excitedly led the way. All right, let's go. Sonhoon followed behind, deep in thought. You said what I was going to. If he hadn't been there, I would have demanded that. Is his first awakening really true? You easily cut the werewolves into several pieces at this point. Sung Yun gently fired unerring arrows. The werewolves at this point fell, covered in blood. Their bodies were scattered everywhere on the ground. Park Dong-cheon, with his axe on his shoulder, laughed cheerfully. Now the cave boss will appear. Who knows what he looks like? You asked again. Are you talking about the black werewolf? He immediately affirmed. Oh, exactly, you investigated. Next, a large number of caves will appear in the area to be destroyed. Inside, there will be 5 werewolves and 1 black werewolf. The 5 werewolves will be easy, but the black werewolf will be truly strong. He was puzzled. How strong? Park Dong-cheon rotated his shoulders and said, I'm not sure, but from my experience it'll be like 3 of them combined. Just then, Sonhoon approached and said, then I'll take on the black werewolf. Park Dong-cheon heard that and looked slightly worried. Really? Thank you for volunteering, but will you be alright? Sonhoon said confidently. I don't have fatal attack skills, but I can subdue it. He heard that and reassuringly patted Sonhoon's back. All right, I know you're truly outstanding. You just need to tie its legs down, he replied. Understood. And he turned to you and said, only werewolves are left. If I kill 2, what about the remaining 3? You Hung Nim, can you handle all 3 alone? Eli suddenly appeared and said, I'll handle 1 with magic. We'll kill 1 as soon as we enter the cave. Mr. Sonhoon will subdue the black werewolf and Dong-cheon Hung Nim will handle the other 2. I'll take care of the rest. Sung Yun and you Hung Nim can handle the remaining 2. Park Dong-cheon scratched his head. If that's the case, Sonhoon thought inwardly. If one is killed from the start, the battle will be easier. Eli gripped her staff firmly. Then, and she began to chant and power exploded around her immediately. A spear appeared within Eli's firepower. Sonhoon was greatly surprised at the sight. Eli's power grew even stronger as it converged into the spear. Fireball, Eli unleashed a powerful massive force straight ahead. Force swept through the werewolves. Park Dong-cheon, axe in hand, seriously said loudly. Let's stick to the plan. Sung Yun calmly shot arrows and Sonhoon at this point charged forward and stabbed a werewolf directly in the snout. The werewolf screamed and fell. Sonhoon turned towards the giant shadow covering him and began to speak. How many times is this? A massive werewolf stood before Sonhoon, its eyes glinting. He still calmly replied to it. Nice to meet you again. The scene shifted to the werewolves. The ferocious werewolves charged forward, swinging their claws. Sonhoon smoothly evaded their attacks, taking advantage of the werewolf's momentary lapse in attention. Just then, Sonhoon used electric energy to fire directly at the werewolf's body. The werewolf's eyes glinted and they bushed to attack Sonhoon, but all were cleanly dealt with by his sword. After a moment he stopped and thought, I heard that as skill proficiency increases you can use skills without chanting. It's true. I'll be able to cast spells without being noticed. Sung Yun at this point joyfully shouted, Wow, you took down the black werewolf alone. Dong-cheon Hung Nim could at most subdue it, but Hung Nim took it down the fastest among us. Are you really not a ranker? Sonhoon, sweating at the praise, worried. Damn it, if I had stuck to the plan I wouldn't have stood out this much. And he began to explain. Ms. Eli's initial fireball must have indirectly hit that damn thing, otherwise how could I have taken it down? Park Dong-cheon scratched his head. Is that so? I didn't realize it hit so accurately. Sung Yun turned back to Eli and praised her as expected. Ms. Eli's spell is truly amazing, Eli shyly replied. Oh, thank you. Only then did Sonhoon breathe a sigh of relief. Pope, holding a frying pan, smiled and asked, Isn't everyone hungry? Shall I cook for you, or shall we rest for a bit to recover our strength and continue? Park Dong-cheon exclaimed in surprise. Wow, Hung Nim carries cooking ingredients with him. That's incredible. Sung Yun, who was next to him, said excitedly. Wow, that's great. A moment later a delicious smell of soup filled the air. Ooh, it smells really good. Everyone sat around the campfire warming themselves and eating. Thank you for the meal, Yoon. Sonhoon replied. There's still plenty left, so eat your fill. Sonhoon ate the soup and quietly checked his system window. A notification appeared on the screen. Intermediate poison skill, poison food detected, intermediate poison type, stamina reduction effect. Sonhoon then looked at Li Yin-hee. The poison couldn't have been put by Park Dong-cheon or Sung Yun, so it must be Li Yin-hee's doing. Eli saw him lost in thought and asked, What's wrong, don't you like it? Sonhoon smiled and replied, No, it's delicious, but it feels like it's caught in my throat. She advised him. Eat slowly. Sonhoon observed everyone again and thought, this place is similar to a game yet different. People usually think that if their stamina changes in a game a system window appears, but there are ways to trick the system like with poison. If I didn't have the right skills the poison person wouldn't notice anything. It doesn't matter. If no one had set the poison I would have fed it to them. A notification appeared in Sonhoon's system. You have been detoxified by drinking an antidote. A moment later everyone finished eating and set off again. We've eaten, so let's move. We're almost there. Okay. Suddenly 2 diverging paths appeared before everyone. Eli pointed with her finger in surprise. The path has split into 2. Which way should we go? Park Dong-cheon crossed his arms and said confidently. Left path has no monsters, but there are many traps and it's very complicated. Last time we went left and had a terrible time. Sung Yun quickly interjected. That's right, so we should go right. Werewolves appear in packs of 2, so they're easy to deal with, and we just need to catch the awakened moon wolf in the boss room. Eli's eyes sparkled upon hearing that. A moon wolf, she then walked ahead. Then let's go quickly. I want to see what this moon wolf looks like, Sung Ah-yen excitedly followed behind. I'll wait for us too. At this moment, Son-hoon pressed a square section on the wall with his hand. As he did so, he cautiously observed the people around him. I should move now too, right? Then he pressed the secret passage. Immediately a vibration occurred, and everyone oblivious was greatly startled. What is it? The cave is collapsing. Everyone run. If you don't run you'll be crushed to death. At this moment, as everyone scrambled to escape, the cave collapsed. Son-hoon thought amidst the rubble, I have to go this way. It's truly exhausting to pretend I can't do anything. This is much better. Park Dong-cheon got up, wiped his face and said, Kufu, is everyone alright? Was there a trap here? Li Yin-hee, didn't you see the trap? Li Yin-hee stammered. I didn't see it. I didn't know there would be a trap like this. Afterwards, everyone realized Son-hoon was missing. Wait a minute. Mr. Son-hoon is gone. Did he perhaps fail to escape in time? Li Yin-hee then spoke. It seems this was a one-time decoy trap. I apologize. Park Dong-cheon heard that and shouted angrily, Hey, are you kidding me? Our comrade died and all you can say is you're sorry? Eli calmly said, Calm down. His agility stats are very high, so he would have dodged it. Sung Ah-yen also added, That's right, we dodged it too so he wouldn't die because of a trap like this. Park Dong-cheon turned and asked, Then if Mr. Son-hoon took the left path, do you think we can meet again? Sung Ah-yen replied worriedly. The left path is full of traps, so it will be very difficult to reach the boss room. Park Dong-cheon then looked uneasy. Tisk, there's nothing we can do. It's a bit risky, but we're strong enough to kill that guy. Inwardly he calculated. To complete the mission there are still 20 left. So let's go. After he spoke, the remaining people continued deeper into the cave. They didn't notice the faint light appearing at the end of the cave. As they got closer, it was a massive werewolf, its eyes glowing as it stared ahead. Li Yin-hee again held up her staff and began to cast a spell forward. Fireball? The fireball attacked the werewolf boss with its power, but it had no effect. The werewolf boss let out a world-shaking roar. Moonwolf of Moonlight Cave awakened. All stats reduced by 10 due to Moonwolf's roar. Park Dong-cheon rushed forward and struck the Moonwolf boss with his axe. Crushing blow. Sung Ah-yen tried to pull out an arrow at this moment, but her body began to tremble. What is this? Something's wrong. The arrow feels heavier than usual. What's happening? On this side, Eli also lost all her strength and dropped her staff. She collapsed helplessly to the floor. Sung Ah-yen exclaimed in a panic, Ms. Eli. Just then, a sword slashed across Sung Ah-yen's waist. It was none other than Li Yin-hee. He coldly muttered, I originally intended to twist the blade once I cut you, but this should be enough. That way you might come to your senses later. Sung Ah-yen looked at him with pain and disbelief. Li Yin-hee. After that, both girls lost consciousness and fell. Li Yin-hee then spoke again. Since you were stabbed with a poisoned knife, it will take at least a day for you to regain consciousness. He then headed towards Park Dong-cheon. Let's end this here. Li Yin-hee resolutely threw his dagger, and it directly pierced Park Dong-cheon's calf. He slumped to the floor, exclaiming in disbelief, RW what? Li Yin-hee then stood before him and swung his sword, and he shouted very angrily, Li Yin-hee, you bastard, are you betraying us, you son of a bitch? He heard that and grinned with a sinister, satisfied smile. Park Dong-cheon's whole body trembled with pain. Wait a minute, who told you to do this? Li Yin-hee swung his sword and said indifferently. No one, I planned it myself and secretly investigated you. This is your last life, isn't it? Park Dong-cheon heard that and was worried and angry. He then spoke, Alright then kill me, but please just spare Sung Ah-yen. You can take all the rewards, so just Sung Ah-yen, but he cut him off. I'm sorry, but that wish cannot be granted. All your rewards and artifacts are worthless. They're just extra income. Just then, the Moonwolf boss behind Park Dong-cheon rushed at him. He was then bitten on the shoulder by its sharp teeth. Just then, a ray of light appeared. Behind the Moonwolf boss was a large stone tablet, and on it was written, You will lose your intellect and fall into a deep sleep. 3 will be sacrificed and my humanity will awaken. You will obtain treasure. The inscription on the moonstone could be translated as, By sacrificing 3 people to awaken the Moonwolf, one could obtain treasure. What fools to believe so easily. Son-hoon then smiled with satisfaction. He then stepped inside. As I thought, you betrayed them. Li Yin-hee turned and confidently replied, HMPH, you act like you know everything. You're going to die anyway. Son-hoon coldly said, You've already offered enough sacrifices, haven't you? He turned in surprise. Why you? Who would believe a warrior who learned a language skill? You must have spent an enormous amount of money, he said indifferently. You know yourself, Hung Nim. And now doesn't seem like the time for conversation. Li Yin-hee took a combat stance. Thought something was strange from the beginning. Your movements are exactly like his, but Heavenly Moon. With that, he unleashed a streak of sword energy attacking Son-hoon. As the two forces clashed, a ray of light burst forth. Li Yin-hee swung his sword once, but Son-hoon had already dodged it. While dodging, he analyzed his attack. His movements are very fast and his strength is also strong. It will definitely be difficult to confront active martial arts head-on. If he still has 2 lives, it will be very troublesome if he reappears after resurrection. After that, Son-hoon used Phantom Step. He moved around Li Yin-hee like a phantom, confusing him. Appearing behind him, Son-hoon slashed his back once. Li Yin-hee clutched his shoulder in pain yet puzzled. By now the poison should have spread throughout his body, slowing his movements, but he's completely fine. Did this guy not eat that soup? Li Yin-hee's eyes changed to disbelief. No, I clearly saw everyone eating with my own eyes, so does that mean he detoxified himself during that time? Son-hoon then rushed forward with his sword. Li Yin-hee quickly turned and shouted, Heavenly Moon! Immediately, Son-hoon disappeared from his original position and reappeared above him. He plunged the blade into his neck. Li Yinhe then lost all his strength and fell to the floor groaning in pain. Sonhun dragged him along saying, "Oh no, you can't die yet," and he casually threw Li Yinhe's body to the Moonwolf boss. "Enjoy your meal." Immediately he was almost swallowed whole by the Moonwolf boss. Thus, Li Yinhe's hand slowly disappeared. At this moment Sonhun frowned and suddenly realized, oh no, was that his first life? If I meet him again it will be very troublesome. Now he turned and headed towards where the two girls lay. I need to offer another sacrifice to the Moonwolf. It would be much more profitable to leave the mage. Having finished his calculations, Sonhun picked up Sung Ah-yun. He carried her towards the Moonwolf boss's mouth. "I'm sorry, but it seems Sung Ah-yun has to be the sacrifice." The Moonwolf boss rushed at Sung Ah-yun like mad. Just as it appeared in the video, she was torn apart by the wolf and eaten piece by piece. Sung Ah-yun's body also slowly began to disappear. Sonhun thought, this will also be her first life, but since she was poisoned she won't remember anything, and if I meet her again I can just pretend to be the victim. At this moment a notification window appeared. Moonwolf is awakening, transforming into an awakened Moonwolf. Sonhun inwardly admired. It's bigger than when it awakened, but thanks to Park Dong-cheon it doesn't seem to have much strength. This is enough. Sonhun confidently rushed forward and swung his sword a few times. Basic movements alone should be enough to complete the mission. I just need to touch the moonstone here. But if I smear the Moonwolf's blood on the stone, a secret door that no one knows about will open. As the Moonwolf's blood was smeared on the stone tablet, cracks began to appear on it. A moment later, the stone tablet split open, revealing an iron door behind it. That door also slowly opened, revealing a dark underground passage inside. When I first came here and killed the Moonwolf, I couldn't find the treasure I dreamed of anywhere. And I was surprised to find only boxes containing wolves in a suffocated state. If a low-grade language skill is used, the inscription on the moonstone translates to, "You will obtain treasure and you can resurrect my family." But if an intermediate language skill is used, it translates to, "You will bring friends who can resurrect my family." Approximately 50 wolves lay here in an incapacitated state. Werewolf heart, 4,000 Jude each. Fangs, 1,000 Jude each. All this combined amounts to 300,000 Jude. After that, Sonhun unleashed a fatal blade on the werewolves. As soon as he dealt with 50 werewolves, his intermediate swordsmanship proficiency rapidly increased. Betraying others and sacrificing them is a dirty act, but if I can't even do that, I won't be able to refine my swordsmanship. A moment later, Sonhun appeared next to the unconscious Eli. He poured some liquid into her mouth, and immediately after, Eli slowly opened her eyes. As soon as she got up, she exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Sonhun, what just happened?" Sonhun replied nonchalantly, "You're awake, Li Yin. He betrayed us." His expression was filled with helplessness. "Is that true? By the time I arrived, it was already too late. Dong Qian Hung Nim and Ah Yun Uni were already." Eli heard that and was very saddened. "No way," and she spoke again. "Mr. Sonhun, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would have died here without anyone knowing." Sonhun smiled and said, "There's no need to thank me so much. I just did what I had to do." Eli suddenly spoke with a slight blush. "That's why I'm even more grateful. I know people like you are truly rare." Sonhun smiled victoriously and said, "Then would you like to team up with me?" The scene shifted to a dilapidated building, and curses echoed. "Die, die, die, you damn bitch. Bring your mother, bring her." And the one listening to the curses was young Eli. "I was born from a marriage of convenience and my mother ran away the first chance she got. I had to choose to avoid dying at the hands of my abusive father. One night when everyone was asleep and my father was drunk and asleep, I placed burning charcoal by his bedside. My father died from gas poisoning, and no one suspected me. As long as I acted appropriately, people easily believed me. As soon as the mission began, I plunged a knife into the neck of a man who was pretending to seduce me. Thanks to that, I earned the title Despicable Survivor, and could continue to live in the mission world. I already knew the secret of the moonstone and that you had poisoned the food. I pretended to be poisoned looking for a weakness. But the person who seemed the most harmless cruelly killed you, and he tricked me without a second thought, and I pretended to be fooled." Eli calmly watched Sonhun lie and proposed forming a team. "Will you team up with me?" She decided to reach out to Sonhun. She had never met anyone like him and wanted to know more about him. Eli answered with an ecstatic expression, "Of course." At this moment, a voice echoed from a city suspended in the air. "Progress is slowing down." Loki blinked his eyes in excitement. There was too little player motivation from the start, so it's natural for there to be delays in the middle. He was the strongest and the most knowledgeable, but sometimes even his mind didn't work properly. The red-haired man on the opposite side slammed the table in anger. "Loki, no impious words will be forgiven." Another person hastily appeased him. "It's all right, Era. If there isn't enough motivation, we can create more." "That's right. If we allow players to compare their strengths, it will also foster competition among them. And we just need to regularly create mandatory missions that all players must participate in. S-grade difficulty should be enough." Satan turned and replied. "Then no one will succeed." He quickly reassured him. "Don't worry, I know at least that much. Is there anyone specific you're watching?" One of them said, "I'll choose Eli. She has a good foundation in basic magic." Era continued. "Marina and Muin are both exceptionally talented." Loki then grinned and said, "But I like the name Yoon Sonhun." Satan heard that and exclaimed in surprise, "Yoon Sonhun?" The girl with fiery hair then said, "Oh, the one who completed the tutorial mission the fastest? I don't understand why Loki chose him. I could understand if it were Jack Froon who captures everyone's attention in a city full of Americans. In short, he was an absolute evil, a psychopath who enjoyed killing. Loki seemed to be watching Sonhun's every move, he calculated inwardly. I want to choose a slightly different kind of villain than what Satan wants. A dirty, cunning villain who seeks immediate gain in everything. That's why I chose Yoon Sonhun. Lucifer then said, Then I will proceed with the system update as instructed. The man replied, Good. At this moment, new system update details were displayed to the players. 1. Introduction of the ranking system. Names are displayed in descending order of total stat points. Each winner receives additional rewards based on their ranking. Rankings can be changed through the challenge system. Special stamina is generated during a challenge. If stamina reaches 0, the challenge is forcibly terminated. 2. Mandatory mission activation. The difficulty of the mandatory mission, which all players must participate in after half a month, is 5 tiers. You cannot withdraw during the mandatory mission. Rewards range from top-grade legendary items to additional lives, depending on your performance. A balance update for the mandatory mission will be coming soon. Players read this announcement and continued to object. What, are you telling us to die? This is nothing short of a death sentence. At this moment, someone entered, opening the door with a flustered expression. Hung Nim Muon, did you see the new update? This, Kong Muon calmly said. Don't worry too much. It said there would be a balance update in the last sentence. If they wanted to kill us all, they wouldn't use such a complicated method. I'm sure they'll create a way to complete the mission. He was the best swindler and the king of spears. He finished speaking and laughed cheerfully, thinking, Besides, this update will bring immense rewards. There won't be another opportunity other than focusing on missions to increase my survival abilities. At this moment, cheers echoed in the streets again. Anyone want to do a C-grade awakening mission together? Any skill level is fine. Buying rare equipment for physical warriors. Looking for companions. Swindler. Sonhun sat in a cafe, drinking tea and looking out at the scenery. They were all excited about the new rewards. Instead, the 2 boxes in his bag bothered him more. As he searched for information, a notification appeared on the screen. Gift for rankers. A fitting gift has been awarded in deference to achieving overall rank 21. Loki's gift. A gift from the god Loki who observes you. After reading, Sonhun frowned and thought, I understand the gift for rankers as it was mentioned in the update, but what is Loki's gift? Loki, where have I heard that name? I think I saw it in Avengers. He tapped the screen and a scroll immediately appeared, surprising Sonhun. What is this? Information about the scroll appeared. Deception grade, rare upper classification passive, makes the opponent believe your words are true and slightly increases the chance of the opponent being persuaded by you. Sonhun was confused for a moment. Is this a skill book? It's a rare grade, but it doesn't seem very useful. It suits me, but it's better than nothing. Since it's a rare upper grade, at this moment someone appeared and pulled up a chair opposite him. Sonhun quickly closed the screen. Eli smiled softly and said, If you complete one more C-grade mission, you'll also experience your first awakening, won't you, Hung Nim? Sonhun cheerfully replied, Yes, that's right. Inwardly, he thought, Eli has successfully changed her job to apprentice mage. Eli asked again, Hung Nim, have you thought about what mission you'll do? Raid on the Divine Apostle, Skeleton Troop ambush, or Coastal Fortress defense battle? Sonhun calmly drank his tea and thought to himself, I've already found someone I like thanks to the information provided by Li Yin-hee. I found Yu Chai-rin, a spiritist who primarily specializes in group escort. If I start the mission with a large group, the number of rewards each individual receives will decrease. But it will be much safer after that, he said. I have a very good idea. Let's go. Eli immediately replied. Yes, at this moment on the street, spiritist Yu Chai-rin was happily recruiting people to do a C-grade group escort mission together. We're moving. Everyone excitedly followed her. After that, Sonhun took Eli and approached Yu Chai-rin asking if there was room for 2 people. She replied, we do have room, but could I see your combat records before you join? Sonhun quickly showed Yu Chai-rin his information. Here you go. After reading, she exclaimed cheerfully, Wow, Sonhun Nim's stats are quite high. Are you a ranker? And Eli Nim is a mage, Sonhun quickly retorted. Oh, it's nothing special. I haven't even had my first awakening yet. Yu Chai-rin squinted her eyes and smiled brightly. You're trying to do a mandatory mission before awakening, so you must be a ranker. Sonhun heard that and fell silent. She's really sharp, Yu Chai-rin continued. But everyone is really excellent. More than anyone else, it's really great to have 2 rankers, Sonhun exclaimed in surprise inwardly. There's another ranker besides me? After that, as he slowly turned his body, a cloaked figure with a covered face and eyes with blue pupils was revealed. Sonhun broke out in a cold sweat and thought to himself, that person is indeed that person. At this moment, Yu Chai-rin cheered, Then shall we begin? And then slowly disappeared. Sonhun hastily turned around and said, Wait, just a moment, but she had already vanished into thin air, leaving behind a notice board about the achievement conditions. 1 transporter, arrive at destination within 22 days 020. Cargo loss rate less than 52. Servant, arrive at destination within half a month 015. Cargo loss rate less than 25 3. Guardian, arrive at destination within 10 days 010. Cargo loss rate less than 10. Standard reward 300,000 Jude excellence 100. Additional reward upon completing Guardian difficulty, 600,000 Jude Advanced Recovery Potion X30. Son Hoon quickly appeared in another area. He helplessly scratched his head. Damn it, this is how it starts. At this moment, Eli approached and asked, Son Hoon Hung Nim, why are you suddenly acting like this? Are you alright? Just then, the cloaked figure appeared and said, it's been a while. Eli turned to Son Hoon and said, Son Hoon Hung Nim, that person seems to be talking to you. Son Hoon quickly turned his head and with a stiff expression said word by word, you're mistaken. Seeing this, she let out a chuckle. Haha, why are you talking like a robot? At this moment, a sharp blade was pointed directly at his neck. The black-cloaked person said, I'm glad we can at least meet again like this. I wanted to have a match with you at least once before the mandatory mission starts in half a month. As she spoke, the person lowered the hood of her cloak. Son Hoon looked at the person's face with a helpless expression. Damn it, I've avoided her so well until now. The face revealed beneath the cloak was Marina. After a moment, Son Hoon also said, Marina SSI, why do you keep chasing and bothering me? Marina said defiantly. Son Hoon Hung Nim, let's really have a fight. I know your skills are more than enough to overwhelm me. Son Hoon quickly waved his hand and said, no matter how I look at it, I'm weaker. I'll be cut in half as soon as we start. Marina turned away with a disappointed expression and said, I don't know why you dislike fighting so much. Do you think fighting me is humiliating? Son Hoon was surprised. No, I'm really weak. At this moment, Eli reminded him, excuse me, everyone is getting further and further away. Can't we talk after we reach our destination? Son Hoon turned to Marina and said, let's go for now. He immediately replied, yes. Eli asked curiously, Son Hoon Hung Nim, who is that person? Son Hoon calmly replied, you've probably heard of her too. Sword Demon Marina. Eli's eyes lit up upon hearing that, filled with respect. Sword Demon Marina, you don't mean Rancor Marina, do you? Son Hoon confirmed again. That's right. Eli heard that and quickly ran up to Marina. She cheerfully shouted, Marina Nim, I'm a fan, please give me an autograph. Marina said coldly and firmly. I refuse. Eli rejected, wilted as if she had been deflated. Rejected again. Son Hoon turned and comforted her. She's always like that. She seems fine on the outside, but she's actually obsessed with combat. She probably doesn't even notice how uncomfortable the people around her are. Marina reminded him unpleasantly from behind, I can hear everything. Son Hoon then scratched his head helplessly and thought, damn it, I thought this challenge would be easy, but it seems Marina will make it difficult. At this moment, Yu Chai Rin stood on top of the car and loudly said, everyone get ready. The orcs will attack soon. Everyone cheered in unison, yes, hurry. After that, Yu Chai Rin turned to the three people and said, Marina SSI, please take the front, and Son Hoon Hung Nim, I'll leave the right flank to you. Marina immediately replied, yes. At this moment, a horde of orcs rushed forward with clubs trying to attack everyone. Kill the humans, click. After that, everyone began to fight the orc horde together, took down the first one. Everyone use magic, I'll kill them all. Marina quickly drew her sword and with a single sword stroke instantly cut down several orcs. Yu Chai Rin and everyone else were very surprised and delighted by the sight. Even Son Hoon exclaimed in surprise inwardly. Too fast, she dealt with the orcs instantly. What should I do? If I fight Marina head on, I'll die. My thoughts were right. Marina, after dealing with the orcs, stopped and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Yu Chai Rin instructed everyone. Everyone did very well. Take a break and have some food. Everyone was very excited after the battle. A moment later, a warm bowl of soup was served. As Yu Chai Rin was distributing the food to everyone, Son Hoon approached and said, Yu Chai Rin SSI, shouldn't you rest too? I'll do it. She looked up in surprise. Oh, Son Hoon Hung Nim. After that, she looked at Son Hoon and thought, the others just take eating for granted, but this person is different. Yu Chai Rin left the task to him and turned around smiling, thank you for helping for a moment. Marina then appeared next to Son Hoon and said, seeing that you're not arrogant and considerate of others, Son Hoon Hung Nim, you are a true martial artist. He replied with a bright smile. Marina SSI is truly amazing too. If Marina SSI continues to work so hard, I'll soon be left behind. Marina heard that, bit her lip, remained silent, and then said, you flatter me. Son Hoon looked at her with sharp eyes, then turned his gaze to the other side. At this very moment, he quickly poured a strange liquid into the bowl of soup. As Son Hoon handed the food bowl to Marina, the others urged him. How long are you going to make us wait? Son Hoon calmly distributed the food to everyone while keeping an eye on Marina's movements. Marina, good. If I wait for the poison to take effect, I'll have a better chance of winning. As Marina was eating the soup, a notification suddenly appeared. 8 trigrams internal energy, detected poisoning. Danger detection level 3, detected poisoning. Divine Martial Sage, detected abnormal monoflow. Poison grade. High classification, instant activation effect. Stat reduction, poison resistance activated, poison potency reduced by 50. All-encompassing spirit is activating. The potency of the poison decreases by 38 in proportion to mana levels. 8 trigrams internal energy is activated, completely eliminating the poison from the body. Marina continued to eat calmly. Then she approached Son Hoon. He turned and asked, what's wrong, Marina, do you want more? She replied, no, somewhat cautiously, then leaned in and whispered, the food is poisoned. Son Hoon was startled and exclaimed, what? Marina continued, I know you're shocked, but calm down. I think the goblins poisoned the food. Alert everyone and prepare for battle. I'll patrol the area, Soon-hoon replied, sweating. Understood. He then thought in a panic. How did she know? Fortunately she doesn't suspect me, but she's really scary. Meanwhile Eli, watching the entire scene, exclaimed in astonishment to herself, even Soon-hoon is having trouble against swordswoman Marina. It seems they've fought once already. Should I help him? Then she ran up to Marina and said with a bright smile, Marina honey, where are you going? Marina turned coldly and said, how many times have I told you, you and I are the same age? There's no need to call me honey. Eli heard that and wept sorrowfully. You don't like it, I'm sorry. You remind me so much of my older sister that I called you that without thinking. I'll be more careful from now on. Marina, surprised by this, said, no, you can call me honey. Keep calling me honey. Eli quickly perked up and held onto her arm tightly. Thank you, Marina honey. You can speak informally to me too. Let's go together. He. Marina was still very flustered. I want to sleep alone. At that moment Eli used a weakening spell on Marina. Marina's notification rang. Danger detection level 3, curse detected. Divine Martial Sage detected abnormal body status. Curse grade is 4th tier magic circle, stat reduction effect. All-encompassing spirit activated. The potency of the curse decreases by 31 in proportion to mana levels. 8 trigrams internal energy activated, reducing the curse's potency by 25. Marina hastily turned back and said loudly, Eli, hurry back to Soon-hoon and report. Eli asked in confusion. I'm sorry, what should I report? She continued to explain. I just got cursed. The food we ate earlier was also poisoned, but now that I'm cursed it's clear we're being targeted. Only then did Eli's face turn pale and she exclaimed inwardly in disbelief, how was the curse cast without anyone knowing, yet she could see right through it? A moment later, Yu Chai-rin thought deeply, strange, there were no monsters here that use poison or curses. We can't be sure, so take turns keeping watch. Soon-hoon looked at Marina with a flustered expression from the side. Marina asserted with sharp eyes, no matter what I have to fight you, even if monsters attack or if I'm poisoned or cursed. Soon-hoon could no longer delay. No choice, I have to do it. We've used every method to be here. Then he spoke. Alright, but we'll only fight 10 times. Any longer will affect the challenge completion speed. Marina immediately replied, okay, but promise me this. We'll fight one more time after the challenge ends. Soon-hoon reluctantly answered, alright, let's go. There are too many people here. Then he muttered to himself, I'll probably feel more at ease if we go there. A moment later, after confronting Marina, Soon-hoon was tense and calmed himself. Be calm. I'm a veteran ranked 21st. No matter how strong Marina is, there's no way I'd lose 10 times. I have to endure no matter what. Marina spoke from the opposite side. Then let's begin, and immediately rushed forward attacking Soon-hoon. Soon-hoon quickly retreated. Then he used instant movement to dodge the attack. As he dodged Marina's attack, he counted inwardly. 9th, 8th, 7th. Marina was puzzled. What is it? Soon-hoon is showing too many openings. Is he trying to show me his attack methods? Or does he think I'm not worth fighting seriously? While she was overthinking, Soon-hoon on this side was sweating and thinking, good, I need to keep luring her into the trap I set. If I just do this. Just then a sharp sword flew towards him, and the impact knocked the sword from Soon-hoon's hand. Ah, damn it, my sword! Soon-hoon stepped on the trap he had set. Soon-hoon miscalculated the distance and fell into the trap, losing his balance and kicking Marina's back knee while he was flailing. His luck didn't stop there. Marina was surprised and tumbled forward. Soon-hoon looked at his falling opponent with a flustered expression. Aha! Soon-hoon's hand swung in the air, and at the moment Marina fell, it perfectly struck her chin. A moment later Marina was lying on the floor. Soon-hoon still looked down at her with a flustered expression. However it happened, I won. What should I do now? Damn it, I tried to hit her carefully. Why did it turn out like this? The girl's hand began to move. Marina, trembling all over, barely managed to get up. She adjusted her clothes and looked at her opponent in disbelief. Lost? Soon-hoon reached out a hand in confusion. Are you all right? Marina immediately asked. Did you learn boxing too? Soon-hoon scratched his head and stammered. I didn't learn anything like that. No, I mean I learned something similar. Inwardly he calculated. Since I learned intermediate martial arts, can I say I learned boxing? Marina heard that and bowed her head even deeper. I didn't expect him to flexibly dodge my sword attack by retreating and bending his knees. He anticipated everything from the start. It was me who was arrogant, not him. She shed tears. Marina stood up and said, it's not appropriate for a loser to say this, but may I ask one more thing? Soon-hoon said in confusion. Alright, ask. Marina hid her wet eyes behind her bangs. Why did you use your hand for the final blow instead of your sword? This time he answered honestly. I dropped my sword, so I had to use my hand. Marina became even more miserable and overthought it further. Does that mean he intentionally used his hand to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, compared to me who rushes in indiscriminately, obsessed with victory? Soon-hoon finished the match perfectly, minimizing damage. Then she turned and declared, I lost today. Soon-hoon hastily explained, no, actually you won, she said silently. Don't mind me anymore. A winner shouldn't console a loser. I will become even stronger with the lesson I received today, so I ask you to fight me one more time in the future. Soon-hoon reluctantly replied, in the future, that's fine. Then he was puzzled. What on earth just happened? She almost cried. What did I do wrong? Besides the fight on the 8th day, there were no unexpected changes, and the merchant escort ended safely. In the past, Soon-hoon avoided Marina, but now, perhaps because of the fight, Marina avoided Soon-hoon. As the merchants entered the city, the mission complete message appeared before everyone. Mission clear, mission complete. Marina nodded lightly and then, enveloped in light, disappeared. Sonhoon muttered to himself, this way it'll be quiet for a while. Suddenly an old man called him from behind. Hey, wait a minute. Sonhoon turned and asked, is there a problem? The old man replied with a smile. I've been watching you very closely. You helped us many times. Of course you had an obligation to protect the merchants, but you didn't have an obligation to share food or clean. Didn't you want to help yourself? Sonhoon thought to himself. I had no such intention at all, the old man continued. At first I thought more than half of our cargo would be damaged on this journey because countless monsters would be attracted by the extract, but thanks to you our cargo arrived safely without any loss, Sonhoon just said coldly. Congratulations. Inwardly he wondered, what is he trying to say? Unexpectedly he extended a red glass bottle. Take this. As soon as he saw it he exclaimed in surprise, pheromone extract. The item's attributes appeared. Pheromone extract. High-grade, rare upper classification potion. An extract made using various magic. The ingredient is the precious Fermi herb. Pheromone extract has the characteristic of exciting monsters. A catalyst necessary to amplify magic. Sonhoon held the bottle, sweating. Pheromone extract is one of the incredibly expensive trade items. This must be why Yu Chai-rin took this mission many times and helped the NPCs. Just then Eli approached, linked her arm with his and said with a smile, Sonhoon Oppa, aren't you going to give that to me? Sonhoon said unpleasantly. Stop it. There's no need to act cute. Eli heard that, puffed out her cheeks and glared at him. Then she bargained again. Then can you sell it to me cheaply? It costs 30,000 Jude at the general store. Please make it 20,000 Jude. Sonhoon scratched his head and thought, a mage like Eli would need it more than me. Then he held out the bottle. All right, Eli cheered excitedly. Oh, Sonhoon was slightly flustered. You're that happy? Eli hugged the bottle as if it were a gift from her mother and said excitedly, of course most magic below 4th grade can use this extract as a catalyst. There isn't much time left until the mandatory mission starts, so I was planning to strengthen my equipment and skills all at once. Sonhoon looked at her expression and thought to himself, Eli is right. It's better to improve myself during the remaining time than to hunt. The equipment I have now is still useful. Then I should try awakening first. The scene shifted to the job change tower as Sonhoon entered. Philip spoke first. Oh, it's been a while. Do you remember me? Sonhoon replied. Of course, Philip. He immediately got to the point. Tell me which path you will choose. I hope you make a decision you won't regret. Then the job names appeared. Male swordsman, assassin, trapmaster, elite swordsman recommended. Samurai, poisoner, elite explorer. Sonhoon seriously analyzed each job. Elite explorer lacks too much close combat ability. My current style is entirely close combat and other skills only provide support. Until now I could be relaxed thanks to my swordsman ability, but after the fight with Marina I realized the importance of close combat ability, so samurai is recommended. Philip then said with a bright smile, is it difficult to choose? You can change your job by paying 3 times the amount now. Sonhoon cleared his throat. Ahem. Then he continued his analysis. The S-grade mission will begin soon. Since countless seasoned players jumped into B-grade missions, the S-grade mission will naturally be much more difficult. To prepare for the S-grade mission, I need the ability to react to any situation just like I have until now. Having made his decision, Sonhoon smiled and spoke, I want to awaken as a male swordsman. Philip immediately replied and performed the action. Understood. Congratulations. You have chosen the path of advancement for the swordsman job. Male swordsman. Immediately, an information window appeared. Awakened as male swordsman, all stats increase by 5, skill proficiency greatly increases. Learned swordsman exclusive skill sorcery. Learned swordsman exclusive skill vapor. Learned swordsman exclusive skill fluctuation. Male swordsman. For a long time the swordsman explored all knowledge and yearned for enlightenment. The swordsman divided enlightenment and technique into 3 stages, heaven, earth and man. After many twists and turns the male swordsman realized that much knowledge could be unified and sorcery could be easily used instead of magic. After gaining a new job, Sonhoon looked down at his hands and said, now I have a lot to think about. Philip replied pleasantly, ha ha ha, when you awaken you gain exclusive skills accordingly. He clenched his fist and resolved, for better or worse it's done. I need to learn and get used to the skills before the mandatory mission starts. The scene shifted to an inn-room at night. Sonhoon was lying in bed but he was still deep in thought. Tomorrow the mission will begin. Suddenly a light appeared by his bedside. Sonhoon quickly sat up and exclaimed, Yuri, Yuri. Yuri stood there smiling brightly and said, I wish I could talk but there isn't much time. Then he quickly informed him. The S-grade mission Dawn Driving Out Darkness that you will soon undertake will be conducted through an NPC's body. This mission has a balanced version for all players, allowing players to enter a body with high stats and upgrade their skills. Sonhoon seriously asked again, wait, so I can't use the skills I have? Yuri still smiled and denied it. Of course not. The player's abilities will be amplified in the NPC you possess. We also regularly provide hero-grade NPCs. If there is enough motivation, the difficulty of this mission will be even lower. The gods don't create S-grade missions without thought. Haha, this mission is about the decisive battle where heroes try to kill the Demon King before he invades the world, and it will be divided into 3 areas. The lowlands are where relatively low-grade players will fight the Demon King's army. The castle in the upper region is the dungeon where the Demon King resides, and the battlefield is where the highest grade players will target the Demon King's head. If even one of the 3 locations falls, it will be difficult to complete the mission, Yoon Son-hoon continued. Therefore each player's performance in this mission is very important. Yuri snapped his fingers and asserted, "Exactly, but if you can complete this mission, you'll be able to get legendary grade items." He bent down, raising one finger to Yoon Son-hoon. "An entire treasure mountain, and of course an additional life will also be added." Yoon Son-hoon gasped inwardly. "An additional life too." Yuri quickly disappeared from the space, leaving his final words, "It seems time is up. Good luck." Immediately, a new mission window appeared. Demon King Conquest Stage 5. The Demon King, who sought to engulf this world in darkness, was severely wounded by the hero's attack and is currently hiding and healing in the deepest part of the dungeon. Defeat the Demon King and restore peace to this world. Completion condition. Defeat the Demon King. Reward 50,000 mission points. Yoon Son-hoon slowly opened his eyes and saw a magnificent chandelier. Good, it's begun. First, let's look around. He hurried to the mirror on the table. Then an unbelievable sight unfolded. Yoon Son-hoon was possessed by a woman's body. Sweat poured from Yoon Son-hoon. What is this? It's not here. It's not here. It should definitely be here. So why isn't it? Status window. Just then an information window appeared from the system. Name: Serena. Occupation: Awakened Swordsman. Title: The Empire's Only Princess. Disposition: Demonic Excellence 2250. Infamy 7800. Stats: Strength 6821, Agility 9231, Stamina 5912, Intellect 77139, Mana 69191, Luck 3551. Status: Normal. Yoon Son-hoon was now bewildered and thought, if stats aren't added, I'm no different from an ordinary person. Calm down. These stats are on par with a mage, so it should be fine. I don't need to take the lead. There must be a few good skills. What was added was an advanced skill for the Awakened Swordsman. Teleportation and Sorcery's Crystal Ball. Wait a minute. Sewing, instrument playing, rage, noble dining. What in the world is this? Just then a mission window appeared. Subquest: Princess's Escape has appeared. Princess's Escape E grade. The princess who entered the labyrinth under the protection of soldiers lost her way due to the pursuit of monsters. Escape from the monsters chasing you. Reward 100 mission points. The space seemed warped. Yoon Son-hoon asked, puzzled. Monsters? Just then skeletons appeared. The skeletons were very eerie. Behind them, a black knight appeared. Yoon Son-hoon looked back at the monsters. Damn it, this is my first time seeing monsters like these. Can I win? Fortunately I have a sword. Is it a longsword? Still, it's better than nothing. Just then the black knight shouted, "Human die." As he stood tall before Yoon Son-hoon, a notification appeared. You heard the Black Knight's mana-infused voice. You have fallen into abnormal status. Fear. You are immobilized for 10 seconds. Stats are reduced by 50. Yoon Son-hoon's body was now completely immobile. He was incapacitated, unable to move even a finger. From the start, with these stats and skills, there was no chance of surviving the battle. Whatever happens, happens. Come and kill me. Kill me. He wanted to give up now. Just then, a voice came from a tower floating in the air. What? Why is Yoon Son-hoon in Serena's body? Lucifer thought in silence. Princess Serena, an NPC, plays a crucial role in the Demon King's subjugation process. Therefore, she cannot be occupied by a player. According to the scenario, as soon as the monsters appear, Serena will escape to the other side and join the attack team. However, since Yoon Son-hoon is occupying her, he won't be able to retreat and fight, and he might lose his life due to the debuff effect. If that happens and Serena dies, this mission will completely fail. Suddenly, he touched a crystal ball next to him, and the ball began to glow. On Yoon Son-hoon's side, notifications continued to appear. Reflexes activated. Unused skills are temporarily converted into combat skills. Princess's Dignity activated. Fear is reduced and strength is returning to your body. Woman's Pride activated. Fear is reduced. Tier Provocation skill activated. Combat will is slightly enhanced and strength is returning to your body. Rage activated. A firm stance is revealed. Yoon Son-hoon exclaimed in astonishment. Reflexes. Unused skills are temporarily converted into combat skills. There's such a skill. Then he unconsciously displayed a confident smile. This isn't a useless skill. A notification appeared again. Reflexes activated. Unused skills are temporarily converted into combat skills. Florin Kingdom's Traditional Noble Etiquette activated. Movements return to normal. Paparazzi Dance activated. Noble Ballet activated. Movements become light and movements become graceful. Empire Traditional Dance activated. Movements are no longer stiff and begin to move with rhythm. Commoner's Belly Dance activated. Improvised movements added. Grasp Constantly Learning Mind activated. Skill effects are increased. The moment a monster slashed, Yoon Son-hoon flexibly leaned back and dodged. Then he hastily grabbed the hilt of the sword at his waist and without hesitation pierced the monster's head. Yoon Son-hoon was now very flustered. What is it? My body is moving on its own. It seems my body is moving on its own because the dance skills have been converted into combat skills. Yoon Son-hoon's body then spontaneously jumped, kicked the monster's body and landed smoothly back on the ground. Yoon Son-hoon cautiously looked around. There are still many monsters to deal with, so it's a disadvantageous situation. Then he began to use a fire sorcery. Come here. A fiery aura appeared on the blade. The monsters began to shake their bodies and become wary. Yoon Son-hoon guessed, did these guys detect the concentrated energy on this sword? They seem to be acting more defensively. Just then, a monster secretly attacked from behind. Yoon Son-hoon quickly dodged to the side, then he coldly unleashed the fiery aura. That power incinerated the monster that had just attacked secretly. Afterwards he smiled, thinking of Yoon. Fortunately I knew someone who knew this kind of swordsmanship. Then Yoon Son-hoon used the vapor skill again. A notification appeared in the system. Grasp skill activated. Teleportation speed increased. Yoon Son-hoon rushed straight forward in front. The Black Knight was in a combat stance, its eyes glowing. The Black Knight then swung its sword, parrying Yoon Son-hoon's attack, and then slashed once as if to cleave through space. He quickly leaped over and dodged. The Black Knight was very surprised after finishing its attack. Yoon Son-hoon began to move flexibly. He was now standing on the Black Knight's arm, performing a very beautiful dance. Yoon Son-hoon gave a light smile as if to mock his opponent. The Black Knight growled in anger. "How dare you mock me? Excellent dance released. You have matched your movements." The battle then transformed into a wondrous dance. The Black Knight shouted in great fury. "Stop immediately." Yoon Son-hoon casually tossed his hair back and said, "Let's end this perfect stage." Then his eyes sharpened and he thrust his sword forward. His blade then pierced the Black Knight's side. Yoon Son-hoon shouted, "Kaboom!" As his eyes met the Black Knight's, a scream erupted. The wound on the Black Knight's side grew larger and larger. And then a massive explosion echoed in the air. Yoon Son-hoon wiped his sweat, looking a little tired. "What? There's no way it could be this strong. At most it's a first-tier magic circle, but did the high intellect stat increase its power?" A notification appeared. "You have eliminated all monsters. You have acquired 8 mission points." Yoon Son-hoon admired. Even after killing monsters, points are added. Hearing his own voice, he gasped and touched his neck. "Is this my voice? Now that the mission is continuing, I need to get used to this body," as Yuri said. "The difficulty of this dungeon is high, so the people who can enter here must be the strongest among all the rankers. How can I be a princess in a princess rescue mission? It's clear that this princess will play an important role. Besides the Demon King's subjugation and the princess's escape, there's one more mission I haven't seen yet. Is it the Sacred Sword Rune? This is an A-grade subquest. Oh no, what is this?" A notification appeared from the system. "Princess's escape mission completed. You have acquired 100 mission points." Just then a voice came from one side. "HMPH, the princess rescue mission is over." Yoon Son-hoon was surprised and turned to that direction. This voice belonged to a player. A group of people entered and gasped in surprise upon seeing Yoon Son-hoon and exclaimed, "Isn't that the princess over there?" Just then a man raised his hand and saluted. "Princess Serena, I am glad you are safe. Shin Ungram was very worried about any obstacles that might hinder you." Yoon Son-hoon frowned and thought, "Is Ungram the hero NPC Yuri mentioned? It seems the rest are players." Just then others approached and began to ask him questions. "Are you a player too? That's really amazing. What's your name? You really look like a princess. Are you a mage?" Ungram saw that, drew his sword and shouted in anger, "You rude ruffians, how dare you speak to the princess in such a manner? If you continue to be disrespectful, Ungram, a loyal knight of the kingdom, will not let you off lightly." Attributes appeared. Strength Amplification Potion, one of the basic type skills that a third awakened can use in battle. Everyone was now surprised. Strength Amplification Potion, damn it, that guy is an awakened NPC. Bow your heads quickly. We can't die at the hands of an NPC. Then all three bowed their heads, avoiding Yoon Son-hoon and Ungram's gaze. Yoon Son-hoon glanced at Ungram and calculated inwardly. "Wait, it's better if I just pretend to be an NPC. I'll hide the fact that I'm a player. Besides, this body is an NPC related to the mission, so other players will have no choice but to follow my words." His eyes sharpened. "I'll take the lead. I am no longer Yoon Son-hoon, but a princess of the nobility, an arrogant woman who fears nothing in the world. Immerse myself, immerse myself." Just then, a notification appeared from the system. Princess's dignity activated, charm activated, Florin Kingdom etiquette activated, noble aura activated, flame doll skill activated. Yoon Son-hoon pointed his sword forward and said, "How dare such lowly beings insult a princess like me?" The man with glasses was startled and quickly begged for forgiveness. "Forgive me, princess who has the eyes of a god. Please spare my life." Yoon Son-hoon saw that and thought with satisfaction, "This should be enough, right? Even my voice has become so sharp. Yes, let's fully immerse myself." He turned away arrogantly. "Insulting a princess is an unforgivable sin. However, since the Demon King is still nearby, I shall forgive you." The people immediately bowed their heads. "Thank you, princess." "Thank you, princess." Yoon Son-hoon sat on a high chair and murmured inwardly, "It's going smoother than expected. I am now a fragile princess with full authority." Then he began to analyze again. "I hear that the people in the labyrinth scattered due to a sudden raid. But I still lack information. However, if I ask why I'm here, my player identity will be exposed. Should I ask?" Having made up his mind, Yoon Son-hoon spoke to Ungram. "Ungram, I have a question. I'm very worried about the people injured in that monster raid." Ungram replied with a bright smile, "Princess, do not worry. Although I hastily assembled the soldiers, the knights here are very strong, so there will be no problems." Yoon Son-hoon heard that and began to calculate again. 100 people is just the confirmed number. Come to think of it, players will get the bodies of second awakeners, and the number of hero NPCs isn't large either, so the difficulty won't decrease. He then began to search the system window. That's right, I haven't checked the Sacred Sword Rune mission yet. Attributes appeared on the screen. Sacred Sword Rune grade A. The treasure of the Florin Kingdom has been passed down through generations. The rune is a sacred sword made with ancient power. The sacred sword rune has been buried in darkness for many years and will reappear when disaster strikes this world. However, to awaken the true power of the sacred sword, the life of a noble must be sacrificed. Serena, the sole princess of the Floran Kingdom, will willingly participate in this organization, sacrificing her life for the sacred sword to awaken its true power and save this world. Completion condition. Awaken the sacred sword rune. Reward 10,000 mission points. Yoon Son-hoon read that, placed a hand on his forehead and frowned. Are you kidding me? Sacrifice my life? Ungram saw his expression and was surprised, asking worriedly, Princess, are you all right? Yoon Son-hoon replied in a tired voice. I'm a little dizzy. Ungram quickly supported him, urging, Princess, please take care of your body. Yoon Son-hoon frowned again and thought, I need to think positively, even in the worst-case scenario. If I complete the sacred sword rune mission, I'll get 10,000 points. Then he looked down at the sword at his waist. Is this sword the sacred sword rune? A tribute window appeared. Rune sword, legendary grade, upper. The mysterious sword has been passed down through generations of the royal family. It amplifies magic by 100 and allows magic to be inscribed into the sword when needed. If the magic used has fewer than 6 magic circles, the catalyst can be changed. Reduces mana consumption by 30 when using skills sealed. Increases manifestation speed by 30 when using skills sealed. Increases efficiency by 30 when using skills sealed. All stats 50 sealed. Can use 8th tier magic circle Hellfire once a month. The seal can be broken by sacrificing another being. 113. Yoon Son-hoon calculated inwardly. If the gauge fills up just a little more, I can break the seal. I just killed 3 skeletons and black knights, but it's only 13 points. Does that mean I can't break the seal without sacrificing a life? There must be another way. Just then a group of people entered the hall. He quickly grabbed his sword and shouted, Stop quickly, take one more step and I'll attack. What do you want? Those who entered all had arrogant attitudes. Someone scoffed, An NPC should just act like an NPC. I'm a second awakener too. Just then a white-haired old mage wearing a wizard's hat and holding a staff walked in behind the 2 arrogant individuals. The old man reached out his hand and shouted loudly, Ungram, you're alive after all. Ungram replied happily, Count Hansen, you're alive too. The old man immediately answered, I was with the royal guard so there was no problem. Oh princess, I'm glad you're safe. At this, several players looked at Princess Son-hoon and said, Is she also a hero? Just then, someone approached Son-hoon and said, Princess, forgive me. It was Kong Muhan. He scratched his head and explained, They just returned from the dungeon so their minds are still unstable. Son-hoon was secretly startled. Kong Muhan of Hepa, calm down. Kong Muhan just thinks I'm an NPC right now. After that he said coldly, Count Hansen, we need your wisdom now. Count Hansen calmly replied, To be frank, there are 2 methods. The first method is to regroup the scattered forces. It will take some time, but we can cooperate with them to minimize damage. However, the Demon King might recover during that time. Moreover, the cavalry blocking army might be annihilated. The second method is to go to the center of the dungeon. This dungeon has many powerful monsters, but the path to the center is very easy. We haven't found them yet, but we can join the assault team. Just then a system announcement window appeared for all players. Subquest activated. Grade D completion conditions. 1. Rejoin. Gather the scattered assault team into 1. 2. Proceed. Advance to the center of the dungeon. Rejoin. Reward 30 points for each assault team member. Proceed. Reward 5. Increase in reward points obtained from monsters while advancing to the center. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. A quest appeared. What kind of quest is it? Kong Muhan calculated inwardly at this moment. A quest has appeared, so there are no other options. This is an S-grade quest and safety is paramount. And he said with a bright smile, Wouldn't it be better to choose rejoin? Son-hoon cut him off coldly. No, proceed. Kong Muhan tried to explain something, saying, But princess. Son-hoon asked coldly, Are you disobeying my orders? Then he put on an NPC-like friendly smile. Ungram next to him cleared his throat. Ahem. Kong Muhan forced a smile and thought to himself, Does this mean my head will be cut off if I defy the princess's will? If it was going to be like this from the start, why did she ask me to choose? And he reluctantly knelt on one knee before Son-hoon. I was foolish. I will obey the princess's command. Immediately a system window appeared. Subquest Proceed has been selected. Mission points ratio increases by 5 until all assault team members are gathered. Son-hoon spoke again. Then let us depart now. Sir Ungram and Count Hansen, you will escort me on either side. Everyone immediately replied. We obey the princess's command. As the group size increased, more monsters appeared. Before anyone else could react, Kong Muhan single-handedly dispatched all the deathworms at the front. He was originally a first awakener, but now he has completed his 3rd awakening. Son-hoon stood aside, thinking worriedly, Damn it, I have to attack myself to break the seal. But I'm in the princess's body right now, and if I step forward to fight, my identity will be exposed. Kong Muhan continued to attack the monsters with everyone. Son-hoon turned to Count Hansen and asked, Count Hansen, can you cast curses? Count Hansen immediately replied, Yes, princess. How may I assist you? He frowned and instructed, Cast a curse immediately when I command. Do not detonate it, let it linger in the space. Count Hansen immediately replied yes, but was inwardly puzzled. Cast a curse when she commands? Just then he raised his staff. Thump. Immediately, a magic circle appeared. Son-hoon drew his sword at this moment. He pointed his sword straight up to the sky and said, The mysterious sword is absorbing magic. The explosion magic has been inscribed. Stored amount is sufficient. Now I can cast new magic. The effect of explosion magic is cancelled. Son Hoon used it with a confident smile. Explosion talisman recoil activated. Accuracy of intermediate archery increased. Immediately, numerous waves of power surged forward, attacking the skeleton monsters. Kong Muhan saw this, turned around angrily and shouted, "Hey, who's stealing my targets?" When Son Hoon spoke, he was speechless. "It is I, the princess." Kong Muhan was puzzled. "Why princess?" Son Hoon winked and smiled, explaining, "I merely helped because I thought you were in danger. Do you have a complaint?" He said this with an innocent smile. Kong Muhan could only remain silent. Behind that beautiful smile was Son Hoon's cunning expression. Even Kong Muhan cannot defy the will of the princess, who plays a crucial role in this quest. As long as my identity isn't exposed, I'm still in charge here. Kong Muhan knelt again and said, "If the princess were to be injured, the honor of us knights would be greatly diminished." Inwardly he thought, "If you know that, then back off." Son Hoon still smiled and said, "I am fine. It is but a small wound. How can I sit idly by when everyone is doing their best to save this world?" Ungram behind him heard those words and sobbed. Oh, the god shed tears, moved by the princess's profound words. Son Hoon subtly widened his eyes, thinking, "Quiet, don't exaggerate." Kong Muhan at this moment smiled calculatingly. "I need to be careful with her. If I get a chance, I'll kill her right away." Son Hoon also secretly planned. "Even if I gain nothing, I have to keep going. This isn't a loss, it's a huge gain. Foolish me," and he opened his mouth. "Let us proceed. I will fully support you from behind." Kong Muhan quickly stood up and replied, "Thank you, princess." Just then waves of power surged from an underground hole. At this, players entered together, and their leveling speed was quite fast. Son Hoon followed behind, thinking, "This group has quite high average skill levels, and there are 3 third awakeners." Just then a person in red clothes raised a hand and offered an opinion. "Hold on, everyone back off, there's a trap, I'll take care of it." And he began to disarm the trap. The person in red clothes suddenly shouted, "How, I got 30 points for destroying the trap." Son Hoon was startled. Not only killing monsters, but this too. Now I need to make a plan. On the other hand, monsters poured out and everyone started fighting them. Someone shouted instructions, "Quickly block the front line. Everyone move quickly. Haven't you teamed up before?" Archers aimed flaming arrows. A monster confronted Marina, making an eerie sound. Marina coldly cut off the monster's head. At this moment, she thought her body felt truly light. Using just swordsmanship is enough. No need to use third awakening skills. At this moment, the remaining monsters shouted, "You shall not pass here." Marina gripped her swords firmly and coldly delivered a fatal strike. Immediately, the monsters sweated coldly and dared not approach Marina. Marina crossed her 2 swords in front to block. After that, she rushed forward again and used Shotgun Sochi. Immediately, she dispatched the remaining monsters. Everyone behind them cheered in surprise. "Well done, you eliminated the monsters in an instant." But Marina deeply thought about her previous fight with Son Hoon. "I'm still too weak compared to that person. When this mission ends, I'll have to challenge him again over here." Son Hoon clutched his trembling shoulder. He said, seemingly puzzled, "Why is my body trembling all of a sudden?" Then he asked again, "Count Hansen, how much further do we have to go?" The old man stroked his beard and replied, "I'm not certain. This is the Imperial Labyrinth, but almost all records have vanished. It's unfortunate that monsters have occupied this place. However, with the princess and the warriors here, nothing will be able to stop us." Son Hoon was startled by that. "Warriors!" Just then a loud shout was heard. "Stop, there's a black hole ahead. Everyone come here and line up." Kong Muhan turned around at this moment and asked, "Does that mean our current team isn't enough to pass?" A team member replied, "No, there's a monster I've never seen before." He heard that and repeated in surprise, "A monster I've never seen before?" At this moment 2 players were hiding in the corner of the hallway. Inside, 2 very threatening and terrifying monsters appeared, a Lich Mage and a Hell Knight. Kong Muhan was puzzled. "Are they that strong?" Count Hansen laughed and said, "Strong, of course they are. They are one of the most powerful undead beings. It seems difficult to win with our current combat strength." Kong Muhan was again puzzled. "Then we're powerless now? It would have been better to bring more people." Son Hoon cut him off from behind. "Do not be so impatient. If we rest here, we might encounter another assault team." After that, the 2 looked at each other and smiled with serpentine cunning. A moment later, the player group started a fire and began to rest. Kong Muhan observed Son Hoon, thinking to himself, "How can I get rid of this troublesome woman? If I fight her head-on like this, I will definitely lose. As a princess, she has enormous influence over the heroes. I need to find a way to persuade her." After that, Kong Muhan stood up and carefully examined the flowers placed on the table. Son Hoon was elegantly cutting and eating his steak. Even in this situation, she was eating gracefully, like an arrogant princess. "This food is just so." Count Hansen stood beside him, laughing. "Haha, princess, this old man is not a chef." Kong Muhan was startled, eating steak in the middle of a labyrinth. Son Hoon also noticed his probing gaze and turned back. After that, he looked up and asked, "Do you have something to say to me?" Kong Muhan replied, sweating cold, "No, princess." But Kong Muhan calculated inwardly and smiled. "Just as I thought. A princess is still a princess. To demand such royal privileges even in this situation." Son Hoon was deep in thought at this moment. "In this mission world, the ultimate goal is to become the successor of the gods. I know better than anyone how useless I am. What can they do in a place where they can't reach the top? There's only one way, to bring others down. This method is quite cruel and dirty, but its effectiveness cannot be denied. First, I need to calculate thoroughly and act courteously. If it benefits me the most, I can kill everyone here. Conscience, I have none. First, I don't need to kill myself to break the rune sword seal. No one would benefit from that either. Just then an urgent voice echoed loudly. What, a surprise attack? It seems someone has entered the black hole. Kong Muhan turned around in a fluster. What are you talking about? Who could have passed through that door? How is that possible? Just then a powerful force exploded and then a terrifying monster appeared. One group is fighting monsters. It seems there are 2 more passages on either side of the black hole. Kong Muhan rushed forward. Everyone forward, let's attack the enemy from both sides. He then saw that familiar silhouette. It was Marina, the magic swordsman. It seemed that group had a top-ranked player. After that, Kong Muhan seriously drew his weapon. He swung his weapon, spinning it. Waves of power pierced the Hell Knight's body, and flames erupted from its head, but its body struggled to hold on. The Hell Knight stood up again while Kong Muhan was flustered. Its eerie head made a terrifying, angry sound. Kong Muhan at this moment sweated coldly, worried. It took that attack and is completely fine? The Hell Knight suddenly stood up at this moment, and Kong Muhan was startled, quickly gripping his weapon tightly. After that he rushed forward again. Another wave of power pierced the Hell Knight's body. Waves of power affected its entire body. Kong Muhan leapt forward at this moment. The Hell Knight at this moment opened its mouth wide and shouted, punching him in the abdomen. Kong Muhan cried out in pain from the powerful force and fell to the floor. He gritted his teeth, worried. Damn it, he blocked me. I thought I could easily win with this body and expensive equipment. Sonhoon spoke at this moment. Sir Ungram, assist the knights. Count Hansen blocked the Lich Mage. The 2 immediately replied. Yes, Princess. Afterward, a group of people rushed forward to attack the Lich Mage, and Ungram continued to cut down skeletons. Count Hansen cast a spell on the Lich Mage. Sonhoon also quickly drew his sword and unleashed a rupture magic once, sending waves of power forward that affected the Hell Knight. Sonhoon bit his lip, worried. No, if this continues, everyone will be annihilated. At this moment 2 people whispered behind him. Ah, this is dangerous. We rushed too hastily. Many people won't be pushed back. It's useless. Let's just observe for a bit and then run away. Staying here will only lead to death, the bespectacled man continued. What should we do if only we survive? If everyone is slaughtered, we can't complete the mission either. At this moment the archer next to him whispered, Fool, we don't necessarily have to complete it. We don't need to kill the Demon King to get mission points. We can get points by killing monsters. If we patiently hunt monsters, even if it's only a little, we can accumulate enough points to get unique equipment. The bespectacled man heard that and exclaimed, Oh, such a method! Sonhoon was listening to their conversation. They were planning to escape. That cannot be. Afterward his sharp sword pointed towards those 2. The archer was immediately decapitated by Sonhoon's sword. The remaining bespectacled man hastily created a magic circle for defense and shouted, Why, you crazy bitch, die today. Afterward, Sonhoon's sword cleanly severed the opponent's head. Blood splattered everywhere. After dealing with the 2, he shouted loudly, Everyone look at me. He held up the 2 bloody heads and reminded them, These are the cowards who tried to hide behind others who were fighting for their lives and escape. I can forgive those who fail, but not cowards like these. Everyone fight to the end. A notification appeared from the system. Princess's dignity skill activated. Innocent skill activated. Kong Muhan and his companions were all startled by the sight. He shouted, Damn it, I will never forgive anyone who tries to run away from now on. Everyone, provide proper support. I'll remember everything. The others immediately attacked the monsters, following obediently. Yes, yes. Afterward, everyone's attacks poured forth. Divine Declaration, Elemental Spirit, 3 Essence Sword Chi. Sonhoon was slightly satisfied at this point. Very good, although it's a risk factor. I've boosted their morale. Afterward he called Count Hansen. Count Hansen understood his words and nodded, replying, Understood, Your Majesty. Afterward the 2 launched a joint attack together. An explosion, the combined power of the 2 created a powerful attack that struck the Lich Mage. Cheers erupted. Its reinforcements, very good, push forward quickly. Block them. Just then the Hell Knight slowly approached. The Hell Knight is chasing us down the corridor. Be careful, it's very powerful. Just then a person rushed forward and tried to attack the Hell Knight with a royal scepter. A loud explosion echoed. The Hell Knight emitted blue flames above its head. The person in red clothes shouted in surprise. The Hell Knight was pushed back. The person who had just punched its side and scratched his head. Damn it, this sudden summon is annoying. Let's finish these guys quickly. Sonhoon looked at his expression, bit his lip and wondered, who is this person? Just then, Count Hansen next to him exclaimed, Warrior Rihan? He looked at the warrior in surprise. At this moment Warrior Rihan leaped again to attack the Hell Knight. His punch seemed to contain a powerful source of dark energy, and it instantly shattered the monster's body. Sonhoon inwardly admired. Truly strong. The first battle ended in an instant. Including me, there are 4 NPCs, and the number of second and third awakeners is everyone else besides him. A moment later, the bodies of the monsters lay scattered on the ground. The players then began to discuss among themselves. So what should we do now? Shouldn't we regroup and level up first? At this moment, Kim Ji-woon, a third awakener and a cruel saint, said with his arms crossed, What if the princess calls the heroes to the front line? It'll be a problem if everyone retreats for their own safety. At this moment, Yu Bai Q, a third awakener and a great mage, also added, Yes, everyone will soon complain. Why are we so dictatorial? Kim Ji-woon said again, They wouldn't be that foolish, would they? Bai Q pushed up his glasses and asserted, There are many fools in the world. Kim Ji-woon then asked, Then how about we only regroup the third awakeners, Baiqiu replied. That would be too dangerous, but Kim Ji-woon noticed Rihan behind him. But if that warrior is with us it wouldn't be bad. Son-hoon then approached Rihan with a friendly smile. Warrior Rihan, I have something to tell you if you don't mind. But he closed his eyes and remained silent, then casually walked past Son-hoon, who was very displeased. He secretly glared at Hanhok. How dare this bespectacled fellow disregard a princess? Rihan then approached everyone and said, If you've rested enough, let's continue. The players hastily replied, Jay, just a moment, we're still discussing. He casually criticized, What are you talking about? Wasting time sitting around, you should be warming up. Baiqiu turned around and asked frankly, If you're so confident, you wouldn't mind taking the lead, would you? Rihan glanced at him and replied, No problem. But then none of you will get the mission points you so desperately desire. At this moment, a player exclaimed in surprise, How did you know? Are you a player? Rihan retorted. I just overheard it before. Don't blabber carelessly. I'm not that kind of player. The player was still uneasy. I've never heard of a name like Rihan. You. Immediately, the player was grabbed by the collar and coldly reminded. Where's your formal address? Do I look like I'm here for a stroll? Son-hoon watched his actions worried. What is this guy? Is he not an NPC? Just then Marina suddenly appeared and swung her sword, but her sword was easily caught by Rihan's finger. Marina was extremely surprised by this action. Rihan glanced behind the person who had swung the sword. Marina was very flustered and thought inwardly, This guy blocked my super fast attack with his bare hand until now. No one besides Son-hoon could withstand my swordsmanship. This person cannot be underestimated. Rihan continued to exude an overwhelming killing intent towards the opponent. Marina quickly moved her feet, then gripped her swords tightly and charged forward. Her right sword moved fiercely like a bee and her left sword moved gracefully like a butterfly. Marina attacked Rihan with swords in both hands. He remained calm, dodging, and said coldly, You're fast too. But just then his fist appeared before Marina's face, and so she was hit by his punch and dropped her swords. Marina painfully fell to the ground. Her body trembled and she barely managed to get up. Rihan approached and continued, More importantly, your swordsmanship is still rough and lacks depth. You're like a flame. You've suffered too many injuries since you first started moving. Afterward, he suddenly seemed to realize something and exclaimed, It's already been 4 months. Marina was slightly flustered at this point and got up. 4 months is the time since I started the mission. Rihan clapped his hands again and laughed. Then I'll be honest, you can be called a talented person too. Marina silently stared at the opponent with cold eyes. At this moment a player exclaimed in surprise, Who is that guy daring to be so arrogant in front of Miran, the top ranker? Another person added, He's just an NPC. Afterward he swung his fist and charged at Rihan, shouting, I'll teach you a lesson. Rihan coldly turned around and immediately his 2 eyes glowed eerily red. The player quickly stopped, his face filled with fear. He was like a frog surrounded by vipers. The person in red clothes exclaimed in surprise at this moment. What are those eyes? Kong Muhan also broke out in a cold sweat. Killing intent of death. Rihan saw this and gritted his teeth, sneering, TCH. Afterward he opened his mouth. Everyone listen, I am neither a player nor an NPC. If I had to say I am a god. He casually uttered such words. The players heard that and were once again shocked. A god? Rihan, while speaking, made gestures as if manipulating. Yes, I came here because of you all. Kong Muhan pondered for a moment. Wasn't this god the one who brought us to this world? We were living ordinary lives, but we were abducted here. Afterward he picked up his axe and rushed to attack Rihan. We're experiencing this because of you. But he was immediately punched by Rihan, distorting his face. His 2 companions were very surprised to see Kong Muhan fall to the ground in pain. Muhan hung nim, Rihan then explained in more detail. I am not the one who plunged you into this chaos. He winked and laughed while speaking. If anything, I am a supervisor. Everyone heard that and grew even angrier. It's no different. Kill that damn bastard. Son-hoon was still worried at this point. Their hatred is growing. Their eyes are filled with rage. Marina stood silently to one side. Rihan was still nonchalant at this point. TCH, I won't kill you. But I'll make you all want to die. He said this as he raised his hand and at the same time released his power immediately. Waves of power affected everyone, making their bodies feel taut and about to burst. Rihan, with a single movement, sent many people flying into the air, then threw them to the ground. After fiercely stomping on one of them, he again uttered arrogant words. I don't mind fighting, but I can't guarantee your life. Do you want to continue? The young man who was stomped on could only helplessly curse. Why, you damn bastard? Rihan again laughed nonchalantly. Then we can choose a method to resolve this without pain. The others all looked up at him with bruised faces. How can we do it without pain? Rihan then pointed at Count Hansen. Follow me quickly. Open the door for me. He could only follow, sweating cold. I obey your command. Afterward, Count Hansen walked towards the large door. Then he called Son-hoon. Princess, please come here. Son-hoon approached the door, which was bound by chains and glowing with a royal crest. As the door slowly opened, Count Hansen explained, This place was built by the Empire, so the door only responds to members of the royal family. He replied, Understood. Afterward, he secretly glanced behind him and decided that he shouldn't rush forward recklessly. I still know nothing about the person who calls himself a god. Provoking them is like adding fuel to the fire. Rihan then approached the glowing door and opened his mouth. Good, then let's continue. The people behind him were still not fully convinced. Why should we follow him? What if I don't want to go any further? He heard that and casually yawned, saying, Do whatever you want, those who want to go, follow. Kong Muhan saw his composure and remained silent. Afterward he again looked at Son Hoon. Everyone was casually walking inside. He couldn't help but shout, "Princess, I can understand Ungram and Hansen, but even you." Choi Kai-ho, Marina, then walked forward. Kong Muhan was very flustered. "Jay, just a moment, you too, Marina. If you go in there, you'll be doing whatever he tells you." She turned around and said seriously, "So what? We can't do anything here anyway." Kong Muhan heard that and quickly made a decision. "Damn it, no, we're going too," his companion behind him asked worriedly. "Then will it be alright? We just formed a group and now we're splitting up again." Kong Muhan quickly rushed forward and replied, "There's no time to persuade others. I dislike that guy, but we have to follow him." The remaining two also quickly followed. "Alright." After entering, Rihan raised his hand and used a skill. His first skill, he attacked the monsters once. Immediately, the monsters' bodies were pierced by his fist. Son Hoon observed the situation and inwardly admired. Fist techniques, kicking techniques, all physical martial arts skills are basic self-defense techniques, but they still possess destructive power. Is there any reason for me to make that god my enemy? This world is a game to find the successor of the gods. If I become a true god, I can get my revenge. For now, I need to gather more information. Just then, he turned around. Son Hoon, with an excited expression, flattered, "Rihan, my hero, may I ask a few questions?" Rihan was annoyed by that voice. Afterward, he coldly warned, "If you don't want your teeth broken, don't speak in that voice. I have no reason to hear such a voice coming from a man's mouth." Son Hoon retorted with a forced smile, "A man, I'm a princess." Rihan cut him off. "I can see through you." His eyes sharpened. "Don't deceive me." Son Hoon quickly frowned and thought, "I'm confronting a god, so it's no problem for him to know who I am. I need to act as if he's the one controlling this game." Afterward, he also spoke seriously. "Alright then, let's get straight to the point. What are the conditions for escaping this world?" Rihan answered nonchalantly. "To survive until the end, however. There's also a way to escape midway." Son Hoon urgently followed up, "Can you tell me how?" Rihan replied seriously. "To be chosen by a god. If a specific god favors you, you can be chosen without completing this game. You could call that a special selection." Son Hoon immediately asked, "Then can you take me out of this world?" Rihan scoffed, "I don't want to." Son Hoon said, unable to understand, "Then why did you create this world?" Rihan emphasized again. "Didn't you hear what I just said? I am merely a supervisor." Son Hoon continued to ask, "No, I'm asking about the purpose when a god created this world. Couldn't you have chosen a successor from the start?" Rihan's expression turned cold at his words. "That's because gods aren't that omnipotent." Son Hoon exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Rihan scratched his head and said, "It's not that I know everything in this world, nor can I do whatever I want. Have you ever heard this saying? It's not the strongest who survive, but those who survive are the strongest. Your species truly develops its abilities when faced with danger. You may have innate abilities, or you may not have natural talent. The strong, the weak, men, women, old, young, humans and other races, when they are together, the one who survives until the end is the most useful." At that moment, Son Hoon fell into deep thought and murmured, "I understand." Rihan looked at him in surprise. "Aren't you angry?" Son Hoon asked back with a puzzled expression. "Why should I be angry?" Rihan inwardly wondered. "I just said I only see them as test subjects, and he's not angry at all." Then he smiled and said, "It's strange to say this, but you're quite special." Son Hoon replied without humility, "Thank you for the compliment." Son Hoon inwardly thought, "Someday I will definitely tear off that mask-like face of yours." After that, Son Hoon continued to ask, "I have one more question. Why did you appear directly here? Couldn't you have created heroes?" Rihan bit his lip, impressed. A sharp question, but he answered seriously, "To defeat the Demon King now, we need at least 103rd Awakeners and 1/4 Awakener. Fourth Awakeners possess skills akin to demigods, and we cannot simply create such beings. That's why a god like me must act as a hero." Son Hoon then asked, "Can't you tell me how to weaken the Demon King?" Rihan replied firmly, "No, you won't gain any achievements by defeating a fake Demon King, and you can only level up by collecting achievements. Instead, I can provide you with all useful items." Son Hoon's lips twitched. "I don't know what he's talking about." Just as he was about to say that, someone rushed forward. Choi Ji-hoon pointed a finger and shouted in an angry voice, "Hey, you need to know this." Rihan immediately grabbed him by the collar, threw him to the floor and reminded him, "I told you to use polite language." His companion exclaimed in shock, "Ah, he's fainted." Son Hoon scratched his head, looking slightly troubled. "Ha, we can't just leave him here. Ungram, carry him." Ungram immediately replied, "Yes, as you command." At this moment Marina spoke. "How could you do such a thing?" Rihan asked back without turning around. "What are you talking about?" She continued to ask, "How could you counter so quickly?" Rihan replied seriously, "Because I saw him coming. I just told you." She kept adding different techniques everywhere whenever she changed her sword blade. That's when her weakness was revealed. Simply put, her swordsmanship is too rough. Marina was thunderstruck. Rough, but then she suddenly made a suggestion. "May I ask you to teach me?" Son Hoon, listening from the side, was so surprised that he inwardly exclaimed, "No, she's already this strong. How can I handle her if she gets stronger?" Rihan casually picked his nose and refused. "I don't want to." Son Hoon secretly rejoiced inwardly. "Good." Marina continued to try to persuade him. "Then how will you help me?" Han thought for a moment. Then he spoke. "All right. If you can offer me over 100,000 mission points that you can obtain here, I will teach you. What do you say?" Son Hoon was startled and began to calculate. 100,000 points? To get 100,000 points you have to achieve significant feats in battle. You only get 50 points for defeating the Demon King, and you'd have to give up advanced rewards you'll never accept. but surprisingly, Marina quickly agreed. Understood. Sonhoon looked at him in disbelief. She accepted. Rihan immediately turned around and said, then let's proceed. Sonhoon at this point began to calculate in a different direction. If Marina tries to accumulate too many mission points and dies, I'll still have a chance. Bai-Q at this moment suddenly spoke to everyone. Hold on, if we leave everything to that god, we won't get any mission points. We need to think more positively about this situation. Although it's still dangerous, so Kong Muhan and the Hepa Guild must take the front lines. Kong Muhan heard that and retorted angrily. You can say that, can't you? Your mission is just to cast spells from the back. We have to risk our lives in battle every moment. At this, a mage from behind protested. What, are you underestimating us mages? Kong Muhan turned around and scoffed. Then if you're so confident, why don't you pick up a weapon and charge to the front lines? Come to think of it, those who died fleeing because of that princess were also mages or archers, right? The mage girl heard that, became angry, brandished her weapon and shouted, you bastard, do you want to fight without any support from behind? Sonhoon at this moment was still calculating inwardly. I've accumulated 84,000 points so far. I got an additional 6,000 points by killing 2 players faster. While the two sides were bickering, his eyes gleamed. There must be sacrifices. Then he spoke, stepping between the two factions. Surely men like you aren't afraid of death and refuse to fight? Sonhoon flashed a cunning smile. Then don't worry, you will all have a new life. As he spoke, he held out his hand as if manipulating. I'll throw them a bait. Very good bait. Everyone who heard Sonhoon's request was puzzled. A new life? What's that? Sonhoon immediately pulled out an item called the Phoenix Feather. This is an item that can resurrect fallen soldiers on the battlefield. As soon as the battle with the Demon King ends, I promise to use this feather for all heroes. At this, the mage girl said with slight worry, surely such an item couldn't exist? Another person next to her said confidently, no it does, don't you remember? Additional lives were one of the mission rewards. Sonhoon heard that and secretly scoffed, fools, there's no way such a miraculous item exists. I just made it up. How can they even verify if it's real or not? I must keep this lie going at all costs. Bai-Q at this moment asked again. Princess, can only you use the Phoenix Feather? Sonhoon concocted a lie in the blink of an eye. As long as the body exists, anyone can resurrect another person, regardless of when that person died. The people who heard that began to calculate. Missions give 2 lives, but if you can resurrect, it's worth billions. We can definitely sell this item for an exorbitant price. Everyone had the same thought. Sonhoon at this moment smiled again and said, not only the Phoenix Feather, but I will also give all of you appropriate treasures. Furthermore, the one who achieves the greatest feat in the battle with the Demon King will receive this rune sword. It is a royal treasure. Then information about the sword immediately appeared on the screen. Rune sword, legendary grade, mid-tier, sealed. Long's word type. The rune magic sword has been passed down through generations of the Floran Empire. It amplifies magic by 200 and can inscribe spells into the sword. For magic circles below the 6th tier, catalysts can be replaced. Reduces mana consumption by 30 when using skills sealed. Increases skill manifestation speed by 30 sealed. Increases skill efficiency by 30 sealed. All stats 50 sealed. Can use 8th tier magic circle Hellfire once a month. The seal can be broken by sacrificing another being. 10,000. Everyone was surprised once again. Wait, a legendary grade mid-tier weapon, a sword that amplifies magic by 200 and can even use Hellfire. If there's a reward like that, it's worth taking a slight risk, the girl next to them continued. Yes, that's right, we have additional lives anyway. At this, Kong Muhan's companion said worriedly, Boss, I think it might be a bit dangerous for us to charge to the front lines. Choi Ji-hoon, who had woken up at some point, spoke, I'll go to the front lines. Not to mention the extra life, I really want that rune sword. Then he clenched his fists, highly excited. My job is spiritist, so I use a lot of magic. The rune sword can amplify magic by 200. Marina also raised her hand and said, I'll go to the front lines too. There's a reward and no reason to refuse. Choi Ji-hoon was immediately flustered by her appearance. Marina, Kong Muhan also spoke at this moment. In that case, the entire Hepa group will also go to the front. Person in red clothes said with slight worry, Boss, the front lines are a bit. Kong Muhan turned to him and smiled. I won't accept no for an answer. Besides, we're not really the front line, are we? The true front line will be that god and the top-tier rankers. Trust me and just go to the front. Have we ever been afraid before? His two companions quickly followed his words. Yes, boss. As you command, boss. Bai-Q at this point assigned tasks to everyone. Although there are rewards, not everyone can go to the front lines. We must divide the army into front, middle, and rear. The Hepa group and those who want rewards go to the front. Mages and archers take the middle. Those with fewer skills and afraid of death go to the rear. Of course, there's a chance monsters might attack from behind through secret passages, but it will be safer than the front lines. Sonhoon listened to their division from the side and inwardly admired. I never expected the army to be divided into 3 parts, but it seems I've achieved my goal. I've filled them with enthusiasm for battle. At this moment, Count Hansen spoke. Excuse me, princess, he asked with a slightly puzzled expression. Do such items truly exist in the Empire? Ungram also asked, bewildered. Sir Ungram has never heard of such items, Sonhoon replied seriously. Of course not, you haven't heard of them because they don't exist. Count Hansen heard that, broke out in a cold sweat and worried. What? I apologize, but may I ask why you told them that? Sonhoon looked at the two of them. Sonhoon at this moment felt as if he was standing before a chessboard. These two are really troublesome. Who would have thought that an NPC would think they were being deceived? He knocked over a chess piece and said, "Players might believe my words, but NPCs will never fall for my lies." Sonhun spoke coldly. "Count Hansen, if I, the princess, hadn't lied to them, do you think they would fight? I had no choice but to lie to change their morale," Count Hansen said with a slightly disappointed expression. "I don't know when your highness started having such evil thoughts. But since this world and all living beings are in danger, I will pretend not to know this fact." Sonhun turned to the other person and asked, "And you, Ungram?" He turned his face away with a slightly regretful expression, but deceiving them is still, Sonhun inwardly judged, truly stubborn. Immediately, Sonhun spoke with a slightly pitiful expression. "Sir Ungram, I won't live much longer anyway." Then he immediately exclaimed in surprise. "No, do not say such things," Sonhun continued, "to save this world. I sacrificed myself to come this far. I must die anyway. I will achieve my goal no matter what. Will you just stand by and watch?" As he spoke, he put a finger to his lips. Ungram could only close his eyes and murmur "Princess." Then he placed his hand on his chest and accepted. "I will follow the will of the gods." Sonhun once again smiled innocently and said, "Thank you for trusting me." Then the two watched Sonhun's retreating back. At this moment, Count Hansen placed a hand on Ungram's shoulder. "The princess is the one who suffers the most from this decision. She has a very kind heart and is called the daffodil of the kingdom. Although she is forced to lie because of our current situation, deep down she will continue to reproach herself." Ungram heard that, remained sadly silent, then closed his eyes and replied, "You're right. The princess had a reason to give up her life. How could I dare doubt her?" Sonhun still walked alone to one side, seriously calculating. "If I start killing, those guys will suspect me again. I need to eliminate the troublesome ones before that." Suddenly his eyes widened as if he saw something. Despite being an S-rank difficulty, the mission proceeded smoothly. The mission carried out by the raid rankers was of lower difficulty than expected. However, the battle on the plains, where intermediate to low-level players confronted monsters head-on, had the highest difficulty. Intermediate to high-level commoners and intermediate to low-level non-rankers participated in the castle's defense team, and they too were progressing smoothly. Of course, no one knew who participated in that mission. At this moment, a group of people on the castle wall were shooting arrows downwards, and one person turned back and called Eli. "Enemies are surging." Someone in the dark was continuously casting magic on an orb, and that was Eli. She closed her eyes, placed her hand on the orb, and maintained her stance. "We need to wait a little longer." The young girl outside anxiously ran up and called out loudly, "But this isn't the situation for that right now." At this moment, both felt a vibration and looked up in surprise. The vibration had a direct impact on the castle wall. Cracks were forming and growing on the wall. A giant goblin was forcefully hitting the castle gate. At this moment, a loud roar erupted. "Fire!" Immediately, countless arrows rained down from the castle wall. Those arrows pierced the giant goblin. The goblin, flustered, looked up at the sky and screamed in pain from the arrows embedded in its body. At this moment, Eli's magic orb changed and a countdown sound was heard. 97, 98, 99, 100. Just then, she opened her eyes and looked ahead with a cold expression. A powerful energy was released from the orb. The giant goblin, pierced by countless arrows, looked up at the sky in confusion, but had no time to dodge. Only painful screams echoed as it was engulfed by the power of fire. A moment later, its body was charred black and it collapsed to the ground. Everyone on the castle wall cheered joyfully. "What an amazing fireball, good. Everyone cheer up, we just need to hold out until sunset." At this moment, a system notification sound echoed. "You have acquired 32 mission points. You have acquired 9 mission points. You have acquired 11 mission points. You have acquired 8 mission points." Eli at this moment joyfully touched her orb and thought, "It was worth dealing with the other mages and disguising it as an accident. Thanks to that, I can easily collect mission points in the safest place." And she looked out the window and thought, "Mr. Sonhun must be on the attack team, right? Is he doing well now?" Over here, Sonhun raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Piercing arrow." Immediately, countless streams of power surged forward from the magic circle. The monsters were attacked by those streams of power. Just then, everyone rushed in together. "Everyone charge, don't delay, advance." Kong Muhan charged forward and shouted loudly, "Hepa team, swing your swords." After that, he joyfully cut down the monsters. Kahaha. Count Hansen saw this sight, turned to Sonhun and said, "Princess's plan seems to be effective. It's much better than before." Sonhun said with a serious expression, "Do not praise me. What about Ungram?" He immediately replied, "He is still in pain, but he has recovered somewhat." Sonhun heard that and inwardly admired. "Truly tenacious. Hansen needs to be kept by my side to participate in battle, but that guy is unnecessary. Besides, he's a big troublemaker who always tries to stick by my side." After that, he glanced back with sharp eyes and made a decision. "Then I'll just have to kill him. How should I deal with it? Poison? I'd need a special rare-grade poison to deceive him. Or swordsmanship. My skills have improved from killing many goblins, but traps or snares aren't enough. Damn it." On closer inspection, he looked very gloomy. "Even if I use all my skills, I won't be able to defeat him." After a brief calculation, Sonhun sighed, exhausted. Count Hansen asked worriedly, "Princess, are you all right?" He immediately replied, "I'm a little dizzy." Count Hansen with a worried expression, "I told you it was very dangerous. Please step back." Just then, Sonhun seemed to realize something and said, Indeed." After that, he smiled sinisterly. "If I'm going to do this, I should go all the way." Just then, a voice came from amidst the broken skeletons. "Well done, everyone." Count Hansen opened his mouth. I have something to say about the path ahead. Thank you all for gathering here. After that, he created white smoke. Then as the white smoke disappeared, a table appeared and Count Hansen held a scroll and said, "This is an ancient map of this dungeon structure. You can confirm our current location. We are here now." Saying so, he pointed to a spot on the map with his finger. Yu then opened his mouth. "It seems we've come about 2/3 of the way through the dungeon. That's quite good, isn't it?" Count Hansen replied seriously. "If we judge by distance alone, we could say we've come quite far. At this rate we might reach the end of the labyrinth where the Demon King resides, but before that we need to solve some serious problems." And he pointed to a square on the map. "It's here." Yu immediately looked puzzled. "Where is this place?" Kong Muhan laughed loudly and asked, "Why is it so big? Is there a dragon there?" "Haha, Count." Count Hansen was silent for a moment, and Kong Muhan looked at him and scoffed. "You're not actually going to say there's a dragon, are you?" Count Hansen continued to be silent, and the other team members also began to look serious. Only then did Count Hansen open his mouth again. It's not a dragon, but there is a monster considered a distant relative of dragons. It's called an Elder Hydra. Hydra is a dragon with 7 or 9 heads from Greek mythology. Everyone heard that and exclaimed in surprise. "An Elder Hydra, isn't that a mythical monster?" Count Hansen immediately held up 4 fingers and replied, "It's not as strong as a mythical creature, but it's much stronger than a regular Hydra. An Elder Hydra has 4 heads." One of them looked puzzled. "Only 4, Count Hansen reminded them. "Don't underestimate it. Legend has it that each head of an Elder Hydra can freely use its power, fire, ice and poison." Kong Muhan then calmly said, "I don't know why the Count is so worried. There are many magic monsters that can use all 4 elements." Count Hansen immediately explained, "Nevertheless, this is a giant monster." At this moment, Rihan also opened his mouth. "It's just giant. Don't worry too much," Count Hansen thought to himself. Warrior Rihan could easily defeat an Elder Hydra. Yes, this is better than scaring them and breaking their morale. A moment later, a group of people appeared in a wide area. Someone opened their mouth. "Is that it?" At this moment, a huge monster with tentacles scattered everywhere roared and appeared, and its 4 heads rushed forward as if they had seen prey. Its massive size made the group look like ants, and they shouted in surprise. "What is that? Why is it so big? It's 40 meters tall. It's comparable to a large building." The Elder Hydra then let out a world-shattering roar. At this moment, a notification appeared. "You have heard the Elder Hydra's roar. All stats have been reduced by 20 due to terrible fear." Yu then quickly raised his hand and created a magic shield, reassuring everyone. "Don't be afraid, everyone. Command of light," and he looked back in confusion at the people standing blankly behind him. "Why is everyone frozen?" At this moment, 2 players looked at the Elder Hydra with wide eyes. It was truly massive no matter how they looked at it. "Even if I stab it with my sword, will it feel pain?" Rihan then stepped forward and reminded everyone, "Everyone be careful not to get caught by it," and he swung a powerful punch. That punch created a wave, a tsunami of power, towards the Elder Hydra. The Elder Hydra was roaring in the sky at this moment, and then a flash erupted above its head. The Elder Hydra began to scream in pain. Rihan said with calm eyes, "Shib Geuk Kwandong Ryu Hyang," then leaped towards the giant monster. Still with a calm expression, he passed through the gaps in the Elder Hydra's body, and his small body agilely jumped onto the monster's body. Marina observed his movements from below and thought to herself, Dong Ryu Hyang is just a basic martial arts technique that identifies the enemy's movements and changes the direction of attack, but when Rihan uses it, it transforms into a divine technique. He's smoothly changing the Elder Hydra's attack direction. At this moment, as Rihan attacked the Elder Hydra's screams became even more chaotic. Everyone was greatly surprised. The Elder Hydra has gone mad. It's becoming violent. At this moment, the Elder Hydra's body violently thrashed towards the group. We're going to be crushed." Just then, Kong Muhan took out his weapon and rushed forward. He plunged his weapon directly into the Elder Hydra's neck. The monster paused as if pricked by a needle, and Kong Muhan quickly retrieved his weapon. After that, he took out his sword again and leaped forward, shouting, "Dan Guang Gak," but his attack had no effect, as if it were tickling the monster. Kong Muhan was very worried. "Damn it, this doesn't work." Just then, the Elder Hydra sent him flying backwards. His body was thrown to the ground like an arrow. A thud echoed, surprising everyone. Muin Hung Nim. After that, Marina was the next to rush forward, and the man in red clothes shouted, "Marina SSI." Marina decided to attack. She confronted the Elder Hydra as Rihan had done. "Don't block. Change the direction of attack. Don't rely on strength. Do it that way." The Elder Hydra then became violent upon seeing Marina jump onto its body. Her eyes sharpened and she began to swing her sword. After that, she swung her sword and slashed the Elder Hydra's body. The attack was so strong that Marina's arm was impacted. The sword fell from her hand. "Is it too strong? My shoulder is dislocated." Just then, the Elder Hydra's heads became intertwined and chaotic. As they were unable to move for a moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "We're alive." Rihan then looked at Marina and admired. "What a monster. How can she reactivate that technique with her current abilities?" Count Hansen also began to use his power at this moment. "Now's the time. Subdue it." After that, he said loudly, "All mages use subjugation magic or slow magic. We cannot let that giant monster keep moving." Immediately, everyone began to release their power in unison. Subjugation, slow, magic chain, countless magical powers wrapped around the Elder Hydra's body. Rihan also activated and said, "Everyone attack." Everyone was frozen and didn't move at this moment. "I will not listen to that damn guy's orders." "What if the magic is cancelled during the attack?" Kong Muhan then got up and said loudly. "You damn bastards, are you scared?" his companion shouted excitedly. Boss, you're alive," he replied with a slight, strained smile. "Why do you sound so disappointed?" After that, everyone in unison. "All right, everyone attack." Several attacks flew directly into the Elder Hydra's body. At this moment, one of its heads suddenly opened its mouth wide and released the power of fire. "It's a fire arrow," a loud roar echoed. "Dodge!" The force flew directly towards the ground where everyone was standing. Rihan stood nearby trying to block it, then turned back and reminded them, "Watch out for close combat." "I'll do my best to block that fire arrow, damn it, don't hold anything back, give it your all." Right after that, everyone's countless attacks poured out. Fire. Sonhun observed the situation from one side. "Good, everyone is immersed in battle. Most of the traps have been cleared, but some are still active. This much is enough." After that, he took a deep breath and shouted loudly. "Kia!" A notification appeared in the system. High-pitched range activated, attention activated. At this moment, everyone in battle turned back in surprise. What is it?" Sonhun then disappeared from his original position. "The princess is gone, the princess has been kidnapped," screams echoed. "The princess has been kidnapped." Ungram turned back in surprise and shouted worriedly. "Princess!" Count Hansen then blocked and shouted loudly. "Aha, Ungram, I'll leave the princess to you." Ungram hastily turned and ran. He couldn't help but curse. "Damn it!" Suddenly, Ungram's foot stepped on a mark on the ground and 2 iron bars with sharp spikes appeared and slashed him. The 2 iron bars clashed and interlocked. Ungram leaped to the side to avoid it. He wondered inwardly, "That's strange. I thought all the traps were dealt with when I passed through here." Right after that, other weapons appeared and attacked. The sounds of the traps indicated that they were rushing forward at an incredibly fast speed. As Yoon Sonhun walked, he looked back and thought, "If I hadn't reset the traps from the beginning, I probably would have been caught by now and wouldn't have made it this far. I can't delay any longer." The room right before the Elder Hydra's lair was the opportune location. He acted again, first applying poison to his dagger. "At least with this I can weaken him." The only remaining task was for Sonhun to look down at the bottle of poison, bite his lip and worry. Then he closed his eyes, took a deep breath and mustered his courage. Sonhun poured the bottle of poison down his throat, and the bottle fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Sonhun clutched his face and screamed in agony. The system simultaneously notified him that his intermediate detoxification skill had detected a high-grade poison of intermediate classification. Its effect was stamina reduction. The poison's effect activated. Sonhun's face contorted from the poison, and he clutched his throat. He thought, "Even high-grade poison has little effect on me. If this poison only affects me, I will use it." At this moment, he continued to calculate. Suddenly, Ungram rushed in from the cave entrance, calling out frantically, Princess Serena, are you all right?" Sonhun, poisoned, coughed up a large amount of blood. Ungram said, "Excuse me," and dipped a finger into Sonhun's blood. Then he brought it to his nose, sniffing. Ungram quickly recognized it as poison. A notification also appeared simultaneously. High-grade toxin detected, poison neutralized. Ungram's face was filled with worry, yet he had never seen a monster using poison in this dungeon until now. "She must have been poisoned from the start. There's no time for that now." He supported Sonhun, who showed no reaction to the pain. "I must run as fast as possible. If I can get to the mages, they will surely detoxify the poison." Ready. Ungram carried Sonhun and ran desperately. He felt guilty for neglecting his duty when the princess lied to incite the people and when she was kidnapped, and now she was poisoned and dying. No matter what, a knight's duty is to protect the princess. From his arms, Sonhun cast a sharp glance. "I will use a killing intent barrier. With my current skills, I won't be able to harm him, unless he's close enough not to dodge the attack off guard and not focused on other things. Now all conditions are met." Just then, Sonhun drew the knife he had just poisoned. Silver Sword Attack activated. Silver Sword Attack Grade A Unique Upper Passive. Silver Sword Attack activates only at very short ranges. Greatly increases the chance of attacking the target's weak points. This attack has a very high chance of ignoring the target's defense. Attacking a weak point deals 300 additional damage and has a 90 chance of instant death. Furthermore, striking an opponent's weak point carries a 10 chance of instant death. The greater the rank difference between the user and the opponent, the more the skill effect decreases. Immediately, Ungram was struck by the knife and knelt in pain. His body trembled in disbelief. Princess Y in front of him. Sonhun calmly manipulated the system screen. Poison neutralized. Drank another bottle of solution and tossed the bottle away. And Sonhun smirked sinisterly. "Now I can finally breathe comfortably." As he spoke, he reached for the sword at his side and drew it. Even at this point, Ungram thought the princess was under an evil spell, otherwise she wouldn't have tried to kill him. "I can't let her do that. I must counterattack." Sonhun moved, but he couldn't react. Sonhun resolutely placed the blade to his neck. The blade slowly cut through Ungram's neck. He could only make unintelligible sounds. Sonhun frowned, puzzled. What was he trying to say to me? Then, as his blade passed, blood splattered. The blood stained his clean dress, making it noticeable. After dealing with Ungram, Sonhun calculated again. Good. The rune sword's awakening points immediately increased by 7,000. The remaining task is to handle this mess. I'll put the corpse into the mouth of a dead monster. Then they won't figure out the cause of his death. The blood on the dress can't be erased, but I'll cover it with other blood. Just then a loud voice came from the direction of the cave entrance. Looks like it's this way, hurry. Sonhu aimed the knife at himself. The only remaining task was for the blade to then pierce his abdomen. Oh, this man is truly cruel. What a brutal method. Suddenly, Sonhu's eyes turned serious. Wait a minute. I forgot this dagger has poison on it. Oh dear, I brought this upon myself. He then helplessly collapsed to the ground. I made a mistake at the last moment. At this moment, Count Hansen and his party rushed in and found him. She's here. We found the princess. Princess, Reverend, what are you waiting for? Hurry and treat the princess's wounds. He noticed the blue arm next to him. Count Hansen, startled by the miserable sight, exclaimed, Ungram. Count Hansen looked on with a very puzzled expression. Ungram, you are the Empire's finest knight and the captain of the royal guard, he thought suspiciously. How could he meet such an end? How could he be killed so unrecognizably inside a monster's mouth? He squinted his eyes, sensing something was wrong. Something's off. As he observed the crime scene, he seemed to notice something abnormal. The corpse was severely damaged, the surroundings were very clean, and the traces on the corpse further solidified what he was thinking. And the wound seemed to be from a sharp blade. The wound seemed to have been inflicted by someone stronger than himself. The Count stroked his beard, deducing. There's no reason to destroy the body, is there? This made him ponder the incident slightly. Clearly, not even a sage would figure out the culprit. Looking at the princess, he became even more certain, because he wouldn't hypothesize that Princess Serena killed Ungram. Inside the barracks it was dark at this moment, and a few soldiers were sparsely seated, chatting. The princess slightly opened her eyes and regained consciousness. Count Hansen was guarding her bedside. As soon as she stood up, he said, Princess, have you regained consciousness? We have treated your wounds and detoxified the poison. Yoon Son-hoon was still inside her body. He pretended to thank Hansen, but inwardly he was very worried. Damn it, I didn't leave any traces, did I? Count Hansen bowed his head respectfully. He delivered the sad news. Princess, I am sorry to deliver such sad news just as you've regained consciousness. One of our heroes, Sir Ungram, has died. Yoon Son-hoon was very wary. He quickly thought that Hansen might notice something through his Son-hoon's expression. First, I'll cry. Indeed, he acted so skillfully that he actually shed tears. Sob. Son-hoon pretended to be grief-stricken, shedding tears profusely. How could this happen? Count Hansen looked on consolingly. Princess, Son-hoon secretly scoffed elsewhere. Pretending to be sad like this is not difficult at all. He put on a fake mask to perfectly play the role. Thanks to the princess's social skills, I could act more professionally. Thanks to that, I appeared as a sorrowful master who had lost a loyal guard. Inside the tent, only the princess's sobs filled the air. Sob. The soldiers outside were also surprised by the princess's emotional display. They whispered to each other, What? Still crying? She's been crying for over an hour. If she keeps it up, she'll collapse from exhaustion. Son-hoon suddenly opened the curtain and looked out at them. He wore a serious expression, but still one tinged with sadness. I apologize for showing such an emotional display, one of them hastily explained. It's all right. After all, you just lost a valuable guard, so it's natural. Rihan was observing their conversation from the side. He thought to himself, if she were a player, they wouldn't have waited so patiently. He knew very well why everyone treated the princess so well. The reason everyone was so kind to the princess was simply because she was an NPC who played a crucial role in clearing the dungeon. Son-hoon, pretending to be seized by guilt, said, I can't keep grieving. Am I delaying everyone's time? Rihan skillfully replied, No, even if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to leave earlier. He explained that the B-grade group had fiercely quarreled over reward distribution after taking down the Elder Hydra. Son-hoon asked in surprise, Rewards? Rihan replied. Yes, they killed the Elder Hydra, a giant monster. The rewards for that achievement must have appeared. Son-hoon was very curious and intrigued about these immense rewards. What kind of items were they fighting over? People here wouldn't make such a fuss over a few ordinary magic items. Rihan tossed him a large bag and said, See for yourself. Son-hoon caught the bag and was astonished by what he found inside. The first reward was the Poison Dragon Spear. Poison Dragon Spear, legendary grade lower spear. This spear was crafted by a renowned blacksmith in ancient times and has evolved over a long period inside the Elder Hydra. Mana amplification 150, always emits rare grade toxins, critical damage increased by 30, mana consumption reduced by 20 when casting skills, spellcasting speed increased by 20, skill damage increased by 20. All stats 40 unique skill. Wild Dragon's Rebellion can be used for 15 days. The second was a mysterious armor. Poison Dragon Armor, legendary grade lower armor. Armor made from the hide of an Elder Hydra, possessing high defense. Mana amplification 50, critical attack chance greatly reduced, instant death chance reduced, highly resistant to poison, completely immune to damage at certain grades, mana consumption reduced by 10 when casting skills. All stats 2. The Poison Dragon Armor set includes Poison Dragon Outer Armor and Poison Dragon Boots. Son-hoon was astonished even after seeing these precious items. Both were legendary grade items. He finally realized the reason they had fought. With such good items, it's no wonder they fought amongst themselves. He made a suggestion to Rihan. Wouldn't it be best to give them to the person who can make the best use of them? Rihan also agreed. I think so too. Son-hoon made a few suggestions. It would be good to give the Poison Dragon Spear to Kong Mu-han and the Poison Dragon Armor to Marina, who performed second best. Yu He-yun interrupted him and disagreed. I'm sorry, but that cannot be done. Son-hoon turned to him, very curious, and asked about his identity. May I ask your name? He replied confidently. I am Kim Yu He-yun, an ordinary monk. As soon as he heard this name, Son-hoon immediately became wary. Kim Yu He-yun, I must be wary of this man. May I ask why? He replied. It's simple. Yu He-yun without hesitation stated his true intention. Once this mission ends, we will become enemies again. Who would want their enemy to become stronger? Son-hoon frowned. I didn't expect him to say such a thing. Does he mean that if he can't get it, no one else should either? I had a vague idea, but I didn't expect him to be so blunt. The two looked at each other. They were silent, but their eyes were filled with coldness towards each other. He surmised that this man was also a killer, as expected. Son-hoon scoffed at the greedy people. How amusing that they would be swayed by such things. He acted magnanimously. Once this mission is over, I will open the royal treasury and give you as many items as you desire. If you wish, I can even let you swim in gold and silver treasures. Yu He-yun also indirectly spoke about the kingdom's wealth. A princess, I don't believe such treasures exist in this kingdom. Son-hoon rebuked him, freezing him on the spot. Do not speak carelessly, he sternly chastised him. Dare you disrespect the royal family? Yu He-yun, disbelieving these words, spoke frankly. It may sound rude, but I doubt everything your highness has said. Son-hoon glared at him. What do you mean? Yu He-yun immediately mentioned that item. The phoenix feather can resurrect the dead, he asked suspiciously. Why don't you bring such an item? If it existed, we could have revived Ungram. Yu He-yun deliberately spoke metaphorically. Does such an item truly exist in the kingdom? Suddenly a sharp sword flashed by. Son-hoon drew his sword and aimed it at Yu's neck, but he remained very calm. Ha, she's truly gone mad. Seeing her ice-cold face, Yu He-yun became even more certain that the princess was not an NPC. Son-hoon growled at him. Kim Yu He-yun, you don't seem to understand the meaning of what you just uttered, do you? He brought the sword closer to his neck and warned. I warn you, this one time I will forgive your disrespectful words towards the royal family. Yu He-yun remained very calm. He looked at the people observing them from behind and reminded them. If your highness were to kill me so openly, you would not be able to bear the consequences. Son-hoon, completely unperturbed, retorted. Consequences? What consequences are you talking about? But the people behind them were on the princess's side. We don't know. Do as your highness wishes. Yu He-yun cursed those damn fools inwardly. Son-hoon secretly smiled. That's right, Kim Yi-yun's thoughts were similar to yours. He was confident that as long as their personal interests weren't infringed upon, people wouldn't interfere, and they would even consider your death beneficial. Son-hoon ordered. Count Hansen, he replied. Yes, princess. Son-hoon instructed him to tell those foolish people the truth about the royal treasure. Count Hansen spoke of everything. The phoenix feather exists. Yi-yun was startled. What, really? Son-hoon glanced at him with a very satisfied expression, thinking inwardly, just as expected. Unlike that troublesome fellow, I knew Hansen would play along with my lie. Count Hansen also explained why they hadn't brought such a precious item. The reason we didn't bring it is that the kingdom's treasure vault has been overrun by monsters. If we defeat the Demon King, we will be able to retrieve all the items within the treasure vault. Son-hoon sighed. The Demon King really makes it sound grim. He pretended to be very worried about the battle and suggested that if they delayed like this, the number of casualties would continue to rise. From now on, I will take responsibility for handling all stolen items. Yi-yun tried to interject, saying, wait, that's a bit too much. But Son-hoon had already made his decision. It would be best to give them to those who showed the most outstanding performance in battle. He distributed the items. I will give this spear to Sir Kong Muhan. Why are you so surprised? Do you want something else? He continued. And I will give this poison dragon armor to Marina. Son-hoon declared the distribution of items. The remaining items will be distributed fairly to others. Everyone was very grateful to him. Thank you, princess. Yi-yun also remained silent. Son-hoon smiled with satisfaction, thinking inwardly, this is acting, you fools. After finishing the distribution, only one low-grade poison extract remained, making him hesitate. Some people will be dissatisfied with this method of distribution, but the situation has changed now. As night fell, a man stealthily entered the princess's tent. Choi Ji-hoon entered, and Son-hoon was already waiting for him. Did you call for me? Son-hoon, with a sword in his hand, got straight to the point without beating around the bush. I will get straight to the point. I will give this rune sword to you, Choi Ji-hoon. Choi Ji-hoon quickly knelt down and received the sword with an excited expression. What, if her highness bestows it upon me, I will honorably use it. But before giving him the sword, Son-hoon mentioned a small difficulty. However, this sword is still sealed. A sacrifice is needed to break that seal. Choi Ji-hoon was flustered. A sacrifice? Son-hoon reassured him. There's no need to be so tense, he hinted to him about the sacrifice. The sacrifice is Count Hansen, not you. Choi Ji-hoon listened quietly to Son-hoon's instructions. Son-hoon carefully explained the perfect scheme to him. When we enter the Demon King's abode, you will use this sword to give Hansen a painless death and then return it to me. Choi Ji-hoon hesitated slightly. What? Can I continue to fight him? Son-hoon immediately asserted his authority. The magical firepower of this sacred sword will certainly be helpful in defeating the Demon King, and I am the only one who can wield it. All plans were perfectly crafted, like characters in a story. The hero confronts the Demon King directly. The knight protects the princess, the mage sacrifices himself, and the princess delivers a fatal blow to the Demon King with a sword. Choi Ji-hoon understood and obeyed the entire plan. Understood. Every NPC has their role. Understood, I will follow Her Highness's plan. Deep satisfaction gleamed in Sonhoon's eyes. Choi Ji-hoon is truly easy to use. When Choi Ji-hoon left the princess's tent, there was someone who saw him. It was Rihan. He harbored strong suspicions about their conversation. All soldiers have gathered. Let's depart now. Yes, all of them stood before the large door, very curious. Is that it in there? Will the Demon King appear behind this door? Muhan showed very firm resolve. All right. If Rihan handles the Demon King, we rankers will follow closely behind, one of his companions said in surprise. Wait, are we on the front lines? Muhan said resolutely. Of course, are you planning to run away? Hearing that, the soldier was immediately flustered and said no, but one more thing to mention. There are two types of people in this world. One is those who only pursue their own interests, and the other is those who follow their emotions. Sonhoon knew his true nature well. He thought inwardly, Kong Muhan belongs to the latter, but I am not such a selfless person. Furthermore, he knew very well the people who knew the truth about the princess. The only ones who knew that Princess Serena would be sacrificed according to her original mission were those who had already ascended and Hansen. Sonhoon subtly pretended to worry while handing poison to Count Hansen. Hansen, this is a mysterious medicine that will restore your health. He immediately refused. Haha, thank you for your majesty's kindness, but I am not tired at the moment. Sonhoon still tried to hand it to Hansen. Take it. What can I do with it in my hands? Hansen reluctantly accepted the vial. If your majesty insists. He held the vial and drank it in one gulp. Sonhoon glanced at Choi Ji-hoon. He also implicitly understood him. Before engaging in battle, Rihan instructed all soldiers, I will give you a few pieces of advice before opening this door. He spoke with a slightly arrogant attitude as if fearing his light would be stolen. Do not approach the Demon King easily. Especially the rest of you, you should only deal with the low-grade monsters around, for I am the protagonist of this mission. The rest of you are merely supporting characters. Someone scoffed as they listened. Look at his words, truly arrogant. Rihan emphasized something important. And don't be greedy. Sonhoon was surprised by his words. Greedy? What is he talking about? Now Rihan began the first procedure. Then I will open the door. Behind the door, the Demon King and his skeletal minions were already waiting. Nice to meet you, humble humans. I commend those of you who haven't fallen into the pit of despair. Rihan didn't say much and immediately punched him, but the Demon King blocked him. The Demon King, injured in one arm, said painfully, Wait a minute, why are you in such a hurry? Shouldn't you at least give me time to introduce myself? Rihan frowned and replied unpleasantly, You may be happy now, but I'm not. Being forcefully summoned here is truly annoying. Sonhoon, seeing the way Rihan spoke, thought inwardly, in this conversation the Demon King is also a god. Quite intimidating. Rihan said arrogantly, So speak less. The Demon King obeyed. Yes, your majesty. And the Demon King wore an evil smile. He shouted. His minions began to fight. I will plant despair in your souls. The royal army also counterattacked with special skills. Here they come. Everyone attack with fire magic. Count Hansen suddenly felt his body weaken for no reason. What is this? I'm suddenly finding it hard to breathe. And I even drank the mysterious medicine the princess gave me. Choi Ji-hoon quietly appeared behind Hansen. He raised his sword, prepared for action, then resolutely struck the unfortunate count in the neck. The scene descended into chaos. As the sky turned red, the knights fought the monsters. A knight, flustered, cautiously asked the person next to him, Choi Ji-hoon, are you crazy? Why are you killing our comrade? Are you under a spell and being mind-controlled? But Choi Ji-hoon calmly said to everyone, Lower your swords, I have merely fulfilled my mission as planned. The two were puzzled. Planned? Choi Ji-hoon said solemnly. I will explain the plan later. For now, everyone must protect themselves from the monsters. At this moment, monsters wielding shields and swords surged forward. The soldiers also drew their swords with a will to fight. Hold your ground and defeat all monsters. Do not lower your shields. Try to survive. In one corner, Choi Ji-hoon called the princess. Choi Ji-hoon knelt before Sonhoon, who was playing the princess, and said politely, Princess, as you commanded, I return the rune sword to you. Sonhoon's face was sharp, and deep satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. He thought inwardly, Hansen drank a poison that no one knew about, so everything is proceeding smoothly. Thanks to that, the rune sword seal has been broken. Just then, a notification popped up from the system that Sonhoon had completed the rune sword mission and would receive 10,000 mission points. Sonhoon suddenly felt a sense of doubt. Now the Demon King is being continuously attacked by the royal army. A heaven and earth-shaking battle is taking place. Kong Muhan is looking for an opportunity, aiming for his back. The Demon King looks sweaty and exhausted. Sonhoon, seeing his appearance, immediately showed a worried expression. Too fast. I can't find an opening to attack. Kong Muhan knew the Demon King was exhausted, but he still appeared behind him with all his might, brandishing his weapon with an aggressive expression and leaping. Then how about this? And he struck him. Poison Dragon Strike. Another young man slashed the Demon King's calf with his sword, but it couldn't penetrate his iron armor. Immediately after, a royal soldier rushed from behind and delivered a powerful blow with twin swords to the Demon King, who had no time to react. The Demon King, in a disadvantageous situation, muttered inwardly, I hope that soldier can handle everything when I confront them directly, but now it's a bit dangerous. At the same time, he was astonished by the power of the royal generals. Even if they received help, how can these ordinary humans become so strong in just 3 months? I concede that their efforts were not in vain, moreover. The Demon King glared at Rihan, showing anger and dissatisfaction. Rihan, I already tried to teach him a lesson and use this mission as an excuse, but he is stronger than I thought. He waited too long, lost his patience, and became angry. When will that item arrive? According to the scenario, it should appear soon. Going back in time, in a fortress floating under the night sky, the Demon King asked, "What? Your Majesty wants me to be attacked by magic?" The white-haired middle-aged man explained, "As a Demon King, your body is very strong, so what do you think they will choose?" According to the scenario, they will use hellfire in battle. He very carefully emphasized again, "No matter what happens, no matter what you have to do, let yourself be directly hit by that hellfire attack." The Demon King again asked in confusion, "Must I really?" The middle-aged man with a solemn expression replied, "Do you think it is necessary to capture you? The purpose of this mandatory mission is to give players a warning." The heavenly Demon King had no choice but to agree. He thought inwardly, "There's no other choice. If I refuse, I'll be captured and severely punished." Returning to the present, the Demon King continued to resist the fierce attacks of Rihan, Kong Muhan, and the royal soldiers. "Wasn't I supposed to be attacked when the battle first began? What is happening?" Reluctantly, he decided to take the risk. "Damn it, there's no other choice. I'll have to be a bit gentler with you." And he bent down, immediately using a skill called Tyrant's Soul to spread red smoke around him. The Demon King laughed loudly with an evil expression. "Ha, die, die, die." Rihan had already anticipated the situation. He muttered inwardly, "Damn it, I knew this guy would use this skill. I'll repay him after this is over." The red smoke created ghosts that continuously attacked the surrounding soldiers. Several soldiers fell. Sonhun was worried about this situation. "If this continues, everyone will die at the Demon King's hands," he suggested to the others. "All monks cast purification and support spells. The Demon King is a demon, so this skill will be effective." Everyone agreed with this wise idea. They shouted, "Great, let's do it right away." Immediately after, there was a noticeable change in the soldiers' stamina. "Your health has increased. Your defense has increased." Conversely, the Demon King suffered misfortune. The system announced, "Movement has slowed." He was puzzled. "What?" Seizing the opportunity, Kong Muhan and the royal soldiers led the other soldiers and issued an attack command. "Our chance has come. Attack with all your might." The Demon King was bombarded by a barrage of attacks from all sides: Holy Cross, Elemental Essence, and 3 Essence Sword Chi. Sonhun was very triumphant at this moment. "My time has come." He held the rune sword and looked up at the sky with murderous eyes. From the rune sword, Sonhun unleashed a powerful energy, hellfire. The Demon King was terrified and unprepared. "Wait, damn it, I need to find a way to block that hellfire attack." Rihan threw a lightning fist, delivering a painful blow to the Demon King. Sonhun aimed the rune sword at the magic circle and attacked. He gnashed his teeth in pain from the fatal blow, and immediately after, a strange blue light emanated from his entire body. Demon King's entire body gradually melted away and turned into small fragments. Everything turned to dust and vanished. After defeating him, the system announced good news. Demon King subjugation mission complete. You will receive 50,000 mission points. You have completed the Dawn Driving Out Darkness challenge. Rihan said cheerfully, "That poor fellow must have been under immense pressure, thinking he had to take the hellfire attack according to the scenario." A few soldiers said in surprise, "What? He's really dead? Wait, but wasn't it too easy?" One person checking the system was certain the mission was complete and they could return home. Another person, utterly astonished, pointed at a spot. "Wait, over there, that's a mountain of treasures and money, and high-grade items, a legendary evil sword, the Demon King's armor, legendary mid-tier and rare-grade legendary items." They discovered them and were all surprised. "Look, are those really all legendary items? Seriously?" Kong Muhan hastily stopped everyone. "Hold on, everyone calm down." He glanced behind him with a warning look. "Don't go near it." An arrow pierced his face and embedded itself in the wall. Kong Muhan was enraged. "Who shot that arrow?" Li Yun from one side began chanting a spell, binding them with divine chains. The items miraculously floated into the air before everyone's eyes. They exploded. Li Yun looked up with a cold expression, and the others, surprised, followed his gaze. They exclaimed, "What's down there?" The system screen displayed a precious item. The Demon King's essence. With legendary rarity, it was an item that allowed the user to change their job. Yoon Sonhun looked at the item with great satisfaction. "With just that, I can change my job to an all-powerful Demon King. That's exactly everything I need." A plan was already set in his mind. "The moment the return function reactivates, I'll escape with that." But he still hesitated slightly. However, people were noisily fighting amongst themselves. "Don't touch anything, just stay put." Yoon Sonhun expected a fight to break out soon. Choi Ji-hoon stood to the side, not participating in the fight. He considered himself lucky. "At least I received the rune sword." But he looked for the princess and was surprised not to see her. However, Princess Serena was in the dimly lit castle where a small light was filtering in. Yoon Sonhun chose a wise method, trying to escape. "With my current abilities, trying would clearly lead to death. Greed isn't good in this situation." He had obtained the rune sword, so he was satisfied and left. "I already possess the rune sword, and the other items haven't been stably distributed yet." Yoon Sonhun decided to choose a safer method. "So it's better to return." The system continued to send him congratulatory messages. "You have completed the Dawn Driving Out Darkness challenge. Your completion progress is being calculated. All stats increase by 10 and additional stats increase by 5. You have completed an S-grade challenge. This legendary event will be remembered forever. Yoon Son-hoon immediately returned to his original form. Applause erupted, congratulating him. Yuri, deeply moved by Son-hoon's success, exclaimed in admiration, "Amazing, Master Son-hoon, I never thought you'd complete that challenge." Yoon Son-hoon smiled humbly. "I didn't think I'd be able to do it myself." Yuri displayed an attitude filled with joy. He asked about his needs. "Anyway, it's truly a pleasure to meet again. Would you like to rest for a bit?" Yoon Son-hoon thought to himself, "Just as I expected, everything here is free." He thought he should definitely make the most of everything. Delicious food and drinks were laid out on the table waiting for someone to taste them. "This is heaven." Yuri treated him with the utmost care. "Do you like these dishes?" Yoon Son-hoon replied very naturally. "I believe this reward is commensurate with my efforts." Yuri, hearing that, immediately asked, "Then do you not want additional rewards?" He shook his head slightly. Yuri immediately got to the point. "Just kidding. Now let's talk about the rewards." Yoon Son-hoon immediately raised a question. "Before we begin, I have a question." He immediately stated his opinion. "I couldn't complete the challenge through ordinary means. I disguised myself as princess and NPC and deceived other players. And if others find out what happened, the situation will become very complicated." Yoon Son-hoon asked genuinely, "So, can they find out how I completed the challenge?" Yuri answered this question nonchalantly. "We always keep other users' information secret." He raised a finger with a special gesture, conveying trust. "Furthermore, because there's a god always watching over you, I'm sure no one will find out what happened." Yoon Son-hoon was slightly surprised to hear this. "A god always watching over me?" Yuri very carefully did not reveal the person's identity. "I apologize. I cannot tell you who that person is." Yoon Son-hoon tried to remember in great detail to find a clue. "You don't have to tell me exactly." "Among the items I received while completing the challenge," he immediately found a clue in one of the items. There was one with the name Loki written on it. But Yoon Son-hoon was very calm. He wasn't worried or concerned at all. "Now I don't need to worry about others finding out what I did." Yuri informed Yoon Son-hoon about his achievements. "Your total score is currently 119,211 points, and the items you collected during the mission are as follows. 119,211 points. As soon as he heard this, Yoon Son-hoon was startled. "Wait, 110,000 points?" He couldn't understand where such a large number of points came from, and immediately said, "The last time I checked, it was around 80,000 points even after the Demon King's subjugation mission. Where did the extra 30,000 points come from?" Yuri immediately kindly explained his question. "When you hunted the Demon King, the total points you received after using it in the mission were approximately 30,000 and didn't you know?" Yoon Son-hoon finally realized. He recalled the previous battle. "I used Hellfire amidst the confusion, so I didn't notice I spent 30,000 points." Yoon Son-hoon also felt a slight sense of pride. "Isn't that the score I could get after completing the Runesword mission 3 times? It was truly a good deal." Yuri handed him a long list. "And this is a list of items and skills you possessed in the mission. All the skills and items you possessed can be transferred to your real body by using points." The list included several items. Runesword, Legendary Grade Mid-Tier, 80,000 points. Princess Dress, Elite Grade Mid-Tier, 50,000 points. Mithril Dagger, Elite Grade Mid-Tier, 40,000 points. Necklace of Despair, Elite Grade Mid-Tier, 38,000 points. Yoon Son-hoon looked at it and thought to himself, even the clothes I wore were elite grade. He calculated very carefully, aligning with his expenditures. "Now I have about 30,000 points left and elite grade items are expensive." Yoon Son-hoon looked through the list and exclaimed, "Hey, why is this so cheap?" Yuri was surprised. "What?" He mentioned a few items he considered cheap. Improvised dance is only 2,000 points. Advanced ballet is 3,000 points and miscellaneous dance is only 1,000 points. "Yuri, I thought these skills were expensive." Yuri chuckled lightly. He explained further, "What I said was expensive only applies to advanced skills and destructive skills. These dance skills are fine being cheap." Yoon Son-hoon's eyes widened with joy as if he had discovered gold. An opportunity. He raised his hand, signifying he would take everything. Improvised dance, ballet, traditional dance, all of them. Yuri was surprised by his peculiar attitude. "Wait, what?" He couldn't understand what Yoon Son-hoon was thinking. He thought to himself, "Why does that person like useless skills so much? What is he going to do with those dances? Is he trying to attract the attention of the joyful gods?" But Yuri was slightly suspicious because he understood that he was an extraordinary person. "The Yoon Son-hoon I know isn't that foolish. There must be a deep reason." After a moment of careful consideration, Son-hoon made a good deal. "With the remaining 20,000 points, I'll buy diluted poison and a guardian ring." Yuri clapped his hands lightly as if understanding his intention. "Understood. That leaves 1,000 points." Yoon Son-hoon added a few more necessary items to his shopping cart. After finishing his work, Yuri prepared to bid farewell to Yoon Son-hoon. "It seems everything is done now. Unfortunately, our meeting ends here." Yoon Son-hoon felt a slight regret upon hearing this. "It's over? I thought you would continue to help, but you don't have time?" Yuri smiled gently and reminded him. He also promised him, "Don't rely on me too much, but don't worry, we'll meet again soon." Hearing this, Yoon Son-hoon asked blankly, "Meet again soon?" Yuri glanced at him. He said meaningfully, "Did you think this was the last mandatory mission?" He gave him a valid reason. "As you know, to warn some people and give them a chance to develop, these mandatory missions will continue." Yuri also recognized this point himself. He confided, "That doesn't mean I'm the only target." Yuri was silent for a moment, as if having a difficult thought to express. He threw a long red silk ribbon, and Yoon Son-hoon was suddenly slightly surprised. "Wait." A notification popped up from the system. "You are returning to the plaza." Meanwhile, right behind him stood a young man named Loki. Observing the young man with a cold expression, Yuri bowed his head respectfully to him. "It is an honor to meet you again, Master Loki," Loki said with an authoritative tone. "It's not a big problem, but it needs attention," Yuri dared to ask him. A hint of fear mixed in his words. "Do you already have a plan?" Loki coldly stated his transgression. "You mentioned top-secret information." He held out his hand. His face grew dark and cold. "So I'm debating whether or not to kill you." Yuri did not object and quietly accepted the punishment. Loki sighed. "Anyway, he showed himself to be a humane person. I don't think you meant to, and since you're a person who knows how to stop yourself, I won't punish you." Yuri bowed his head to him in thanks. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Loki knew everything, but he chose a moral approach with Yuri. "He'll eventually find out the truth anyway. So, even if he knows now, nothing will change." The space shifted to another location. Outside was a city street where Yoon Son-hoon appeared. He felt a slight regret and disappointment. "I thought I could rest a little longer." A notification popped up from the system. "You have 1,211 unused mission points remaining. These points will be converted into 121,100 Jude." Yoon Son-hoon rejoiced inwardly. "I have a little more money to spend." He decided to find a shop in town and purchase some items. "Excuse me." Yoon Son-hoon entered the shop and asked the owner, "Sir, I have a question if you don't mind." The owner was an NPC blacksmith named Ru. He seemed very enthusiastic. "I was bored anyway since there were no customers. What would you like to ask?" Yoon Son-hoon cautiously asked one thing. "Can I change the shape of equipment in this blacksmith shop?" Ru also answered honestly. "Changing equipment? It's not impossible." Yoon Son-hoon thought to himself it wasn't a lie. He took out his top-grade rune sword and made a request. "Then how much does it cost to change this rapier into a longsword?" Ru was startled to see such a rare item and exclaimed, "How do you possess such a sword?" He immediately quoted an expensive price and an offer. "It will cost 50 million Jude to adjust it. If you bring rainbow metal and Orion stone beads, I can reduce it to 500,000 Jude." Yoon Son-hoon was shocked by the staggering price. "That expensive? Why is it so expensive?" He explained a few reasons for such a price. "Lengthening a rapier like this requires a lot of materials, and of course buying materials costs a lot of money." "Don't you think so?" Yoon Son-hoon examined it very carefully in detail. "Orion stone beads can only be obtained by completing the most difficult C-grade missions, and only low-grade stones can be acquired. I've never even heard of rainbow metal. No, even if such things exist, it's still too expensive to adjust this sword." After a brief calculation, he made a wise decision. "Then please make me a new sword." Ru asked a few more things about his wish. "Custom order, what shape?" Yoon Son-hoon quickly made a request. "One sword exactly like this one." Ru smiled brightly and agreed to make it. "Understood, please wait a moment." Two swords were quickly made and were identical. "Rune sword, legendary grade rapier, normal rarity." He handed it to him and said, "Here, the sword you requested." Yoon Son-hoon held the crafted sword and admired it. "It only took 1 minute to make this sword. This amazing crafting time isn't bad." After that, he came up with a clever plan. "I'll keep the real rune sword in my inventory and wear the fake one on my waist to avoid suspicion." The people who participated in the battle against the Demon King also returned to the kingdom through the warp gate. They were very happy and cheered, "We're alive, we're really alive. Damn it, we finally escaped. I thought I was going to die." They all went to Sarah and confronted her. "When can we get the phoenix feather and the legendary items Princess Serena promised as per your request?" Sarah told them the truth honestly. Princess Serena, whom you met in the mission, was not an NPC, but a player. "This is all the information I can disclose at your request." People were immediately surprised. A player? As the story unfolded, everyone became very angry. "She tricked us, damn it. If I catch her, I won't let her off the hook." Meanwhile, Yoon Son-hoon was busy fighting a giant monster tiger. The person everyone was looking for was, in the meantime, dealing with the monster with the sword they thought was a scam. The tiger immediately snarled, threatening to tear him apart. The creature swung its claws to attack, but Son-hoon dodged nimbly. He calmly searched for a strategic method to defeat the monster. "I need to give myself over to the music. I can't just attack blindly. I need to find the right timing." Calming his mind, Son-hoon found the tiger's weakness and counterattacked. With the help of the rune sword, he instantly tore the tiger to shreds. As soon as the tiger fell completely, joyful news arrived from the system as a notification. "You have completed the demon extermination mission." Son-hoon felt a sense of pride that his power was on another level. In the past, he barely managed to complete missions using traps, poison, and surprise attacks, but now he could complete C-grade challenges alone. However, he remained determined to go further and become stronger than before. Indeed, choosing dance skills was a wise decision. While his stat ranking was 21 stone, these skills were comparable to a genius. They were only E grade, but if he could improve them to S grade, he would surely become even stronger. Before returning, Son-hoon had to very carefully switch to the fake sword. In the kingdom, there were sudden inspections to find the swindler. Nothing suspicious. Next, Someone noticed something strange and asked the person in front, Choi Ji-hoon, what happened to that person? He replied that it seemed he was tricked by someone named Serena. Ji-hoon was filled with anger and hatred. He promised a generous reward to anyone who could find the swindler. Such an evil wretch must be punished. We must mobilize all guild resources to find her, and she must be made to pay. I will give 10 million Ju to whoever brings the rune sword. Son-hoon too blended into the crowd and was called when it was his turn. Next, Choi Ji-hoon was startled when he saw the item he was looking for. Is that the rune sword? But he was even more surprised by the sword's grade. Wait, it's just a rare grade. The system clearly displayed rare grade rapier. He muttered to himself that the rune sword should be legendary grade. Choi Ji-hoon grew even more puzzled looking at the sword's owner. Besides, wasn't Serena a platinum blonde woman? This discrepancy made him let Son-hoon pass. Pass, Son-hoon inwardly cursed, you fool. Afterward he went to a nearby cafe. Eli was waiting for him there. She waved to him and said, Son-hoon oppa over here. He questioned her in a slightly scolding tone. It's been quite a while. Every time I tried to contact you, you didn't answer my calls. Eli brought up an important topic. By the way, haven't you thought about completing the missions that haven't been finished yet? Son-hoon was quite surprised to hear that. Missions that haven't been finished yet. He thought for a moment and muttered to himself, it's different from before. Most of the highest difficulty missions had already been completed, so for a mission to be unfinished meant it was extremely difficult. Son-hoon asked her, not B grade, right? Is it C grade? Eli confirmed his words. Its name is the Mad Mage's Tomb. A picture of this mission formed in Son-hoon's mind. The Mad Mage's Tomb was a mission to enter an underground dungeon and find the secret room of a dead mage. He clearly knew the difficulty and drawbacks of this mission. The only problem was the countless number of monsters. That was why it hadn't been completed until now. Son-hoon immediately refused adamantly. No, Eli was startled. What? She very urgently reminded him. I heard Heppa is planning to complete it themselves. If we don't hurry now, they'll take it. Son-hoon calmly drank his water and asked her, then do you have a plan to deal with the countless hordes of monsters? Eli moved closer to him and brought her face close with earnest eyes. Eli spoke with absolute confidence. I've found a way to completely clear out that monster horde. Son-hoon felt a slight doubt at her words. He thought to himself, she found a way to eliminate countless hordes of monsters all at once? But seeing Eli's trustworthy expression, there was no room for doubt. There was no reason for Eli to lie to him. Eli also very enthusiastically urged Son-hoon to join her team. Then will you join our team? Son-hoon also didn't refuse this opportunity. He told her, if you can definitely clear out that monster horde, there's no reason not to agree. If we just find the map and calculate the shortest route, we can easily handle them. Eli agreed and suggested to him, understood, is there anyone you'd like to bring along? Son-hoon thought of a few people he knew. I'm not without acquaintances, but no one immediately comes to mind as trustworthy or skilled. Anyway, the only people he was close to were Lee and he and Marina, therefore he chose to lie. I'm really sorry, but I couldn't come up with an idea to help them. This person suddenly came to mind. I think we can complete the mission with just 3 people. Son-hoon immediately asked her curiously, but what was that plan you mentioned earlier to clear out the monster horde? Eli chuckled slightly and said to him secretly, without immediately revealing it, then I'll see you at the south gate tomorrow morning. Son-hoon was slightly surprised. Wait, he still asked suspiciously, what if it's a trap? The next morning at Rue the blacksmith's shop, Son-hoon picked up a sword. He examined it closely for a while, then flawlessly demonstrated a few sword dances. People inside the shop were amazed by his skill. They whispered to each other, truly impressive. Is he a high-ranking ranker? Even if he's a high-ranking ranker, I've never seen anyone capable of using so many different types of weapons. They were very curious about how he trained to acquire such skills. Did he train in martial arts or something similar in the real world? Son-hoon knew himself well, and he knew what would be most beneficial. The effects of my dance skills are noticeably improving, since my left arm has become more skilled. It would be best to get another auxiliary weapon now. Seeing a few beautiful shields hanging on the wall, he hesitated slightly. I don't want to fight with a shield because it might look like I'm imitating Marina, but should I buy one? A girl watching Son-hoon from behind exclaimed, Can you use a shield too? Impressive. He humbly replied to the girl. No, I'll learn it slowly later. Just like before, it was Marina. When she spoke, Son-hoon was also startled. It's been a while. Seeing her, he looked at her with a touch of embarrassment. Marina was the only one by my side when I was Serena, so I hope she didn't notice me then. Marina asked Son-hoon a question that seemed to test his skill level. You said you would master it. I mean, no matter what weapon you use, no matter what you pick up in a fight, you'll reach a level where you can use it skillfully? Son-hoon was a little bewildered by her words. What? She doesn't seem to know anything. Marina expressed her opinion and admiration to him. People with top-level crafting skills can create a finished product no matter what tool they use, but what you're saying goes beyond that level. And now you mean you can skillfully handle various types of weapons just by touching them? Truly impressive, Son-hoon immediately exclaimed in confusion. No, wait, that's not what I meant. She stated her understanding. Although it looks a bit strange when you use it, you can get used to it almost instantly. No need to hide it from me, I already said it. It's just a misunderstanding. Don't expect too much from people like me. She looked at him with sharp eyes. Understood, so that was just a coincidence too. Son-hoon was now speechless. He thought to himself, this person really doesn't understand. Marina firmly suggested, besides I want you to work with me. Soon-hoon was startled and replied, "What?" The people inside the shop recognized Marina and exclaimed in admiration, "Isn't that Marina the sword demon?" Soon-hoon, seeing everyone's gaze turn to them, suggested to her, "Wait, I don't think this is an appropriate place to talk about this. Let's move somewhere else first." They chose a cafe to talk. Soon-hoon confirmed once more, "So you're saying you want to work with me?" Marina confirmed and offered him generous terms. "That's right, I want you to be the commander of my team. You can distribute items as you wish." But Soon-hoon also made one thing clear. "Even if we're on the same team, I won't have to fight you." Marina agreed. She explained her reasons to him. "That's not why I want to work with you." Marina genuinely shared her thoughts. "To be honest, unlike my growth rate, mission difficulty is increasing much faster." A perfect and rational plan was already in her mind. "There's a limit to what I can do alone. That's why I need an ally. At least he's skilled, humble, and even handsome." Soon-hoon felt a slight wariness and thought to himself, "Is she testing me?" He was somewhat persuaded, thinking that working with Marina would be quite beneficial. Thinking about it, even though she might get angry sometimes, considering her skill, personality, and trustworthiness, she meets all the criteria. Soon-hoon put forward a few conditions if he were to join the team. "If I join, I'll be the leader, and I'll be responsible for item distribution. If we participate in missions, you'll have to follow my orders." He asked once more, "Do you understand what I'm saying?" Marina agreed to this request. "Of course, I'll follow your words entirely." However, she also made one request to Soon-hoon. "On one condition, you have to spar with me once a week," he thought to himself. "Just as I thought." Soon-hoon acted very wisely to find the most appropriate timing. "Once a month, and I'll decide the sparring date. That's my condition." Marina was a little dejected. "Once a month, huh?" So the two decided to work together. Marina extended a friendly handshake to Soon-hoon. "Then good luck." Soon-hoon had already made plans for the future in his mind. "Once a month I'll definitely be able to show her everything I have." Soon-hoon was secretly pleased with this deal. He muttered to himself, "To get such a good companion I really need to make good use of her." Time passed, and on the appointed day with Eli they met on a street. Eli was quite surprised to see Soon-hoon with someone else. "I thought you'd come alone," Hung Nim. He scratched his head and awkwardly explained, "A few things happened. Anyway, wouldn't it be better if someone came along?" Eli looked at them and awkwardly said, "You're right." But Marina looked at Eli as if finding her attitude difficult to understand. This was a great surprise for Eli. She hadn't expected something like this. "I just thought it would be some random person." To think he'd bring Marina the sword demon. Mr. Soon-hoon truly cannot be judged by his appearance alone. Eli also happily introduced her companion for this mission. "Let me introduce this friend. His name is Jong-won. He's a friend I met in the real world." Jong-won seemed a little shy. He shyly introduced himself. "I am Jong-won. I am an assassin." Soon-hoon felt a slight doubt upon seeing the boy. "His job is assassin. He only looks like a middle schooler." Eli smiled brightly and introduced herself. "As you all know, I am Eli. I am a mage." Marina also politely greeted them. "Eli SSI, Jong-won SSI, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Marina. I am a swordsman." When it was Soon-hoon's turn, he naturally introduced himself. "I am Yoon Soon-hoon. I am a magic swordsman. I seem to be the oldest here, so I don't need to use honorifics, do I?" Everyone agreed without objection. "Of course. I have no objection. Yes." He unfolded the map and showed it to everyone. "Then look here. This is a map of the Mad Mage's tomb that I bought for 100,000 Jude at HH. Soon-hoon pointed to a spot on the map and stated his opinion. "This is the path where we encounter the fewest monsters. Although it's a bit longer than going straight, it's much safer. What do you all think?" She pointed to another spot on the map and said, "I prefer this path." Soon-hoon was surprised. "But there are an enormous number of monsters there." She smiled brightly and promised to handle the problem well. "I told you, I have a way to deal with it. You'll find out once the mission starts." Soon-hoon was also curious about her way of thinking. "What is she planning?" He closed his eyes and agreed. "If that's the case, don't betray my trust." Eli felt a sinister premonition and a touch of malice in her mind. "I have no intention of betraying Yoon Soon-hoon, but I'm just preparing for the worst-case scenario." Eli glanced at Soon-hoon. Her eyes contained a hidden meaning. Eli looked at Soon-hoon with worry and an inexpressible emotion. "I have no intention of betraying Yoon Soon-hoon. I'm just preparing for the worst-case scenario." There was always a firm stance in her mind. "If anyone threatens me, I'll make them pay, no matter what it takes." A notification popped up from the system, and they began to move through space, moving to the Mad Mage's tomb. Soon-hoon immediately sensed the danger ahead and warned, "Everyone be careful." Marina immediately drew her weapon. Soon-hoon also grew wary, and Eli's side also prepared for battle. Yoon Soon-hoon glanced at Eli, thinking, "Just you dare try to use magic." Eli also looked at him, extremely cautious. "If he tries to approach me." Marina looked around, noticing no monsters. Jong-won shared her thought. "I think it's safe now." Soon-hoon couldn't hide his curiosity about Eli's plan and asked, "Since we've safely entered the mission, isn't it time to tell me your hidden plan? I'm truly curious about what you're concealing." Eli remained secretive, revealing no information. "I can't reveal it here yet. We need to go to where the monsters are and load it, right before we use it." Upon hearing this, Soon-hoon looked at her with a startled expression. "Load it," Eli confirmed it. "Yes, the reward I received in the last mission wasn't a skill or Jude. I searched the system and told him, I'll show you the magic cannon." A moment later, Eli appeared, proudly holding a magnificent pistol. Son Hoon asked suspiciously. It looks like a gun, but can't guns only shoot in a single line? How are you going to deal with all these monster hordes? She aimed and explained the method. It's possible if you disperse the energy. Based on experience, Son Hoon estimated that the first monster horde would probably consist of about 80 low-grade monsters. He then asked additional questions about the operation. How long does it take to fire? She shared her combat experience. It takes about 5 minutes to load, concentrate energy and fire. Son Hoon immediately drew up a specific plan and assigned their respective tasks. Alright then Marina, Jongwon and I will lure the monsters from the front. I just want to test how powerful this magic cannon is. So don't overdo it. Jongwon hesitated, raised his hand and asked for permission. Can I stay here? He was shy but firm. I need to protect Eli Nuna. Son Hoon gently persuaded the boy. We're still at the dungeon entrance and the other passages are blocked, so there are no monsters here. So Jongwon expressed his wish, but I want to stay here in case anything happens. Eli smiled and spoke softly to the boy. Jongwon from now on listened to Son Hoon Oppa. So Jongwon obeyed their words very well. Yes, Son Hoon looked at the boy amused and surprised. Shy So Jongwon expressed his opinion and immediately obeyed Eli's words. He instantly changed his operational plan. Now that I think about it, 3 people don't need to go. Marina and I will lure the monsters. So prepare to attack. Eli was a little awkward and apologetic. I'm sorry I suddenly made myself too dependent. Son Hoon replied, it's okay, and he turned around and started to request their departure. Marina, let's go. Okay? So Jongwon was very sensitive and thought he had caused trouble. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Eli asked the boy very gently. What fault? So Jongwon continued to apologize. He bowed his head as if regretful. I'm sorry. Eli looked at the boy with pity and compassion. She inwardly confessed the things she had created for her selfish motives. I met some people on the outskirts of the city and I used their unstable psychological state to change their perception. I made them dependent on me. And I succeeded thanks to my kindness. As a result, I created a very satisfying result. So Jongwon. Eli tested the boy's loyalty. She pretended to be attacked by elite soldiers, then the boy truly changed abnormally and a murderous expression enveloped him. When So Jongwon grabbed her arm, she smiled with satisfaction. So Jongwon made her very satisfied, giving her the feeling of having a loyal guard. Although he's a bit dependent on me in terms of combat power, So Jongwon will be at the top. In her mind, she already had a perfect and rational plan to test her subordinate against the undefeated legend Marina. Currently, Marina is also with us. It's a golden opportunity to test Jongwon's skills. She inwardly chuckled, intending to intervene in this matter. I can make a slight change. Suddenly, she placed her hand on So Jongwon's shoulder. She pretended to be a gentle and generous person to others. It's okay, don't argue with Son Hoon Oppa. Didn't I tell you they are our allies? So Jongwon naturally listened to her. Yes, Nuna, I won't do it again. As the two were still standing, they heard sounds getting closer and closer from afar. Yoon, Son Hoon and Marina were luring the monsters closer. He shouted loudly to Eli, shoot! Eli raised the cannon. She tried to aim accurately. If I convert this magic energy into this magic cannon. And as soon as she found the right position, she immediately started firing. The cannon was small, but its destructive power was comparable to a heavy cannon. And Son Hoon had to cover his face with his hand due to the blinding light of the destructive power. He exclaimed, amazing, although they're low grade, it's surprising that you can take care of all of them at once. After completing her mission, Eli entrusted the remaining responsibility to the 2 of them. Son Hoon Oppa, please take care of the rest. Understood, Marina, let's go. Son Hoon said no more and went straight ahead. Marina was also surprised by his resolute attitude. She admired him as Yoon Son Hoon displayed movements as beautiful as silk. Beautiful. Even with rhythm, his swordsmanship transcends the ordinary like a dance. Seeing this beautiful conclusion, she partly admired him. He pushed beyond possible limits and all unnecessary movements and weaknesses blended into a dance. Marina stood frozen in place. Jongwon found a way to improve his skills. Yoon Son Hoon calmly fought the monster head-on and dropped its neck in front of him, proving his exceptional talent. Eli clapped her hands and said appreciatively, I didn't know Son Hoon Oppa could fight in such a dance-like style. So Jongwon also showed respect. Impressive. Son Hoon pretended to be humble. I don't think it's impressive. Honestly, I think the magic cannon would be much more effective. Eli seriously stated her opinion. The magic cannon takes a long time to prepare and it uses a lot of magic stones, so it's expensive. It can't be used whenever you want. Marina turned to So Jongwon and suggested, how about we fight? The boy hesitated, saying, Son Hoon also expressed his opinion, looking very expectant of the boy. So Jongwon, I hope you actively participate in the hunt. So Jongwon was slightly flustered, but the others sighed. Then Eli approached So Jongwon and gently instructed him. You don't have to overdo it. Just once, the boy replied to her. Yes, Nuna. Eli showed complete trust in the boy. Alright, when we reach the next area I'll show you how my Jongwon fights. So Jongwon remained silent, his eyes filled with anxiety. Son Hoon was slightly suspicious, he thought inwardly. He'll show me when the fight starts? He quietly followed the others, still expecting. I don't understand now, but I'll probably understand soon. Son Hoon wore a miserable and anxious expression. Most importantly, I'm worried about my skill utilization right now. He was still not satisfied with his skills. He wanted to develop himself further. My dance skills look impressive, but I'm only using half their potential. He gripped the rune sword firmly in his hand. A sword in his right hand emphasized the characteristics of a swordsman. It would be best when combined with the power of his left hand, which used magic. Sonhoon became cautious about whether to use additional support items. I could use a staff or wand, but that means I'd have to use more magic talismans. That would be too complicated, he asked Eli. Eli, do you know anything about magic books? She answered honestly. Not much. I don't use magic books often. But Eli tried to remember. She talked about one book she knew. I remember seeing one in the last battle, but its magic amplification rate was very low, and the skill activation rate was also low. Then Eli handed him a book with an old cover. Here it is. The system displayed some information about this book. Ancient magic book, intermediate magic grade, book type. A book written a very long time ago. It seems to have no special value anymore. It can store scrolls of rare grade or lower, counting 1 for common scrolls, 2 for magic scrolls, and 4 for rare scrolls. For every 50 scrolls, magic amplification increases by 1. Yoon Sonhoon was not entirely satisfied, but he had to use it as a temporary measure. Other stats are low, but at least it can store scrolls. He decided to test it with talismans first. Talismans are made of paper, so they should be considered scrolls, right? The book truly absorbed the talismans into itself. It works. The book opened and absorbed all the talismans. Sonhoon immediately tested it with his lightning energy rune sword. The result came out satisfactorily. He was very excited. Good, I can put talismans in the book and activate them from there. Although it's still complicated, it will become smoother over time. Marina, who witnessed this sight, was also shocked. Lightning, Sejong-won wasn't too surprised. He said he was a magic swordsman. Marina suddenly had a premonition. She told everyone, I can feel the Andes army charging towards us. If we go a little further, we'll see them. Sonhoon offered help to Sejong-won. There must be many Andes army. Are you planning to deal with them alone? Shall I help you? The boy hesitated, saying, if you help me, brother. But Eli firmly refused on behalf of Sejong-won. She was very confident about the boy. No, he can handle it alone. She flatly said that no help was needed. Sonhoon Oppa, I think you misunderstood. There's no need to help. Sonhoon asked her in surprise. How can you be so confident about that boy? Marina also thought it was strange. She thought Eli was too confident. Isn't she overestimating the boy's abilities? Eli just quietly asked Sejong-won. How quickly can you handle it? The boy calmly replied. 5 minutes, she coldly told the two of them. Please wait 5 minutes. And Eli opened a strange bottle of red potion. Sonhoon smelled the potion and recognized its nature. He thought inwardly, isn't this the elixir that drives people mad? She handed the potion to Sejong-won and instructed him to drink it, and she gently placed her hand on his head and she began to chant a spell, and her other hand created a purple magic circle. Sejong-won's innocent eyes gradually turned into those of a killer. The boy started to run forward. Yoon Sonhoon shouted, wait. Marina suggested following him. The two eventually arrived at the monster's lair. They were frozen by the eerie and horrific sight before their eyes. Sejong-won was calmly walking alone amidst a bloodthirsty horde of monsters, and bodies were cruelly thrown about. The monsters were bloody and utterly disgusting. They looked at Sejong-won with hatred and bloodthirsty eyes. Sejong-won picked up an incomplete monster corpse. He placed a knife to its neck and looked at the remaining monsters with murderous eyes, and Sejong-won cut the monster's neck without hesitation, kicking its body far away. The corpse flew towards the other monsters. Sejong-won continued to repeat eerie and cruel words. I'll kill everyone who attacks me. I'll kill them all. Kill, kill, kill. I'll kill them all. Yoon Sonhoon was shocked by this dramatic change. This isn't the Sejong-won I know. Is it multiple personalities? Sejong-won madly continued to slash and kill the monsters. A monster bit his shoulder from behind. Sejong-won glanced at it and coldly asked, you bit first, then he shouted, and the monster snarled in fear. Sejong-won disgustedly tore off the monster's face and ripped off a piece of skin. Yoon Sonhoon was frozen by this horrific sight. What? He shouted at Eli. That child has become a completely different person. What on earth did you do to that child? Eli calmly replied, it's nothing much. She hinted to him about this potion. It's a unique spell of which beer. Yoon Sonhoon was speechless. Nothing much? Eli nonchalantly spoke about the effect of this command potion. Beer increases the target's abilities for a short time and makes them go mad so they can withstand those abilities. She also explained the cause of this happening. Although he received help from beer and the potion, this is his true self. Yoon Sonhoon was stunned. True self. Only then did he realize everything. He was a true killer. No, psychopath or lunatic would be a more fitting description. After the battle, Sejong-won had almost returned to normal. The boy, back to his gentle self, explained to Sonhoon. As you can see, when a battle starts, my personality changes a little, making it very difficult to cooperate. Yoon Sonhoon thought inwardly. A little different. He changed too much? Marina also discussed with him very cautiously. Honestly, if that child can't distinguish allies from enemies. If he can't distinguish allies from enemies, keeping him as an ally would be very dangerous. However, Yoon Sonhoon came up with a bold idea. Sejong-won's skills were on par with frontline warriors, so he decided to utilize him. He immediately asked Eli, I think sorcery and that mysterious potion caused this, but how can we revert him to his normal state? She denied this, offering a more plausible reason. It's impossible. That's why I asked him how long it would take and adjusted the sorcery and mysterious potion accordingly. Yoon Son-hoon was very skeptical about someone with a dual personality like Sejong-won. He muttered inwardly, "What if a psychopath is our ally? How do we know he won't betray us and stab us in the back?" Marina was about to express her opinion. "Then Yoon Son-hoon cut her off directly. "All right," he made a big decision and announced that Sejong-won would protect Eli from behind. Marina was startled. "What did you say?" To gain reassurance, Marina, still surprised, asked Yoon Son-hoon again. "So your plan is to keep Sejong-won on our team?" He approached Sejong-won and sincerely advised him. "As you continue to gain experience in battle, you need to learn how to control your rage. What do you say?" The boy hesitated and replied, "Yes, I'll do that." However, Marina questioned this hasty decision and asked him, "Son-hoon, can you tell me why you made such a decision?" Yoon Son-hoon simply replied to her with a straightforward thought about a comrade, "He's our teammate. If we can help in any way, of course we should do our best." She couldn't understand why he was doing that. Was it simply for that reason that he was willing to accept someone capable of harming himself and his teammates and even acknowledge him as a team member? She gave a hypothetical example. "Then what if he goes berserk and attacks us?" Yoon Son-hoon replied nonchalantly. "We'll just subdue him." Marina grew even more doubtful about his true abilities. He clearly saw Sejong-won's capabilities, yet he still thinks so simply. He might truly possess unimaginable power. Sejong-won was also slightly moved by these words. He was inadvertently surprised. "To accept me even after seeing everything?" Before, only Eli Nooner accepted something like this. However, Yoon Son-hoon had a deeper intention. He muttered inwardly, "The reason I accepted Sejong-won? All of this is just a lie I deliberately concocted to persuade them." He was ready to preemptively deal with any unfortunate incidents. "Stab others in the back before they stab me. If anything suddenly seems suspicious, I need to take action first." Moreover, he even had a secret weapon to handle everything cleanly. "If I use the Elder Hydra's toxins, even NPCs are affected, so even if Marina and you are rankers, they won't be able to do anything." Yoon Son-hoon meticulously and specifically planned everything. Above all, if there was someone who could use sorcery and mysterious potions like Eli, he could turn Sejong-won into a berserker. He rejoiced inwardly. "This will be truly entertaining," Yoon Son-hoon immediately reminded everyone. "Are we going to keep wasting time here? Let's finish quickly and go back to the city to rest." Eli also agreed. "Yes, let's hurry." In the vast cosmic space with meteor showers in the Milky Way, a castle rose on a small island in the center of that space. A white-haired man observed the planets and said, "It won't be easy." He was Lucifer, the sole observer of the mission world. Someone else walked out from behind and asked, "Then do you need help?" Lucifer reprimanded him. "No," he walked away, scratching his head and saying with a hint of disappointment, "TCH, you already figured it out? I shouldn't have been surprised." It was Loki. Lucifer turned back to Loki and asked suspiciously, "Isn't this rare? Why are you still surprised?" Loki floated forward, expressing dissatisfaction. He was not in a good mood at all. He looked around Lucifer's workshop and asked, "You're managing over 10,000 worlds, why don't you ask other gods for help?" Lucifer seriously explained his responsibility. "He explicitly ordered me to take care of this world myself and not to ask other gods for help." Loki tried to touch a pink orb but deliberately dropped it to the floor. Lucifer glanced at him and said meaningfully, "That's the only reason I don't ask anyone else for help." Loki clenched his hand for a moment. He showed a very arrogant attitude. "Ouch, just leave me alone, let me do my work." Lucifer immediately got to the point and pressed him. "Shut up. I know you didn't come here just to fool around. Tell me, why did you come?" Loki hated Lucifer but reluctantly stated his demand. "Damn it, I hate having to negotiate with him. It's nothing much. I just wanted to say a few things about events and mandatory missions." Lucifer told him about a few upcoming objectives. "We're considering organizing a martial arts tournament for the upcoming event." He placed 3 glowing orbs in front of him. "As for mandatory missions, there are 3 potential candidates." Loki forced a cheerful expression and gave a commercial smile. "About that mandatory mission," Lucifer cut him off. He disagreed. "I won't accept any proposals related to mandatory missions." Loki tried to flatter him. "Hey, why are you so wicked?" Loki moved closer to the 3 orbs. A thought flashed through his mind. One of these 3 will soon become a mandatory mission. The first location was a dungeon exploration and the next important mission was a defense mission. He gave a cunning smile. And finally, Loki, as if he had already anticipated something, became secretive. He picked up all 3 orbs and threw them to Lucifer to catch. Lucifer reprimanded him. "You fool, don't touch them." Afterward, Loki left, leaving Lucifer annoyed. "Then I'll see you later, good luck." When Lucifer picked up the orbs, he felt something was off about them. He frowned and clearly felt it. "It's just a small part, but I can feel this power." An enraged Lucifer crushed the orbs in his hand and cursed inwardly. Loki walked out, taking joyful steps. He was satisfied with the fact that he had played a trick on someone he disliked. He must have found out by now. Loki knew Lucifer's personality well, so he was certain that an ordinary god wouldn't dare to destroy a created world. However, Lucifer wouldn't be afraid. Lucifer was battling against time in his laboratory. "There's not much time left, so I can't destroy all 3 worlds. Only 2 worlds remained intact, so he had no choice but to choose one of them. Even Lucifer would find it difficult to create new worlds amidst the ruins. In that case, he would have no choice but to select the remaining 2 worlds as mandatory missions. Loki, based on speculation, had already guessed where the mission would take place. They chose the dungeon exploration mission last time, so they definitely won't choose it again. In other words, he chose to give Lucifer a planet. The world I left for Lucifer as a small gift, and Loki threw that gift into the air, hoping it would be delivered to a lucky person. You'll only find it if you're lucky. Whoever finds it will gain unimaginable power. I'm really looking forward to it, Yoon Son-hoon. A new announcement with interesting rules and rewards was delivered throughout the city. The announcement arrived. A martial arts tournament will begin soon. Everyone can choose whether or not to participate in the event. Corresponding rewards will be given to everyone based on their achievements. Even if you die in the event, no one will lose their life. From now on, 2 mandatory missions will begin. At the time of the full moon, everyone will participate in a B-grade difficulty mission. The mandatory mission cannot be stopped for any reason. Corresponding rewards will be given to everyone based on their achievements, from essence grade items to additional lives. Yoon Son-hoon and Marina also heard the news. She guessed that the announcement was made when they weren't there. Yoon Son-hoon was worried about the upcoming tournament. There was little time left. Only half a month remained until the tournament began. He perfectly devised a new plan for himself. There will be limits alone. I need to find more trustworthy allies. In a shop in town, Eli showcased her talent and volunteered for commercial tasks. I have negotiation skills, so if you have anything you want to sell, give it to me. Yoon Son-hoon also agreed. All right, then I'll leave it to you. Rue the blacksmith was haggling with Eli over the price of the items he had bought. So how about 1.5 million Jude for everything? What do you say? She also agreed to this good deal. 1.5 million Jude, not bad. Yoon Son-hoon watched her excellent haggling skills from afar and admired them. If it were me, I probably would have only gotten 1 million Jude. She's really good at negotiating. Rue looked at him and encouraged him to buy something. Do you need anything? Yoon Son-hoon requested. Please show me the skill books for sale. The owner handed him a list to choose from comfortably. Low-grade Biha, low-grade miscellaneous dance, low-grade hidden dancer, low-grade street hip-hop. Yoon Son-hoon already guessed. He muttered inwardly, I knew he'd be selling dance-related books. He knew his weaknesses well. Although he was quite satisfied with his current dance skills, a few points bothered him. They weren't efficient in close combat, and if the situation wasn't favorable, he couldn't unleash all their strengths, so Yoon Son-hoon made a wise decision. It would probably be good to learn street hip-hop to compensate, he told the owner. Please give me the low-grade and mid-grade street hip-hop books. Rue hadn't expected him to choose such books. He said honestly, I never thought a suspicious person like you would be interested in dancing. Yoon Son-hoon laughed and joked. Suspicious? There's no one as kind as me in this world, Rue said half-jokingly, half-seriously. If everyone in this world dies, then you might be right. Yoon Son-hoon fell silent. It was as if he sensed an intuition. Looking at the peaceful scenery around him, he thought inwardly, I never imagined an NPC could express such thoughts. The blacksmith waited for Yoon Son-hoon's reaction. Yoon Son-hoon knew the situation well, so he chose to quietly ignore it. It's probably due to the influence of the people who come here and the items he sells, right? I should just ignore what that NPC is saying. The location changed to a school. Yoon Son-hoon entered the library, and the female librarian there was very welcoming. Welcome, are you looking for something? He requested the books he needed. I need a few mid-grade weapon proficiency books, and the skills that can use those books. The female librarian asked cautiously again, skills that can use books, is that right? Yoon Son-hoon firmly requested her to bring everything related to books, just as he had said. The female librarian reluctantly agreed, but was slightly suspicious inwardly. Yes, I understand, but no one looks for such skills, that's strange. And she brought a pile of books and said to him, Here, I've gathered all the skills related to books. Yoon Son-hoon was slightly disappointed by the quantity. Only 50 books? That's less than I thought, the female librarian explained. Because they're books, he thought inwardly about the function of the books. Each skill requires the use of a talisman, so for a magic swordsman to unleash 100 of their power, they need to use books. Yoon Son-hoon was slightly dejected, however, more than half of the skill books were useless to him. The female librarian then brought other books. Then how about these? These are skills related to proficiency methods. Seeing these books, he was surprised. Low-grade writing books? I didn't know you had something like this. She laughed and explained. I didn't know I had something like this either. It's probably because there were no users who wrote magic books. Some books looked quite advanced and useful to him. A few were titled Can't Live Without Books, Low-Grade Magic Tier, Passive Type. While the user is holding the book, external forces will not cause the book to fall from their hand. Even if not directly holding the book, the user can control it. Magic Book Mid-Grade Magic Tier, Active Type, can control the movement of books within a 2-meter radius. The radius increases as the user's proficiency increases. A book is not a weapon. Rare Grade Mid-Tier, Passive Type. If a book is used to attack a target, the target is incapacitated based on the user's intellect and the book's grade. If a book is used for defense, the user's defense level increases based on the user's intellect and the book's grade. Yoon Son-hoon hesitated quite a bit in choosing them. All the names are strange, but I like the skills. After much deliberation, he finally decided to choose 5 books. Then I'll take these 3 skills plus the low-grade and mid-grade writing books for a total of 5. The female librarian calculated the price of the books he had bought. That'll be 1 million Jude. Yoon Son-hoon flipped through a few pages. That should be enough. While examining the book, a strange light suddenly emanated from it, surprising him. The mysterious book announced important information and the rewards Yoon Son-hoon would receive by reading it. New title acquired. Ardent Reader. As the title suggests, you have become an ardent reader. We hope you always carry a book with you. Intellect 40, Mana 40, Luck 30, every 24 hours. Intellect, magic power, and luck increase by 5 upon reading certain pages, with a total index increase of up to 200. Every 24 hours, intellect, magic power, and luck decrease by 5. And if you do not read for more than 3 days, all indices are reset. Son-hoon was secretly pleased with this special gift. It is very difficult to obtain a new title without knowing the exact conditions. He received the unique title, Ardent Reader. The female employee found it strange and asked him what was going on. He quickly mumbled and hid it. It's nothing. Son-hoon quickly left the place. The female employee still didn't understand what had happened. Son-hoon walked through the crowded streets. He was very excited to receive such a great gift. I knew this was a unique title. Moreover, its effect has the highest potential. Son-hoon had already calculated the conditions for achieving his goal and his abilities. If I fulfill the conditions, I can get 5 stats, and the potential increase is 200. So if I fulfill the conditions for 40 days, I can get a total of 600 additional stats. He clenched his fists and a strong determination shone on his face. Then I alone can defeat Van Kor. But he suddenly became suspicious. The most important thing is why I received this title. There must be some hidden meaning in his thoughts. If it was because he bought a special skill, it would have been rumored. Son-hoon calculated again. Or is it because of the number of skills I possess, but I only bought 5 skill books, so the probability is only 550 or 10. On the other hand, for swordsmanship-related skill books, 10 would be 3,000 skills. He came up with another hypothesis. Looking at the probabilities, they're all the same. Does that mean I'm the only one who has learned more than 5 book-related skills? Son-hoon mumbled to himself, thinking he was lucky. A unique title for 1 million Jude isn't bad. He walked across the crowded street, and his retreating figure gradually disappeared. In the martial arts arena, all the players gathered to participate in the matches. The MC announced the opening of the martial arts tournament with a booming voice. The prizes are very generous and the risks are very low. This tournament is an opportunity for everyone to fight others without penalty. One person asked, "How long will the martial arts tournament last?" He replied, "More than 20 days in total." Hearing that number, the person was surprised. "Why does it last so long?" Another person interjected, saying, "Besides, aren't mandatory missions starting soon?" The host explained, "The tournament will continue after the mandatory missions are over." Then the player hesitantly worried, "But what if we die during the mission?" He calmly replied, "Of course you'll be disqualified." Hearing that, the 2 players immediately shouted unhappily, "That's ridiculous. They only put forward rules that were advantageous to them." Son-hoon listened from the side and began to calculate his strategy. "Good, if I win the mandatory mission while the tournament is ongoing, I can get about 300 additional stats. I might even get a significant amount more." He stepped forward and registered. "I'll participate." The host readily accepted. "All right, let's see your information." He turned on the screen and entered his information. "Registration successful, job is warrior." And the host began the introduction. "So would you like to start the preliminary rounds now?" Son-hoon was slightly surprised. "Can I do it right now?" he explained. "Of course, if you pass 3 preliminary rounds before the mandatory mission starts, you'll have a chance to advance to the main tournament." And he made a few small suggestions to him. "There are enough challengers, so you can start anytime. If you want to be called by a different name, just let me know." Son-hoon was surprised. "Name, wait a minute." He noticed that Choi Ji-hoon was also participating and thought he should make a clever choice. Choi Ji-hoon was still looking for the suspect who stole the rune sword, so it was best to hide his identity. Son-hoon went to Rue the blacksmith's shop and came out wearing a pair of shiny shoes. Son-hoon looked very handsome at this time, and to add to the mystery, he also wore a mask. This will do, and he returned to the crowded arena. The others looked at him incomprehensibly. They scanned Son-hoon from head to toe, evaluating him. Does that guy think he's going to a party? Isn't he overdoing it? Does he think this is a joke? They began to plan among themselves to eliminate him first. "Let's kill that guy as soon as it starts." The host once again announced and explained the rules. "Now we will begin the preliminary rounds of the martial arts tournament. If you leave the arena or die in the preliminary rounds, you will be eliminated. If 2 people are eliminated, we will proceed to the next round. You will not lose your life if you die." One of them still didn't understand. He stood blankly, scratching his head, and asked, "Wait, so it started now?" Son-hoon was very calm and coldly silent. The man shouted frantically again, "Hey, tell me properly, can I fight now?" Son-hoon, annoyed, kicked him. "I really hate the way you shout like that." The man was immediately eliminated and the system announced, "Kong Jang-sok has left the arena disqualified." He still said blankly, What, wait a minute," Son-hoon sneered. "It seems it started." Jang-sok's face turned purple with anger, but he couldn't do anything. "Damn it," he pointed a finger at him and ordered the people nearby, "Attack that bastard first." Son-hoon only sneered and quietly opened his magic book. The scene appeared. Son-hoon arrogantly said, "Attack that bastard first." Behind him were 4 fierce-looking men and many allies. The giant long-haired man glared fiercely and opened his mouth wide. He leapt high behind Son-hoon, clutched his weapon, and shouted loudly, "All right, Son Hoon glanced back with sharp eyes. Son Hoon was wearing a black suit. The powerful movement effects and wind-splitting lines showed determined and strong action. This was the moment he was about to attack or engage in combat. Suddenly the giant man was attacked, blood-splattered, and his face clearly showed surprise and pain. Kim Chan-hyuk and the other three were stunned with wide-open mouths. The book in Son Hoon's hand closed and drops of blood fell from the corner of the book. Son Hoon arrogantly and very coolly said, "Wow, I really didn't expect it, but isn't this really impressive?" The system sound rang out. A book is not a weapon, rare grade mid-tier passive type. He looked at the book very strangely and thought to himself, how many teeth did that guy just lose? Is that book that strong? The purple-haired man's corpse lay stretched out on the ground. Son Hoon proudly said to the group, "Why are you looking like that? Aren't you going to fight?" The others were all stunned. Son Hoon lifted his mask with his hand and asked, "Aren't you going to fight?" He rushed at the stunned group like the wind. He knocked down a very tall and huge man. The bald man fell. Blood splattered from his mouth, his eyes rolled back, and he lay stretched out on the ground. The two soldiers standing next to him held their swords in their hands but dared not move. A black-haired man in brown clothes holding a sword rushed forward and shouted loudly. He tried to swing his sword at Son Hoon, but Son Hoon quickly blocked the brown-clothed man's sword with his mysterious book, and the man frowned intensely. The brown-clothed man was very flustered and couldn't understand. He thought to himself, "What? That guy blocked my sword with that book. It didn't even break. It felt like my sword hit metal." Right after that, a man in a green hoodie and a black-haired man in light brown clothes, each holding two short swords, attacked together. Both their faces were filled with anger. "That bastard, does he think he's so great?" Many people focused their attacks on Son Hoon, but he successfully dodged all of them, making his opponents very annoyed. A tough man named Alan Boas appeared and said in a booming voice as if encouraging everyone, "That guy is nothing. Don't be afraid. We can take him down soon." As soon as he finished speaking, he was struck in the head with a sword and fell, and Alan Boas looked up in surprise with wide eyes. Son Hoon appeared behind him with a murderous expression. "Don't you think you underestimated me too much? My sword isn't just for show." The long white-haired man in brown clothes said to the man in the green hoodie with a serious expression, "It seems that guy is really strong. Is he a ranker?" The man in the green hoodie said with wide-open eyes, "That guy was mocking us, carrying a few books to make himself look weak." As soon as he finished speaking, Son Hoon appeared before them and said, "Do I need to mock anyone?" And they all looked surprised and worried. Purple killing intent swirled around Son Hoon's cold face. He said, "You're all weak and easily defeated anyway, so why should I waste my time?" The man in the green clothes heard that, glanced at him and said, "What?" Son Hoon replied arrogantly, "I didn't trick anyone. You should call it training." The brown-clothed man standing next to him said incomprehensibly, "Training?" Next to him, a man with his head covered by a brown scarf cursed with an angry voice, "That damn bastard." The man in the green clothes standing next to him crossed his arms and proudly said, "One thing's for sure, that guy is very good at annoying others." Son Hoon retorted very sharply, "But who allowed you to speak to me so casually? I've been using polite language with you all this time," he continued. "If you keep speaking disrespectfully." The people around began to be wary of Son Hoon and worry. The brown-haired man from earlier whispered to his friend, "Defend," in fear. Son Hoon shouted angrily, "I'm annoyed too, you bastards." The man in the green clothes was startled and shouted loudly, "Damn it, everyone, grab that guy, we can win." "There's only one of him anyway," the man with the headscarf still confidently said. "He won't be able to do anything against so many people." The book in Son Hoon's hand opened as if blown by the wind and shot out flames. Suddenly, everything burst into flames and everyone was engulfed in a sea of fire. Someone shouted, "It's hot!" Son Hoon's indifferent gaze appeared and he said, "Deviforation, convert magic power to agility." Son Hoon unleashed countless fierce and fast attacks. The purple-haired man woke up, clutched his head in pain, and his face was covered in wounds and burns. He sat blankly. He looked at the raging fire, and Son Hoon, with a satisfied smile, stood before the raging fire and said, "Beautiful. It's like watching a dancing battle. Move to the rhythm. I am the protagonist. No need to follow anyone's commands." A scene appeared where Son Hoon picked up his weapon. The raging fire was like a demon, and screams and explosions echoed like music. "A performance where countless people dance under my command." Son Hoon stood proudly and brightly in the raging fire, creating a very beautiful scene. "I am the commander." The man in green clothes rushed towards him and tried to attack, but he swung ridiculously, and Son Hoon counterattacked him. He watched with wide eyes as Son Hoon grabbed the man in green clothes. When he put his sword to the man's neck, everyone around shouted in surprise, "Wait, stop." Son Hoon calmed his mind and thought, "When I first stepped into the mission world, I killed people without hesitation, but these are different. I have a hostage, so they won't be able to attack freely. If I were them, I would have rushed in and plunged my sword. Blood would splatter and they would scream for help. Ha, help me." The man in green clothes lay stretched out on the ground. "Just a little more and I could have left the arena." Son Hoon grabbed the green-clothed man by the shoulder. Son Hoon approached him. "Where are you going?" The green-clothed man was so scared that he stammered, "I am sorry, I'm sorry. Please spare me." Son Hoon coldly replied, "Who allowed you to speak to me so casually?" The green-clothed man's face was filled with fear. His eyes were wide, his mouth agape. Blood splattered and miserable screams echoed. The bald man sank to the ground, begging in fear, "Please spare me." Son Hoon still leisurely approached the bald man. Sonhoon said with a dangerous smile, "Don't worry, if you cooperate with my experiment I'll let you go." Sonhoon held the blade close to the bald man's face, leaned down slightly and said, "Although you won't die in the martial arts tournament, you wouldn't want to experience a painful death, would you?" The bald man was too scared to say anything and looked up at Sonhoon. Afterward, the bald man quickly signaled his agreement to Sonhoon's request. Sonhoon saw it and chuckled softly, praising him. "It's really good that you're so cooperative. Isn't it nice that things are going so smoothly?" Sonhoon put away his sword and stood upright, saying, "The experiment isn't that important. I just fought with a book and I have one question." The bald man stammered. "What is it?" Sonhoon replied, "Attack power." The bald man heard that and shouted in fear, "What? Hey, wait a minute." But Sonhoon didn't give the bald man any more chances to speak. Sonhoon acted very decisively and smoothly. The book turned into a weapon. A moment later, the bald man's blood splattered everywhere. The bald man fell and lay motionless on the ground. Sonhoon's neat suit was now stained with blood. Blood was still dripping from Sonhoon's hand and the book onto the ground after that. Sonhoon looked at the blood-stained book and thought to himself, "This book doesn't seem suitable as a weapon. The striking distance is too short and I can't use it skillfully." Sonhoon continued to think, "Thanks to the skill, can't live without books. Even if I'm not holding the book, I can control it as if I'm using it directly." The book moved back onto Sonhoon's hand, he thought again. "Thanks to this, I can materialize the book and place it on my hand and at least use it as a small shield." Then a notification sound rang out. "The preliminary round has ended. Ghost and Unong have passed the preliminary round. Congratulations." Sonhoon was quite surprised to hear that. "Two people?" Sonhoon thought. "I thought I had taken care of everything at once." But behind Sonhoon it was like a battlefield. Blood and corpses were scattered everywhere. Suddenly, one person lying prostrate on the ground made a sound, drawing Sonhoon's attention. That man was also not unscathed. His face was covered in bruises and a few teeth were missing. He screamed in fear and quickly turned and fled, glancing back at Sonhoon fearfully and shouting loudly, "Demon!" Sonhoon didn't chase him, just stood and watched, thinking, "That guy was the one who attacked me first and then passed out." Sonhoon brushed the dust off his clothes. "Didn't really care. It seems I forgot about him." Sonhoon put one hand in his pants pocket and impatiently asked the pink-haired man, "Hey, can we start the next round right away?" The pink-haired man smiled and replied, "Of course, please wait a moment." Immediately after, Sonhoon saw the corpses behind him begin to glow and then disappear. All the other corpses also disappeared in the same way. The bloodstains on Sonhoon's body also evaporated, and his body recovered energy. The pink-haired man explained, "We have refilled your recently used stamina and mana." Then a notification sound rang out. "The next preliminary individual match will begin soon." People bustled about, talking amongst themselves. The sleeveless man asked, "Are they holding the preliminary rounds here?" Another man, with only his head showing from under his cloak, exclaimed, "Amazing. Someone is gathering team members. This is an opportunity to freely fight other users, not just repeated monsters." Sonhoon thought happily with an evil smile. "Perfect." A notification rang out again. "Now the preliminary rounds of the martial arts tournament will begin. If you leave the arena or die in the preliminary rounds, you will be eliminated. If two people are eliminated, we will proceed to the next round. You will not lose your life if you die." The pink-haired man smiled friendly again and declared, "Then we can begin now." In the blink of an eye, as soon as it began, Sonhoon punched the sleeveless man, causing blood to gush from his mouth. Sonhoon's hand was quickly stained with blood. Sonhoon easily dealt with the crowd. The miserable scene was no different from the previous round. Sonhoon thought he had passed the preliminary rounds thanks to this, but he had forgotten one thing. Even though he could do anything he wanted under the pseudonym Ghost, Sonhoon thought, "But if I accidentally meet Eli, Sajongwan, or Marina, everything will be for nothing. They might recognize me." Sonhoon left, thinking, "Should I reveal my true identity or limit my actions under the name Ghost? I'll have to consider this carefully." In Hedepa's secret meeting room, Zhou Cholwang slammed his hand on the table and declared loudly, "We will increase the bounty to 25 million Jude." Zhou Cholwang continued, "So please put in more effort." Kong Muhan thought to himself, the rune sword incident happened to Zhou Cholwang and they said they wouldn't cause any more trouble for Koreans, but this is truly insane. Yu Baiqiu also had his own thoughts. He thought he had forgotten about it, but now he seemed to be getting angrier and angrier. The purple-haired girl said, "I don't think we'll be able to find him. If he hid it in his inventory, there's no way we can find him, right?" Zhou Cholwang replied, "I know that too." Yu Baiqiu then spoke up. "The beggar king will be able to find that person." Kong Muhan crossed his arms and asked, "The beggar king," Yu Baiqiu continued. "He persuaded weak beggars to join him and created a large guild." Kong Muhan asked, "Did you find any information about them?" Yu Baiqiu shared the information he knew. Of the top 100 rankers, 52 have been identified, 29 are being investigated, and 19 still have no leads. Kong Muhan said, "Increase the bounty. It's important to gather more information. If we can't find the various people in this city, we won't find anything." Someone said, "Understood. I have something to tell Mr. Choi Juji." The killer Choi Juji was a red-haired young man with cold, emotionless eyes. Choi Juji remained silent, thinking to himself, "Kong Muhan, Zhou Cholwang, Yu Baiqiu, and I." After the mandatory mission began, the four of us top rankers gathered to form this alliance. A surprised gasp was heard from inside the door. poison snake, demonic spear. Do these gods have a problem with naming sense? Kong Muhan, the purple-haired girl, and the red sleeveless man were drinking beer together. The red sleeveless man said, "Difference does a good name make?" Kong Muhan raised his beer glass and replied with a laugh, "I don't know either. They called this city the first city." Kong Muhan, slightly drunk, laughed and said, "They really came up with a great name. The next cities will be the second city, and the last city will be called the last city. Don't you think it's strange to name them like that? Haha." Yu Baiqiu, sitting on the other side, also heard that and thought, "Now that I think about it, it's strange. Why did they call it the first city? As if there's a possibility of other cities appearing." Yu Baiqiu analyzed inwardly. If this world was created in a way where other cities gradually appear, considering that more people will fail over time, this isn't entirely unreasonable. Yu Baiqiu continued to think. Moreover, the first city is not only surrounded by walls but also by an indestructible invisible barrier. I didn't even try to escape. According to Yu Baiqiu's thoughts, most of the people in the first city were Koreans and a few foreigners who lived in Korea. Unless the gods held ill will towards Korea, there's no way all the people participating in the mission would be Korean. Yu Baiqiu thought, this can't be. Yu Baiqiu's thoughts were interrupted. A brown-haired man, slightly tipsy, holding 2 beers, spoke to Yu Baiqiu. "Hey, why do you look so serious? Have a drink with me." Suddenly, Yu Baiqiu kicked the table and stood up, startling the brown-haired man. Yu Baiqiu muttered, "There's a possibility that other people from our world are in other cities." The red-haired man heard that and exclaimed in shock, "That's absurd, and even if we survive in this city, it means we'll have to keep fighting." The brown-haired man was also shocked. The brown-haired man retorted, "No, if there were other cities, the gods would have already told us." Another person said, "No." Kong Muhan said, "Those gods have never been kind to us." Yu Baiqiu is probably right. The red sleeveless man asked worriedly, "Then what should we do, boss?" Kong Muhan replied, "Fortunately, all the top rankers are gathered here." Kong Muhan said seriously, "We need to form a secret alliance," and so our secret alliance began. The goal of this alliance is for everyone to have equal advantages. In Hetepa's meeting room, someone said, "We found a few interesting things," Mr. Choi said at length. "This includes blueprints for various types of offensive weapons. We contacted the blacksmith shop and confirmed that they can be crafted. Furthermore, we found information on how to organize troops, which will help in managing and organizing a large number of personnel." Choi Juji said, "This is a military strategy for managing up to 5,000 troops." Mr. Yu replied thoughtfully, "Really?" Yu Baiqiu thought, "With offensive weapon blueprints, I can use them not only in missions but also in the real world. I'm 100% sure that other cities will exist someday, and someday I will have to confront them. For this purpose, this alliance was formed and spies, powerful figures, sellers, and known professions were identified. Moreover, there's another project we're looking forward to." Kong Muhan asked Choi Juji, "How is the development project coming along?" Kong Muhan glanced sideways, awaiting Choi Juji's reply. Choi Juji thought to himself that Kong Muhan, the leader of Hetepa, had a habit of despising others. "I shouldn't cause any problems until the contract ends." Choi Juji replied, "We are calculating the most efficient route with Hetepa's main forces and elite units, as well as Zhou Chulwang's Windmill Guild members." Choi Juji continued, "Because the mission scale is large and the team members' personalities are different, we haven't found a stable route yet." Kong Muhan heard that and replied, "Keep working at it. If we find that path, the military strategy of this city will greatly improve. Approximately 60 of the 40,000 people in this city are low-level and lowest-level users. If we complete the mission and create strategies to share with each other, we can quickly improve the average skills of those users. This is the development project." Kong Muhan ordered everyone to gather information and develop the project. "Please do your best in both tasks." The people around replied in unison, "We will obey your command." Elsewhere, Yoon Son-hoon found a few people gathered. Afterward, Yoon Son-hoon suddenly turned and asked, "Does it cost a lot of money to form a guild?" Eli replied, "I think so too." Li Yin-hee asked Yoon Son-hoon again, "Are you going to form a guild? It seems effective, but there are only homeless people and ordinary low-level users here. You wouldn't want a guild like that, would you?" Yoon Son-hoon replied, "You're right." Yoon Son-hoon thought to himself, "I really want to find someone who would risk their life for my command." Yoon Son-hoon thought, "Should I create a sect?" Suddenly, Yoon Son-hoon was teleported, and he was also slightly surprised. He appeared elsewhere, and Yoon Son-hoon couldn't help but mutter again. Yuri welcomed Yoon Son-hoon with a smile. "Hello, Son-hoon, what would you like to eat?" Yoon Son-hoon immediately got to the point. "Let's get straight to it." Yuri laughed cheerfully and said, "All right, I like talking with straightforward people." "Then let's get right to the point," Yuri announced. "The upcoming mandatory mission, unlike all previous missions, will not be a simple dungeon clearing or monster hunt." Yuri asked, "Do you like survival games?" Yoon Son-hoon asked back. "Survival," Yuri replied. "The upcoming mandatory mission simply requires you to survive for 1 month. Even if your limbs are severed or you're barely breathing, it's fine. As long as you survive until the end, you complete the mission." Yoon Son-hoon asked suspiciously, "Wait, does that mean there won't be powerful monsters or anything like that?" Yuri grinned and replied, "What are you talking about? Monsters will still be there, but I'm sure Son-hoon can handle them alone." Yoon Son-hoon instinctively felt something was off. "That's absurd." Yoon Son-hoon thought to himself, the last mission was S-grade. but I used an NPC's body and skills. Overall I received a lot of help, Yoon Son-hoon spoke. If we mobilize personnel, even top rankers and large guilds, it would be a huge headache for a B-grade mission. We only need to survive for a month, but the mission grade is B, Yuri replied. Son-hoon is right, if it's just about surviving, B grade is a bit excessive. Yuri then raised 2 fingers and said, so there are 2 conditions, Yuri said. The first mission is assassination. If you kill another user, food and water will automatically be supplied to your inventory. If you cooperate with someone else, only the person who dealt more damage will receive the reward. Yoon Son-hoon was astonished. Wait, then you're saying, Yuri replied, an island cut off from the world with 5 main landmasses. An island implies it's quite large, Yoon Son-hoon exclaimed. That leaves a bitter taste, Yuri replied. The gods said they don't simply want people who only possess strength, Yuri said. This mission emphasizes survival skills, humanity, bonds with others, and other factors. Yoon Son-hoon then asked, then what's the second condition? Yuri poured wine and replied, this mission also has mission points. You can earn points by completing submissions. Items obtained in the mission can be sold for points, Yoon Son-hoon asked again. So we just need to survive for a month, Yuri replied. Yes. If all users gather together and survive without any harm, that would be a miracle. Yoon Son-hoon swirled his wine glass and said, a miracle, huh? If they wanted something like that, the first condition wouldn't have been added, Yuri said. This is simply a mission to reveal human nature. Yoon Son-hoon agreed. I agree with that thought. Yoon Son-hoon set down his empty wine glass. Yuri politely bid farewell. We will begin the mission soon. Survive. I hope to see you in a month. Then Yuri clapped his hands and the survival mission began. BC grade, survive for 1 month on a deserted island. Completion condition, survive for 1 month. Reward 10,000 mission points. Yoon Son-hoon patted himself down, thinking there was nothing on him. Perhaps there's something below. After checking his body, Yoon Son-hoon breathed a sigh of relief. Good, I didn't turn back into a woman. A notification sound rang out. Map acquired. Map will be automatically updated. Current location will be displayed every 24 hours. Map, Yoon Son-hoon mumbled, looking at the map in his hand. The teardrop shapes seem to indicate water sources and the fruit shapes, food, so there's no risk of starving. Looking at the mission panel, Yoon Son-hoon continued, submissions come in gold, green, and red, and some are worth 500 points. Yoon Son-hoon checked the gold missions. Performing good deeds, helping the injured, saving those in danger, and sharing supplies with everyone. He then checked the green missions related to survival, lighting a fire, building a shelter, and not starving for 3 days. Finally, Yoon Son-hoon checked the red missions. Murder, suspicion, betrayal, anything considered demonic. Yoon Son-hoon smiled faintly to himself. This mission is perfect for me, even better than I thought. Let's see. Suddenly, Yoon Son-hoon heard a sound from somewhere. Yoon Son-hoon was quite surprised. Wow, a conflict already. But the mission just started, he muttered. I should prepare quickly too. Yoon Son-hoon thought that in such mountainous terrain, wearing armor would make one easily tired. He continued, but I'm a magic swordsman, and I've always acted like a rogue. Yoon Son-hoon secretly smiled as he put on his armor. This mission will be advantageous for me. The system notified, rogue skill intermediate activated. Location cannot be identified due to insufficient skill rank and information. Infinite curiosity activated. High concentration activated. Intermediate intelligence activated. Advanced intelligence 211 is amplifying skill effects. Yoon Son-hoon walked, thinking, perfect, expanding my skills into various fields is finally paying off. Yoon Son-hoon continued to think, thanks to my skills the path just indicated is the shortest one. Yoon Son-hoon was feeling very relaxed at the moment. Then why not enjoy this sweet time? Yoon Son-hoon walked to a large lake. Yoon Son-hoon scooped up some water with his hand, drank it, and inwardly assessed, the water is this clear? Yoon Son-hoon thought cautiously, I need to check if it's safe. Yoon Son-hoon looked at the electronic panel floating in the air and thought, oh, there's a lot of interesting stuff. Yoon Son-hoon looked at one of the sections. Information was displayed. True benevolent. Do not kill anyone within 1 month. Complete over 450 good deed missions. Complete fewer than 50 evil deed missions. Upon completion, acquire rare title, benevolent. Acquire 100,000 mission points. Acquire a holy relic. The next section displayed true survivor. Complete over 150 good deed missions. Complete over 400 survival missions. Complete over 150 evil deed missions. Upon completion, acquire rare title, survivor. Acquire 100,000 mission points. Acquire a large survival kit. The last section displayed true demon. Kill over 666 people within 1 month. Complete over 450 evil deed missions. Complete fewer than 50 good deed missions. Upon completion, acquire rare title, demon. Acquire 100,000 mission points. Acquire a twilight relic. After seeing everything, Yoon Son-hoon thought to himself, nothing is easy. If I have to choose one of these 3 missions, Yoon Son-hoon smiled evilly and said, of course, it's the demon one. Yoon Son-hoon was the type to act immediately once he made a decision. He stood up at once and said, then how about starting a few missions right now? Yoon Son-hoon nonchalantly poured a bottle of poison into the lake. Diluted elder hydrotoxin. Diluted but still elite grade, the system notified. Mission to poison the water source completed. Yoon Son-hoon drank the lake water again, thinking, of course, this entire pond won't turn into a river of death. Afterward, the system notified, you have discovered that you are also poisoned due to possessing an intermediate toxin. The toxin grade is low grade and sparingly soluble. Effects include stamina reduction, hallucinations, and reduced body control. After completing the test, Yoon Son-hoon thought, good, this is enough, and he took out an antidote and drank it. The system notified again, you have been cured using an antidote. Afterward, Yoon Son-hoon climbed a large tree. Yoon Son-hoon thought as he climbed the tree, I need to hide here and observe what happens next. After successfully climbing the large tree, Yoon Son-hoon sat on a sturdy branch and thought, a month, huh? I initially thought it was long, but it will actually be much shorter than I think. Yoon Son-hoon thought to himself, killing people and killing monsters are completely different. In this situation, there won't be many madmen roaming around killing people. Yoon Son-hoon continued to think. Like in movies, they'll initially cooperate and try to survive until the end, but that's just positive thinking. Looking at the calm and quiet lake, Yoon Son-hoon continued to think, if I slowly poison them like this and cause internal conflict, the situation won't be quiet. There will be people who wish for peace too. Yoon Son-hoon opened his item bag. Let's see, I have 5 days worth of food and water. Suddenly at this moment, Yoon Son-hoon saw a man with an axe walking towards the lakeside. The blonde Liu H and others were all holding weapons in a defensive stance. On the opposite side of the lake, another group of 4 was also holding weapons and defending. Yoon Son-hoon quietly observed everything from above. Oh, is it starting now? The blonde man raised his hand and signaled, hold on, the atmosphere is too tense right now. How about we put down our weapons first? The brown-haired man on the opposite side said in disagreement. What? How can we trust you and put down our weapons? Hearing that, the blonde man waved his hand and said, then you want to fight? The brown-haired man turned to his 3 teammates and inwardly calculated the pros and cons. 5 vs 4. Not only are we outnumbered, but we can't even guarantee victory. The blonde man persuaded again, if we fight, both sides will only suffer damage. Let's talk while drinking some water. Please put down your weapons. Liu H, who was standing next to him, crossed her arms, glanced at him and said unhappily, hey, do you think you're the team leader? Why are you deciding everything on your own? The blonde man turned back and said provocatively, then just stand there and hold your weapon. Liu H heard that and shouted in annoyance, what? The blonde man ignored Liu H, knelt down, scooped up some lake water with his hand and drank it, saying cheerfully, the water is clear and clean. The blonde man then raised his head and looked at the brown-haired group on the opposite side, saying, are we just going to keep being wary of each other like this? The brown-haired group was silent. The brown-haired man, still wary, put down his weapon and warned, if you betray us, I'll make you regret it. As he spoke, the brown-haired man also knelt down and drank the lake water. The teammate behind him still said worriedly, hey, wait a minute. Afterward, they quietly looked at each other. After a while, the blonde man and the brown-haired man were sitting under a tree talking. The brown-haired man asked, are those your teammates? Blonde man replied, just people I happened to meet while looking for water. The blonde man asked the brown-haired man again, is it the same for you? The brown-haired man replied, yes. The blonde man continued, we should try to cooperate and not fight each other. The brown-haired man heard that and asked, cooperate with each other? Yoon Son-hoon observed, seeing that those people were still normal, and thought, the situation isn't as bad as I thought, the toxin's effect seems to be just starting and they look like a real team. Yoon Son-hoon slightly smiled at this situation and fiddled with his sword. If I hadn't interfered, they would definitely have been one team. Afterward, Yoon Son-hoon quietly left without anyone noticing. The blonde man asked, what are you planning to do now? The brown-haired man replied, we found a place to stay, so now we need to find some food. The blonde man suggested, then how about we look for food together? The more people, the better, right? The brown-haired man thought for a moment and replied, not bad, but even though I was the team leader initially, they won't follow my orders. Liu H spoke loudly in an irritated and unpleasant voice. Excuse me, but how much longer do we have to rest here? The brown-haired man said in confusion. Huh? Liu H sat by the lakeside, dipping her feet in the water, and continued bluntly, we have water here. Aren't you all going to look for food? We need to hunt some meat and pick some berries from the forest. The brown-haired man thought, who is that woman? The brown-haired man found Liu H's behavior strange. Why is that woman sitting by the lakeside, relaxing as if she's on vacation? A sturdy man from the brown-haired group said, hey, don't you think it's rude to put your feet where we drink water? She replied, not caring at all. My feet hurt, so I'm just soaking them for a bit. The brown-haired man asked sarcastically, oh really? Then are you planning to keep resting while we go look for food? Liu H brazenly replied, who said I was resting? I'm staying here to guard this place. The brown-haired man retorted, then I'll stay here and guard, you go look for food. Liu H was silent, glancing at the brown-haired man. At this moment, the blonde man tried to diffuse the tense atmosphere, saying, why are you fighting again? Everyone, please pay attention. We'll divide the 9 people into 3 teams. The blonde man assigned tasks. 2 teams will go look for food, and the remaining team will stay here to guard and will take turns. Liu H said curtly, then you divide the teams. Don't put that man on my team. The brown-haired man, not to be outdone, scoffed, hey, I agree. Thanks for saying it for me. The blonde man felt a headache and thought to himself, why do I already have a bad feeling? The blonde man looked at the conflicting Liu H and brown-haired man and thought worriedly, if this continues, this team will soon break up. No, we'll become enemies. The blonde man tried to stay calm and continued to think, I can't get angry at them. I need to talk to them to make everyone understand, otherwise this team is over. The blonde man said, as long as the enemy doesn't attack first, we should avoid provocation as much as possible and prioritize peaceful solutions. The man in white clothes said, finding food isn't a big problem. We already have experience hunting monsters, right? The girl in yellow clothes also agreed. Besides, the map shows where the berries are and where the animal habitats are. The 2 teams went off to find food. The brown-haired man said enthusiastically, I think there will be a lot of rabbits in this area. We can have rabbit barbecue tonight. The blonde man also said, oh, good idea. The sun was already setting with a reddish glow. A hesitant voice was heard. Are there really berries here? The blonde man replied. The map clearly says there are apples. The girl in yellow clothes continued, but we haven't found anything. The man in white clothes also said, my neck hurts so much now. I've been looking up at the trees the whole time. How about we go back now? The blonde man was still worried, but we haven't found any food. The girl in yellow clothes said again, if it gets dark, it will be hard to find our way back. The girl in yellow clothes had been a little tired and worried for a while. She persuaded, we all have emergency rations in our inventory, right? Let's make do with that for a day. The man in white clothes was also silently agreeing. The blonde man thought disappointedly, I can't believe we didn't even find a single berry. The three of them decided to return before it got dark. When they returned, the three who had stayed behind were chatting and laughing happily. The blonde man approached and asked, what's going on? It's almost sunset. Why haven't you prepared anything yet? The man in white clothes also said loudly in anger, where did you all put your weapons? This isn't a vacation spot. The blonde man chided, is it that hard to set up tents and clean the place where we'll rest? Li Yuh replied, not caring at all. Oh, the fire you mean? Li Yuh snapped her fingers and a flame appeared on the piled firewood. She then asked arrogantly again, are you satisfied now? The fire is here, so did you all find some food? The blonde man replied dispiritedly, unfortunately we didn't find anything. Li Yuh again said mockingly, wow, you didn't find anything and you're still giving us orders? The three in the blonde man's group simply remained silent, displeased. The blonde man said again, it's all right, now we can all clean this place together. The man in white clothes said dispiritedly, can't we rest? I'm so tired. The girl in yellow clothes also said as if tired, me too. The short-haired girl also said, we don't even need to fight, so why is our stamina so low? The man in the white t-shirt continued, perhaps it's because the weather is too hot. The blonde man encouraged, everyone, I know you're all tired, but please bear with it a little longer. After that we can all rest together. Li Yuh again complained and lamented, I'm so exhausted I could die. The girl in yellow clothes said, he's right, just hold on a little longer. Afterward everyone again cleaned together, pulled weeds and gathered more firewood. The blonde man also thought wearily, I'm really much more tired and fatigued than usual. Is it because of the weather? I've never lost control like this before. A sound came from the bushes and the three from the brown-haired group returned. The brown-haired man said, sorry we're late, we wandered too far so it took quite a while to get back. The blonde man comforted, don't worry, we just regrouped too. The man in white clothes exclaimed joyfully, is that a rabbit? The brown-haired man happily held up a fairly large gray rabbit, a trophy, and said, yes, I caught one. It shouldn't have been visible originally, but thanks to my intermediate sword-throwing skill I managed to catch it. Only then did the blonde man laugh in relief. Haha, big brother, if it weren't for the rabbit we would have starved to death. The brown-haired man chuckled and replied, everyone should be grateful. Hee hee. But now another problem arose. The man in white asked, but who's going to cook? The man in the white t-shirt next to him immediately said that this task should be left to the women. Before he could finish he was cut off by Li Yuh's words. Do you think all women are good at cooking just because they're women? The man in the white t-shirt retorted irritably. Then do you think you're better at cooking than me? Li Yuh started shouting, I'm sorry but the only food I've ever made is fried eggs and instant ramen. The pink-haired man also said, I've only boiled cup noodles. A sturdy man chimed in, I always order takeout. The blonde man stepped in to mediate, why are you all fighting over something like that? Just cook it and eat it. The girl in yellow quickly agreed. Yeah, the pink-haired man asked, then who's going to pluck the fur? The brown-haired man looked at everyone. Hesitantly he asked, has anyone ever butchered meat? Everyone fell silent and avoided eye contact. At this moment Li Yuh again said sarcastically, Tisk, weren't you all warriors who hunted monsters for food? You should be used to this. The brown-haired man, angered, shouted loudly, hey, your actions have been really annoying all day. What have you done? Why do you keep blaming others? She again scoffed and replied, Tisk, I started the fire. The brown-haired man again said irritably, fire, I can do that too. Do you think that's impressive? The blonde man sighed and intervened. Calm down, I'll figure out how to cook, the blonde man continued. But this alone won't be enough, so everyone please share some of your food. Li Yuh remained silent with an annoyed look in her eyes. At first glance the island didn't seem that large. Elsewhere on the island, Yoon Son-hoon stood somewhere thinking to himself, but I've been moving for over half a day and I still haven't circled even one island. The rank increases based on the number of missions, so there were many identical missions. Yoon Son-hoon was looking at the list of completed submissions: polluting the land, setting traps, assassination and murder. Submissions were in progress. Yoon Son-hoon was inwardly satisfied. I've already completed 13 missions. Not bad then. Should I return to that first lake now? By the deep night lake, Yoon Son-hoon sat on an old tree branch observing the people. Someone complained, hey, is this for real? We don't have any food at all. Yoon Son-hoon was puzzled. Li Yuh said with her arms crossed, I'm not someone who hoards food around me. The blonde man said, seriously, you'll get sick if you keep doing that. The blonde man continued, we're not telling you to share with us. We're just asking if you brought any food. Li Yuh shouted loudly, yes, I told you I don't have any. Can't you all share some food? Yoon Son-hoon watched this situation, chuckling gleefully to himself. Those fools are already fighting. They ignored hunting and now this is what they get. The blonde man asked, so you mean you don't have any food in your inventory? Li Yuh replied, That's right, the blonde man again demanded disbelievingly. All right then, prove it. Liu H asked. How? No one else can check my inventory. The blonde man asked. What's your inventory grade? She replied. Low grade. The blonde man and the others took items out of their inventories. There were 10 items in total. The blonde man crossed his arms and demanded, take everything out of your inventory and place it here. Since your inventory grade is low, you can only store a maximum of 10 different items. The blonde man looked seriously at Liu H and said, if you don't have food, you should be able to store these 10 items. She looked startled and nervous. Yoon Son-hoon inwardly praised their verification method. Oh, they actually know how to use their heads. Liu H frowned unpleasantly. She looked worriedly at the two people in front holding a bag of biscuits in her hand. The brown-haired man in front of her said to his blonde friend, I knew she'd be like this. The blonde man frowned and said, I know we're short on food now, but I didn't expect you to lie and steal other people's food. It hasn't even been a day yet. If you keep acting like this, how can we trust each other? Despite hearing these words, Liu H still looked at the two, slightly unconvinced. The blonde man lowered his head and sighed helplessly. Ha, if you understand what I'm saying, let's go eat. She turned away, but the atmosphere between them remained very tense. No one said anything. In the deep blue forest, sunlight poured dazzlingly over the lush trees. A voice echoed, I've killed many monsters, but I've never butchered meat. The blonde man, holding a plate of roasted meat in his hands, asked everyone, a little worried, I've removed all the fur and roasted it. How is it? The black-haired man tasted a piece of meat, then didn't know how to answer the blonde man. Liu H sat on a rock, arms crossed, and said honestly, it feels like chewing rubber. It has no taste and the meat isn't good. The blonde man, hearing that, scratched his head and said sheepishly, I'm sorry, I've never learned to cook. The round-haired man came closer and said, no, it's fine as long as there's food in our stomachs, it's all right. Another person also approached and said, yes, the result would have been the same even if someone else had cooked it. Yoon Son-hoon sat on the tree chewing meat and watched the people talking below, thinking to himself, cooking isn't as easy as you think. You need to learn many different skills, cooking, identifying various ingredients, monster hunting, and so on. He recalled the location of the food sources marked on the map and thought, even though the map shows the locations of food sources, when you actually get there, it's very difficult to find food due to the dense vegetation. Even if you happen to find some food, if you keep eating food prepared by one person, anyone would inevitably reach one conclusion. He imagined a lavishly set table before his eyes and concluded that he would have to kill others to obtain food. After finishing their meal, the blonde man stood before the people and assigned tasks. Now that we've finished eating, it's time to choose our night watch. Tonight we'll divide into 4 pairs and each pair will stand guard for 2 hours. Liu H complained in a small voice, but I'm so tired. The blonde man spread his sleeping bag on the ground, preparing for bed. The black-haired man standing next to him yawned and stretched, looking a little tired. Everyone got into their sleeping bags and slept. The blonde man and a girl stood together holding torches, observing their surroundings. They all appeared to be asleep, but in fact everyone was keeping an eye on those around them with their eyes open. The brown-haired man thought to himself, what if someone betrays us while everyone's asleep? The black-haired man thought, how can I trust these people with my life? It seemed like quite a tense night for everyone. Yoon Son-hoon's eyes turned yellow like a cat's. The system displayed information about the skill he was using, intermediate subtle. S-grade rare intermediate toxin type. The effect of the subtle skill allows vision even at night and does not glow in the dark, so there's no need to worry. Vision is improved, allowing clear sight at night. He looked deep into the forest. 8 glowing points appeared. Yoon Son-hoon thought to himself, it seems there are 3 tents about 4 kilometers to the northwest and more to the south. Why are there 8 light sources here with the largest one in the center? It's probably a large-scale alliance. He quickly darted between the branches, thinking, then shall I begin? A moment later, he looked at the faintly burning fire below. The pile of firewood was still radiating a little warmth around it. Yoon Son-hoon sat on a branch near the pile of firewood and thought, perfect, the campfire's location matches what I saw from the tree. He looked down at the people sleeping below and thought, 10 people in total, no rankers. Wait, how are those fools sleeping without even setting up a perimeter guard? Those people were sleeping comfortably in the middle of the forest, completely unguarded. The faint sound of their snoring drifted up from below. A blue sword appeared at Yoon Son-hoon's waist. He looked at the black-haired man sleeping on his side. The black-haired man was snoring, unaware that someone was observing him. Yoon Son-hoon aimed his sword at the man and was about to stab down. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes and blood splattered everywhere. He quietly killed them one by one in the dark. A moment later, all the others were dead too. Some died still asleep while others struggled briefly before dying. Suddenly, their bodies began to vanish into thin air. Yoon Son-hoon put his sword back at his waist, thinking to himself, I've completed the assassination mission without anyone noticing. A system notification rang out. Night Visitor Grade E completed. He looked at the black-haired woman who was still asleep. Her sleeping bag was stained with blood. He thought, it's the same as the mission I missed before. If 4 or more gather, 1 survives. The girl was still sleeping peacefully. A system notification appeared. Demon Grade D completed. He looked at the girl and thought, these 2 missions are connected. They allow me to keep completing other missions. If this woman keeps surviving, I can complete the Presence of the Demon and Hidden Monster missions simultaneously. He smiled wickedly, thinking, it seems the saying, first come, first served, is true for getting better things. He leapt onto the tree and left. Returning to his group, the people had taken turns standing guard throughout the night. Yoon Son-hoon sat on the tree and opened the system. He thought to himself, I found 3 more groups of players, but luck doesn't seem to be on my side. If I keep moving around, that couple might escape. It's unfortunate, but it's better to set some traps here and leave. He laid a trap. Yoon Son-hoon looked up at the sky thinking, sun is about to rise. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Manhunter Grade E completed. Hearing that, he was startled and thought, Manhunter. Yoon Son-hoon closed the system and thought to himself, 3 people fell into the traps he set. The completion conditions aren't that difficult. He scanned his surroundings thinking, but actually it's a bit late. The completed missions are also a bit strange. He turned his head to the side, wary, and speculated, it seems there might be someone with similar abilities to me. He calmly walked through the forest. Wherever Yoon Son-hoon went, he observed very carefully, trying not to miss any details. A shadow swiftly passed over the branches, and he looked up thinking, is that the way? The person discovered by Yoon Son-hoon was running somewhere in the forest. He limped, cursing with an injured leg. Damn it, what kind of cursed monster is that? What kind of monster set that trap? He was dressed like a ninja. He leaned against a tree trunk and said in a small voice, I brought my gear but not my shoes. I'll have to find a few more pairs while looking for food. I need something easy to steal instead of these clunky steel boots. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. The system notified, Rogue's exclusive skill, Wild Instinct. He looked around warily. Someone is close by. He struggled to stand up and look towards where Yoon Son-hoon was hiding. Yoon Son-hoon glanced back, thinking to himself, that guy seems to be getting closer to me. He nervously drew his sword from behind his back. Yoon Son-hoon frowned, drawing his sword from his waist, thinking, damn it, is he trying to get rid of me? The man stood uneasily, drawing his sword from behind his back. He furiously charged at him. Though injured, he was still very strong. A single attack cut down several trees. Yoon Son-hoon frowned, looking at him, appearing slightly worried. In the distance, the sun began to rise. A wisp of smoke curled up and vanished into the air, and birds flew away. The brown-haired man wary drew a long gray knife from within his clothes. He thought worriedly, I need to use a gas bomb first to get out of here. He looked around for an opportunity to throw the bomb. At some point, Yoon Son-hoon was standing behind him, having drawn his sword and preparing to charge quickly. As the brown-haired man was about to throw the bomb, a blade pierced his chest and he cried out in surprise and pain. Yoon Son-hoon calmly watched the blood gush from the man's chest. He coldly plunged the sword deeper. Yoon Son-hoon gave a satisfied and sinister smile, revealing the image of an arrogant victor. The brown-haired man gritted his teeth in pain and looked back at him. He was startled, not knowing when he had approached and attacked. The brown-haired man's body slowly began to glow, then vanished into thin air, leaving no trace as if no battle had occurred. Yoon Son-hoon swung his sword, shaking off the blood. A system notification rang out. Enemy eliminated. Grade E completed. This is my territory. Grade E completed. He wiped the sweat from his brow, sighed, and chuckled softly. I was a bit surprised. Yoon Son-hoon recalled the recent events. He swiftly leaped from the tree roots, dodged the attack, and quickly approached the brown-haired man from behind. He thought to himself, the moment the opponent drew and swung his sword, I barely managed to dodge the attack with an elegant leap and counterattacked. He recalled the moment the man stepped on the trap, thinking, if he hadn't been injured beforehand, I wouldn't have won so easily. From where the brown-haired man vanished, a bag of items and 1 pair appeared. Yoon Son-hoon put his sword back at his waist, thinking, a second achievement? He thought, thanks to the reward for killing over 15 people, I now have over 5 million Jude. The system displayed the number 5,555,870 Jude. He looked at the various fruits and food in his inventory and thought, I'll be able to fill my entire inventory with food. He smiled faintly, thinking to himself, this was truly an unexpected gain. Having learned too many skills, the level of each skill was relatively low. Yoon Son-hoon walked towards the rising sun with his hands in his pockets. His resolute figure was enveloped in light. With this money he planned to either master a single skill like other swindlers, or raise the level of all his skills by at least 1 stage. A woman in black high heels was walking on rough stones. Marina was hidden behind a large rock, kneeling on one knee. She surveyed her surroundings, believing no one was there. She opened the system. A blue panel appeared before her. Marina saw 3 missions on the system panel. Each mission had symbols for an angel, a demon, and an ordinary person. She read each mission thinking, good person, survivor, demon. None of these 3 missions, especially the last one, seemed easy to complete. She muttered, this island of hope, I'll have to build a boat to escape. She quietly raised her hand, clicking on the system after recalling Sajong and Yi Yun, and then saw something. She thought to herself that although she wasn't good at reading maps, there seemed to be a very large mountain nearby, so she should head there first. The sun began to rise and sunlight streamed into the forest. In the quiet and peaceful atmosphere, a loud voice broke the forest silence. He shouted, come here, you bastard. 2 groups holding weapons were pointing them at each other, both equally angry at the other side. A gray-haired man shouted, hey, keep talking and I'll cut you down right now. Before he could finish speaking, he noticed the shadow of an approaching person. The group also stopped listening to him and noticed the newly appeared person, Marina. The 2 opposing groups frowned, looking at her. Marina, ignoring the current situation, still calmly approached the groups. She walked straight through the space between the 2 groups, seemingly oblivious to their presence, and they watched Marina's confident strides with astonished and suspicious eyes. A white-haired man asked in bewilderment, who is that? Can't she see we're fighting? The brown-haired man standing next to him frowned and said unpleasantly, is she just ignoring us and walking past? A bald man in armor angrily grabbed her shoulder, stopping her. He said loudly, "Who are you? Do you take us lightly?" Marina closed her eyes as soon as he touched her shoulder. When she opened her eyes, cold, killing intent glinted in her blue eyes, making those who saw it feel a chill down their spines. Sunlight shone on her cold face. With a slight flick of her hand, the bald man was sent flying in the blink of an eye, blood spattering from his nose and mouth. The man with a scarred face asked, unable to comprehend what had happened. "What?" The man standing next to him also said in surprise. "How?" Marina turned back and briefly glanced at the groups. She said coldly, "Don't approach me. I'll forgive you once, but if you persist, I won't let it slide." The group saw her small figure from behind, and one man said, "I don't know how strong that woman is, but taking down one person is easier than taking down a whole team, right?" The man standing next to him also nodded in agreement. The entire weapon-wielding group charged at Marina, shouting, "Die!" She briefly glanced at the charging groups. She drew 2 swords from her back. A cold aura emanated from around her. As Marina swiftly swung her swords, the charging people were cut down, splattering blood in the blink of an eye. Painful screams echoed in succession. A moment later, she had dealt with all the groups and returned her swords to her back. Behind her, numerous corpses lay scattered on the ground. Marina walked silently, thinking, directly manifesting Aura Blade at Awakening Stage 1 seems a bit much. She closed her eyes, sensing her body, and thought, I thought Aura Blade would be generated if I just gathered enough sword energy and combined it in the air. She entered a cave, observing her surroundings, and thought, since coming to this world I've only been fighting, so it's time to start building my strength. I need to focus on training for a month. This cave is suitable. Marina looked at the system panel's information, thinking, fortunately, I have a skill I can use in this situation. On the system panel, an image of a person with eyes closed and hands clasped in meditation appeared. Below, skill information was displayed. Training image active type function gathers will and activates supernatural concentration. A training image is formed. The training image requires at least 30 minutes of mental concentration to activate. Over a long period, the training image increases the user's mana and intellect. When the training image is activated, hunger and thirst are slowed by 100. She bowed her head slightly, recalling a man with his hair tied back, and thought, I acquired Rihan God's teachings for 100,000 points, so I will train for a month and definitely obtain Aura Blade. 10 days later, a group consisting of various members such as warriors and mages was moving together. Weapon-wielding group was moving cautiously, as if trying to avoid something. Near the group there was a strange spot where the earth was slightly mounded. The mound wriggled and gradually rose. The group far away didn't notice the movement in this area. An arm shot out from the mound, looking like an undead creature from a zombie movie. Yoon Son-hoon emerged from the ground, bending slightly to remain unseen by others. He brushed off the dust, saying unpleasantly, damn it, I shouldn't have done this. He reminisced about past events, thinking for the past 10 days. I completed assassination missions. A scene of setting traps came to his mind. He thought, I poisoned the water source and set traps. Yoon Son-hoon thought, the demon mission chain serves as a guide for my wicked deeds. All my previous crimes were isolated incidents, but this allows me to predict the sounds and chain reactions of my evil acts. He stomped his foot and leapt high. Yoon Son-hoon sat on a tree branch, carefully observing every movement of the people standing below. He saw a haggard and frowning group, thinking, since the mission began, they've been drinking poison-contaminated water for over 10 days, so they won't survive. He recalled the water bottles they carried, thinking, of course, some might have suspected something in between, but given the very limited amount of water they had in their possessions, they would have had no choice but to drink it, even if they were suspicious. Yoon Son-hoon pulled out a notebook from somewhere. As he opened the notebook, blue and orange orbs appeared around him. Talisman Axe Skill. The blue orbs were called lightning bombs, and the orange orbs were called F-bombs. Suddenly, a wooden bow appeared in his hand. Yoon Son-hoon aimed the bow forward and shot. With his other hand, he drew the bowstring, pulling back a blue arrow, striking a magnificent pose. The wind brushed past Yoon Son-hoon's hair, making him look even more imposing. As he released, the arrow flew straight towards the group. In the blink of an eye, the arrow split into multiple arrows, and a massive energy was unleashed. The arrows, imbued with fire, attacked the group. The people below, filled with surprise and terror, watched the massive heat source rapidly approaching them. The group reflexively raised their hands to block, and a black-haired man shouted in fear. It's an enemy attack, it's those bastards again, a man shouted. Everyone get up and grab your weapons. One man screamed in pain, it's burning, my whole body is on fire. Yoon Son-hoon sat on a tree branch, calmly watching the chaotic scene below, and suddenly noticed something interesting, slightly surprised as he carefully observed a man in full armor and helmet trembling. An arrow pierced through a gap in his helmet and flames blazed around him. Yoon Son-hoon lightly landed on the ground looking at the man, and one arrow shot straight into the sky from within the flames. Yoon Son-hoon bowed his head and smiled sinisterly, a sight that would send shivers down anyone's spine. An explosion erupted within the flames, further terrifying the surrounding people. A man said loudly and suspiciously, What is it? As the flames gradually subsided, leaving only faint smoke, the man in armor and helmet walked out of the smoke. He held 2 axes in both hands. He calmly walked out of the smoke. The armored man said roughly and loudly, everyone die? He shouted loudly in a frenzy of anger, die, everyone die. As he spoke, he swung the axes in both hands, attacking the surrounding people. The group, having just been attacked by Yoon Son-hoon, was further confused by this armored man's assault. One man screamed in pain from his attack, And another man said loudly and suspiciously, "What the hell is wrong with that damn guy?" The armored man continued to swing his axes, killing the surrounding people. Despite holding weapons in their hands, those people were cut down without a single counterattack. A black-haired man poisoned by the toxin Yoon Son-hoon had used unpleasantly held his nose to avoid the smoke and thought to himself, "Damn it, if my body were normal I wouldn't be caught off guard like this." A white-haired man desperately threw his club at the armored man. He threw it with a very strong, resolute shout. The club hit the man's thick armor, making the distinctive clanging sound of metal on metal. The white-haired man took a step forward, looking at the struggling man, and said loudly, "Warriors should at least try to block one attack." A man with a shield said loudly, a little exasperated, "Wait, the search party will help us once they return." The armored man suddenly stopped his attack. Fell deep in thought, muttering, "It's time to retreat now." He turned around and in a loud, unintelligible voice ordered somewhere, "Stop, everyone, retreat." The group that had just been attacked was surprised by the armored man's words. He had clearly been attacking indiscriminately just moments ago, but now he was turning around to retreat. Yoon Son-hoon saw the group's confused state and thought, "Of course, I don't have allies here, but in this chaos it would be hard for them to notice that." The people who had just been attacked were still confused. A man said in surprise, "The attack has stopped." The man standing next to him also noticed it and said, "They're trying to retreat." The armored man crossed his two axes in front of his chest, taking a defensive stance to block the flames and avoid sudden attacks from others. Two people quickly ran outside to escape the flames. Several people reacted to the armored man's escape, grabbing their weapons and chasing after him to attack. A man shouted loudly, "Don't let him get away." Another man in the distance shouted loudly as if trying to stop the charging group at the risk of his life, "Wait, don't chase him." The armored brown-haired man said loudly to the group in the distance, "If everyone runs away, we won't be able to deal with the remaining people." The white-haired man standing next to him reminded, "First, we need to put out the fire on the shield." A black-haired man approached and asked the man sitting near the corpses, "How many casualties?" The brown-haired man kneeling beside the corpses replied, 8 died and all the survivors are in critical condition." The black-haired man clenched his teeth in anger. "Damn it," the black-haired man frowned, watching his injured comrades struggle to move. He thought, "If this continues, we'll all die." The armored knight who had just attacked the group was already far away. He looked back at the group struggling in the distance, regretting inwardly, "If they had chased me, they would have fallen into my traps. What a shame." The armored knight swung his hand attacking a tree, and his foot stepped on and broke a branch on the ground. He looked to his side and saw fallen trees. Tree trunks and branches were scattered all over the ground and the area was very empty. He walked calmly thinking, "Good, unless they're magic trackers, they won't be able to follow me any further here." The knight took off his helmet, revealing Yoon Son-hoon's face. The person who had just attacked the group was Yoon Son-hoon. He took off his helmet and inhaled, feeling a bit stuffy and hot. Yoon Son-hoon opened the system to check the information, and seeing 8 bottles of water and 8 apples added to his inventory, he thought, "Do I need to kill 8 more people?" He lightly leaped onto a tree branch, thinking, "If my intention were merely to kill, I wouldn't have gone through the trouble of preparing bows, magical assassination techniques, or wearing armor like this." A sinister and cunning expression appeared on Yoon Son-hoon's face. He muttered to himself, "The purpose of what I'm doing is to sow the seeds of conflict and suspicion." A moment later, the sun rose overhead, casting dazzling sunlight into the forest. A group was walking together through the forest and one man asked in surprise, "Oh, we found food today too?" A man placed his hands on his hips and said, "I told you if you come here you'll find food." The group looked towards a tree root where a few apples and some food packages were placed. 2 men approached and picked up the food and one man asked the group in bewilderment, "What is this? Who left it?" A man picking up apples urged, "Just pick them up for now." The group gathered the food and left, and the spot where they had taken the food was empty with nothing remaining. Suddenly footsteps entered that spot. The group was already far away and didn't notice this. In the Assassin's Guild village, several groups were gathered talking. Around them were houses made of leaves. Yoon Son-hoon thought to himself, "It's a bit sparse, but it looks like a village now." He hid behind a tree, obliquely observing the village's situation, and thought, "As expected, I left about 400 servings of food in this area. Thanks to that, I completed the good person mission, and now the demon mission will be no problem." He smiled sinisterly, seeing the group that had just taken food from under the tree root entering a house made of leaves. This good deed is still having an effect? Good. A black-haired man holding a few food packages asked in bewilderment, 8 servings? The man opposite nodded and said, "Hey, what happened to the other teams?" The black-haired man glanced at the food boxes and packages, saying, "I found enough food for 30 people. If we all eat a little, everyone can be full." Another man reached out his hand and asked, "Isn't it getting harder and harder to find food?" The black-haired man put away the food packages and answered the other person's question. "Yes, at this rate, all the food will be gone in 2 days." The other person asked, "Then what about us?" The black-haired man glanced at the other person, then asked contemplatively, "Shall we do it?" The people sitting calmly on the boxes suddenly drew their weapons from their waists upon hearing those words. They stared at the person with sharp eyes. Yoon Son-hoon thought to himself, recalling the faces of those who failed to hunt when the mission began on this island. Everyone was focused on finding their own food, so there weren't many people in the Assassin's Guild at that time. He thought, recalling the people carrying food packages they had picked up. But for those who didn't find food directly and took what others left behind now, instead of eating the tasteless wild berries and monster meat on this island, Yoon Son-hoon imagined himself with a knife and fork about to eat a person placed on a plate. He thought to himself that killing people was much easier and the rewards were more generous. The scene shifted to another location. The white-haired man angrily struck a tree trunk. The white-haired man clenched his fist and loudly told the people around him, "If we keep going like this, we'll all die. Today we lost 8 people to the assassins." Lee Yu-H crossed her arms and asked curiously, "Are we just going to let this continue?" She said unpleasantly, looking away. "Isn't it better to attack them?" The blonde man frowned upon hearing that and glared at her. The blonde man frowned and loudly told the people around him, "Have you forgotten why we formed this group? It was to reduce killing. Besides fighting, there are many other options like negotiation or agreement." The white-haired man hearing that laughed loudly as if it were ridiculous. Negotiation, agreement. The white-haired man's words silenced the blonde man and Lee Yu-H. The white-haired man quickly rushed forward and grabbed the blonde man's collar. He said angrily and loudly, "At first there were 100 of us and now there are only 60 left, and he wants to solve this problem through conversation." The blonde man hesitated slightly, trying to defend his words. But before the blonde man could explain, the white-haired man continued, "Your team is on the outskirts, so you don't know how evil they are." Lee Yu-H crossed her arms and said unpleasantly, "I'm the leader of this team, so everyone listen to my orders. No matter what anyone else says, we will fight back." She smiled mockingly and said, "If you don't think it's okay, then try to survive happily without my food." Her words made the 2 white-haired men and the blonde man stop fighting. The blonde man put his hands on his waist and said with a bright smile, "That's a good choice." One person behind him agreed, saying, "Yes, let's kill them before we get killed." The blonde man looked at the black-haired man without saying anything. The blonde man lowered his head and pondered, "If we attack them, whether we win or lose, we'll suffer heavy losses. That's why I wanted to postpone that choice until the very end." As the sun set, the sky turned a fiery orange. An unpleasant voice echoed, "Ha, these fools." Lee Yu-H walked, shielding her eyes from the sunlight with her hand, thinking, "Why are they talking for so long? Just attack. Who planned this strategy?" Such a headache. While walking, a man suddenly appeared in front of Lee Yu-H, startling her. She covered her head with her hands, screaming in fear. Yoon Son-hoon stood calmly in front of her. Lee Yu-H pointed at him angrily and shouted, "Damn it, weren't you only supposed to come at night?" Yoon Son-hoon approached casually and handed her a neatly folded piece of paper. Lee Yu-H looked at him suspiciously. She took the paper and unfolded it. The paper had a map-like drawing on it. She asked curiously, "What is this?" Yoon Son-hoon's face was covered with a black cloth so no one else could see his face. He looked at her and thought, "Does she not even know how to read a map? She's hopeless," he thought to himself, recalling Lee Yu-H's appearance on the system screen. "Honestly, her being this stupid is actually beneficial for me. Stupid and arrogant people like Lee Yu-H are easy to handle," Yoon Son-hoon thought, recalling the first few days. On the first day she tried to hide the fact that she had food, so her reputation within the group plummeted. If I had left her alone, she would have acted alone and wouldn't have fit in with others. He recalled the day he helped Lee Yu-H distinguish between edible and poisonous mushrooms, Yoon Son-hoon thought, but thanks to my help she was able to become the leader of the group. He recalled the people who looked at Lee Yu-H with suspicion, and her proudly finding a lot of food in the forest. He pondered, even those who were initially suspicious had no choice but to trust her because she brought back food every day. After all, even a bad-tempered leader is better than starving to death. Returning to the present, Lee Yu-H didn't understand the contents of the paper. She shook the paper and said unpleasantly to Yoon Son-hoon, "Aren't you going to answer? What is this paper for?" Yoon Son-hoon put his arms behind his back and calmly answered her question. "It contains the exact location of the assassin group you're trying to deal with and the structure of their base. It also has the method needed to form an attack team." Lee Yu-H still didn't understand his words and asked suspiciously, "What am I supposed to do with this?" Yoon Son-hoon frowned and told her, "Give it to the leader of another team or someone with some brains. They'll know what to do with it." A moment later, Lee Yu-H took the paper to the white-haired man in armor. He looked at the map on the paper and asked incredulously, "Is this information reliable?" Lee Yu-H waved her hand slightly and smiled. "Ha, do you think I'm lying? Who helped you distinguish between edible and poisonous mushrooms?" The white-haired man still looked at her with slight suspicion. The white-haired man thought for a moment and then made a decision. He stood up and said solemnly, "All right, then tonight we'll go assassinate the assassin group." As night fell, many people were already ambushed in the forest near the assassin group's stronghold. The black-clothed white-haired man turned to the armored white-haired leader and said, "The assassin group is within a 10-minute radius of movement. They don't seem to have any defenses against an ambush." The leader heard that and asked in surprise, "No defenses?" The black-clothed white-haired man answered honestly, "That's right, there seem to be fewer than 10 guards. Most of them are asleep and their stronghold is easy to find because of a large campfire." The people in hiding gripped their weapons tightly and became very angry upon hearing that. The black-haired man gripped his knife and said, "These bastards, they're too arrogant." The armored man continued, "Even with a fire, we can't sleep peacefully. We have to keep fighting." The leader heard that and looked at the assassin group's stronghold, saying seriously, "We will surround them and launch a surprise attack simultaneously. Don't leave anyone alive." Then the leader solemnly glanced at the people behind him and said resolutely, "If even one of them survives, we won't be able to sleep peacefully from today until the mission ends." Upon hearing the leader's words, everyone's attitude became more serious than ever, but a slight worry still remained. They stood up silently without saying anything, and they all turned their eyes towards the assassin group's stronghold with fighting spirit burning in their hearts. The leader continued, "Remember, this is a just revenge for our well-being." At this moment the team led by Li Yuh was hiding elsewhere. Li Yuh looked at the people behind her with sharp eyes and said, "We'll divide into 2 teams. The orange-haired man heard that and asked again, slightly confused, "What do you mean?" Li Yuh looked at him seriously and said, "We'll divide into 2 teams. And she held out her hand explaining seriously and loudly, "The assault team will attack the village and the defense team will surround and capture those who try to escape." The orange-haired man was very worried about the plan and immediately said, "Now there are only 200 of us left, so dividing us like that will weaken both teams. Catching people escaping in such a large forest with 100 people is a bit." Before the orange-haired man could finish speaking, Li Yuh glared at him with angry eyes. "Are you going to defy the leader's orders?" Li Yuh thought, recalling Son Hoon in his mask. "All I have to do is follow the masked man's orders." The orange-haired man gave up after failing to persuade Li Yuh. He closed his eyes tightly, clenched his fists and thought, "What nonsense is she saying? We might even lose with 200 people and she won't even listen to my suggestion." At this moment, Son Hoon from a tree in the forest witnessed the assassin group's stronghold explode in the distance. He stood for a moment and thought, "Now there's no need for me to go down there and cause trouble. Is it time to start the real mission now?" Then he immediately jumped from one tree branch to another, hiding for a moment. Guard post. 2 guards were complaining outside the guard post. "Ha, I'm going to die," the man in red clothes said. "If you have the strength to complain like that, why don't you stand guard for me later?" The man in the green jacket replied, "Do you think I'm crazy?" At this moment many people with unpleasant expressions were lying inside the guard post. The man in the green jacket looked inside and said, "After drinking the poisoned water it's even hard to move. In fact, the 2 of us have the most strength right now." And he leaned against the wall, looked up at the sky and continued, "If we kill the people from the assassin group and steal their food, we'll be able to eat our fill, right?" The man in red clothes replied with an uncertain expression, "Even so, if we share it, there won't be much. Think about it, how many of us are there?" The man in the green jacket heard that and immediately turned to the man in red clothes and replied, "Won't that number decrease quickly?" The 2 were so engrossed in conversation that they didn't notice someone was already standing on the roof of the guard post. Suddenly, the mysterious man on the roof of the guard post said, "How about killing all the patients here and escaping?" The man in red clothes thought the man in the green jacket was joking and replied, "No matter how hard it is, you shouldn't say such things." What horrible thing did he just shout? But suddenly he thought something was strange and pondered. "I thought I heard a sound just now." Before the man in red clothes could realize something was wrong, a bullet pierced the head of the man in the green jacket. The man in red clothes was momentarily startled by the gunshot, and before he could react, a bullet also pierced his head. After being shot and killed, the 2 guards fell to the ground. Son Hoon saw that and cleanly leaped off the roof of the guard post, and he happily opened his notebook. As the notebook opened, a ray of light emanated from around it. A sword of light appeared from somewhere. Son Hoon held the sword of light and smiled wickedly, thinking to himself, "Let's end everything with one blow." Saying that, as soon as Son Hoon raised the sword of light into the air, blue light and lightning emanated from around the sword. Immediately, lightning covered the entire forest, forming a lightning chain. Immediately, the people below the forest began to scream as they were struck by lightning. Their expressions looked extremely pained. At this moment, a mysterious woman high up witnessed the entire situation. Looking at the scene below, she said in surprise, "Lightning chain." She gripped her glowing staff tightly and thought to herself in fear, "I was far away and managed to avoid it, but I clearly know that was a stage 5 magic lightning chain." Suddenly, as soon as she held out her glowing staff, a huge force emanated from it. She shouted, "Magic arrow!" The force flew straight towards Son Hoon, who was standing below. As soon as he felt the light approaching him, he looked up. After a few turns of his body, Son Hoon easily dodged the mysterious woman's magic arrow attack without effort. The mysterious woman watched Son Hoon dodge her attack and thought to herself in extreme bewilderment, "No way, he dodged all my attacks." As soon as Son Hoon noticed her presence, he also glanced at a nearby rock cliff. Without saying anything, Son Hoon lightly swung his sword and a force emanated from the sword, flying towards the nearby rock cliff. Upon being hit by Son Hoon's force, the cliff immediately shattered into pieces. Son Hoon looked at the sword in his hand with a very joyful and satisfied expression, thinking to himself, "Magic has increased by 200, and skill power has increased by 30. Thanks to these, my sorcery has become stronger." After that, Son Hoon turned his head and walked away, thinking with satisfaction, useful. Corpses lay strewn on the ground, struck by Son Hoon's lightning chain. Son Hoon thought with a joyful expression, "It's exactly as I planned. Dividing those who drank the poisoned water into small groups was a truly worthwhile effort." Son Hoon continued to think, "I need to take care of 9 groups before the sun rises, so let's hurry." Elsewhere, a man's bloody arm was suddenly raised. He shouted, "Wait, that guy's a swindler." He looked at the leader, plastered himself against the wall with a terrified expression and shouted, "Let's talk and negotiate." The leader heard that and replied mockingly, "Negotiation? Don't you think it's too late now?" Suddenly, the ranker angrily glared at the leader and shouted loudly, "You bastard, do you know who I am? I'm a ranker, a ranker." The leader heard that and didn't care at all, looking at him with contempt and lightly uttering a single word, The ranker was extremely bewildered to see no fear on the leader's face. He quickly tried to salvage the situation, saying, My point is, if you let me go, I'll forgive all these wrongs. Otherwise, after the mission is over, you'll pay a heavy price. The leader heard that but was unshaken, looking at him with contempt as if he didn't care about his words, and gently replied, Pay the price? Good, I'll make you pay. However, before he could finish speaking, the leader pulled out the sword at his waist. The ranker was startled and flustered seeing it. I am a member of the HTFA guild. I've been an active guild member for a long time. Please. The leader ignored the ranker's words and immediately swung his sword at the ranker, shouting angrily, You'll pay the price first. With a single swing of the sword, the ranker was cut in half by the leader's blade and he fell. The black-clothed, white-haired man who witnessed everything said, No wonder he was begging so hard. It must have been his last life. Did you know that? The leader coldly replied, It doesn't matter if it's his first life or his second. It doesn't matter if it's a trick or not. I was planning to cut his head in half. Half of our team died because of their attack and half barely survived. The black-clothed, white-haired man heard that and thought it was deep resentment. The leader immediately ordered, Clean up everything, gather their equipment and food and meet at the center of the village in an hour. At this moment, one of Li Yuh's subordinates ran up to the leader and said flustered, Are you busy right now? Leader Li Yuh said she has something to tell you. The leader heard that and was puzzled, and Li Yuh's subordinate hesitated and reported, She said that most of the enemies have escaped. She asked if you could lend her a few people to catch them. The leader heard that and, surprised, asked again, Escaped, 1 or 2? The subordinate heard that and hesitated, stammering, Well, about 100 people escaped. Upon hearing the number 100, the leader was speechless and thought inwardly with an angry expression, 100 people? How did that woman let so many people escape? On this side, Li Yuh felt her ears tickle as if she sensed someone talking ill about her. She said, Damn it, is someone cursing me? Why are my ears so itchy? Li Yuh thought I said 100 people, but it was actually 200. It's fine, it'll probably work. Then she turned to the brown-haired man behind her and said, I've done everything I needed to do, so I'm going to rest now. You guys clean up the rest. The people behind her murmured upon hearing that. Does that woman have no manners? Not at all. If she did, she wouldn't be alive by now. Suddenly, a woman discovered something and shouted, Isn't that smoke? Hearing that, everyone looked up at the dark brown smoke rising into the sky. Everyone cried out in alarm. That's our tent, not just 1 or 2. Immediately, the leader's group arrived at the scene. Everywhere was covered in smoke and flames, and the landscape was very desolate. Corpses lay scattered everywhere. The leader was startled by the sight and said, What on earth is this? He immediately shouted loudly to his subordinates behind him, Search the surroundings carefully and find survivors. A moment later, the black-clothed, white-haired man approached and reported to the leader, There are no survivors. All items have also disappeared. The leader heard that and asked, Then who is the culprit? The black-clothed, white-haired man replied, I'm not sure. The scene was very devastated, with smoke and corpses scattered everywhere. The black-clothed, white-haired man reported to the leader again, However, there are many traces of magic being used here, and given the blood splattered everywhere, it seems they had a high-ranking warrior. Approximately 31 people remained, so I don't think the attackers were a small group. The leader heard that and said calmly with his arms crossed, Begin searching this area. Don't lower your guard. Show the thieves that we need to work harder, the subordinate replied. Understood. Afterwards, the leader fell into deep thought. The remaining assassin group attacked? That's impossible. I was sure they had escaped to the west. A map appeared in the leader's mind, and he thought, even if they wanted revenge, they wouldn't put in that much effort. They wouldn't have come all this way, crossing the forest in the middle of the night to attack us. And he worried, perhaps not. Meanwhile, Li Yuh's group was standing in front of something that looked very suspicious. The blond man said, bewildered and surprised, What's going on? In front of them was a pile of neatly organized food. The people were very surprised to see it and murmured, Where did this food come from? Isn't this enough for all of us to eat for more than 5 days? The brown-haired man saw the sight and felt uneasy, warning, Don't lower your guard. It could be a trap. A girl from the group comforted them. The assassin group has fallen now, and we're the largest team in the southeast forest. Who do you think would dare to attack us? A man from the group was very happy to see the piled food and immediately went to check it. There are still 20 days left until the mission ends, and we found such valuable food. Suddenly, Li Yuh appeared with 2 subordinates and seeing the food shouted in a commanding tone, Everyone, stop. From now on anyone who touches that food will be punished. The orange-haired man heard that and looked at Li Yuh with puzzled eyes. What are you planning to do? Li Yuh ordered. First, move it to the village. Everyone who participates in carrying food will have their inventory checked. So don't even think about stealing. The orange-haired man, looking worried, desperately tried to persuade Li Yuh, This food is still too suspicious. I have a bad feeling about this. Li Yuh ignored all of the orange-haired man's advice. She crossed her arms and looked at the orange-haired man with contempt, saying, Even if you have a bad feeling, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to burn all of it? The orange-haired man was flustered by Li Yuh's contemptuous attitude and immediately replied, That's not what I mean. I just think we should consider it more carefully before making a decision. Before the orange-haired man could finish speaking, Li Yuh became very angry, feeling she was being defied, and drew her weapon. The orange-haired man was very surprised and horrified. Li Yuh, trembling with rage, clenched her hands tightly and frowned, threatening the orange-haired man with angry eyes. Why are you always opposing me? To be honest, without this food we can't survive for more than 20 days, so we need this food. Am I wrong? Liu gritted her teeth and frowned, shouting angrily at the orange-haired man. Can't you do anything but oppose my opinion? If you're so worried, I won't share food with you. The orange-haired man heard that and replied calmly, Understood. Liu was very surprised by the orange-haired man's calm demeanor and said in disbelief, What did you say? Then, as if pouring out all the anger accumulated in his heart, the orange-haired man shouted angrily at Liu's face, I'm not eating it, damn it. Liu was startled by the orange-haired man's angry attitude and was speechless, unable to say anything. The orange-haired man trembled with rage and he lowered his head, clenched his fists and said in a trembling voice, this is the first time I've been this angry, to be transmigrated to such a damned world. In fact, I've never been angry before now. Surprised, Liu trembled with anger at the orange-haired man's attitude. She trembled with anger and threatened, Who are you talking to right now? The orange-haired man was no longer afraid of Liu. He answered loudly and firmly, Who? Liu, the person I'm talking to right now. I've tried my best to suppress my anger, but I feel like I'm going to die from the pressure. The people standing nearby saw the situation and murmured, We have to do something, we need to stop them. I think it's better if we don't interfere. I've never seen that person so angry before. Liu felt insulted by the orange-haired man and frowned, shouting angrily, How dare you ignore me? Then she raised her weapon. The weapon summoned a purple magic circle and she shouted loudly, Cannon explosion. Liu's technique slowly flew and attacked the orange-haired man. The orange-haired man was unshaken, even seeing it. He calmly drew his weapon from his back and completely blocked Liu's technique with a single swing of his sword. Liu was very surprised by the sight, and her eyes widened, wearing an expression of disbelief at what was happening before her eyes. The orange-haired man clenched the weapon in his hand tightly, gritted his teeth and looked at Liu with angry eyes, saying, Don't really make me angry. If you try to fight me one more time, I won't tolerate it. Liu heard that and shouted angrily, How dare you? The orange-haired man put away his weapon, no longer paying attention to Liu and said, It's really ridiculous. If I stay in that group after all this has happened, is anyone going to leave the group with me? Liu heard that and shouted, We won't share food with you. The orange-haired man, without a hint of fear at Liu's words, pointed a finger at her and replied angrily, Just take your damn food, just shut up. As soon as the orange-haired man finished speaking, several people walked forward trying to leave Liu's group. Liu was very shocked by the sight and was speechless, just standing there blankly and watching. The remaining people counted the number of people leaving the group and said in a trembling voice, 12 people. Liu saw the sight and no longer cared. She pointed to the pile of food and shouted in a commanding tone, What's there to worry about? It's only 12 people. Good. Fewer mouths to feed. What are you all doing? Hurry up and work. The orange-haired group left without looking back. The orange-haired man said, Let's go. The people following the orange-haired man said, I know you're angry, but is it really okay to leave like this? The orange-haired man replied calmly, If I had stayed with them, I think I would have died. Then he glanced at Liu's group and said in a resolute voice, From now on we're leaving this place. From Yoon Son-hoon's side, Yoon Son-hoon found a good resting place. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. I feel much better. Yoon Son-hoon slowly walked to the edge of the forest and thought, The edge of the forest seems to be a desert. The boundary between these two places is as straight as if measured with a ruler. Yoon Son-hoon summoned the system and looking at it thought, What's the progress? Yoon Son-hoon continued to think, I've completed over 200 evil deed missions, 6 good deed missions and 211 missions. Suddenly an arrow flew from behind Yoon Son-hoon heading straight for him. Yoon Son-hoon was still unaware, lost in thought. It's going quite well. The arrow pierced through Yoon Son-hoon's temple, interrupting his thoughts. Only then did Yoon Son-hoon come to his senses, wearing a very surprised and flustered expression. The arrow pierced through Yoon Son-hoon's temple and flew straight to the ground. After that, a group of people appeared and surrounded Yoon Son-hoon on all sides. They shouted and interrogated Yoon Son-hoon. Don't move, surround him. Who are you? Are you from the Bloodstone Order? What are you doing here? Identify yourself. Yoon Son-hoon suddenly had an idea and he smiled, raising both hands as if negotiating. Haha, calm down first. How about we talk for a bit? The man with the bow was very angry at Yoon Son-hoon's calm and nonchalant expression and he shouted loudly, Why are you smiling like that? Do you think this is funny? Before he could finish speaking, the man with the bow was hit by Yoon Son-hoon's attack and fell backward. Yoon Son-hoon thought as he attacked, 2 archers, 2 mages and 3 warriors are surrounding me. 7 in total. After that he summoned his sword. Immediately, Yoon Son-hoon turned around and with a single swing of his sword knocked down 3 more people. The 3 who had just been hit by Yoon Son-hoon fell to the ground. The remaining 3 were very surprised by this sight. They cried out in disbelief. How? Suddenly, Yoon Son-hoon roughly grabbed one person and put the blade to his neck. The man's expression was very fearful. Conversely, Yoon Son-hoon smiled, looked at the remaining people and said, I clearly said we should talk, didn't I? The remaining people were very surprised and their mouths were agape as they thought inwardly, Damn it, we're in danger, we messed with the wrong person. After that, Yoon Son-hoon released the blade and gently pushed the man aside. The man returned to his comrades very surprised. Everyone looked blankly at Yoon Son-hoon. After that, Yoon Son-hoon kicked the man lying on the ground. The man groaned. My nose. Yoon Son-hoon looked at the remaining people and said, I think it's not too late to talk now. I believe it will be beneficial for you too. The brown-haired man looked at Yoon Son-hoon with wary eyes. What do you want? Yoon Son-hoon smiled and light emanated around him. Let's have a delicious meal and talk together. At these words, everyone looked blankly at Yoon Son-hoon. That moment, a delicious-looking pot of food was placed before them. The people couldn't resist drooling at the sight of the food. Son-hoon politely dished out generous portions to each person and courteously invited them to eat. Please eat. Having delicious food after a long time, the people repeatedly expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Son-hoon, thank you. Meat, it's been so long since I've eaten meat. It's the best, Son-hoon smiled, looking at their joyful expressions. Is it to your taste, he thought to himself. Tisk, even so, it's food I made with cooking skills, so it can't taste bad. The brown-haired man, enjoying the food, was in a very good mood and smiled at Son-hoon. Of course, we're truly grateful. We were on the verge of starving. Son-hoon replied with a smile. Don't mention it. What good is there in fighting? It's better to help each other. Seeing Son-hoon's gentle demeanor, the people felt very sorry and guilty, recalling what had happened earlier. He subdued us, didn't kill anyone, and even cooked us such delicious food. Why did we attack such a person? A halo seemed to emanate around Son-hoon, and the three men looked at him with awe as if he were a true angel. Suddenly, Son-hoon's smile became calculated. He thought to himself, everything is going according to plan. After that, he seized the opportunity to ask them, does anyone have a map of this wasteland or know if there are people living here? Hearing Son-hoon's words, the black-haired man looked a little suspicious. He immediately quietly asked the brown-haired man, should we tell him? The brown-haired man replied without hesitation, considering everything he's done for us, not telling him would be wrong. Besides, it's not that big of a secret. After that, the brown-haired man took out a scroll from his pocket and happily said to Son-hoon, yes, we'll show you the map we drew. The brown-haired man unfolded the map and said, from the oasis to the liquid metal zone, we've marked all the important locations on the map. The largest group in this wasteland is about 100 people, but they have over 5 strongholds, and among them is the best stronghold. Son-hoon heard that and was curious. The top ranker, who is it? The brown-haired man informed Son-hoon, Mr. Kong Mu-han of Hetepa. Son-hoon exclaimed, oh, the brown-haired man continued. But there's also a group that opposes them. The brown-haired man continued to tell Son-hoon, there's a forest of black darkness in this wasteland and they seem to be fighting over a large eroded rock. That rock is right in the middle of the boundary between the wasteland and the forest of black darkness, so it's easily visible. Son-hoon heard that and put his hand to his face, thinking deeply. Fighting over that rock? There must be a deeper reason. A new map appeared in Son-hoon's mind. He thought to himself, one of the missions is to clear 5 dungeons, which means there must be at least 5 dungeons here. Perhaps there's a dungeon in that rock. Thinking that far, Son-hoon looked at the people and smiled. Thank you. As a reward, I'll give you some advice. After that, Son-hoon pointed towards the forest and said, you seem to be having trouble finding food, so you'll find it easier in the forest. The people who heard Son-hoon's words asked again in disbelief, the forest? The black-haired man heard that and recalled something, his face showing fear. He said, trembling, but there are scary rumors that the forest has dangerous monsters and assassin groups. Son-hoon heard that and smiled, comforting them. I'm not exactly sure, but the assassin group seems to have been eliminated a few days ago. The remaining groups are people who prefer peace over war. The people cried out in disbelief. Is that true? Son-hoon smiled, looking at the innocent people. The largest group seems to be led by a female mage named Lee Uh. How about you go there? A notification appeared from the system. Mission Kindling the Flame, C grade in progress. The people innocently believed Son-hoon's words, unaware that they were caught up in his mission. They bowed their heads in gratitude and said loudly, thank you very much, we apologize for attacking you earlier. Son-hoon replied with a smile, it's alright, well then see you later. The people replied, yes Son-hoon, we will definitely repay your kindness. After that, Son-hoon smiled sinisterly and thought to himself, I'll repay this debt. Given Lee Uh's personality, she'll hide food and cause infighting within the group. Having made all preparations, Son-hoon turned his steps towards the large rock. He thought to himself, since I have nothing else to do, I should go to that rock. A short while later, night had already fallen. Son-hoon arrived in the area of the large rock. As soon as he saw the enormous majestic rock, Son-hoon thought, this rock is bigger than a building. This is an open area, so I need to camouflage myself. After that, Son-hoon quickly hid behind a large rock near the enormous one. Suddenly, an unfamiliar group appeared from somewhere. They didn't notice Son-hoon's presence at all. The man in red complained, what's here? The green-haired man replied, I don't know either. After that, they gathered in one spot. There were 3 of them. The green-haired man looked at the man in red and the woman and said, Song said there's something moving here, so check this area. Son-hoon, hiding behind the rock, observed the entire situation and thought, I was too careless. The system displayed intermediate sense activated. Son-hoon quickly scanned the people and thought to himself, in this state they must be among the top tier of ordinary people. Especially the woman in the back, her agility is 100. Suddenly, the green-haired man approached the rock where Son-hoon was hiding, but found nothing. Son-hoon looked at him and thought, what now? If I kill him and escape, the guards will be on alert. Son-hoon expected to be discovered, but suddenly, something caused the 3 people to fall into confusion. The green-haired man shouted, damn it, did they come back tonight too? The man in red quickly turned around and ran at full speed. He shouted, let's go quickly. The 3 people ran towards the source of a large explosion. Son-hoon, hidden, saw the scene and thought, is that the group they were fighting? My chance has come. Thinking that far, Son-hoon immediately prepared. After that, Son-hoon ran towards a village. Looking at the bustling village, he thought to himself, a village surrounded by pointed stakes. Suddenly a man in the village shouted loudly, "You bastards, they keep attacking us bit by bit so we can't get any peaceful sleep." A man with a bow said, "Everyone be careful, there might be another ambush tonight." The green-haired man replied, "Yes, brother Unsong." Sonhoon hid behind a rock near the village, observing the entire situation and thinking, it's a really big group. Hetepa was clearly stratified. Suddenly the man with the bow seemed to notice Sonhoon's presence. He glanced at the rock where Sonhoon was hiding, on alert. After that, the man with the bow aimed an arrow at the rock. But coincidentally, the green-haired man was standing in front of that rock. He thought the man with the bow had aimed an arrow at him, and was startled, shouting in fear, "Brother Unsong, what are you doing?" But Unsong seemed not to hear the green-haired man and immediately shot the arrow. The arrow flew in a straight line, exerting immense power. The people standing nearby, not knowing what was happening, screamed and ran away. A moment later, Unsong's arrow accurately hit the rock where Sonhoon was hiding. With just one arrow, Unsong shattered the rock into pieces. The man in red saw the sight and was startled, shouting, "How can he penetrate a rock with just one arrow?" Unsong then explained to the people, "I thought there was something there, but it was just my imagination. Don't worry everyone, keep doing what you're doing." Sonhoon was expected to be hit by the arrow, but he thankfully dodged it. Sonhoon thought, if I hadn't dodged, I would have been hit. A rancor is indeed different. After that, Sonhoon slowly hid towards the rock. He thought, since most of the guards are outside the fence, I can move towards the rock. A moment later, Sonhoon stood in front of a giant rock. In front of the rock was a large cave entrance. Sonhoon stood in front of the cave entrance, his face showing worry. Is there a cave inside this rock? Looking up at the rock cave, he swallowed hard. He thought to himself, I can't go back now. I need to check as much as possible. As he entered the cave, suddenly a door leading to another space appeared. It emitted a bright light. The system displayed, "Entered Special Zone Internal Passage. Exposure to energy from other spaces will transport you to a different location." Sonhoon saw the sight and thought, "A special zone internal passage?" He slowly approached the door, thinking, I can't go inside and put myself in danger. I'll have to come back later. Suddenly, Sonhoon felt something behind him. He was startled and turned around. From somewhere, 3 arrows flew towards Sonhoon. Fortunately, Sonhoon noticed them in time and turned his body to dodge. However, one arrow grazed Sonhoon's shoulder, injuring him. The system displayed, "Intermediate toxin detected, toxin grade advanced, type intermediate." Sonhoon saw the sight and was startled, thinking, someone else is using poison besides me? The person who shot the arrows was none other than Unsong. Unsong aimed an arrow at Sonhoon and shouted loudly, "Don't move, identify yourself immediately." Sonhoon clutched his injured shoulder in pain and immediately frowned, flapping his clothes as if to escape. He thought to himself, damn it, I'll have to change my plan after that. Sonhoon slowly entered the door. The system displayed, "Entered Special Zone Internal Passage." Surrounded by energy from another space, Unsong saw Sonhoon escaping but showed no reaction. He thought to himself, I missed him. It was too dark to recognize him. Suddenly, Unsong found Sonhoon's bloodstains. He stared blankly at the bloodstains for a moment, then dabbed them with his hand. Unsong put his bloodied hand to his mouth and tasted it. His system displayed, "Wild Instinct activated, grade hunting advanced. Intelligence detected within the body, can track prey for 1 hour." Unsong tasted Sonhoon's blood and thought, the prey's grade is similar to mine. The owner of this bloodstain must be a rancor. A rancor with high intelligence. Unsong concluded that this bloodstain belonged to Kim Ji-hoon. He thought, Kim Ji-hoon, that bastard, no wonder he came back so easily this time. Is he trying to test me? Unsong said loudly, "Target set." The system displayed, "Target set activated, prey tracking time increased by 3 hours. If prey is caught, all skills increase by 5. After that, Unsong returned to the village. When he met the people again, he stated his conclusion. Kim Ji-hoon just disappeared into the special zone internal passage. The man in green clothes heard that and was curious. Isn't that bastard's job a monk? He went alone. Just a monk? Unsong suddenly became serious. Unlike his usual self, he said, even if he's a monk, he must be a top ranker. We need to be careful. But if we can kill Kim Ji-hoon along the way, it won't be bad. Unsong crossed his arms and looked seriously at the people. Everyone prepare and form teams of 5 to start the hunt. The people also looked seriously at Unsong. At this moment, Sonhoon had arrived in a completely unfamiliar space. The surroundings were covered in hot lava. The system displayed, "Special Dungeon." Entered Volcano Cave. Sonhoon clutched his shoulder, which had been hit by the arrow earlier. His expression was very pained. He thought to himself, I escaped safely, but they'll find me soon. The system suddenly displayed several notifications. Affected by environment. All abilities reduced by 10 due to harsh climate and temperature. Elemental Charm skill damage increased by 3. Flame Charm skill damage increased by 5. Stamina consumption increased by 30. Sonhoon saw that the surroundings were completely covered in lava and wondered, environmental effects, what on earth is happening? The system continued to display. Volcano Cave B grade. A mysterious dungeon exists. Humans cannot enter. Exposed to fire for a long time, this place has become a favorite spot for monsters somewhat similar to fire elementals. These monsters tend to avoid humans in normal circumstances. Sonhoon looked up at the notifications displayed on the screen and was startled, thinking, B grade, wait, let's forget about the grade for now. Suddenly, hot lava from somewhere slowly approached Sonhoon's feet. Sonhoon saw the sight and was startled, quickly backing away. After that, Sonhoon slowly stood up, and suddenly a pillar of hot lava erupted from underground. From within the lava pillar a force suddenly appeared and rushed towards where Sonhoon was standing. Without time to wonder, Yoon Sonhoon immediately summoned his sword, his expression extremely serious. With a single swing, Yoon Sonhoon blocked almost all the attacks spewing from the lava. But unfortunately one powerful skill struck his body. The system displayed that intermediate magic resistance had been activated. Yoon Sonhoon calmly endured. Before Yoon Sonhoon was a fire dog. As soon as the fire dog saw Yoon Sonhoon, it became fierce. It growled and snarled angrily at Yoon Sonhoon. He was very surprised to see the fire dog appear from somewhere, thinking, a dog. After that, Yoon Sonhoon cautiously summoned his notebook, thinking, after receiving this damage amplification it would be good to check the skill effects. At this moment, before Yoon Sonhoon was nothing but fire and lava. Yoon Sonhoon summoned a magic circle. The magic circle spewed fire and molten lava. Shoulder bomb. The fire dog, struck by Yoon Sonhoon's attack, growled in pain. Suddenly the fire dog madly charged at Yoon Sonhoon. It seemed intent on killing Yoon Sonhoon immediately. Yoon Sonhoon was very surprised to see this. He quickly extended his book to block the fire dog's attack. The system displayed, a book is not a weapon. Your attack and defense stats have been adjusted according to the book's grade and your intellect. After that, the fire dog was strongly repelled far away. It growled in pain. Yoon Sonhoon pressed his sword firmly against the book and with a serious expression thought, if I attack with fire attracting attacks, does it only increase its rage? Then the damage increase effect for fire skills is useless. Without waiting for the fire dog's attack, this time Yoon Sonhoon directly charged at the fire dog with his sword, and the fire dog immediately took a defensive stance upon seeing him. Yoon Sonhoon, with an eerie smile, immediately rushed at the fire dog and swung his sword. Immediately, the fire dog was struck by Yoon Sonhoon and fell. Suddenly, the fire dog transformed into small flames. After that, a single orange gem appeared within the flames. The system displayed, low-grade flame stone, low-grade magic tier essence type. This is a stone containing fire essence. Weapons and armor will increase fire power. Prolonged use will increase the corresponding stats. Yoon Sonhoon immediately sheathed his sword. He looked at the glowing gem floating in the air, thinking, it increases stats. An item that can increase stats just by consuming it is extremely rare. Immediately, Yoon Sonhoon grasped the floating stone. After that, he swallowed the stone without hesitation. The system displayed, you have consumed a low-grade flame stone. The system then displayed, you felt the essence of fire within your body, but it quickly dissipated. It displayed, if you consume 3 low-grade flame stones daily, your magic stat will increase by 3 after 100 days. Yoon Sonhoon heard that and sighed wearily. He thought, I have to eat 3 for 100 days, I can do it. Suddenly a cave entrance appeared behind Yoon Sonhoon and a voice was heard from within, there's something over there, everyone be careful. Yoon Sonhoon turned his head and saw them, his expression very worried. He thought, they're here, they're really too fast. It turned out to be Ensong and his group. As soon as Ensong emerged from the cave, he saw Yoon Sonhoon and immediately pointed at him, shouting loudly to everyone, someone's there? Ensong had even brought a hunting dog to track Yoon Sonhoon's scent. The system displayed, the hunting dog has received the stat increase effect of the hunting skill. It is a companion that tracks prey and aids in evasion. Seeing that there was even a hunting dog, Yoon Sonhoon immediately fled. He exclaimed, damn it! Suddenly 2 more fire dogs appeared before Yoon Sonhoon. However, Yoon Sonhoon ignored the fire dogs at this moment and desperately fled after that. Yoon Sonhoon slowly ran towards the cave indicated by the system. He thought, my identity shouldn't be revealed, I need to wear a mask now. After that, Yoon Sonhoon immediately took out a mask and put it on his face. He turned his head to look at Ensong, thinking, I never thought I'd have to use this here. Although Ensong had no other choice, I didn't realize it would be so useful. In an instant, Yoon Sonhoon completely vanished. At this moment, the hunting dog struggled to pick up Yoon Sonhoon's scent. As Yoon Sonhoon's scent seemed to have completely vanished, the hunting dog became confused. It darted around erratically. Ensong saw this and thought, is it confused because of the natural scent of the cave? Fortunately, the people who followed Ensong complained, that bastard Kim Ji-hoon, why is he running away so fast? Ensong was comforting the hunting dog at this moment. He heard this and immediately replied, don't underestimate him, he's one of the top tricksters among current users. Ensong was disheartened, thinking, there's no other option. Now that I think about it, I must catch him before time runs out. With that thought, Ensong did not hesitate for a moment and immediately ran towards where Yoon Sonhoon had disappeared, shouting, everyone run! The people behind were exhausted to the point of death and had not yet regained their composure. They heard that and immediately replied, what? Understood. At this moment, masked people were gathered on the western mountain. The woman who came with them said cautiously, be careful, from here on is the forest of death, she continued. Everyone who has entered here has disappeared. There are very powerful dungeon monsters here. At this moment, Eli was standing high in the forest. Her vision seemed unstable. By chance, Eli's hand brushed the trigger of the gun she held, and a bullet was immediately fired from the gun by chance. And by chance the bullet struck one of the people below. Everyone saw that and exclaimed in great panic, run! Suddenly, fortunately, Eli's vision recovered. She calmly held her gun. She thought, my head aches from the sudden change in vision. Eli thought, at least today I can eat something other than fruit. Suddenly, Eli recalled the past and a scene of her conversing with Yoon Sonhoon appeared. Yoon Sonhoon said, if you're interested in buffs and becoming a buffer monk, it would be better than being a mage. How about changing your profession? Eli heard that and thought, A mage's offensive spells are quite weak, but they have an advantage in using buffs, debuffs, and hybrid spells. But as Mr. Yoon Sonhoon said, if I want to focus on buffs and debuffs, changing my profession to a monk would be better. She continued to think carefully. But the problem was whether she should strengthen offensive spells just because she was a mage. What truly makes a mage, she continued to think, that it was not only power and ability, but also bestowing combat ability upon the dead, sickening the strongest with a mere gesture, and completing missions that defy conventional logic. Eli thought, that's what I consider true magic, and it's why I learned all kinds of spells. Back in reality, she looked at the fire-red mountain thinking, I need to utilize all the spells I've learned to their fullest and create my own domain. The witch's domain. She thought, illusion magic will cause everyone in this area to get lost, debuff their stats, obstruct their vision, and help spells perfectly hit their targets, Eli thought, and along with that, magic crystals will add magic to the bullets, creating unpredictable trajectories. As time passed, the number of people entering this area gradually increased. Eli continued to think, they've already started calling this place the Forest of Death. Suddenly, a slight tremor occurred where Eli was standing, interrupting her train of thought. Only then did Eli regain her composure, her expression very worried. She looked at her gun thinking, what happened over the past week? Was it an earthquake? After that, Eli looked up at the fire-red mountain with a worried expression, thinking, are the two volcanoes really about to erupt? After that, Eli changed her attitude, becoming more serious than ever. With resolute eyes, she thought, all right, don't let your guard down. This is a world where you never know what will happen next. Now I need to pack up and get as far away from here as possible. It had been 16 days since Yoon Sonhoon entered the mission. He was currently facing charging flame lions. Yoon Sonhoon swung his sword without hesitation, slashing 2 lions simultaneously. Yoon Sonhoon stopped and wearily wiped away his sweat. He thought, I haven't even fought much, but I'm always on the verge of dying from heat stroke, with lava all around, spewing hot air. Stamina consumption has increased due to the environment. Because of this intense heat, there's not much I can do. At this moment, Choi Ji-won's group also caught up. One of the group pointed at Yoon Sonhoon and shouted, there! Another shouted, damn it, kill him. Seeing the group close behind him, Yoon Sonhoon cursed inwardly, damn it, they've been chasing me for 2 days. At first, Yoon Sonhoon prioritized fleeing, but unable to endure the terrible heat any longer, he grew angry and changed his plan. Yoon Sonhoon increased his speed, looking back at the people chasing him, thinking, at first I tried to avoid them, but I can't take it anymore. As soon as I recover my stamina, I'll kill them all. While thinking as he fled, an unexpected arrow flew from behind, grazing Yoon Sonhoon's face. Fortunately, he managed to dodge it. Yoon Sonhoon gritted his teeth, his face clearly showing anger. Choi Ji-won loaded another arrow onto his bow. It's been 2 days since we started chasing him. I realized a while ago that guy isn't Kim Ji-hoon. Besides the mask he's wearing, his combat style is strange. He holds a book in one hand and a sword in the other. It's definitely not Kim Ji-hoon's combat style. Choi Ji-won frowned. If that person isn't Kim Ji-hoon, it would be more logical to return to the village and strengthen our defenses. But we can't. Before entering the tunnel, the system informed us that the internal space is a one-way teleport, and special magic is required to return. Choi Ji-won stood before the cave entrance hesitating and thinking, does that mean we can enter but can't return? And the fact that he was standing inside the cave at this moment already spoke of his choice. Since he couldn't turn back then, Choi Ji-won secretly resolved, what kind of chaos has that bald monkey-like bastard dragged us into? I don't know who you are, but no matter what, I'll definitely take you down. It had been 3 days since entering the volcano cave, but Yoon Sonhoon still hadn't found an exit, thinking, just how vast is this place? Over the past 3 days, as they chased me day and night, I haven't had a single proper rest. If this continues, I might die of dehydration or exhaustion. They're relentless bastards. Choi Ji-won's group also caught up to Yoon Sonhoon, and they too ran, panting with exhaustion. We almost got him there. One person in red clothes was hallucinating from dehydration and fatigue. Water? Someone standing next to him reminded him. Snap out of it, are you blind? Choi Ji-won's group, sweating profusely, glared at Yoon Sonhoon. Taking advantage of Yoon Sonhoon's carelessness, an arrow flew at him at high speed. Choi Ji-won watched silently, his voice cold. Explosive arrow. As soon as he finished speaking, the arrow immediately exploded like a bomb, and Yoon Sonhoon was thrown backward by the immense destructive power. Seeing Yoon Sonhoon hit by the explosive arrow and rolling several times on the ground, Choi Ji-won immediately instructed his subordinates. Catch that bastard. Yoon Sonhoon quickly stood up and swung his sword at Choi Ji-won's group. The sword's power was like a powerful thrust, sending 3 subordinates flying backward, and no one dared to advance another step. Choi Ji-won and Yoon Sonhoon, as if sharing the same thought, immediately drew their weapons and simultaneously threw them at each other. One was a silver arrow flying like lightning, and the other was a dagger enveloped in a fireball cutting through the wind. Both possessed power that was not inferior to the other. With a thud, Yoon Sonhoon was unexpectedly hit in the thigh by an arrow, and he winced in pain. Seeing Yoon Sonhoon hit by the arrow, Choi Ji-won rejoiced and was about to shoot another arrow. Ha, this way. Before he could rejoice, Yoon Sonhoon's dagger enveloped in a fireball flew at him. The sharp dagger plunged directly into Choi Ji-won's chest. Only then did he realize that Yoon Sonhoon had hidden the dagger inside the fireball and thrown it. Choi Ji-won pulled out the dagger from his chest and the screen displayed, "You have been infected with paralysis poison." Choi Ji-won frowned. "Poison too?" he cursed angrily. "That damn bastard." Yoon Son-hoon was also injured, his face pale. "That's not for you to say." Yoon Son-hoon's system also displayed, "You have been infected with a fatal poison." Son-hoon, worried about facing 4 people alone, secretly retreated but bumped into a solid wall behind him. A wall?" Choi Ji-won led his subordinates, pressing him step by step. "I don't know who you are, but I finally get to see your face. Take off that bastard's mask." Yoon Son-hoon broke out in a cold sweat. "Damn it, a dead end." Choi Ji-won watched Yoon Son-hoon cornered in a dead end with arrogance. "Remember that face, no matter what, we must kill that bastard." As he gloated, his face immediately changed, his eyes wide and mouth agape. Staring behind Yoon Son-hoon, he seemed to have seen something terrifying. Yoon Son-hoon also looked back and was dumbfounded to see the wall behind him suddenly start to move. It was as if a giant monster was slowly awakening. Yoon Son-hoon turned his head to look and was indeed dumbfounded. Its entire body was covered in armor like scales as if burning with fire. Volcano Cave Boss. The flame serpent god appeared. Upon the appearance of the serpent god, all abilities reduced by 30. Seeing the serpent god appear, both Son-hoon and Choi Ji-won's eyes widened in surprise. "We're cornered." The serpent god slowly opened its eyes and breathed out 2 streams of fire. "It seems many people have come to find me today." Everyone was quite shocked to hear the serpent god speak. "It talks. Is it telepathy? We can all hear it talking. Do you think that's important?" This serpent god does not seem like an easy opponent to converse with. It looked arrogantly at the people standing before it and said, "If you keep chattering, I might get angry and accidentally kill you. Last time was it Kong Muhan?" "What happened?" Choi Chol-won asked again. "Kong Muhan, you say?" The serpent god sighed and confirmed. "Yes, Kong Muhan. Since you recognize me, it seems you've come to help me." Choi Chol-won looked bewildered, not understanding the serpent god's words. The serpent god calmly commanded, "Hurry and bring me burning hearts. If you succeed, I will reward you." The mission immediately appeared on the screen. Collect burning hearts. B grade. The serpent god of fire, who is trying to evolve into a dragon, has decided to use the people who came to the volcano cave instead of killing them. Find burning hearts from the spirits and monsters in the cave and bring them. Completion conditions: Stage 1 lowest grade burning heart 0-1000. Stage 2 low grade burning heart 0-1000. Stage 3 mid grade burning heart 0-1000. Stage 4 high grade burning heart 0-1000. Stage 5 highest grade burning heart 0-1000. Heart of fire 0-1. Basic rewards vary according to the heart's grade, and you can choose items given by the serpent god. From stage 3 onwards, the serpent god will grant you 1 wish. The serpent god is very greedy, arrogant, and narrow-minded. Think carefully before making a wish. Choi Chol-won pointed at Yoon Son-hoon and threatened, "Don't be too happy. Your lifespan has only been extended a little." Yoon Son-hoon didn't let him have the last word either, replying triumphantly, "Really? Do you think you'll be able to say that after I recover?" Choi Chol-won retorted angrily. "Someone who only knows how to run away says such things." Yoon Son-hoon smiled, but his voice was full of ice. "If I wanted to, I could kill you right now." As the two faced off in a tense confrontation, a strong burst of fire fell between them, startling them both and making them step back. The serpent god also grew angry at this moment. "I told you not to chatter in front of me. Don't test my patience." After the serpent god's menacing words, a pillar of fire appeared, and a safe zone was forcibly set. Yoon Son-hoon watched Choi Chol-won's group sit down to rest and thought to himself, "Completing the mission? That's for later. The most important thing now is to rest. I haven't been able to properly activate the effects of the Ardent Reader title because I've been on the run. If I don't read a book within 3 days, all my abilities will reset, so I need to read it right now, even if it's forced." Seeing Yoon Son-hoon calmly take out a book and read it, his subordinates whispered, "Reading a book now?" One of them pointed to his head and said he probably had something wrong with his head. Yoon Son-hoon ignored their gazes and continued to read. "I'm definitely going to get an agility skill." Suddenly, an imposing voice echoed from behind. "I told you to guard the village while I entered the dungeon. What are you two doing here?" The two subordinates turned around and were startled to see Kong Muhan standing behind them. "Mr. Kong Muhan," one of them pointed at Yoon Son-hoon, who was reading a book, and said, "It's all because of this guy. He was secretly spying on our village, so we chased him." Kong Muhan glanced at Yoon Son-hoon, assessing him. "He's wearing a mask. Who is he?" As soon as Yoon Son-hoon narrowly escaped Choi Chol-won's group, Kong Muhan and his subordinates appeared. There's an old saying, Murphy's Law. If anything can go wrong, it will, and if misfortune starts, it keeps piling up. That's exactly what the current situation was like. Now, Yoon Son-hoon's opponents had increased from 4 to at least 6 or 7. Kong Muhan pointed at Kim Ji-hoon, who was standing face to face with the serpent god, and said, "Hey, I haven't even fully expressed my anger yet." A subordinate standing behind Kong Muhan covered his mouth and reminded him, "Mr. Kong Muhan, please calm down." Seeing many people appear, the serpent god writhed and revealed its true form, exuding an intimidating aura, causing everyone below to freeze. Kong Muhan and Kim Ji-hoon were now in the same place. Yoon Son-hoon thought to himself, "This situation is getting even worse." Kong Muhan was angry, but he had to show patience in front of the serpent god. He glared at Choi Chol-won with angry eyes. "Choi Chol-won, what the hell is going on?" Choi Chol-won admitted his mistake. "I apologize," while Kim Ji-hoon was charging through the spatial tunnel. "I mistook this damn masked guy for Kim Ji-hoon and chased him." The more Kong Muhan heard, the angrier he became, his eyebrows furrowing into a straight line, too furious to speak properly. Kong Muhan glanced at Kim Ji-hoon. What brings you here, you monk? Kim Ji-hoon's subordinate, hearing Kong Mu-han's rude attitude, angrily tried to rush forward. Monk, this damn bastard. Kim Ji-hoon, though insulted, calmly stopped his subordinate. Kim Ji-hoon looked at Kong Mu-han and smiled. What brings me here? I came to clear the dungeon, didn't I? Kong Mu-han crossed his arms and questioned him. Then what did you do to the village? Kong Mu-han laughed nonchalantly and said, they underestimated me a bit, so I just gave them a lesson in order. No need to worry too much. Kong Mu-han thought to himself. I was the first to find the spatial tunnel. Before coming here we had made sufficient preparations for the breakthrough. So, naturally, the village's defenses were weakened. Moreover, due to Choi Chul-wong's misunderstanding, even fewer people were defending the village, and as a result it was easily captured. The more Kong Mu-han thought, the darker his face became. He gritted his teeth in anger. Seriously, no matter how hard I try, I can't get along with you. Kim Ji-hoon smiled provocatively. Perhaps with that feeling you and I will get along surprisingly well. I think so too. The two glared at each other, sparks flying from their eyes. If the serpent god hadn't been there, a fight to the death would surely have broken out. Yoon Son-hoon watched silently. Yes, this is it. Suddenly, in the space filled with the smell of gunpowder amidst the silence, Yoon Son-hoon alone clapped his hands. Please calm down a bit. Since you can't fight anyway, what's the benefit of provoking each other like that? Kong Mu-han cracked his knuckles and said irritably, what benefit? I don't know what kind of monster you are, but I assume you know the price of interrupting me. Kim Ji-hoon scoffed. Why are you so angry? We're just talking. Kim Ji-hoon asked Yoon Son-hoon. What's your name? Yoon Son-hoon introduced himself. Just call me Ghost. Kong Mu-han was angry. Ghost, don't joke around. Tell me your real name and take off that stupid mask, Kim Ji-hoon speculated. Given that he uses a pseudonym and a mask, he probably won't tell his real name no matter how much we press him. Let's move past this for now. Alright Ghost, what do you want to say? Yoon Son-hoon rested his chin on his hand and explained, it's simple. I want to propose a peace treaty between us until we leave this cave. Kong Mu-han crossed his arms and asked suspiciously again. A peace treaty? Why should we make a peace treaty with you? Yoon Son-hoon calmly said in front of everyone. It's simple. If we don't make a treaty, I'll attack you. Kong Mu-han's subordinates scoffed at Yoon Son-hoon's excessive confidence. Who's attacking whom? Is that guy really crazy? Do you think you can fight us alone when we have Mr. Kong Mu-han and soldiers? Yoon Son-hoon bowed his head. You're right. But before he could finish speaking, Yoon Son-hoon dashed past Kong Mu-han's group at incredible speed. They couldn't even properly see where Yoon Son-hoon had gone, as if a gust of wind had passed, and suddenly Yoon Son-hoon appeared behind Kim Ji-hoon. Kim Ji-hoon smiled triumphantly. If I'm with the top ranker Kim Ji-hoon, then the story changes. Yoon Son-hoon asked Kim Ji-hoon. Do you want to fight Mr. Kong Mu-han? Kim Ji-hoon was slightly startled and bewildered to suddenly find Yoon Son-hoon standing behind him. Oh well, I don't want to fight, but the situation might change. Yoon Son-hoon smiled and continued. I am a man who loves peace. I don't want to fight if it's not necessary. Unless forced into a situation, I'll stay put. Yoon Son-hoon looked directly into Kong Mu-han's eyes and asked, what will you do? Choi Chul-wong quietly said to Kong Mu-han, I don't know who he is, but judging by his skills alone, he seems to be among the top 100 rankers. Kong Mu-han asked again, top 100? Kong Mu-han frowned and calculated inwardly. We don't know his exact abilities, but if he's in the top 100, he might be stronger than we think. If such a powerful ranker allies with Kim Ji-hoon, after much thought, Kong Mu-han reluctantly conceded. Alright, I'll go along with your proposal. Yoon Son-hoon bowed his head and said thank you. Kong Mu-han threatened, but remember this is your last stroke of luck. Yoon Son-hoon looked at Kong Mu-han with indifferent eyes. I'll remember that. Once an agreement was reached, Kong Mu-han's group immediately left. Seeing Kong Mu-han's group walk away, Kim Ji-hoon turned to Yoon Son-hoon and said, it seems your relationship with Mr. Kong Mu-han isn't very good. Now that we have a peace treaty, how about we get to know each other better? Yoon Son-hoon politely declined. I apologize, but I currently prefer to be alone. However, if there's another opportunity, we can discuss this again. Kim Ji-hoon replied comfortably. Alright, if you change your mind, come find me. I promise you the best treatment. Kim Ji-hoon seemed kind on the surface, but secretly he was wary of Yoon Son-hoon. There's no guarantee he'll only attack Kong Mu-han. I need to be as careful as possible. Kim Ji-hoon asked Yoon Son-hoon, feigning interest. Hey, what's your hunting plan? Yoon Son-hoon replied honestly. I'm planning to go alone. Kim Ji-hoon also didn't want to stay any longer and said his goodbyes. Then let's part ways here. Before leaving, Kim Ji-hoon extended his hand towards Yoon Son-hoon, and Yoon Son-hoon immediately felt energy surging through his entire body. Not only was his strength fully restored, but all his stats also increased significantly. Light enveloped your body. Your weapon has been enchanted with essence. Strength, agility, and stamina increased by 20. Physical and magic damage increased by 15. Spirit damage on attack increases by 5. Damage taken decreases by 5. Non-combat health and mana recovery rate increased by 30. Yoon Son-hoon was still astonished by the sudden surge in his stats. He stood there blankly. Kim Ji-hoon walked past him and said casually, just a small gift. See you next time. Yoon Son-hoon was full of surprise. A top ranker with excellent buffing abilities and mysterious recovery skills. I wondered why Kong Mu-han didn't attack Kim Ji-hoon. And now I know the reason. Once everyone left and the mission was accepted, Yoon Son-hoon also moved quickly without delay. Above all, his top priority now was to map out this dungeon. Yoon Son-hoon immediately activated his map-making skill. The system notified, map-making skill activated. 5 days later, after just having defeated a fire-bodied monster, he thought to himself. There's a reason this dungeon is B grade. The difficulty is moderate, but the boss monster will definitely be incredibly strong. Thanks to the power of buffs and constant effort, I was able to create a perfect map. After examining the map closely, Yoon Son-hoon realized something strange and his eyes widened. Wait, there's no exit here. The serpent god, seeing him looking for an exit, kindly reminded him. There's no such thing as an exit in this area. The serpent god thought for a moment and then said, actually there is one, but I wonder if a human like you can pass through it. The serpent god smiled slyly. I'll tell you the location. Upon hearing exit, Yoon Son-hoon slumped powerlessly. The exit it mentioned is a cliff. Among all the skills I've collected, I don't have a climbing skill. Yoon Son-hoon covered his head with his hands, his eyes showing confusion. If I can't get out of here, I'll definitely die. The longer it takes to escape, the less time I'll have to complete the True Demon title mission. Recalling this mission, he thought to himself, to ensure all my efforts so far aren't in vain, I need to complete stage 3 or higher of the mission and make a wish to escape this place. Yoon Son-hoon gritted his teeth fiercely. Since everything has come to this, I really need to pull off a big one. The system clock in the secret room showed the passage of time. 49 hours 1 minute, 49 hours, 48 hours 59 minutes. Kong Muhan looked up at the ticking clock. I only need to endure 2 more days to get out of this damn place. As he stood there blankly, a subordinate shouted, Leader Kong Muhan, look out! In the distance, a fire monster was growing larger and larger, rushing towards them rapidly as if to crush them with its sturdy body. A subordinate cried out in fear, It's a disaster! The fire elemental has turned into a berserk fire elemental. Retreat! Kong Muhan watched the fire monster charge and calmly gripped the spear in his hand. His eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent, and he immediately gathered his strength and threw the spear directly at the monster. The spear cut through the wind and pierced the fire monster's chest, leaving the monster standing blankly with no time to react. In the blink of an eye, the fire monster was pierced by the spear and exploded. The subordinates standing nearby jumped with joy. We did it, as expected of leader Kong Muhan. After the berserk fire monster exploded, an essence appeared. Kong Muhan asked Choi Chulwung, how many items have we collected so far? Choi Chulwung tallied. 2 highest grade items, Kim Ji-hoon B grade, high grade 955, mid grade Kim Ji-hoon 00, low grade Yoon Son-hoon 00, no lowest grade. Kong Muhan frowned. Stage 5 is that difficult. There are a total of 3 monsters in this dungeon. The fire serpent god in the center of the dungeon, the apocalypse fire knight in the lava zone, and the high grade spirit in hellfire. Even if you defeat the knight and the spirit, if you fail to defeat the serpent god, you might still end up getting the hellfire essence. And if you defeat the highest grade monster, there's a high possibility of obtaining a highest grade flame essence, but it's an impossible task. A subordinate asked worriedly, is it that difficult to raid the boss? Kong Muhan said helplessly, we can't do anything, our team has no recovery specialists, monks or mages. Kong Muhan's eyebrows furrowed into a straight line. Kim Ji-hoon's team also lacks notable recovery specialists, so they'll be in great difficulty too. I think they'll be much slower than our team. After walking a few steps in thought, he stopped. In front of him, Kim Ji-hoon's group was resting. Seeing them, Kong Muhan spoke unkindly to Kim Ji-hoon's group. Kong Muhan turned to his subordinates and ordered, now cool your heads and get some sleep. Choi Chulwung said in a small voice, I have something to tell you. Kong Muhan asked, what is it? Choi Chulwung replied with an uneasy expression, I haven't seen that bastard. Kong Muhan glanced. That bastard? Are you talking about Ghost? Choi Chulwung quickly said, that's right. At first I thought he was with Kim Ji-hoon's team, but I haven't seen him before. Kong Muhan closed his eyes, not caring. There's no need to worry about that. If he dies here, we benefit, and even if he doesn't die, it won't greatly harm us. But Kong Muhan's eyes suddenly turned sinister, and if he foolishly attacks us, Kong Muhan plunged his spear hard into the ground and said in a deep voice, then I'll make him pay the price. From Kim Ji-hoon's team, a subordinate with a covered face approached and reported, Mr. Kim Ji-hoon, Kong Muhan's team is here. Kim Ji-hoon was resting with his eyes closed and said as if it wasn't important. Kim Ji-hoon asked another subordinate, by the way, how are our team's supplies and equipment? The subordinate looked into the ledger and stammered with a troubled expression, it's still quite low, we can't hunt properly with this amount. Do we have to give that bastard our supplies too? Suddenly, Son-hoon appeared and demanded, let's negotiate. Kim Ji-hoon, seeing him appear, asked quizzically, negotiate? Son-hoon stated his specific intention, give me all the supplies you currently have, it would be great if you could entice me further. Kim Ji-hoon burst into laughter upon hearing Son-hoon's demand. That's absurd, do you think you're worth all of that? Son-hoon laughed triumphantly. I'll give you 26 highest grade essences. Kim Ji-hoon's eyes widened in surprise. Really? All of Kim Ji-hoon's subordinates were also surprised and continued to murmur. He collected 26 highest grade essences by himself. Our entire team only managed to collect 75 in 15 days. Everyone looked confused and incredulous. Kim Ji-hoon was secretly pleased. If he's serious, we can complete stage 4 of the Serpent God's mission. Thinking it would be beneficial, Kim Ji-hoon approached to negotiate. All right, I accept your proposal, Son-hoon said triumphantly. Then I'll take my share, Son-hoon smoothly added. Please use your remaining magic power to give me more strength buffs. Kim Ji-hoon used his magic power and thought to himself, even if I give him more strength buffs, it'll only increase by 1 or 2, which is useless. What on earth is he thinking? Having concluded the deal, Son-hoon immediately left. Kim Ji-hoon's group sat and rested, and one person asked as if they didn't understand, "What do you think that ghost can do? Is he aiming for the highest grade essence?" Kim Ji-hoon speculated. "But even if I extend the strength buff, it'll only last for half a day at most, and he won't be able to obtain 10 highest grade essences within that time. He's probably aiming for the Hellfire essence." The subordinate, upon hearing Kim Ji-hoon's speculation, was so surprised they couldn't close their mouth. "What? Is that possible? 2 of us were injured when we fought the Apocalypse Fire Knight, even with you there. How could he alone?" Kim Ji-hoon recalled Son-hoon's confident demeanor and thought, Ghost is likely on par with the top 10 rankers. Seeing him hand over all the highest grade essences without hesitation, he can probably defeat the boss monster. After a moment of thought, Kim Ji-hoon stood up and spoke to his subordinates. "I told you we shouldn't engage in unnecessary fights with Ghost. Even if he's wrong, we should exercise restraint. There's a chance he could become our ally." Son-hoon received Kim Ji-hoon's strength buff, took the map, and left. "It's been quite a while since I made this map, and thanks to it my skill levels have risen quickly." Son-hoon drew the sword from his waist and thought, "It's usually impossible, but I've made perfect preparations to face fire attribute monsters. Moreover, thanks to the blessing, my abilities have also increased." When Son-hoon struck, countless electric lights erupted from the sword in his hand, brightly illuminating the entire sky. Son-hoon controlled the electric lights as he wished, making them hover around his body to create a sturdy armor. The book possessed the Sword of Nothingness skill, allowing him to move it as he pleased, but now thanks to the Daeguk skill, he could also use it in combat. Son-hoon was filled with confidence. "With this I can defeat the Apocalypse Fire Knight." Without hesitation, Son-hoon swung his sword towards several pillars of fire, and blue lightning with formidable momentum rapidly rushed towards the Apocalypse Fire Knight, causing a violent explosion. Lightning continued to strike, and the aftermath of the explosion turned everything around into dust. However, unexpectedly, the pillars of fire were almost unaffected, and remnants of lightning still lingered around them. Suddenly a flame sword with formidable momentum erupted from the pillars of fire. Before Son-hoon could even understand what was happening, with a bang, Son-hoon was caught in the explosion and sent flying backward. A silver combat armor engulfed in flames slowly emerged from the blaze. The lava pit boss, Apocalypse Fire Knight, appeared. All abilities reduced by 10 due to the Apocalypse Fire Knight's fearsome technique. The fearsomeness was nullified by a blessing. All skills recovered. After the violent explosion, Son-hoon was secretly recovering his strength. As expected, the buff effect was quite good. Son-hoon controlled countless bolts of lightning and launched them towards the Fire Knight. The bolts of lightning intertwined like a spiderweb, countless in number, illuminating an entire area brightly. The bolts of lightning converged into a gigantic glowing sphere and flew straight towards the Fire Knight. The knight glanced around and assessed. "I can feel the human who attacked me fleeing in front, but why does it feel the same as when I fought the serpent god of fire? What exactly is this feeling? But I am a proud knight, I cannot retreat before an enemy." Saying so, he swung his sword straight down at Son-hoon. But suddenly his sword disappeared, and the knight said uneasily, "My sword is gone." Son-hoon smiled and swung his sword. "The one who attacks first wins." Hellfire Bomb. The Fire Knight, struck by Son-hoon's Hellfire Bomb attack, was engulfed in infernal flames all over his body. The knight struggled to extinguish the flames, but the fire on one of his arms simply wouldn't go out. He thought to himself, "The flames are raging fiercely. Are those white flames consuming my infernal fire?" Realizing the seriousness of the situation, he swung his sword without hesitation, and after a courageous shout he severed his burning arm in one swift motion. Blood splattered everywhere from the severed limb. Son-hoon sneered, "You seem to be getting too angry. Don't you think you need to calm down a bit?" Son-hoon held the sword in his hand and said, "How about we talk while playing tag? Of course you'll have to bit." Son-hoon immediately turned and fled. The Fire Knight froze on the spot with blood continuously gushing from all over his body. "Damn it," Son-hoon thought to himself as he fled. "He's truly a monster. He survived an attack from infernal fire. I can't face him head-on like this." Not long after Son-hoon fled, the Fire Knight almost caught up. Son-hoon leaped high, performed a somersault, and then formed a talisman. 3, 2, 1. At this very moment, taking advantage of the knight's carelessness, Son-hoon launched a magic attack, causing everything around to explode. The Fire Knight, having already defended in advance, easily dodged it and quickly counterattacked, swinging his sword straight at Son-hoon, who had no choice but to cover his head and evade. Seeing that the previous explosion had no effect on the Fire Knight, he continued to flee, secretly calculating as he ran. "I have 19 traps left and 29 enchanted daggers. How long can I last?" Seeing Son-hoon continuously fleeing, he said unpleasantly. "Fleeing again?" The Fire Knight's running speed was incredibly fast, and he quickly caught up to Son-hoon, seemingly tireless. Son-hoon continuously activated numerous traps, but the knight, with high vigilance, skillfully destroyed them. The Fire Knight, while avoiding the traps, still pursued Son-hoon, maintaining astonishing speed. Seeing the Fire Knight almost catch up to him, Son-hoon was slightly flustered. A sword suddenly flew from behind, but fortunately Son-hoon dodged it in time. Son-hoon gritted his teeth and looked a little strained. Determining that he couldn't continue the pursuit, Son-hoon turned and threw a silver dagger at the knight. The knight blocked the silver dagger Son-hoon threw with his own dagger, but the dagger suddenly emitted a dazzling light that pierced the knight's eyes directly, and he was surprised and injured, recoiling backward with a painful scream. Son-hoon watched him writhe in pain while he calmly drank a recovery potion. As he drank, he said with a triumphant laugh, I'm tired of running, how about we fight fairly? As soon as he drank the potion, the system displayed, holy light envelops your body and heals your wounds, recovery speed is increasing. The Fire Knight, having suffered Sonhun's critical attack, asked with effort. You call this fair? Sonhun stood confidently with his sword. Since there's a difference in strength between us, I just need to wear down your stamina, but even this still seems difficult, curse or no curse. Sonhun tore a piece of paper and gave himself a bit more strength buff. Blessing activated, all skills additionally increased by 5. Sonhun smiled confidently. How about it? Do you understand what fair means now? I used a lot of materials to make those traps, so this is the fairest it gets for me. The Fire Knight, seeing his extreme confidence, didn't get angry. He simply stood there holding his sword. A deep hole was pierced in his chest and one arm was gone, but he was still ready to fight. I will kill you. Without giving Sonhun a chance to escape, the Fire Knight swung his sword straight down at Sonhun, and the sword created a vortex of fire that sent Sonhun flying backward. Sonhun was struck by the ring of fire and forced to block it. He's still strong. Sonhun, seeing the Fire Knight swing his sword to cut him in half, quickly realized something in the nick of time. There's an opening. Thanks to Elegant Leap, my dancing Scrabble skill has increased, my ballet skill has increased, and my Scrabble dance skill has increased. Thanks to Elegant Leap, the wind direction is no longer an issue. Excellent. Maintaining this rhythm thanks to his increased skills, Sonhun swiftly dodged the blade swung by the Fire Knight. Finding an opening before him, Sonhun swung his sword, combining it with magic, and delivered a shocking blow to the knight. An explosion erupted and the knight screamed, unable to react in time. Seeing the attack succeed, Sonhun smiled. It worked. That was the most accurate attack since the match began. Connecting my movements using Elegant Leap was the right choice. The Fire Knight, having received Sonhun's incredibly fast and dangerous blow, was slightly bewildered. What was that movement just now? Sonhun gritted his teeth, finding that even after that attack the knight was still perfectly fine. I can't do anything now. I have to attack while evading. Sonhun increased his speed, aimed for the knight's head, and swung his sword, severing his head in one swift stroke. The head fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Moment later, Sonhun sat on the ground exhausted and thought, what, did I just pass out? Damn it, my magic power is all gone. Right, I forgot to bring items. I really lost my mind. The items obtained after defeating the Fire Knight were Hellfire Essence, unique grade mid-tier essence type. A fragment containing the energy of fire. When used on weapons or armor, it can add fire attributes. When possessed, stats increase and it can be refined when specifically used in alchemy. Rare grade mid-tier flame earring. Earring type. An earring containing firepower but with the potential to become more powerful if refined. Increases the power of fire attribute skills by 5. All magic power increases by 3. All stats 10. Rare grade high-tier Frenzy Greatsword, a common black metal sword but imbued with powerful fire energy. Adds 5 additional fire damage on attack. Possesses fire attribute. Combination effect, strength 10, agility 5. Unique grade low-tier ancient mythic gloves. Glove type. Gloves made of mythic thread. All damage blocked by the gloves is reduced by 15. Other gloves can be worn over them. Strength 15, Stamina 20. Sonhun, upon seeing the reward list, thought to himself, for a dungeon monster the rewards are a bit disappointing, but I'm still satisfied. I should equip the gloves and earring and sell the greatsword. Just this alone will bring me great fortune. Everyone was gathered in the serpent god's lair. Kong Muhan asked, hasn't Ghost arrived yet? Kim Ji-hoon sat nonchalantly. How about we wait a bit longer? Kong Muhan thought to himself, that bastard can't hide forever. Kim Ji-hoon also thought to himself, no matter when he appears I must bring him to my side. While lost in thought he saw Sonhun slowly approaching from a distance. Sonhun arrived and was slightly bewildered to find all eyes on him. Kong Muhan smiled. You're finally here. I'm tired of waiting for you. Sonhun politely replied, you were waiting for me? I'm not sure how to feel about that. Kim Ji-hoon sat on a rock and asked, you're late? Yoon Sonhun thought to himself, this is a solo mission. What does it matter if I come early or late? Kim Ji-hoon smiled and reminded him. There are only 3 hours left until the mission ends, but you look like you have all the time in the world. Hearing that, Yoon Sonhun was startled. What 3 hours? Kim Ji-hoon asked again. You know how much time is left, right? Yoon Sonhun folded his arms and pretended to be nonchalant. Of course I know. Haha. Yoon Sonhun was flustered. I thought I had at least another day left. Did I lose consciousness for that long? Even if I escape this place now, I still need to kill 130 more people to complete the true demon mission. And there are only 2 hours left. Damn it, I'm finished. At this moment, Kong Muhan said, as promised, we've brought the flame essences, Serpent God. The flame Serpent God replied, is that so? I wonder how many you've brought. He immediately listed them, 100 highest grade essences and 1,000 each of mid-grade, low-grade, and lowest-grade essences. The flame Serpent God pulled the bag of essences towards itself. After confirming it said, good, thanks to you, I've saved quite a bit of time. Here, you can choose 4 treasures I've collected over the years. But it didn't forget to warn, if anyone chooses an item more valuable than their contribution, I will burn them to death instantly. A notification appeared in the system. Flame Essence Collection mission completed. You can choose 1 highest grade unique item, 1 mid-grade unique item, 1 low-grade unique item, and 1 rare grade high-grade item as rewards. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Oh, a highest grade unique item. Kong Muhan asked On Song, are you going to choose a highest grade unique item? He replied, I'm not worthy. We failed when confronting the phantom named Kim Ji-hoon. Kong Muhan heard that and reminded him. You must separate public and private matters. You are the one who can become the strongest thanks to a unique item. Song nodded. Thank you. At this moment the flame serpent god spoke again. Then I shall grant you one wish. The man in red discussed. What should we wish for? Kong Muhan thought for a moment, then pointed to one side and replied, kill those people over there. The group was startled, but the flame serpent god refused the request. They worked hard under my command, so I cannot do that. I simply cannot grant such a wish. They breathed a sigh of relief. Kong Muhan spoke again. Then give me an item equivalent to a wish, the flame serpent god declared. Alright, I'll give you a unique mid-grade belt. At this moment, Yoon Son-hoon's group also brought the essences. He looked up and listed 100 highest grade essences and 1,000 each of mid-grade and low-grade essences. I also brought 2,000 lowest grade essences. Simultaneously, a notification appeared in the system. Flame Essence Collection mission completed. You can choose one highest grade unique item, one mid-grade unique item, one low-grade unique item, and 2 rare-grade high-grade items as rewards. Kong Muhan heard that and was inwardly impressed. Truly unbelievable. I thought that guy would only be able to catch weak monsters and wouldn't be able to complete stage 4 of the mission. The flame serpent god asked, HMPH, then what is your wish? Yoon Son-hoon looked at his comrades and they all nodded to each other. His bespectacled comrade said, could you make a contract with me? The flame serpent god was startled and asked again, what did you just say? The man continued, if you would become my summoned beast. The flame serpent god began to rage. Kong Muhan was flustered, but when he looked at Yoon Son-hoon he still had a calm expression. The flame serpent god roared in anger, you have crossed the line between courage and arrogance. How dare you? The Fire King demand that I become your servant. Yoon Son-hoon thought to himself, thank goodness I had him say it instead. At this moment the flame serpent god asked the last person, and finally, how much have you brought me? Yoon Son-hoon replied, however, as you can see, I don't have many comrades, so I couldn't bring much. I only brought one thing. As he spoke, he confidently took out a small bottle that looked very special. Kong Muhan and Yoon Son-hoon were both inwardly surprised. Is that Hellfire Essence? That guy defeated the boss monster alone. The flame serpent god was furious and quickly snatched the bottle of Hellfire Essence from Yoon Son-hoon's hand. It said with a satisfied expression, very good, thanks to you. I have transcended my limits. Wish freely for what you desire. At this moment a notification appeared. Flame Essence Collection mission completed. You can choose 3 treasures from the Serpent God as rewards. Yoon Son-hoon showed a calculating smile. Finally, immediately, information about one item appeared. Fire Dragon Armor Inner Grade, unique mid-tier type equipment, upper body inner armor made from the skin of the volcano Serpent God, can be worn under clothes, appears to have no special power but is actually very tough. Magic Amplification 10, complete critical damage defense, immune to all damage below a certain level. Fire attribute skill damage reduced by 20, all stats 10. Yoon Son-hoon chose it. Inner armor is immune to all damage and is very good to wear under clothes, so I'll choose this. Next was information about another item. Hero's Cloak Grade, unique low tier type cloak. The Hero's Cloak is always secretly hidden. When worn, all detection and investigation skills below rare grade are nullified. All stats 15. Said item with Hero's Belt, Hero's Gloves and Hero's Ring. Yoon Son-hoon calculated again. Nullification of detection and investigation skills. It would be better to take the said item, and he began to hesitate before the other items. What should I choose for the third item? I don't really want anything right now. Yoon Son-hoon continued to rub his chin deep in thought. Is this a skill book rather than a magic book? A book appeared, and inside it was written a skill named Replication, rare grade mid-tier growth type, active. A professional replicator that can imitate everything. This book contains Loki's power, but the content is incomplete, making perfect replication difficult. Yoon Son-hoon inwardly exclaimed, Loki's power. Previously I received a box named Loki's Gift. I'm still using the trickery skill from that box. An item property window appeared. Trickery grade, rare highest grade type, active, makes the opponent believe the user's words are true. Persuasiveness gradually increases. Loki's Gift. A certain god is watching you with interest. This is Loki's gift to you. Yoon Son-hoon analyzed the item. I've gained a lot from this mission, so choosing this wouldn't be bad. As he picked up the book, the flame serpent god said, you are truly not greedy. Then state your desired wish. Yoon Son-hoon asked back, can the two of us speak privately? It asserted that there was no reason why not. Afterwards the two moved away from the others. Yoon Son-hoon, seeing his barrier, was inwardly surprised and exclaimed, sound blocking magic? What kind of wish is he trying to make? On this side, Yoon Son-hoon said seriously, kill one person. The flame serpent god asked again, one person? As I said before, I have no intention of harming those who worked for me. Yoon Son-hoon explained, I think you've misunderstood. I don't wish for anyone here to die. My wish is for you to kill the more than 400 people remaining on this island. The flame serpent god was startled to hear that. What? Afterwards it opened its mouth wide and laughed very joyfully and cheerfully. After regaining its composure it exclaimed, I haven't laughed so refreshingly in a long time. Good, very good. And the flame serpent god opened its mouth, spewing a gigantic power of fire into the air, and the flames pierced the sky, raining down light. People saw it and exclaimed in surprise, Light? That's the sky. What on earth is that barrier? The flame serpent god then reminded them again. Do not move rashly or you will fall. Immediately a huge fireball shot into the air. People stood inside the fireball and they wondered, is the mission over, so we're going outside? No, the exit couldn't be this big. A notification immediately appeared in the system. Flame Serpent God's Cave. The awakened Flame Serpent God has appeared. The awakened flame serpent god has attacked humans without any consideration. The people outside were startled by that power. What? Afterwards they were seized with fear as they were engulfed in a sea of fire and could not escape. Miserable screams echoed in succession. Killing by another's hand. When a creature is instructed to kill 3 or more people, the number of people killed by the assassination mission increases by 1. Killing 136 people within the remaining time is impossible, but I can complete it using this characteristic. Yoon Son-hoon checked the system from one side and exclaimed, "Good, everything is going according to plan." Simultaneously, a notification appeared. Mission killing by another's hand C grade completed. Mission killing by another's hand B grade in progress. Suddenly, at this moment, a familiar weapon flew from behind Yoon Son-hoon. But he tilted his body to dodge. Yoon Son-hoon coldly asked, "May I ask why you attacked me?" Kong Mu-han roared in anger. "Are you doing this damn thing without even knowing your purpose? You crazy bastard, are human lives your toys?" Yoon Son-hoon coldly turned around and asked, "Do you have any evidence? Did you hear me ask the serpent god to do that?" Kong Mu-han tried to expose him. "Then why did you prevent others from hearing your wish?" he retorted. "It was a private wish. Is there a problem if I don't want others to hear my private conversations?" Kong Mu-han said unpleasantly. "Is that all your excuse? It's not convincing at all, but I'll believe it for now." "No, I'll pretend to be fooled." Only then did Yoon Son-hoon give a satisfied smile. "Fortunately you understand." But he then continued, "But you know, don't you, the peace treaty is only valid in this cave?" Afterwards he loudly called out An Song's name. "An Song, gather all your troops and stop Kim Ji-hoon. If he stays put, leave him alone, but if he tries to escape, you know what to do." Everyone was startled. Kong Mu-han took out his weapon at this moment. "I'll deal with this damned guy." Yoon Son-hoon looked at him in surprise, and immediately received Kong Mu-han's fierce attack, he thought as he dodged. "Elegant leap, damn it, I need to retreat immediately." Afterwards he fled into the forest. At this moment the other people in the forest also stopped and looked ahead. An Song held his bow blocking their way and said, "You heard me, don't move." At this moment Yoon Son-hoon nonchalantly lit a fire and called out to his comrades, "Can't we even rest? Don't mind him. Come here and at least eat something." Then he thought to himself, "It would be nice if I could invite Ghost, but I don't need to put myself in danger to bring him here." From Yoon Son-hoon's side, Kong Mu-han's attacks followed wherever he fled. It cut down every large tree blocking his path. His movements were extremely cautious as he ran. Yoon Son-hoon glanced back and inwardly marveled, "He's so strong with just one spear. I only have 12 daggers left." Afterwards he decided to throw a bundle of daggers at his opponent. Kong Mu-han gripped his spear tightly and swung it, blocking the flying daggers. Kong Mu-han said with cold eyes, "I'll return them to you." Immediately, the daggers flew back and embedded themselves in Yoon Son-hoon's arm. His running steps faltered, and then he lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. Yoon Son-hoon clutched his injured shoulder, frowning, and thought, "I never expected him to have that kind of skill." At this moment, Kong Mu-han unleashed a rather fierce and powerful technique. "Annoying bastard, I'll break your mask, mad dragon charge." Yoon Son-hoon decided to use his book at this moment, quickly calculating, "Damn it, I have to use all my sorcery to block him." As Kong Mu-han's attack came, Yoon Son-hoon blocked it with his book. But at this moment his body swayed. Afterwards he was pushed off the cliff and fell freely through the air. Yoon Son-hoon quickly drew his sword. Afterwards he plunged his sword into the cliff. In doing so, he hung precariously on the cliff with his sword. The blade slowly slid down the cliff and then his body tumbled to the ground. Yoon Son-hoon, exhausted, drew his sword and didn't stop cursing. Damn it, damn it." Kong Mu-han also came down at this moment, swinging his weapon and shouting, "Goodbye, Yoon Son-hoon." Yoon Son-hoon stared blankly as the force approached him, about to take his life. But at this very moment a dagger flew and blocked Kong Mu-han's blow. Both men were startled and looked in that direction. The person was none other than Marina. Kong Mu-han immediately questioned Marina. "Marina, what are you doing?" Marina replied coldly. "What am I doing? That's a question I should be asking you." Kong Mu-han asserted that he had committed a crime worthy of death. "Get out of the way, I'll explain in detail after I deal with him." Marina drew her sword from behind her back and refused. "I don't need to hear such nonsense." She stood in front of Yoon Son-hoon, defending him and pointing her sword at Kong Mu-han. "If you don't back down, you too will be committing a crime worthy of death." Kong Mu-han gritted his teeth, annoyed. "What, they know each other, or are they from the same guild? I can't make Marina, the magic swordsman, an enemy because of that damn guy. Besides, the last attack wounded my arm. Damn it, it's hard to even lift my spear now." After a moment's thought he turned and left. "All right, I'll let it slide this time, but next time we'll have to talk properly." Marina watched his retreating figure and admired him inwardly. The power of that last attack was on par with my strongest spirit, as expected of Kong Mu-han. Marina bent down and asked Yoon Son-hoon worriedly, "Are you all right? Why are you wearing a mask?" As she spoke, she removed Yoon Son-hoon's mask. He was very flustered. "I'll wait." Marina looked down at the mask and said calmly, "Even with the mask I recognized you from the start. Using both a book and a sword simultaneously isn't a common combat style." Yoon Son-hoon heard that and remained silent, his lips tightly pressed. Was it that obvious? At this point I have no choice but to admit I'm Ghost and persuade her. After that he opened his mouth. "Aren't you going to ask why I'm being chased?" she replied confidently. "I think you'll tell me everything later." Yoon Son-hoon asked back, "What if I don't?" she said with trust as she treated his wound. "Then I'll assume you have your own reasons." Marina looked up at the sky and said, "The mission is almost over, so let's clear our heads." At this moment the system screen displayed 1 minute 23 seconds. Yoon Son-hoon looked at the notification panel and checked the situation. How many people were killed? 673 people. 674 people. 675 people. 690 people. Survival mission completed. Verification in progress. All stats increased by 15. Additional stats increased by 10. B-grade mission completed. Immediately, Yoon Son-hoon was summoned to another space and a voice said, "Excellent." Jerry appeared, continuously applauding and praising his outstanding performance. "Truly amazing, absolutely the best," Yoon Son-hoon exclaimed in surprise. "Jerry," he then smiled brightly and said, "My expectations were absolutely correct. I knew you'd complete the mission splendidly. So what do you plan to do first now? Hold a banquet?" Yoon Son-hoon interrupted him, changing into his old clothes. "No, I want to calculate the rewards first." "What's my total score?" Jerry began to list them. Good deeds 21, survival missions 294, demon missions 451, total 214,400 points. "Truly astonishing." Yoon Son-hoon heard that and said with a disappointed expression, "Only this much?" Jerry heard that and gave an awkward laugh. "Only this much? What do you mean? Even a legendary item is only worth 1 point. Don't you know how much 100,000 points is?" Yoon Son-hoon replied, looking at the information. "There are only a few things I can choose," Jerry then offered. "You can get items from the people you killed on this island. The only things you need to use points for are those items." He heard that and thought, "That's right." Jerry continued with a standard smile. "First, I'll grant you the title Rogue, because you completed the mission like a true rogue." Immediately after, the words Rogue appeared above Yoon Son-hoon's head. Intellect 10, Mana 20, Luck 34, Special Attribute, Increased Resistance to Illusion Magic or Mental Magic Passive. Yoon Son-hoon admired inwardly. "The stat increase is good and the special attribute is excellent too." Jerry continued. "Now finally I need to tell you about the symbol of twilight." Yoon Son-hoon asked back, "Can't you just give it to me now?" He placed his hand on an orb and replied, "No, the symbol of twilight isn't an item you can wear. It's a kind of artifact without a special form. If you use this crystal orb on equipment, the power of the symbol of twilight will envelop that equipment." He heard that and exclaimed, "Oh really? Then please use it on my rune sword." Jerry continued, "I'm explaining this in advance because I knew you'd say that. Items with the power of the symbol of twilight cannot be enhanced. Instead, a legendary item's grade will be downgraded to rare. If you use it on a legendary rune sword, its grade will be downgraded, that is." Yoon Son-hoon asked again, "Then what if I use it on a normal grade item?" Jerry replied as if it were obvious, "Its grade might increase. Depending on the type of item, there will be significant differences in abilities and options. It would be wise to take your time and think carefully." Yoon Son-hoon finally began to ponder deeply, looking at the orb. "This wasn't meant to be used on high-grade items. It's probably meant to help obtain items that humans can't normally get." After finally making a decision, he extended his mask. Jerry took the mask and asked, puzzled, "You want to use the symbol of twilight on this mask?" He confirmed again. "Yes, that's right." Jerry still asked with his standard smile, "I'll confirm again." "You want to use the symbol of twilight on this mask, correct?" Yoon Son-hoon replied seriously, "Yes, I want to use the symbol of twilight on this mask." After that, he analyzed inwardly again. Other equipment can be obtained as mission rewards, but mask-type equipment is rare. A mask is like an extra bonus, so there's no loss even if the stats don't increase much. Jerry quickly used the symbol of twilight on the mask. Immediately, the mask showed a distinct change in shape and color. One side was black, the other white. After finishing, Jerry handed the mask to Yoon Son-hoon. "It's done. Check it." As soon as he received the mask, information appeared. Hypocrite's mask, grade elite. Suddenly his eyes widened. "No, wait." Yoon Son-hoon stood up in surprise. "Once worn, can it not be removed?" Jerry calmly replied, "Unfortunately, no." He heard that, gritted his teeth in anger and looked down at the mask. "Damn it, what kind of cursed option is this?" Then a system notification appeared. With a specific ability, you can append hee-hee, ha-ha, or kiki to the end of sentences. Saying hee-hee increases stats by 1. Saying ha-ha decreases the opponent's stats by 1. Saying kiki restores mana by 1. Unused mission points 132,000 are converted to 13.2 billion Jude. Yoon Son-hoon admired inwardly. So much money? In this world, money is power. What are they trying to do by making users so wealthy and powerful? The scene shifted to night. A voice echoed in an inn. "It's a relief everyone returned safely." Yoon Son-hoon spoke seriously. "Before we get down to business, I have a question. Please tell me what you think of me. No need to elaborate, just briefly." Eli happily spoke first. "Like a kind older brother, I guess. You saved me when we first met." Jongwoo followed. "I don't know what you think of me, but I want to call you hung older brother." Yoon Son-hoon looked at Jongwoo, puzzled inwardly. "I understand Eli saying that, but Jongwoo's answer is unexpected. Did I do something special for him? I can't remember." Rena was deep in serious thought. "What kind of person are you to me? There's so much to say that I don't know where to start right now." After that, she suddenly said with a forceful tone, "A precious rival, a warrior and someone who knows how to exercise restraint. If I had to describe it in one word, I'd choose pioneer." Yoon Son-hoon was slightly surprised by the answer. "Thank you for thinking so highly of me." After that, he cleared his throat. What I'm about to say might shock you a little." After that, Yoon Son-hoon said seriously, "In conclusion, I am a rogue." Marina and Jongwoo tilted their heads, puzzled by his words. Eli hurriedly asked back, "Wait, what do you mean? Please explain so everyone can understand." Yoon Sonhoon began his story. When I received the mission, there were 3 other people besides me, but I could only choose to flee for survival. As he spoke, he covertly calculated inwardly. No need to tell the complete truth, just conceal or change crucial parts a little, Yoon Sonhoon continued. Unfortunately, I learned this information through kind and innocent people, and because of that I had to attack others. Eli asked seriously, "Why are you telling us this?" He immediately explained, "Because Marina found me. Due to a slight misunderstanding, I was being chased by Kong Muhan, and Marina saved me. At that moment I felt I could no longer hide the truth." Jongwoo hurriedly interjected at this point, Yes, I understand. After hearing your story, Hung, I don't think you're a bad person. You just had no other choice." Yoon Sonhoon smiled, looking at the boy. Jongwoo, after that, his eyes sharpened. Jongwoo seems half convinced. The most important thing is what Marina thinks. Making the strongest swordsman a top ranker and ally is truly crucial. After that, Yoon Sonhoon again said with an air of helplessness, "I wish for us to survive in this world where we don't know when we'll die. I won't make any excuses. I admit I've committed evil deeds and will continue to do so, but I do it not for my personal gain but for all of us." The other 3 looked at him in surprise. Marina again crossed her arms, deep in thought. How many truly innocent people are left in this world, whether for self-defense or survival? Everyone must have wielded a sharp blade at least once. I'm no exception. After that, she opened her mouth. "I'm still a bit confused," Yoon Sonhoon immediately said. "You are welcome to leave if you wish." Marina expressed her thoughts. "Honestly, I don't care whether you're a rogue or not. After all, since we came to this world, how many truly good people are there? But I think I need more time to think." Yoon Sonhoon nodded in agreement. "Take your time." Eli, who had been quiet until now, saw through his entire act and inwardly exclaimed, "Lies, he even threw others as bait from the beginning and still has such a wicked smile. Can one word from me ruin his plan? I shouldn't laugh. I need to maintain my composure." Eli bowed her head, trying to suppress her expression. After that, she opened her mouth. "I understand what you've been through, Oppa. Thank you for telling us the truth without hiding anything." Eli smiled brightly as she spoke, but inwardly she was calculating. "Tisk, I still like him, so I'll let it slide this time." Jongwoo approached Eli and comforted her. Nuna, don't cry." Yoon Sonhoon observed the situation and felt something was off. "My plan is working, but something's strange. Eli is too perfect. No, not only is she perfect, but she's helped me too much. Being this perfect is actually suspicious." The scene shifted to daytime, a street view. After that chaotic situation, not many people were left unscathed. "To survive on this island, I need to manipulate their psychology a lot. Making money, improving users' skills, causing fights among people. The crimes and battles witnessed immediately after the mission. There must be some meaning behind all of this." Yoon Sonhoon walked, calculating inwardly. At this time he visited a bookstore. Yoon Sonhoon stood before a desk filled with thick books. A total of 85 skill books were being traded in the bookstore. "Before I start, I need to look at the replication skill I got from Loki's gift." Immediately, information appeared on the screen. Replication grade, E rare, intermediate, growth type, passive. A professional replicator that can imitate everything. This book contains Loki's power, but the content is incomplete, making perfect replication difficult. You can possess any kind of skill. If you learn a restricted skill, the output power is limited to about 30 compared to the original skill. Replication allows you to learn any skill regardless of grade, like a gamer using cheats, but it costs an enormous amount of money and its power is limited to 1/3 of the original. Nevertheless, Yoon Sonhoon already possessed the immense financial power, the first condition for using the replication skill. He presented a book thinking, a skill that can maximize the utility of this replication skill. Information appeared on the screen again. Spirit Sword, grade, E rare, active. A typical energy skill that uses a sword as a medium. It has powerful force and damage increases according to weapon grade. It has extremely lethal abilities and is unaffected by the damage resistance skills of spirits and many monsters. Mana and stamina consumption decrease with proficiency. Impact is reduced when using Spirit Sword. After seeing the information, Yoon Sonhoon exclaimed, "It's definitely Spirit Sword. If I use Spirit Sword, I can easily kill monsters even with a normal grade sword, and I can also unleash an enormous amount of power. But Spirit Sword alone doesn't seem to offer much benefit. Mana and stamina consumption are similar to other skills, but the power is only 1/3. I'll need one more card." After that, other information appeared again. Aura grade, E rare, active. A skill that uses materialized mana. It can be used in various situations but lacks distinct features. Damage increases according to weapon grade. Can be used without weapon restrictions. Unaffected by the damage resistance skills of spirits and many monsters. Mana and stamina consumption decrease with proficiency. Impact is reduced when using Aura. Spirit Sword is a swordsmanship skill for swordsmen, and Aura is a warrior skill that can be used with any medium like a shield. Only one of the two can be learned, not both simultaneously. But for Yoon Sonhoon, it was possible. The replication skill. He learned Spirit Sword and Aura. Spirit Sword was currently active. Aura was not activated. Constantly learning intellect activated and upgraded the skills. Spirit Sword's damage increased. Sonhoon happily looked up at the screen. It works, and the attribute window appeared. Replication E, Spirit Sword, Aura, Mana Amplification, Intermediate Mana Usage, Fast Cast Speed, Lion's Heart, Soldier's Mentality, Increased Agility. After referencing the information, Sonhoon continued to analyze the pros and cons. I can use all my skills in combat using polarization reflection, and learn various skills using replication. Using those skills with constantly learning intellect will be my unique combat style. However, there's one very crucial problem. This plan is too costly, and I've invested a lot but gained little. I need another core component. The scene shifted to a large arena where a group of people were gathered. You have advanced to the next round. Kong Muhan looked around and said disappointedly, "There's no one in the stands. Are they trying to do more missions instead of sitting here and watching? Damn it. Too many people is annoying, but this many is also infuriating. 6 out of these 13 are top or renowned rankers, so the results are unpredictable." Then he began to look around. Where's Marina the magic swordsman? Seeing Marina standing with Sonhoon, Kong Muhan became angry and shouted loudly, "Hey, that damn bastard!" Sonhoon was wearing his mask again at this time. As soon as he saw him, he waved and laughed nonchalantly. "Hello, Mr. Kong Muhan, or should I say, long time no see." Kong Muhan gritted his teeth and summoned his spear. Damn it. Immediately a sharp spear flew straight towards Sonhoon. Marina calmly looked back, then without hesitation swung her sword and struck the spear away. Then she turned around and asked, "What is the meaning of this action?" Kong Muhan hastily explained, "Don't you know what kind of person that damn bastard is?" Sonhoon said nonchalantly at this moment. "Oh no, Mr. Kong Muhan, please calm down. Do you have to act so violently instead of talking gently?" Kong Muhan stepped forward and shouted, "Talk. You're the one who caused that tragedy." Sonhoon seriously gripped his sword hilt, ready to fight, and so the two attacked each other in the arena. Power emanating from both sides, Kong Muhan gritted his teeth and snarled, "Damn it." Sonhoon smiled triumphantly. Hee. Immediately Kong Muhan suddenly retreated, and Sonhoon also recoiled and said, "As the representative of a massive guild, can you fabricate stories about others without verification?" Kong Muhan lost his composure and said loudly, "Without verification, is that true? Are you messing with me?" Sonhoon continued, "I'm serious. Don't you know? Isn't that right, Mr. Kong Muhan? There's one person who can prove my innocence." Kong Muhan's face turned grim upon hearing that. "Kim Ji-hoon, that damn bastard. I have to confront Kim Ji-hoon while accusing this guy. It won't benefit me at all in the end." Sonhoon sheathed his sword and said nonchalantly, "Have you calmed down? Please be careful next time." Hee. Kong Muhan could only grit his teeth and endure. "Damn it." Then he turned to Marina and asked, "Marina, do you know this ghost guy?" She also sheathed her sword and replied, "Yes, you could say we're on the same team." Kong Muhan exclaimed in surprise. "The same team?" Marina crossed her arms and said seriously, "If you consider this person an enemy, then your guild will also be my enemy." Kong Muhan grew even more angry. What in the world is going on? At this moment, a leader said, "All right, has everyone stopped? You're all too impatient. So let's start the match immediately," the person said, extending a card box. "Since there are 13 of us here, I'll randomly select the winners with these sticks." At this, everyone went to draw cards, each with a different expression. "Damn it." Sonhoon also approached, drew a stick and said, "Oh, I've been chosen?" The person holding the card box replied, "Congratulations, you're really lucky. You've basically won, but please wait a moment. I'll shuffle the sticks again after the match ends." At this, one person cursed irritably, "Damn, that guy's really lucky," and the paired people began to fight frantically. After one round of fighting, the person holding the card box shook it again and laughed. "Currently 6 people have been eliminated, leaving 7, so I'll shuffle again." And then a card was drawn, and the person upon seeing it exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, consecutive wins? Ahem." Unable to believe it, he quickly grabbed the card box, then decisively poured it onto the floor to check. After checking, he became even angrier. "Damn it, no tricks." Sonhoon stood behind him and scoffed, "Don't you believe me?" Kong Muhan turned around and gave a cold laugh. 113 and 17, it's really strange. Do you really think I'll believe you picked correctly at once? Sonhoon still calmly smiled and said, "Isn't it obvious? I can't draw twice, can I? Hee. The more Kong Muhan heard, the more he seemed to go mad with rage. Sonhoon still laughed cheerfully and thought to himself, not many people try to increase their luck stat, but thanks to countless matches, items, and the Ardent Reader title, my luck has increased to 250. This is on a completely different level than ordinary people. Since luck is difficult to measure easily, people usually invest in combat stats like strength or mana. Luck effect. Luck increases in daily life, crafting, and combat. Skill usage, stamina, and mana consumption decrease. Monster item drop rates increase, and luck is just as important after that. The leader listed the names for the showdown. Finally, it's the semifinals. The remaining people are Kong Muhan, Marina, Ghost, and West. Rewards will vary according to ranking, so do your best. The order is random. At this, Kong Muhan said, "Wait, I want to fight that damn Ghost." Person holding the card box then asked Sonhoon for his intention. If Ghost agrees." Sonhoon sighed helplessly and said, "He looks the weakest, so I'll agree." This attitude and these words made Kong Muhan even more furious. "That damn bastard." In the end, the person dividing the bracket said, "This is the semifinals, so how about we change the arena a bit? I'll give everyone time to check the arena before the match starts." Immediately, everyone was summoned to a different space. Sonhoon observed his surroundings and thought, all 4 remaining people are formidable. There's no doubt Marina is the strongest. It's a shame I don't know the identity of that Get guy. The referee started the match. Time's up. Both players please enter. If you surrender or are deemed unable to fight any longer, a winner will be decided. I hope everyone fights with all their might. In other words, begin now. As soon as the words ended, both sides quickly summoned their weapons. Kong Muhan, holding his spear, attacked Son Hoon first. After one exchange, he realized. He dodged my spear attack. His strength is greater than last time. Son Hoon still calmly wore a clever smile. Kong Muhan, you still don't know me. Do you know who your enemy is and where you are? Eli had collected a lot of information about Kong Muhan. Kong Muhan might even throw his spear like a windmill before throwing a punch, but I'll shatter that plan before it even happens. Son Hoon leaned back, put his hands on the ground, and used the momentum to spin and kick Kong Muhan's arm. And Son Hoon quickly pulled out a book. Kong Muhan uses falling spear arts, which is a unique grade martial art, but it's not uncounterable. Immediately, firepower erupted from the air and attacked Kong Muhan. He continuously rotated the spear in his hand to strike away those attacks. While dealing with those forces, Kong Muhan calculated. He's strong enough to withstand my direct attacks, and he has a flexible body with powerful magic. He's clearly a magic swordsman. And when Son Hoon suddenly disappeared, Kong Muhan shouted loudly. Where did you hide, Ghost? The boy was hiding behind a rock at this moment. I need to use all the replicated skills. The system displayed quick trap setting, rare grade, active type. You can set traps at high speed during combat. Trap setting speed doubles and materials double when setting traps. As soon as he set the trap, Son Hoon calculated. I'll cover this device with dirt and leaves. Poison sting, magic grade, inactive type. Once poison is applied, it will not disappear no matter what. Poison can be applied to weapons, traps, and objects. At least 50 of the poison effect always remains. Son Hoon took out a dagger, poured a bottle of poison onto it, and applied the poison to his weapon. At this, Kong Muhan saw Son Hoon and said to him, who was hiding behind the rock, "So you were here." Immediately, he unleashed his power and attacked the rock where Son Hoon was hiding. Son Hoon fled with satisfaction. You've got a good nose. I didn't expect you to find where I was hiding so quickly. As soon as he laughed, a system notification rang out. Hypocrite's mask. Grade elite mask type. Perception distortion can be detected by high-grade skills. Damage dealt using eyes increases. Persuasiveness increases when worn. He continued. Kong Muhan, you're really formidable. Haha. Kong Muhan, unaware, continued to chase. Hey, keep laughing. I'll tear your mouth open. The system notification displayed. With a specific ability, you can append hee haha, or kiki to the end of sentences. Saying hee increases stats by 1. Saying haha decreases the opponent's stats by 1. Saying kiki restores mana by 1 was displayed. Seeing Son Hoon flee so quickly, Kong Muhan cursed inwardly. Damn it, he's fast. Suddenly, at this moment, his foot stepped on Son Hoon's trap, and an immediate large explosion occurred, forcing Kong Muhan to recoil and evade. Just then, numerous daggers flew towards his back. Kong Muhan quickly spun his spear, creating a barrier of force to block those attacks. Unfortunately, a small cut appeared on his face. Kong Muhan gritted his teeth and looked forward. Magic that explodes the ground. I've never heard of such magic. If it's not magic, then is it a trap? Good. At this, Kong Muhan continued to chase Son Hoon, and a pursuit continued, with one fleeing and the other chasing. Son Hoon thought as he ran. In this chaotic battle, he only steps where I've already passed. His ability to perceive the situation is astonishing, but Kong Muhan, I used hundreds of formulas to utilize information to find a way to defeat you. Do you think I didn't anticipate this? Just then, Son Hoon stopped, then stepped on a device with his foot. Immediately, a large explosion erupted beneath the ground where he stood. Son Hoon used that force to thrust his sword at Kong Muhan. He tried to block with his spear. Kong Muhan at this moment inwardly exclaimed in surprise, "A skill? No, this is Spirit Sword. When I first fought Marina, I luckily stepped on her trap and defeated her. Traps aren't just used to attack enemies, they can instantly repel anything that steps on them. But depending on how they're used, they can also be utilized to gain a lot of propulsion." After that, the two began to fight again. The disadvantage was with Kong Muhan. Son Hoon still calmly said, "Is that all?" "BFT, Kong Muhan resolutely replied. "It's not over yet." Suddenly, Son Hoon reappeared behind his back. Kong Muhan hastily turned around only to be hit in the head with a book, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Kong Muhan rolled onto the floor like that, trembling as he struggled to crawl back up. "Damn it, I can't predict his movements," Son Hoon said. "Shall we end this now?" Kong Muhan wiped the blood from his mouth and cursed. Damn it. The only reason Kong Muhan was defeated was because he knew nothing about Son Hoon, but Son Hoon knew a lot about Kong Muhan. And Son Hoon knew this. If Kong Muhan had gathered information about him while preparing, he would have had no chance of winning. Even if he had fought him a few times, his chances of winning would have been only 50. Son Hoon then gave a grotesque smile, and wickedly swung the book in his hand towards Kong Muhan's neck. The book was now covered in blood. A book is not a weapon, and its attack and defense stats vary according to the book's magic grade and the user's intellect. It's no exaggeration to say that the book wielded by Son Hoon, the top trickster, was made of metal. When preserved magic is released from a magic unsealed talisman, that attack will include high-grade damage and explosive damage, capable of rivaling an ultimate attack. Son Hoon then created a magic symbol and said cheerfully, "This will probably be the very last weapon." Immediately after, a wave of power was released around him. As soon as Son Hoon descended from the arena, a notification rang out. "The winner is Ghost." At this, a mysterious man in a hat observed the situation and thought, I was most worried about Kong Muhan in this match, but unexpectedly a stranger defeated him, he smiled triumphantly. Then I'm the winner, and the notifications continued to ring. Next up are Marina and West, starting immediately. As soon as West entered the arena he hastily put on a show of force, shouting with a menacing expression. Take this. Marina calmly drew her sword, and while West was still smiling smugly, she instantly severed his neck with a single strike. Yoon Son-hoon watched the scene in shock, exclaiming inwardly, truly, truly horrifying, to cut off an opponent's neck with a single sword strike with her eyes closed. Marina, holding her blood-stained sword, spoke. Now it's your turn, Mr. Yoon Son-hoon. I've waited a long time, she smiled, looking very expectant. Yoon Son-hoon bit his lip, feeling a little worried in front of this opponent. Marina spoke with a serious expression. I've thought a lot since that day. I've finally found the answer. Who is good or bad doesn't matter to me. The only thing that matters is skill. Convince me with your skill. Yoon Son-hoon, sweating, thought. It's like a mission panel has appeared before me, and this mission is to duel Marina. The reward is her trust, and the difficulty must be around A grade. He then stepped forward and replied to her. This seems like the perfect time. Marina asked again. What do you mean? Yoon Son-hoon reminded her. Did you forget? We agreed to fight once a month. Haha, only then did Marina remember. Ah, I remember now. Yoon Son-hoon walked past her and said cunningly. It kept getting postponed because of mandatory missions and minor tasks, but now that we're fighting on such a grand stage, what do you say? And he seriously analyzed the situation. To increase my chances of victory I need to maximize the mosque's abilities. He then recalled the notification received from the system. With a specific ability you can append kiki hihi or kikiki to the end of sentences. Saying kiki increases stats by 1. Saying hihi decreases the opponent's stats by 1. Saying kikiki restores mana by 1, max 10 increase decrease, max 10 restoration. The problem was that this option was very difficult to activate. During conversation it had about a 1 in 4 chance of activating. So he had to say it at least 120 times. In other words, he had to stall for as much time as possible before the battle began. Marina was still deep in thought about his words at this moment. I've trained day and night since my first defeat, Yoon Son-hoon replied with a laugh. Day and night, haha. At the same time he continuously set traps. Good, quick trap setting complete. Marina said again. To be honest, I don't think I can win, but I don't want to show a pathetic side of myself again. Yoon Son-hoon thought to himself, you don't need to. I don't care if you fall again. Her vision was obstructed by things like rocks or trees, or her attention was diverted. I completed quick trap setting and also made a few simple traps, but after all the meaningless chatter my stats only increased by 5 and Marina's only decreased by 4. Not bad but not great either. Just then Marina drew her sword and said, then I'll attack first. She crossed her two swords and charged at Yoon Son-hoon, attacking. A burst of power erupted. Yoon Son-hoon initially tried to block it. After one attack Marina accurately predicted again and said, you perfectly dodged my attack. Amazing. Yoon Son-hoon jumped backward and said, amazing, ah Kiki. Marina watched him continue to laugh and admired him. Of course you'd laugh, but if you laugh at this attack I'll be disappointed. Then Marina closed her eyes. 3 blades of death. She seriously used her proud technique and a torrent of power poured forth. Several deadly sword techniques flew straight towards Yoon Son-hoon. Yoon Son-hoon kept jumping sideways, dodging them. As Marina continued to attack, Yoon Son-hoon dodged while worrying. Damn it, I can't read her movements. When I think she's fast, she slows down, and when I think she's weak, she becomes strong. Right, I need to jump. Just then he used driving step. But Marina's attacks didn't stop. Yoon Son-hoon calculated as he fought. If the mask hadn't boosted my vision-related skills I wouldn't have been able to keep up with her constantly changing sword techniques. Marina also analyzed simultaneously. The movement of her left arm, the position of her hips, the distance she dodges the sword. There are countless openings. Anyone else I would have disdained, but the opponent is Yoon Son-hoon, a swordsman superior to me, showing openings. Marina began to overthink. It must be a trap. If I had tried to attack that spot I would have been caught like last time. And she smiled and said, that's truly amazing. I didn't expect you to dodge my 2 swords so easily. Yoon Son-hoon wiped his sweat and replied, easily? I'm truly worried. Marina entered combat mode at this moment. She cast a new technique. Hee then I'll make you worry more. Until now it was just a warm-up, but now the real fight begins. Yoon Son-hoon gripped his sword tightly and resolved, it'll definitely be dangerous. I need to counterattack with Spirit Sword. Marina displayed her swordsmanship. This time Yoon Son-hoon also swung his sword, blocking the attack. Marina spoke again. You've learned Spirit Sword technique? Yoon Son-hoon replied with a laugh. As you know, I'm not an innocent swordsman. Then I'll also take this seriously. Immediately a torrent of power erupted from the book in his hand. That torrent of power attacked Marina. Marina lightly swung her sword, cutting through the torrent of power. But just then a huge explosion occurred, giving her no time to defend herself. Only then did she sweat. What terrifying magic! Did Yoon Son-hoon invest an enormous amount of stats into intellect? Explosions continued to erupt from the ground. Yoon Son-hoon hid behind the smoke from the explosions. Marina dealt with the explosions with a few sword techniques. A moment later only thick smoke remained in the area. Marina looked around in confusion. Where did he disappear? I've spread my aura in all directions, but I can't find Yoon Son-hoon's location. Just then a faint piece of clothing appeared in the smoke. Marina quickly headed towards it. There, at this moment, a cloak was floating in the air. She exclaimed, "Is that his cloak?" Yoon Son-hoon was already standing behind Marina, using F-bomb. Taking advantage of her carelessness, numerous attacks struck her. Yoon Son-hoon said again, "You didn't think I'd just stand by and watch, did you? Kook." But just then, Marina suddenly lunged with her sword, counterattacking and saying, "You shouldn't underestimate me just because I missed one sword technique." Yoon Son-hoon retreated, dodging, and exclaimed inwardly in panic, "Damn it, I was attacked by a magic sword and lost my balance. At this rate I'll be run through by the sword." Yoon Son-hoon decided to put his hand on the ground. After that, he spun his body backward, activating Ice Dance. Marina was surprised, her eyes widening. What is it?" He tripped her knee with his foot. After that, he kicked her in the stomach, and manipulating the book with his hand, struck Marina in the face, causing her to spit out blood from her mouth. Marina fell in pain. Yoon Son-hoon, slightly exhausted, said, "Were you careless? That's not like you." Marina was inwardly delighted. "Thank goodness, thanks to the b-boying technique, I managed to take her down." Marina stood up at this moment, spat out a mouthful of blood and replied, "He, that hurts a bit, as expected of Mr. Yoon Son-hoon. I was even fooled by your last sword technique. I still have a long way to go compared to you." Yoon Son-hoon exclaimed inwardly, "A long way to go? Who?" Suddenly she gave an eerie smile, and a special resolve was felt from the seemingly weak person. "Then this is my last technique." As soon as she finished speaking, a light flashed in Marina's eyes, and at the same time some energy was added to the tip of her sword, causing it to glow. Yoon Son-hoon's face tensed slightly at this moment. "Even though I'm stronger now than before, it's still not enough to deal with Marina. If possible, I'd like to avoid it, but if I win this battle against her, she'll become a perfect ally." Having finished his calculations, he stepped on a device on the ground. "Good, there's a high-speed trap below. Let's test it." And he stood there, holding his sword, challenging her. "Come on." Marina swung her sword and replied, "Then I won't hold back." And she used the tidal sword technique, and a very fluid stream of water appeared along the trajectory of her sword. The sword in her left hand carried a powerful momentum like rough waves, and the sword in her right hand was as gentle as calm waves. Yoon Son-hoon was now confused again. "Damn it. Where should I attack now? The right side seems quite dangerous, but I can't attack the left side rashly either. If possible, I want to create distance and buy time, but I can't do that because of the trap under my feet. The moment I activate this trap, I can gain speed 8 times faster than usual. I need to use this as an advantage for attack, but if I use it to escape, I'll definitely lose." Marina saw him standing still and asked inwardly, "He's not moving even when facing my attack? Is he that confident in his skill? That's what I want." And so she charged straight at Yoon Son-hoon. In a crucial moment, Marina's reason was not about killing or winning against her opponent, but about wanting to show how much she had grown. That position influenced her fighting style. As she charged, she muttered inwardly, "Yoon Son-hoon, I really want to see how you'll dodge this attack where I've put all my strength. How will you dodge it?" Yoon Son-hoon's face was extremely tense, and just then, his foot firmly pressed on the trap device. Immediately, a terrifying explosion occurred, sending a torrent of power in all directions. The two fought head-on. Marina was flustered. "Damn it, I made a mistake. My right-hand sword got caught." Yoon Son-hoon blocked her right-hand sword with his book. "Damn it, good. Marina's stance is broken, since I blocked it with my left hand. Next is the ballet jump." Yoon Son-hoon elegantly began a ballet jump move. Thus he subdued Marina with a jump move. In the end, he turned around and placed his sword at Marina's neck. He did all this without her consciously realizing it. After regaining her composure, Marina smiled bitterly and said, "I lost." As soon as he returned to the arena, a notification rang out. "The winner of this tournament is Ghost, second place is Marina, and third place is Kong Moo-han." Kong Moo-han looked at this result and pondered deeply. "I don't know what that guy did, but Ghost defeated Marina the magic swordsman. I shouldn't intervene hastily. I need to gather information first. I'll know if I ask Choi Chul-won or An Song what the hell happened." Just then the referee spoke. "Now Mr. Kong Moo-han, third place, please step forward." Kong Moo-han asked curiously, "What is this?" The referee immediately replied, "This is the reward for third place." Kong Moo-han looked at the small items in his hand and said incredulously, "No, I mean the reward is just this small pouch and a silver label." Yoon Son-hoon looked up at Marina. Marina had also just received a pouch with a silver label. "Then me too." Just then the referee also brought his reward. "This is the reward for the winner. Please accept it. Don't refuse." Yoon Son-hoon asked again, "Can't I get a different weapon or something instead?" The referee refused with an awkward expression. "I'm sorry, but the rewards have already been classified and decided. You don't want this?" Yoon Son-hoon scratched his head and said, "No, I'll take it." But just then a system notification rang out. "You have acquired 30 million Jude. You have acquired a Medal of Honor." Yoon Son-hoon saw it and immediately understood. 30 million Jude, not bad. The question is, what is this Medal of Honor item? Immediately the item property window appeared. Medal of Honor, grade, event type, medal. Allows ownership of buildings. These buildings can have a maximum importance level of 5. The higher the importance, the higher the tax consumption rate. Can affect private buildings. Change tax rate, usage restrictions, open and close. Current price does not exceed 1,000. Applies to a small area. 1. The first city changes to Gojosian City. 2. City exclusive professions, cavalry and warong are added. 3. The area outside the castle is opened. There will be hidden dungeon monsters in that area. 4. Siege warfare is added. Detailed functions can be checked at the temple. 5. 1 additional life is granted. Description. Warung were an elite group of warriors from ancient Korean times. The three people all had the same surprised expression at this moment. Kong Moo-han couldn't hold back and cursed. "Damn it," Yoon Son-hoon calmly analyzed at this moment. "I can find two weaknesses in this area. First, the existence of other worlds. The fact that the first city's name changed to Gojoseon City means that this city's residents are a community, as it was Korea's first kingdom. Moreover, if this city alone has exclusive professions, wouldn't other places also have exclusive professions? Second, revolution. Battles based on alliances with other nations will occur, and peace treaties, trade, and alliances can also happen, but considering the function of siege warfare, making peace treaties would be foolish," and he gripped the metal tightly, a satisfied smile on his face. "I didn't know what I would receive when I got this emblem, but now that I've read the contents, I think I know how to use it." He then turned to Marina and said, "Marina, please take me to the place I frequent where Jong-woo and Eli are waiting." She asked again, "What about you then?" Yoon Son-hoon replied, "I'll go after I've found out a little more." A moment later, he appeared at the temple. "I need to go to the temple first. Information is power. It's a bit late now, but it's probably the same for others too." A stack of documents was placed on the table. Baek-woo was exhausted looking at the documents in front of him. "I knew other cities would appear, but I didn't expect it to be so sudden. Fortunately, I was somewhat prepared. I've collected emergency funds and even made a plan for conquest. Among the professions I found in the original world, I need people with deep knowledge of history, economics, or military science. This city is in complete chaos. New areas have opened, siege warfare has begun, city names have changed, and many new professions have emerged. What received the most attention was the addition of a new life. The dead won't be resurrected, but those who didn't have an extra life breathed a sigh of relief and were very happy." At this moment, Yoon Son-hoon was leaning on the railing looking down at the street below. "It's only one life," Jong-woo, who was standing next to him, replied. "Isn't it good to have one more life?" He explained, "Yes, but the problem is that in this situation we can't just accept it. I think other powers also exist in the siege warfare function. Giving us a life in this situation is like telling us to fight harder without worrying about dying." Jong-woo bit his lip, worried upon hearing that. "Then we can't be happy," Yoon Son-hoon continued. "I'll tell you some important information I found at the temple. I received a book about the siege warfare function and recently read it. First, we don't need to worry about the addition of cavalry and warong," the boy asked, confused. "What do you mean?" Yoon Son-hoon said. "According to the monk, those two professions are special professions that can only be obtained in the city. He said their promotion rate and power are very impressive." At this moment, Eli said, "It feels like they're just instigating us to wage war." Yoon Son-hoon turned his head and asked, puzzled, "What do you mean?" She continued. "You said their promotion speed is fast and their power is strong, right? Then why haven't people who have lived here for over half a year changed their professions for such an advantage? These aren't professions for ordinary rankers." Yoon Son-hoon fell into deep thought upon hearing that. "So they want lower and lowest grade users to wage war against each other in the short term," Eli continued. "Then you won't stay put, right? A team of 4 has many limitations," Yoon Son-hoon calculated inwardly. "If thousands or tens of thousands of people clash, a small elite team will have its limits." Turned to Jong-woo again. "Eli is right. First, we need to strengthen our forces. So Dong-won, you look for useful people. I'll introduce you to an information provider, and you can work with him." Jong-woo asked anxiously. "By what criteria should I choose?" Yoon Son-hoon suggested. "It's simple. Choose based on their skill status and personality. Choose people who are in the worst condition and lowest grade but have many mental problems." Jong-woo looked at Yoon Son-hoon with a puzzled expression upon hearing that. People with many mental problems, Mr. Yoon Son-hoon, did you make a mistake?" Yoon Son-hoon confirmed again. "No, I'm right. We just need to add one more profession, don't we? We should choose qualified people and nurture them." Jong-woo was very worried. "But it costs 6 million won to increase combat power for a month. How will we afford that?" Yoon Son-hoon calmly replied, "I have a plan." "Oh, and Marina, please choose people who meet your criteria first." Marina was surprised to hear that and said, "Why, but the only people who meet my criteria are you or top rankers." Yoon Son-hoon patiently explained. "All right, I'll say it again. Choose someone with useful and reliable skills." Marina began to think. 5 people. I should be able to find enough." He asked Eli. "Eli, please research some data." Eli asked again. "Research?" Yoon Son-hoon answered seriously. "Yes, research items whose prices have changed significantly, items that are harder to obtain than before, and items that large guilds mainly collect." Eli guessed inwardly upon hearing that. "He wants me to research market prices and item trends in this big city. Even a guild with a lot of information would have difficulty getting results in a short time. Is he testing me? I could pretend not to know, but I can't act forever. Since Mr. Yoon Son-hoon seems to have noticed, it's better to reveal it as soon as possible." After a moment of calculation, she also agreed. "All right, leave it to me," Yoon Son-hoon replied happily. "Yes, I'll leave it to you. Let's break up now." And he began to calculate, holding the emblem in his hand. Medal of Honor allows users to own buildings. It's something that can't be owned by any other means. No matter how much money you have, you can't buy it. It must be valuable. The scene shifted and a voice echoed from a building. "Unfortunately, you cannot own buildings in the city you belong to," Yoon Son-hoon shouted, puzzled. "Why?" Philip explained. "The buildings that can be owned with the Medal of Honor are buildings in other cities where you don't reside." He heard that and thought coldly. I think I understand their conspiracy, but it's fortunate. If they're going to extort money, it's better to extort it from other cities. If you can kill someone when war breaks out, you might even be hailed as a hero. The gates can be opened and the field too, but no one has set foot there yet. Since the missions have been distributed, I can guess how dangerous it is, but no one knows what's in the field around the castle. Only brave people or large guilds roam that field. In other words, if you're not as excellent as me, you can't do this. And Yoon Son-hoon was hurriedly riding a horse somewhere. People admired him, seeing him ride so skillfully. Wow, he rides a horse so well. Has he ridden before? I never thought the riding skill I got from a mission would be so useful. A moment later, the sound of hooves slowed. Arriving at the castle gate, he dismounted and exclaimed, "To arrive at another city in just half a day, it's closer than I thought." Suddenly, Yoon Son-hoon seemed to realize something. Wait, why is it so quiet? No one is here. The castle gate is closed too. I should put on my mask first. But as soon as he put on his mask, an arrow flew from somewhere and embedded itself at his feet. A group of people stood in a line on the castle wall and warned, "If you come any closer, we won't hesitate." Yoon Son-hoon explained, "I didn't come with bad intentions, I was just passing by coincidentally," the man on the castle wall replied. "This is an initial city that hasn't opened yet. No one can pass through here and please won't work, so don't bother." "Go back." Yoon Son-hoon was startled and exclaimed inwardly, "An initial city? This wasn't the first city. It doesn't even have a city name. Moreover, that man's way of speaking is very strange." And he asked, "Are you perhaps an NPC?" The man on the castle wall replied. "Yes." Yoon Son-hoon thought, "NPCs won't harm me." The man said, "Our purpose is to protect this city." Yoon Son-hoon asked, puzzled. "Protect the city," he affirmed. "Yes. If you want to enter here, you must first defeat the legions and soldiers who guard this city." Only then did Yoon Son-hoon realize, "Now I understand, this city seems to be made up only of NPCs. Damn it, I can use the emblem even if it's not another city." He began to look at the map. Thanks to my map-making skill, areas like forests, ponds, and mountains appeared on the map on the way to this city, and the initial cities I just discovered. Should I come back another day? Yoon Son-hoon hesitated and walked towards his horse, and suddenly his expression became serious. "What is this? It's too high to gauge. Is it because it hasn't fully opened yet? If the city's defenses are spherical or rectangular, and if the distance from here to the city is 300 kilometers, then it would be 300 kilometers in all directions, east, west, north, and south, but this is just my guess. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen a single monster yet. I don't know if I'm lucky or if I've found an area without monsters, just in case. Next time I should bring Marina." While he was analyzing the map, someone appeared from behind. "Oh dear!" Yoon Son-hoon was startled and turned around to see a pair of men and women approaching. "People, who are you?" Yoon Son-hoon exclaimed. "Japanese? What's going on? They're clearly speaking Japanese, but why can I suddenly understand them?" And he replied, sounding like he was probing, "I want to ask you the same thing." They whispered to each other. "What is that guy saying? He seems to be Korean." One person said, but why can I understand his words?" His gaze sharply analyzed. 3 swordsmen, 1 archer, 1 mage. And Yoon Son-hoon asked, "So are you all Japanese?" They asked back, "Yes." "Then are you Korean?" He replied, "Yes." At this moment the red-haired man began to observe Yoon Son-hoon. "I had only speculated until now, but I didn't expect people from other countries to actually exist." Seeing him mount his horse, the man hurriedly said, Wait a minute, where are you going?" Yoon Son-hoon calmly replied, "What do you mean? Isn't it obvious? I need to go back to my city." The red-haired man was puzzled. "Go back?" And he signaled his companions with a nod, and the group surrounded Yoon Son-hoon. The red-haired man thought worriedly, "If we let him live, our presence in Korea will be exposed. We don't know their location, and if they find out first, it will be very disadvantageous." The man, having finished his calculations, said, "Don't kill him, knock him out and take him to our city. If he dies, he'll resurrect in his city." Yoon Son-hoon also said, "I really wanted to resolve this peacefully." The red-haired man continued, "My companions and I are members of the Faith and Hope Guild. We won't engage in unnecessary fights." Yoon Son-hoon was slightly bored to hear that. "Tisk, whether it's the Faith and Hope Guild or not, I wouldn't know." The red-haired man's eyes turned cold upon hearing that. "Then don't regret it." At this moment the person behind Yoon Son-hoon secretly drew his sword and there was 1 slash, but he jumped to avoid it. Yoon Son-hoon summoned his sword at this moment and calculated, "I shouldn't drag this out too long. I need to end everything in 1 blow." Immediately he struck his opponent's face once, making him spit blood. After that, Yoon Son-hoon dealt with the rest of the people with a single sword technique, and after finishing the battle he stood there as if nothing had happened. Looking down, Yoon Son-hoon felt a headache looking at the bruised people lying on the ground. What should I do? If I kill them, our existence will be known to other cities, or should I persuade them, like I did in the survival mission? Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him, and he gave a grotesque smile. "Good idea." A moment later the red-haired man barely opened his eyes and saw himself firmly bound by ropes, hanging upside down with his companions also hanging around him. He tried to struggle, and at this moment Yoon Son-hoon said, "You woke up earlier than I expected." At this moment his mouth was gagged, so he couldn't refute Yoon Son-hoon and only shouted inwardly, "That Korean bastard," he continued. "It would be nice if you stayed quiet. No matter how much noise you make, no one will know. If you keep doing that, you'll just waste your energy, understand?" Only then did he stop making noise, and Yoon Son-hoon said with satisfaction, "Thank you for your cooperation. Now that you've calmed down, shall we talk?" As soon as Yoon Son-hoon removed the tape from his mouth, he immediately spewed harsh curses. "Damn it, let me go right now, don't you know who I am?" Yoon Son-hoon crossed his arms and calmly asked again. "Then do you know who I am?" the red-haired man boasted somewhat triumphantly. "You probably wouldn't know since you're a foreigner, but in Japan we are the strongest guild." Yoon Son-hoon gave a challenging look, and he quickly lowered his voice. "I'm sorry about earlier. I'll even compensate you. There's no need to treat each other like this on our first meeting, right?" Yoon Son-hoon said, intrigued. "Compensation? Interesting." The red-haired man felt a slight hope. Then, but Yoon Son-hoon interrupted. "But no," as he spoke, he held out a sharp knife, and the red-haired man was extremely flustered. "What did you say?" Yoon Son-hoon approached his companion, who was hanging upside down in front of him. The red-haired man shouted, flustered, This damn bastard, what are you trying to do?" Yoon Son-hoon resolutely plunged the knife into the man's thigh. A painful scream echoed, and he widened his eyes and said again, "First question, which direction should I go to get to your city?" The red-haired man howled with rage. "You son of a bitch, do you think I'll cooperate with a guy like you?" Yoon Son-hoon calmly continued. "So you're not going to cooperate? Fine, whoever answers that question, I'll release them after 30 minutes of torture." The other two hesitated at Yoon Son-hoon's offer. Time turned to night. Son-hoon still stood there, and the 5 people still hung from the branches as they had been at first. He stomped the ground thinking, should I continue? Son-hoon whispered into the ear of one of them, "Tisk, should I ask again? You know what I'm going to ask, right?" The person, already tortured and with a bloody mouth, painfully cried out, help me, I'm sorry." The person could no longer bear it and whispered the answer into Son-hoon's ear. Son-hoon listened and exclaimed, more than I expected." Then from above he asked again, "All right, so is that everything now?" He replied nonchalantly, of course, since you've been very cooperative, just wait a little longer." And then he approached one of the women. He cut the rope and the woman fell hard to the ground. Son-hoon sat down, removed the tape from the woman's mouth and said, "You didn't want to just watch this enjoyable spectacle, did you? I'd be really happy if you told me more detailed information, unlike these other guys. What I mean is, I want you to participate in this game with me a little longer." As he spoke, he opened the woman's mouth and poured some liquid into it. Suddenly, the woman's eyes widened and tears streamed down her face. Due to the pain, her body thrashed on the ground, and the red-haired man inwardly cursed with extreme fury. "Damn it." Son-hoon looked at the map again at this moment. Apart from what Shingo said, the information from the other 4 was almost identical. Even assuming each knew something different, he didn't need to worry too much about minor discrepancies. What was special was that all Japanese rankers were connected to famous guilds, and Son-hoon turned to the other guys and said, "You're all very cooperative." His eyes sharpened, and he began to calculate. "They're still resisting. I can't let them hate me right now. I have to make sure they can't even think about hating me." And Son-hoon approached the red-haired man named Shingo and said, "Your name is Shingo, right? Since you were the most cooperative, I'll release you now." Shingo was startled, seeing the blood-stained knife in his hand. What is he saying? Just then, the rope holding him snapped. The others who were still hanging watched, complaining, "Why is he released so easily? He was tortured the least," Son-hoon calculated. "Shingo. He seems to be one of the leaders of the Faith and Hope Guild. He's the most stubborn and annoying one. So it's best to make him a traitor." His other comrades also felt unjustly treated. "Now that I think about it, it's because of him that we're in this situation." That crazy guy was about to leave, but Shingo provoked him, and that's how we ended up like this. Unexpectedly, Son-hoon swung his knife a few more times at this moment. Just like that, everyone was released. He said, "I'm going to feed you, so don't say anything, just eat. If you say one word, I'll cut out your tongue immediately. Understood?" The gray-haired man obediently opened his mouth and ate what Son-hoon offered. As Shingo ate, he wondered inwardly, what is he thinking? Is he trying to take us hostage? After feeding them, Son-hoon taped their mouths again. "Tisk, all right," and then he continued his strange behavior. He started digging a hole in the ground. Shingo was bewildered. Suddenly, what is he digging? Is that crazy guy going to bury us alive? Then why did he feed us and treat our wounds? He struggled, grunting. After finishing digging, Son-hoon approached and reminded them, "Hey, don't move, I told you right. I have no intention of killing you. I'm a person who cherishes life, so I won't kill you in a hurry. I'll give you a chance to survive. If you're lucky, someone passing by might save you." Shingo was horrified. "What? Save us? We're very far from the city, and we even moved while unconscious, so we don't even know where we are now. Besides, there are many thorny bushes on the road, so who would find us?" Son-hoon chuckled sinisterly at this moment. "If I kill them, my whereabouts will only be known in Japan, but I can't take them to the city either. So I thought of building a prison. The leaves will block the sunlight and I'll give them enough food and water. If they're users, they should last at least 5 days. That means I can prevent information from leaking for 5 days." And then he mounted his horse, not forgetting to leave a teasing remark. "Tisk, my work here is done. I'll be leaving now. It was a brief meeting, but it was really fun meeting you all. See you next time." As soon as he finished speaking, Son-hoon rode off, and the people, with only their heads sticking out of the ground, despaired but couldn't even scream. The scene shifted to the city, and a voice echoed, "We made this map through countless explorations." Kong Muhan's group was in a meeting, Baekwoo reported. "If anything happens, we'll form teams of 3 rankers and move in different directions." Kong Muhan asked again. "There won't be any dangerous monsters or anything, right?" Baekwoo replied confidently. "They're mostly D-grade monsters. They're not strong but not weak either. Kong Muhan heard that and moved on to another topic. Alright then, how many supplies have we secured, Baekwu? We're doing our best, but it's not easy. As you know, the city can't supply us forever. Kong Muhan fell into thought. Our guild is very strong, but it's not perfect. Honestly, I'm a bit worried. Kim Ji-hoon's guild keeps causing us problems, and there are numerous small and medium-sized guilds too. Plus there are anonymous rankers like that mask guy. Lost in thought, Kong Muhan momentarily thought he was mistaken when Son-hoon appeared before his eyes. He was wearing very stylish clothes at this moment. The people in the room were startled. What? Who is it? How did he get in here? This building has tight security. Kong Muhan seemed to recognize him, slamming the table and pointing at him in anger, shouting, "You son of a bitch." At this moment everyone else also gritted their teeth in anger and shouted, "You son of a bitch." The person rushed forward to attack Son-hoon, but Marina appeared behind Son-hoon. Her eyes shone as she said, "Magic sword." Immediately, a single slash sent that person flying. The person fell to the ground. Everyone stood up bewildered. Marina, the magic swordsman, why is she here? Only then did Son-hoon open his mouth. "Oh, nice to meet you all. I'm Ghost. You all still seem to not know me well." "Ghost, you say?" He put on a provocative expression. "I won the tournament and I'm still not famous," Kong Muhan reminded him irritably. "Stop that damn act right now." Son-hoon stopped joking and presented a document saying, "Alright, let's get down to business." Marina continued from the side, "I've prepared many versions, so please read them separately." Kong Muhan took the document, read it and asked curiously, "What is this?" And as they read, each gave their opinion. "Huh? What? An initial city. Many foreigners live here too. Hey, Japan you say, are there Japanese people here?" Kong Muhan cautiously turned to Son-hoon and asked, "Is this information accurate?" He replied nonchalantly, "If you don't want to believe it, don't. But what do you think I'd gain by lying about information about a city I moved to 2 days ago, or at the latest 5 days ago?" Kong Muhan heard that and thought, he's right, even if he's lying. "I can quickly confirm it myself, so he has no need to deceive us with such information." Son-hoon continued, "The reason I came here is for our common interest." This remark confused him. "Common interest?" He soon explained. "Yes, personal quarrels are nothing, but as you know, the current situation is very complex. Many cities and other countries exist, so personal quarrels are not a good idea. I tried to avoid conflict, but as soon as they found out I was from another city, they immediately started attacking." He was sinisterly calculating inwardly. "Of course, I tried to take them hostage instead of killing them. But whatever the truth, it's most beneficial for me to start a war between the two cities." Kong Muhan slammed the paper with the information onto the table and pressed him. "So what you're saying is that other countries will soon start attacking and you want to reconcile with us?" Son-hoon frankly, in short, yes. "Haha," Kong Muhan was extremely enraged. "What do you think of us?" At that moment Baekwu, who was beside him, stopped Kong Muhan. Son-hoon and Marina turned towards the door. He left them with a reminder, "Please focus on solving the bigger problems. I'll be leaving now." After they left, Kong Muhan turned to Baekwu and asked, "What do you think of this information?" Baekwu immediately replied, "As Ghost said, it won't take us that long to verify it ourselves, so I think it's quite reliable." Kong Muhan was still bothered by what had happened earlier. "Then what do you think about him attacking us first when we first met him?" Baekwu crossed his arms and honestly replied, "There will be violent people wherever you go." Kong Muhan frowned, lost in thought. Damn it, if this information is accurate, there's no reason to run away. And he decided to report all non-critical information to everyone and keep critical information a secret. Baekwu said worriedly, "But this is a big deal, if we just reveal it." Kong Muhan explained with a serious expression, "If other countries truly exist, the problem is of a different magnitude. Moreover, if what he says is true, it's hard to believe those countries will be friendly towards us. We need to be prepared too." A moment later Baekwu closed his eyes in exhaustion and sighed. As he said, "We need to prepare ourselves too." A moment later Marina spoke on the road. "Did those Japanese people really attack you?" Son-hoon replied, "Yes, honestly, I only tried to solve the problem with words. I ran away but they attacked first." Marina replied, lost in thought, "I understand." Son-hoon looked back and thought, "Tisk, it's not a lie, I just changed the facts a little." And she asked again, "By the way, have you undergone your second awakening?" Son-hoon quickly retorted, There's no way. Isn't the condition to complete a B-grade mission? From the second awakening onwards, users need to complete 1 B-grade mission and 10 C-grade missions, but no one has completed a B-grade mission. I've completed it. I've completed it. The reason I'm gathering an army is also to achieve my second awakening. Even among the elites, only 4 people have completed a B-grade mission, but if necessary I can still hide my identity and infiltrate some association. Marina heard that and proudly boasted, "I've awakened. I stopped by the job change temple and underwent my second awakening." Son-hoon heard that and inwardly gasped in surprise. "What?" she continued. "Currently my profession is swordsman. I've gained many skills and stats. Why don't you try it like me?" He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat in front of this person. She underwent her second awakening, then that means she completed a B-grade mission when alone. "Marina, you're truly a terrifying person." A dark aura surrounded Son-hoon. He feared and respected this woman. Marina saw his distorted expression and gave an awkward laugh. "Well, of course I couldn't complete the B-grade mission in a normal way. I think this forced mission also counts as one," he asked again. "Wait, completing a forced mission also counts like a regular mission?" Marina affirmed. "Yes, I just asked just in case and they said so." After hearing that, Son-hoon bit his lip and thought, They also count the number of forced missions completed, then the S-grade mission I completed first must also be recorded. From what she said, it was clear that they were discriminating. Regardless of the rewards or the grade of the gods' gifts, it felt like they were giving more to the strong from the beginning so they could gain more advantages. Thinking that far, he smiled meaningfully. After that, Sonhun turned around. Then I'll stop by the temple for a moment, Marina replied. Then I'll go back to the inn. The scene shifted to another building, and Philip joyfully exclaimed, "Job change, of course." Sonhun hastily pressed him. "But why didn't you tell me?" he replied seriously. "Then should I go outside the temple and promote it everywhere? Don't you think it's foolish for me to speak when people don't ask?" Sonhun regained his composure. "That's true. Then can I also undergo my second awakening?" Philip affirmed. "Of course. Do you want to proceed right now?" Sonhun immediately replied, "Yes." He raised his hand and manipulated the screen. "All right, choose what you want." Immediately, professions appeared before Sonhun's eyes. Commander. Recommended professions: swordsman, book soldier, dancer warrior, supreme sorcerer. Dancer warrior. This means being able to combine dance with combat. I can fight without the help of elegant leap, and I can also receive many additional rewards, but thanks to replication, I can possess all kinds of skills. Replication, constantly learning intellect, and thanks to the synchronization effect of constantly learning intellect, I didn't need to change professions. After analyzing for a long time, Sonhun finally made his choice, so he calmly made his choice. "I'll choose rock swordsman." Philip heard that and, somewhat disappointed, gesticulated, explaining the advantages. "Are you serious? Even though dancer warrior is the best profession, it's almost top tier. Are you still choosing rock swordsman?" Sonhun replied confidently. "Yes." Philip had no choice but to respond. "All right, do as you wish. Congratulations on embarking on the path of the rock swordsman, one of the best swordsmen." Immediately, a notification appeared with a layer of power surrounding Sonhun. "You have awakened as a rock swordsman. All stats increased by 25. Skill proficiency has slightly increased. Skill levels have increased. Learned offbeat, a unique skill of the rock swordsman. Learned partial truth, a unique skill of the rock swordsman. Learned all rivers flow to the sea, a unique skill of the rock swordsman." It was done. Sonhun checked the system screen again. "Thanks to the second awakening skill, my agility has increased by 10. My total stats have also increased quite a bit. Depending on the profession and stats, the effect might focus on strength, mana, or intellect. Moreover, all his previous skill levels also increased. Elegant leap and constantly learning intellect also became ultra-rare grade. All spells also became unique grade, and now new attributes were added." At this moment, the attribute window appeared. Offbeat grade E, unique sub-active type, can suddenly add a pause or rest to movements, disrupting rhythm. Sudden rest can increase movement speed by 1.2 times. Sudden pause can decrease movement speed by 0.8 times. Sonhun was curious. "Let's check out the new skills." All are unique grade. Another attribute appeared. Partial truth grade E, unique normal and active type. Stun resistance and composure increased. Calm mind, mana consumption reduced by 5 when using skills. All stats increased by 10 when close to death. All rivers float to the sea. Grade E, unique normal and active type. All other skills lower than this skill can be combined. It can even combine with something completely opposite to constantly learning intellect. After reading, Sonhun realized that all of this was nothing compared to the silver blade ability he used when he was Serena. No, he initially underestimated completely opposite, but it was actually quite a good skill. It was understandable given its high grade. At least the stats weren't bad. His information window appeared on the screen. Name: Yoon Sonhun. Profession: rock swordsman. Titles: ardent reader, rogue, ninth demon. Reputation: 13,000. Infamy: 105,000. Strength: 278. Agility: 38. Stamina: 256. Intellect: 435. Mana: 399. Luck: 330. Status: normal. Sonhun read and exclaimed, "Thanks to choosing additional stats from the mission rewards, all my stats are high. There are probably others besides Marina who have undergone their second awakening but are hiding it. I shouldn't sell even minor information. Of course, I'd make a lot of money from that information too, but..." At that moment, someone furiously slammed the table, expressing anger. That person shouted in rage, "It's been 4 days already. How long are you all going to sit around here?" This is Kennen, ranking 3rd in Seihai. At that moment, the other people below looked at each other in confusion. Then Ryosuke, the representative of Seihai, said, "Shingo and his companions have disappeared. This problem won't be solved by just running away. Whether they're foreign monsters or not, we need to prepare thoroughly." Kennen lost his composure even more. "Damn it, no one can defeat us. Seihai is undefeated. We're all second awakeners, aren't we? How long do we have to stay here? The fact that they haven't returned means they've been kidnapped or disappeared somewhere. If we keep responding so passively, what will people think of us?" Ryosuke said with a calm expression. "Let's wait one more day," Kennen asked again. "1 day," Ryosuke explained again. "Uchida will be here tomorrow. Then there will be 8 second awakeners in our group. At that time we'll form a reconnaissance team and search immediately when they return, so prepare now." Kennen could only glare at him at this moment. Suddenly a subordinate opened the door and entered, saying loudly, "Urgent news." Kennen turned and asked, "Urgent news? What is it?" The person reported that they seemed to have met people from other cities. Kennen hastily asked again, "What's their race?" "They appeared from afar on horseback, and as soon as I tried to chase them, they immediately fled. So I haven't talked to them yet, but they seem to be Chinese or Korean." Kennen heard that and sent a cold gaze. "Chinese or Korean?" in Kong Mu-han's guild after confirming the information provided by Ghost. The man in red reported, I've discovered the existence of another city, and someone tried to speak to me in Japanese. Kong Mu-han said coldly, we're going to form a proper team and go meet them. The rest of the team members began to discuss, so how many people will be on the team? Wouldn't more be better? No, if we take everyone, it's like telling the other side to fight. Kong Mu-han was deep in thought. Too many is bad and too few is also bad. After much deliberation, Kong Mu-han decided to form a team of 46 warriors, 20 archers and 10 mages, a total of 80 people. They were an elite unit composed of high-ranking rankers, with Kong Mu-han as the team leader and Baek Woo as the advisor. But there were two unexpected uninvited guests. Son-hoon and Marina were ahead. He observed the situation and said, now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever seen it rain. The weather is so cloudy that I can't be sure if it's raining or not. I wish it would rain. The man in red was curious at this moment. Why did we accept that Ghost? His companion next to him replied. I don't know. Kong Mu-han recalled their previous conversation. Son-hoon had said, I'll tell you about the second awakening. So take me with you when you go to another city. Kong Mu-han couldn't help but shout nonsense. Son-hoon continued to laugh and said, if this information leaks, there will be a huge number of second awakeners. How about it? So he had no choice but to remain silent and endure. The reason our guild monopolizes many valuable items and other privileges is because we've completed all B-grade missions, so I need to hide this information, otherwise the number of second awakeners will increase. And I can't make Ghost an enemy. Annoying. But he knew too much information. Thus, Kong Mu-han suppressed his anger at Son-hoon's joyful appearance and agreed, so I have to bring him into the team as an honorary advisor. Kong Mu-han still reminded everyone, don't trust him too much. We don't know what plans he's cooking up. Baek Woo, who was next to him, asked, is he really that hard to trust? Kong Mu-han said frankly, who knows, maybe he tortured those Japanese guys to get all the information and then buried them alive somewhere. Son-hoon, who was ahead, flinched upon hearing himself mentioned. Marina turned and asked, are you cold? He forced a smile and said, yes, a sudden gust of wind, haha. At this moment, Beyond Son, who was up in a tree, observed the situation and said, Leader Kong Mu-han, about 100 people are approaching. Kong Mu-han immediately said, they probably saw us moving too, so slow down. And like during training, be ready to cast magic circles at any time. A short while later, both sides met. Ryosuke stood at the head of the Seihai group looking at Kong Mu-han's group and assessing them. They're all wearing the same clothes and carrying the same weapons. They probably provided the same equipment to their citizens just like us, he said. Most of them are melee combatants, so prepare to fight. And mages cast curses. His eyes shone and he placed a hand on Son-hoon's shoulder. Where are you planning to go? Son-hoon, sweating, explained, as you know, I'm just an outsider. Wouldn't it be better for the tribal chief and guild leader to confront them gloriously? Kong Mu-han scoffed, don't say that, you're an honorary advisor. No, you have rights here. There was a secret conflict in their hearts. Where are you planning to go? Let me go. Just then, Ryosuke appeared near the two and spoke first. Nice to meet you all. Are you Koreans? Kong Mu-han immediately fixed his gaze on him. He's speaking a different language, but I can still understand him. Thanks to Ghost, I already knew, but it's still surprising. Ryosuke continued. I'll introduce myself. I am Ryosuke, commander of the Japanese Seihai. Kong Mu-han replied. I am the leader of the Kong Mu-han Guild. And he frowned, analyzing his opponent. He seems like an ordinary one-handed swordsman, and that man is a typical samurai. The woman next to him is a dual swordsman. It's my first time seeing someone use dual swords. Kennen also analyzed Kong Mu-han's group at this moment. They're all amateurs. That damn Kong Mu-han might be strong, but that masked guy and the woman next to him don't look strong at all. Ryosuke said at this moment, we have no intention of fighting. Kong Mu-han replied gently, neither do we. There's no need to sacrifice lives in meaningless battles. Ryosuke said, then let's limit contact between ordinary users until both sides are ready. If a conflict occurs, there will be penalties. But just then the impatient Kennen pushed Ryosuke aside. Wait, instead of this boring talk I have a question, he called out to Kennen worriedly. Kennen at this moment interrogated with furious eyes, you took Japanese people hostage, didn't you? Son-hoon asked again, what are you talking about? He explained, a few days ago, some of our group disappeared. Aren't you holding them? Kong Mu-han at this moment exclaimed in surprise. HMPH, you said you met Japanese people. Why are you saying that at this exact moment? Son-hoon quickly changed the situation. Do you have any evidence? Are you just slandering us because of your feelings? They might have just gotten lost, you know. As Son-hoon spoke, he simultaneously used the trickery skill, and the opponent believed the user's words to be true. Kennen, under the influence of the skill, replied, yeah, all right, I'll believe you. I'm Kennen. What's your name? He replied. I'm Ghost. Hearing that, he scoffed. Can't you use your real name? And what's with that mask? Are you trying to play the clown? Son-hoon retorted with a friendly smile. But at least I maintain my manners. Kennen heard that and sent a furious gaze. You damn bastard, I'll show you the difference in our strength. With that, he drew his sword and attacked Son-hoon. But before he could do anything, a blade flew and blocked his attack. Kennen was startled and looked to the side. She blocked my sword attack with a spirit sword. Who is that woman? Marina at this moment calmly faced him. I just blocked a sudden attack, it's nothing to be surprised about. Is she testing me? His eyes were full of disbelief at this moment. Son-hoon stepped forward and stopped them. Enough, Kong Mu-han stepped forward and mediated. I apologize, our subordinates were too impatient. Ryosuke also replied with understanding, no, it's our subordinates' fault. Son-hoon interjected from behind. When did I become your subordinate? Kong Mu-han was annoyed but forced a laugh. Kennen shouted furiously, remember this, be careful next time, understand? Ryosuke also had no choice but to endure in front of the other side. After that the two shook hands. Kong Mu-han smiled amiably and said inwardly, oh precious. And he suddenly exerted force, gripping the opponent's hand tightly. Ryosuke felt that force and flinched in surprise. After that their hands separated. A scar remained on his hand. Ryosuke shook his trembling arm and forced a smile. I must be going now, Kong Mu-han replied with a laugh. Really, that's a shame. After that he followed Son-hoon, waving his hand. From now on I'll send a representative to discuss the details. I'll also make sure they act courteously. So you should also be polite. Ryosuke stood there and replied, I'll be waiting. Kennen said at this moment, what's going on? Ryosuke, give me a sacred potion. Kennen asked, was it because of that handshake? Ryosuke reminded him, you shouldn't underestimate him. Such strength can only be obtained after a second awakening and strength enhancement. If that woman could block your sword strike and that masked guy is at the same level, it means that group has at least 3 second awakeners. Kennen heard that and was startled. 3 second awakeners? That means they also completed B-grade missions? Ryosuke speculated. Probably. And he asked Uchida, how many second awakeners does Seihai currently have? He replied, 32. Ryosuke heard that and analyzed, if I use the current budget well and select the right people, I can increase that number within a week. Kennen was worried at this moment. It will cost quite a bit of money for dungeon raids and purchasing additional equipment. Ryosuke reluctantly said, we have no choice. We don't know for sure when the war will break out, but we must maintain an advantage over the enemy. First, we need to form a team of 100 second awakeners. Kennen was about to say something, but Ryosuke cut him off again. Funds might be a bit tight. I'll leave that to you. Uchida, I have a few things for you to do, so I'll leave them to you. Kennen turned away with a tired face. We'll be busy soon, let's go back. Kennen was still upset. Is it okay to just let those damn guys go? At least we should know their exact location. Ryosuke returned and reassured him. Don't worry, I've already reported it to that person. The scene shifted to Kong Mu-han, who was walking and saying, those guys are acting really underhandedly. Yoon Son-hoon asked again, does that make them think they're more noble? Are they children? Kong Mu-han still seriously explained, he's a very strong person. He's definitely a second awakener. Yoon Son-hoon was surprised to hear that. There are second awakeners in Japan too. Kong Mu-han rubbed his chin, thinking, the two people standing next to him also feel like leaders. They must be second awakeners. Then he turned to Yu Baekwu and asked, how many second awakeners do we have currently? Yu Baekwu thought, tisk, there's no need to keep this a secret. After that he replied, there are 48. Kong Mu-han immediately demanded, increase that number. Increase it to 150. I'll make some skilled people second awakeners and give them appropriate positions. It was done. Kong Mu-han thought to himself, now I need to deal with external conflicts. Yoon Son-hoon also said at this moment, isn't it a bit disappointing to just let them go? We promised to send a representative, but exchanging hostages wouldn't be a bad idea, Baekwu immediately said. Then all our information will be leaked. In that case, his expression turned dangerous. Choi Yu, the assassin, is already on reconnaissance. Yoon Son-hoon became tense upon hearing that. Damn it, I shouldn't underestimate them. Wait, does that mean there's no one in the city to watch me? Poor guys, I'll cause you a little trouble. At this point he again wore a sinister smile. After falling into another world, Yoon Son-hoon didn't hesitate for a moment. He undertook every possible mission to surpass others. Conversely, many people were still struggling and couldn't accept reality. At that moment, Yoon Son-hoon bent down in front of a man in rags and asked, so what have you done? The man knelt on the ground, bowing his head. I begged and took on the lowest grade missions. He asked again, didn't other people ignore you? The man was very flustered and struggled to reply, yes they did, but I tried my best. They'll ignore me anyway, I'm a homeless person. Yoon Son-hoon heard that and thought, what do you mean, a beggar, not a homeless person? People ignore you because you deserve to be ignored. After that he smiled amiably and said, it's okay, it's not your fault. I understand. The homeless man bowed but couldn't say anything. I've had a tough time. Yoon Son-hoon spoke loudly to all the homeless people. I don't discriminate or disregard you. I still consider you to be on the same level as me. If you trust me and do as I instruct, you won't have to worry about problems anymore. After saying that, he recalled a figure. The members of Kim Ji-hoon's guild are very loyal and dedicated. Perhaps I should follow his doctrine and brainwash them too. First, I need to soothe their pain and make them comfortable. Second, make their reasons unclear. I'll use my trickery skill to make them believe me. After research, I've added a vision formula to many elixirs. A type that can obscure independent will and judgment, which is also quite addictive. And finally, I need to make them dependent on me. Those people cautiously approached Yoon Son-hoon. We will believe and follow you. Please promise us that you will lead us to heaven. Yoon Son-hoon at this moment was like a saint grabbed by countless suffering hands. I am the one chosen by beings from another dimension, and they have promised me a beautiful future. If you follow me, I assure you all that you will go to heaven and be happy forever. The moment I become a god, Yoon Son-hoon acted and thought, Kim Ji-hoon must have persuaded people to his side this way too. Perhaps I used a somewhat superstitious method, but these people who were treated like trash were able to find a new purpose in life, and I was able to lead an army. So isn't that killing two birds with one stone? After finishing his calculations, Yoon Son-hoon spoke again. All worked hard today. Let's work again tomorrow. They all replied in unison, yes, thank you. Shortly after, a red iron boot appeared. The legendary envoys dispatched by the newly established association consisted of 35 cavalrymen and 15 archers for each of the 4 platoons. Their characteristic was that these 20 platoons belonged to no guild and were directly commanded by the association. Here, a leader looked down at the people below and sighed. I have to train all these recruits. I thought I could proceed with B-grade missions now that I can use a sword. This person was Lee Song-gun, the commander of 4 platoons of legendary envoys. After that, he turned to Sarah and said, D-grade orc monster mission. Sarah happily replied, request received, returned safely. At this moment, another figure was drinking tea and observing everyone's actions. From morning until noon, the legendary envoys moved to 4 locations with 50 people per platoon, totaling 200. But the other recruit groups also changed positions a few times, but I can't quickly assess their skills, so let's just move on for now. Suddenly at this moment his gaze met something, 2 in front, 3 on each side, 3 behind. So many people from morning. Have I been here too long? I've finished my investigation, so I should go back now. Just as he was about to get up, he saw Yoon Son-hoon standing in front of a shop. Then I'll buy this elixir. He looked at the aura surrounding Yoon Son-hoon and inwardly marveled. What, that damn guy is incredibly strong. It's impossible, he has over 2,000 stats. Unbelievable. This young man unconsciously hid behind the wall, and his danger detection instinct allowed him to detect someone stronger than himself and know their stats. Normally, stat information was secret. Yoon Son-hoon, after buying things outside, bowed to the seller. Hello. After that, he casually jumped onto his horse and rode away. This sight greatly surprised the green-haired young man. Riding a horse out of the city? I don't know what he's planning, but since he's so strong, I should go and find out. Yoon Son-hoon at this moment rode his horse and looked back, observing. Did I imagine it? I feel like someone's following me. After that, he was confident in his speed. No, I've been trying to run as fast as possible until now. No one will be able to catch up. Even if someone does catch up, there's no way I'd notice. Shortly after, Yoon Son-hoon arrived at the spot where he had buried the Japanese people last time, and they were struggling, shouting, help me, help me, help me. Yoon Son-hoon looked down and sneered, it's only been 5 days and you miss me so much? You're healthier than I thought. The people at this moment looked like withered and dried grass, only able to make unintelligible sounds. Yoon Son-hoon dismounted his horse, manipulating the screen, and said, I must have been in too much of a hurry last time and forgot to feed you. I've prepared some delicious things. Don't leave any food. Shingo still had strength at this moment, and seeing that he got angry and shouted loudly, You son of a bitch, stop it. Do you think you can hold us like this? I will definitely kill you. Yoon Son-hoon casually pushed food into his mouth, thinking, normally other guys can't even look me straight in the eye or lack energy, but this guy Shingo still has so much energy. Tisk, I need to be a bit tougher. I can't kill him, but I can't let them live like this either. So I'll try this, manipulating the psychology of the others to convince them that they had reached their psychological limit of fear. Immediately his mask transformed eerily. Yoon Son-hoon stood up, crossed his arms and said, Tisk, if you've finished eating, have some water. Shingo stammered. What did you say? Yoon Son-hoon put a finger to his lips, signaling, can't you be quiet? You're mine now, so you have to listen to me. Shingo was startled for a moment, then spewed curses. Immediately he was hit by a punch from Yoon Son-hoon and his mouth burst open. I really hate those who defy my words. Yoon Son-hoon bent down, his eyes gleaming like a demon, and warned, if I say it, you just follow. Don't ask or resist anything, understand? Good, then let's continue. After that, he pulled out a spray bottle from somewhere, sprayed water on their heads as if watering plants. Yoon Son-hoon enjoyed it and laughed, saying, spraying water on a wound must be itchy, huh? Do you think I'm crazy? Then he pointed to one person and said, you answer for everyone? That person hurriedly retorted, no, absolutely not. You're very normal, very normal. Yoon Son-hoon still said with a sinister face, thank you for the compliment, but honestly I'm a bit impatient, so I've decided. Do you know what you need to do to train your mind? I'll give a reward to whoever answers correctly. Those people competed to answer meditation, horse riding, illegal tea ceremony, study, sword training, or chess. Go. Yoon Son-hoon then said the correct answer. The answer is gardening, Shingo shouted. Gardening, growing plants, Yoon Son-hoon asserted. Exactly, but ordinary gardening is a bit boring, so I've decided to grow a more special kind of plant. Plants named humans. As he spoke, he took out scissors, grabbed the girl's hair and began to cut it. Yoon Son-hoon looked at the hair in his hand and was very delighted. Don't you think it would be very interesting to plant various kinds? One of them cried out with a desperate expression. That crazy son of a bitch. Shingo gritted his teeth. You lunatic, let us go. The girl screamed in terror. Help me, someone please save us. Yoon Son-hoon dropped the hair he was holding and waved it, saying, don't worry, even if you're injured enough to die, I'll heal you with elixirs. For now, I'm only planning to plant 5, but I might have more friends later. So don't forget to behave politely. At this moment, someone was watching his actions from afar. The young man who had been tracking Yoon Son-hoon earlier had a face full of fear and thought to himself, this guy, he's crazy. Yoon Son-hoon seemed to sense the gaze and glanced in that direction, after which he threw the scissors in his hand directly at the opponent. The young man quickly created a protective barrier, blocking the sharp flying scissors, and then he continued to use illusions, phantoms, and demonic flames to surround Yoon Son-hoon. He smiled triumphantly. He fell for it. After that, he approached Shingo's group and hurriedly asked, "Are you all alright? I'll save you right away," Shingo at this moment cried out in terror. "Hanzo behind you?" This young man's name was Hanzo. He was startled, and as soon as he turned around, his 2 legs were cut off by Yoon Sonhoon's sword. He coldly said, "You tried to trick me, but unfortunately I have strong resistance to mental attacks." But unexpectedly, Hanzo disappeared before Yoon Sonhoon's eyes. He observed his surroundings. "What? I thought I had him." At this moment he had already escaped and was hiding on a tree branch. Fortunately, the emergency escape function was activated. What kind of monster is that guy? Emergency escape E-grade, unique, intermediate type, inactive. When faced with a fatal injury, the user is automatically teleported 5 to 15 yards away. It is not activated if the opponent is twice as fast as the user or if the user is assassinated. Cooldown 3 days. He looked down and marveled. Skill has been activated for the first time in my life. That basically means I lost to that damn guy. If I fight him, I won't be able to win. Even if I try to free the people buried there, he will definitely stop me. Thinking so, he jumped down to the ground and faced Yoon Sonhoon. Yoon Sonhoon sneered and motioned with his hand. "Come here." "I'll block you with just 1 leg," Hanzo replied. As Sun Tzu said, of the 36 stratagems, the best is to run away, Yoon Sonhoon asked quizzically. "What?" Hanzo raised 2 fingers and said, "Run." Immediately, the system screen displayed Run E-grade, unique, low-grade type, active. Activation is delayed during combat. Movement speed increases by 300 for 1 minute, cooldown 3 days. After that he slithered away like a water snake on the road. Yoon Sonhoon thought with a serious expression, "It's a skill I've never seen before." The people buried in the ground at this moment were even more desperate. What? He abandoned us and left. I thought we were about to escape." Yoon Sonhoon bowed his head, looking down at those heads and worried. I think I'm going to be found out. It'll take 2 days to send pictures from the city to Japan. Including the time for Japan to plan and dispatch troops, I'll have 5 days. 5 days should be enough to stir things up. If I had been able to communicate with others through the system, I would have certainly died, fortunately. But what I'm about to do will make me feel even more guilty. Damn it, since there's no other choice, I'll have to do it. He approached the 5 heads, calculating, and looked down at them. Everyone could tell by his gaze that he was about to do something. The scene shifted to the Showa embassy. Mr. Dao's voice echoed. "The 5 missing people were buried alive." Hanzo returned with a troubled face and reported, "I couldn't investigate further, but they seem to have been abused. He seemed to treat them like grass." Kennen asked again. "Is that true?" Hanzo affirmed. "Yes, the masked guy did it. He's the one who represented the other side when we first met." Kennen shouted in fury as soon as he heard, "What are we waiting for? Let's go quickly, we have to do something." "They must pay the price," Ryosuke calmly reminded. "Let's talk first. Everyone is too agitated." "Brother Ryosuke, if we respond so passively, they'll disregard us." The Korean started it first. Ryosuke closed his eyes and calmed himself. "This is not something that can be resolved with emotions. Whether it was the masked guy alone or if they conspired, we must investigate first. Prepare an army to head to Korea and inform them that we are seriously investigating this matter concerning the masked guy. Moreover, we will not remain so passive." And he gave Kennen a mission. "Kennen, take the Faith and Hope Squadron and the Exploration Squadron and establish a camp on the South Gate Wing." He was very excited as soon as he heard. "Oh, Brother Ryosuke, I knew you'd do that. I'll proceed immediately." Ryosuke continued to give out missions. "Uchida, focus on resolving the guild's demands as soon as funds are available. Equip the Exploration Squadron and the Ninja Group and conserve supplies," Uchida replied. "Understood." Lastly, Hanzo, begin the trial training. Hanzo bowed his head as he received the order. "Yes," Ryosuke added. "Lead the Ninja Group and assassinate those outside the South Gate. Reward those who succeed in defense and continue to train those who fail," telling everyone to always stay focused. Understood? Hanzo once again replied loudly, "Yes." After that, he jumped onto the roof. Ryosuke looked up and couldn't help but disappear onto the roof like a ninja. "I really don't want to go to war. If there's anyone with a brain among the Korean leaders, they won't start a war over such a trivial matter. I just want to give everyone confidence and let the other side know that we are ready for war." They didn't know that someone on the roof had just heard all their calculations. That person's face was full of worry. "These Japanese guys, are they going to start a war? I can't wait any longer. I have to go back immediately." And that person disappeared into the air. The scene shifted to the Japanese tents outside the city, and Ryosuke reminded, "Remember not to provoke them with unnecessary things. Demand the rescue of the kidnapped people and the arrest of the perpetrator." The other side replied with a laugh, "It's a piece of cake." Suddenly his gaze went forward. In front of them was Kong Muhan's group. "So many people, are they trying to start a war?" And whispers echoed, "Japanese guys, those damn bastards, calm down, we shouldn't act rashly." But the Japanese guys were startled by their momentum. What's this atmosphere?" After that, he approached Kong Muhan and shook hands. "Mr. Kong Muhan, nice to meet you." "I am Ru, the representative of Japan." Kong Muhan replied. "Yes, nice to meet you too." Ru thought to himself, the conversation is quite ordinary. Kong Muhan then seriously asked, "We had time to plan a meeting. Why are you here in the middle of the night?" Ru immediately got to the point. "Are you aware that some members of my side have gone missing?" Kong Muhan replied. "I'm aware, but there's no new information," Ru said. "A few days ago we obtained new evidence. A witness saw a Korean kidnapping them." Choi Chul-wong immediately complained as he heard. "Ha, what is that guy spouting? He's really crazy," Kong Muhan reminded. Choi Chul-wong stepped back. Ru expressed his anger. "What do you mean we are here as representatives of Japan?" Kong Muhan laughed and reconciled. "He's a bit impatient, so I'll teach him again. So please continue what you were saying." Ru regained his composure and told everything. We received news that a Korean man kidnapped and tortured them. We would be very grateful if you would assist us in investigating this incident." Kong Muhan asked again. "Understood. Then who is that Korean man?" Ru said. "The masked guy from last time." Kong Muhan said. "Ah, ghost you mean," Ru insisted. "Please hand over this ghost guy." Choi Chul-wong again lost his composure, pointed his finger and said fiercely, "Hey, don't you think it's very unreasonable to try to arrest a criminal without evidence? Moreover, to order us to hand over a person," Ru retorted. "Our people were injured. I came to negotiate. Please be polite." Kong Muhan raised his hand to stop Choi Chul-wong, then continued. "Enough, your name was Ru, right? May I verify something?" Ru asked, puzzled. "Why?" Just then a woman walked forward and Ru's group was startled. "Yukiko, why is she here?" The woman walked out with a cautious expression and Choi Chul-wong again spoke loudly. "All right, why are you stopping him?" Yoon Son-hoon then raised his hand to stop them. He said nonchalantly, "Isn't it obvious? They're trying to shift the blame to us and start a war." Kong Muhan now fully believed him. "Damn it, I really can't be friends with you, but I have to believe you on this one." Ru then exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, what are you talking about?" Yoon Son-hoon walked over and pointed directly at his face saying, "Our words mean your stupid plan has been exposed." Ru exclaimed, puzzled. "What?" Yoon Son-hoon casually punched him once. Ru fell to the ground. Yoon Son-hoon again opened his mouth and told them to start a war if they wanted to. Ru clutched his painful face, not understanding what was happening. But he was so scared that he scrambled up, turned around and ran shouting, Now let's retreat." Kong Muhan was slightly exhausted at this moment. "I never thought Japan would actually want to start a war. If war breaks out, who knows how much damage will be done?" Yoon Son-hoon replied, "I don't know, but it's worth it," he calculated inwardly. In this game mission, all funds and allocations revolve around the mission center. Even if you only impose a 10 tax, you can gain enormous profits. Kong Muhan quietly observed Yoon Son-hoon and thought, "I still can't trust this guy." A while ago, Yoon Son-hoon brought Yukiko and said that there were some problems with ninjas in the current city. "They'll probably harass people." Kong Muhan asked again, "So, are you going to help me?" Yoon Son-hoon confidently replied, "That's right. I've come to help you." Kong Muhan looked up in surprise and saw Yukiko standing there. She stammered, "Hello, I'm Yukiko." He was very surprised. "Japanese?" Yoon Son-hoon continued. "She is one of the people who went missing from the Japanese side. Yukiko really wants to tell you a few things at this moment." Yoon Son-hoon looked like a cunning demon. Yoon Son-hoon said, "Yukiko is a scapegoat chosen by Seihai. They are trying to shift the blame for her kidnapping onto us." Yukiko added, confirming, "Yes, that's right. I can testify." Yoon Son-hoon continued his story. "I rescued her when she was being chased by the Japanese. That's how my identity was revealed." Kong Muhan frowned and thought, "Damn it, if that guy had caused trouble with a neighboring country and returned without a trace, it would have been even stranger." He continued to explain. "So I think they're trying to frame me to create an excuse." Kong Muhan was speechless. "Enough, don't act like you're the center of the universe." Yoon Son-hoon with a serious expression lied as if it were the truth. "From Japan's perspective, I'm the one who holds their secret. So they might demand me to be handed over or start a war." Kong Muhan was lost in thought at this moment. In other circumstances I wouldn't have believed it, but Choi Chul-wong also reported the same thing when he returned. Yoon Son-hoon said, "Then I'll leave. Yukiko's mental state is still unstable, so she needs some rest." Kong Muhan offered to help. "If you need, we can also give her a room." He refused with a laugh. "No need. Yukiko is very dependent on me now." After that the two went outside and Yukiko's body suddenly trembled. Yoon Son-hoon asked, feigning concern, "Oh dear, are you very cold?" Yukiko hurriedly denied. No, he looked down with a satisfied smile. "I never thought Eli's magic would be so useful." Eli was a witch with the title Deception after her second awakening. The job skill she received was a unique skill called Dream, which had the ability to make people achieve what they wanted. The skill Nightmare had the ability to make people experience the most unfortunate and terrifying things. At first glance, this skill didn't seem worthy of a unique grade, so I thought I'd understand it better if I experienced it myself. At this moment, Yukiko exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, what is it? How tremendous is Mr. Son-hoon's magic resistance?" Yoon Son-hoon stammered. "I don't know, or should I take off some equipment?" She sighed helplessly. "No, it's all right. If I can successfully cast this magic on someone as skilled as you, my abilities will also improve. I'll keep trying until I succeed." After that, Eli picked up her staff again. The flow of magic enveloped Son-hoon again. In another space, a voice echoed, "Number 74? At this moment, the gigantic instructor glared at the soldier and shouted, "Number 74? Number 74, what are you doing now? Aren't you going to move?" This person trembled in surprise. The instructor just spoke again. "First platoon, 3 push-ups." The startled soldier performed the movement and was surprised. "Ah, really? It must just be a dream." "Really?" Suddenly, the soldier's eyes changed. Through his unstable state, a part of the truth was seen. Thanks to high intellect and magic resistance, he successfully resisted. At this moment, Son-hoon suddenly opened his eyes. It turned out the soldier from before was Son-hoon. He sat on the ground panting. Eli said, "Wow, you woke up. It was only 5 seconds, but your magic resistance is truly amazing." Yoon Son-hoon clutched his face, very exhausted. 5 seconds? It felt like 5 minutes. Moreover, it was a hallucination that felt too real, like my past self. It felt like reality, not a hallucination. Wait, I think I can use this skill. After that, he took Eli to the people who were buried alive. She said, Mr. Son-hoon, no matter how wrong these people are, I don't think you should play with them. Yoon Son-hoon replied, all of this is for them. And isn't this no different from what you did in the army? And he thought to himself, I know what you did. Eli then put on her cunning expression. Normally I would think this is not moral, but since you sincerely asked for my help, I don't think there's any other choice. After that, she began to wield her magic very eerily. Then I'll show them an endless hell now. Their eyes lost focus and became blank. So for several days we tortured them with Eli's skills, and one person changed their mind about trying to escape. By some means Yukiko chose to stay with him. The scene shifted to a familiar inn-room, and a voice echoed, Do you really want to challenge Japan? Kong Muhan asked again. Didn't you see the information Choi Chul-won brought? Japan has started training its army on a large scale and stockpiling food. This is evidence that they are preparing for war. Baekwu replied worriedly. But can't we still reconcile? The damage will be great. What will happen if people die? Kong Muhan said helplessly. Right now we're just doing our best. Whether the Japanese side starts a war or not is up to them. What do you think about what that ghost guy said? Does it sound like he's lying? Baekwu with a serious expression. I don't think so. Choi Chul-won's information and Yukiko's testimony are enough to be trustworthy. Logically, who would cooperate with someone who tortured them? Kong Muhan listened and thought deeply. Rue's right, that ghost guy can't control others. And he stood up, leaning on the table. No need to think anymore. If those damn guys want to fight, then I'll make them regret it. The scene shifted to the Japanese imperial palace, and a surprised voice echoed, Those damn guys want to start a war. Kennen was utterly enraged, asking how they could be so arrogant. Ryosuke was also a little flustered. The situation is serious. Is that true? Rue asserted. Yes, the Koreans sent me back before even hearing me out. They even said they were besieging our castle. Ryosuke was silent. Did I misjudge? Do the Koreans really want war? Sending our people and simultaneously mobilizing troops might have revealed our intentions to them. Kennen spoke loudly at this moment. Ryosuke, give me the order. I will lead the Seihai Guild and be at the forefront. Ryosuke closed his eyes, looking exhausted. He wanted to give up everything. Everyone took war lightly because they each had an extra life. Finally, he made a decision. All right, let's prepare. Kennen was overjoyed to hear that. Oh, you finally decided? Ryosuke said again. No, to be precise, we just need to pretend to prepare for battle. We must move within 2 days, he calculated inwardly. If we send a reconnaissance team first and the army follows, we can cover at least 100 kilometers a day. Besides, we might not encounter any Koreans on the way at that speed. Kennen glanced sideways with an unpleasant look at this moment. A moment later, he opened Uchida's room door. Uchida asked, Kennen, why are you here? Kennen immediately said, Lead the army tomorrow and help me. If you do it, everyone will follow. Uchida asked again, Why? Kennen with cold eyes. I intend to start a war. I will lead other units and launch a surprise attack on them. If the Koreans become enraged and counterattack, we will gain a better pretext to start a war, Uchida said with a calm expression. If war breaks out, the casualties will be even greater. So why do you want to start a war? Kennen immediately sat down and explained, You're right, but Seihai has already mobilized a large number of troops, so the current situation is unstable. Ryosuke still wants to resolve everything through words, but it would be better to start the war before internal conflicts arise. Uchida looked up coldly. If you want to do that, don't hesitate and do it properly. I will lead an elite unit and return stealthily during the night, so if there are no problems, hide well. Kennen replied, Thank you. A moment later, Kennen stood in the forest, whistled, and immediately a group of people dressed in black with covered faces appeared. He asked, How are the preparations? Hanzo replied, They're complete. Horses, food, water, all supplies are ready, Kennen reminded. Good, be careful. It's done, he said loudly. We are Seihai, let's teach those arrogant bastards a lesson. Hanzo's black-clad people all shouted in unison. The scene shifted to the tents outside the castle, and a voice echoed, The atmosphere is so tense. Will war really break out? 2 guards talked to each other. I don't know for sure, that's why we're guarding the border. Fortunately, most of them have enlisted. Suddenly, a sound from the forest caught the guard's attention. Immediately after, a projectile embedded itself in that person's neck. Asp, his colleague next to him, immediately shouted, It's a surprise attack. Hanzo, throwing projectiles at this moment, wondered, Damn it, who is it? If I had hidden well, I wouldn't have been discovered. Then a group of black-clad people rushed in and killed them. The guards screamed in confusion at this moment, Damn it! And a wave of power was released into the space. Kennen, sword in hand, moved in a zigzag, quickly dispatching several people, he thought, as he attacked as fast and accurately as possible. Choi Chul-won appeared with his sword, slashed once and shouted, Stop. Kennen was momentarily flustered by that attack. Spirit power, is he a spirit swordsman? Good, it would be better to kill a strong swordsman now. I'll kill you. Having finished his calculations, he confidently charged at Choi Chul-won. Choi Chul-won with calm eyes swung his sword and parried his attack. 2 currents of power, red and blue, clashed. Kennen was surprised by the flow of power. What is this? It's solid. It feels like cutting through steel. Choi Chul-won was sweating below. I used my second awakening skill for defense, but he pierced through it. After that, he said, You're formidable. Kennen, landing on the ground at this moment, replied confidently, That's how a samurai should be. He also criticized him, saying, Your swordsmanship is pathetic. Even a child would do better than you. Choi Chul-wang said nonchalantly. I'm not a swordsmanship specialist. Have you ever read a martial arts novel? Cunning, hearing that, became curious. Martial arts novel? Choi Chul-wang immediately unfurled an astonishing flow of power. Congratulations. You'll be the first to witness this technique. The harmony of yin and yang, the formidable energy of Tai Chi rushed straight towards Cunning. He took a combat stance again, but hesitated a little inwardly. It's not unavoidable, but if I use this, damn it, there's no other way. His eyes turned sinister as he said, be hidden by the clouds. Immediately, another flow of power appeared and destroyed Choi Chul-wang's attack. He forced a laugh. I wasn't hit directly, but seeing him it seems I won, and Cunning was panting and exhausted at this moment. Just as he was about to collapse, Hanzo, who was fighting on this side, shouted worriedly, Cunning, quickly use exchange activation. Cunning transformed into a log in front of Choi Chul-wang. What, a log? Kong Muhan appeared from behind the black-clad people at this moment, shouting in rage, you son of a bitch. Hanzo carried Cunning and fled. Thus the subordinates also quickly fled. Our mission is merely a surprise attack. It's over, so retreat. Kong Muhan sped up and chased. Damn it, follow me, Choi Chul-wang, we must catch them. Suddenly his foot stepped on a device and immediately a huge explosion occurred, blocking their path. It's a trap. Kong Muhan, enraged, had no choice but to stop. It's too late to chase. A moment later, Son Hoon appeared and asked, so you didn't catch anyone? Kong Muhan replied disappointedly. That's right. Son Hoon scoffed at this moment. Hehehehe, you were ambushed and couldn't even catch a single prisoner of war. What's going on? Kong Muhan was enraged by that attitude but could do nothing. Baekwu said seriously at this moment. We misjudged Japan. We thought it could be resolved peacefully, but they seem to have no intention of doing so. Other comrades also said in anger at this moment. I agree. If they were sane, why would they vilely ambush us and try to make us scapegoats? We must do something. Son Hoon, wearing a satisfied smile at this moment, thought even those who were against war changed their stance because of the surprise attack. Even Kong Muhan won't be able to go against the majority. Kong Muhan closed his eyes, then opened them, and said coldly, we will attack, and he began to distribute missions. Small and medium-sized guilds and ordinary players would be at the rear, the Night Order at the front, and the Windmill Guild on both flanks. And you, Baekwu, what about that matter I spoke of? Baekwu replied, it's done. If it wasn't done, I wouldn't be here. Kong Muhan said, good, I trust you. And he turned to Son Hoon. I have something to ask of you. Ghost, hearing that, became curious. Me, he said seriously. Tell Marina the magic swordsman to command the White Legion. Son Hoon thought inwardly. The White Legion is very powerful and all are rankers, but I heard they are arrogant and don't listen to anyone's commands. Baekwu also said, only Marina can command them. Son Hoon again asked nonchalantly. Oh, then what about me? I won first place in that tournament. Baeku's expression turned serious as he reminded, skill is important but reputation is more important. If it's Marina the magic swordsman, no one will disobey her. If you think you can command them, feel free to try. Son Hoon waved his hand and replied, no thanks, I'll tell her. A moment later, Marina, hearing the request, was very surprised. They want me to command the White Legion? Son Hoon said yes. But if you don't want to kill people, I'll change the location. Marina asked again, what do you mean? She gave an assenting smile. How can I refuse a chance to prove my swordsmanship? Son Hoon, hearing that, remained silent with tightly pressed lips. I forgot that Marina never stops trying to improve her swordsmanship. Marina again hurriedly explained, I don't want to kill people, but shouldn't we look at the good side of the problem? Son Hoon no longer listened to those words and thought inwardly, his face covered in black lines. She views human lives as training tools. She's definitely not normal. Marina is a lion in human skin, no, a monster. She can speak like a human, but her power is uncontrollable. And Son Hoon went to meet Eli. She asked in surprise, you want to take Sangwoo? Son Hoon replied, we'll only patrol near the Japanese castle. There won't be any fighting. Eli laughed and said it wasn't important. Just be careful and look after the child. She thought inwardly, it'll be fine. Only I can awaken Sangwoo's violence and rage. Son Hoon reevaluated this woman. Eli was like a mirror. She pretended to be kind but was wicked inside. She was too much like him and it disgusted him. Saw Jongwoo at this moment. The boy Jongwoo happily held 2 skewers, smiled brightly and called out, Son Hoon hung skewers. Son Hoon took 1 skewer and forced a laugh. Yeah, thanks. Then the boy ate and asked, Hung, you said it would take about 5 days, right? I came in a hurry and couldn't bring any food. Son Hoon reassured him, it's all right. I prepared the ingredients and I've learned a bit about cooking. Jongwoo, hearing that, said innocently, Hung cooks. Son Hoon wondered, why does that child treat me like family? Did I do something for him? I can't remember. Sa Jongwoo would shatter any enemy. Unlike Marina, his appearance was repulsive. Why are there no normal people around me? Thinking of his abnormal comrades, he had no choice but to cover his face, forgetting that he was the most abnormal person in that group. A short while later, both sides confronted each other directly. Ryosuke, at the head of the Japanese army, thought unpleasantly, these damned bug-like bastards dare to ambush us. Do they have no intention of negotiating? On this side, Baekwu turned to Kong Muhan. It seems Japan has no intention of negotiating peacefully. This is the 3rd time our envoy team has been ambushed. Kong Muhan thought for a moment. Since all the envoy teams sent for armistice negotiations have died, both sides are in a hostile mood. The Koreans shouted fiercely, kill them all, kill them all. The Japanese army also retorted without backing down, you cowardly bastards, how dare you call us that? Lay down your weapons and surrender. Ryosuke remained silent, thinking, damn it, I must avoid the worst case scenario. Perhaps I should send an envoy team one more time. Cunning at this moment rushed out again and said excitedly, "Ryosuke, I know you want to avoid war, but it's too late to turn back now." Ryosuke hesitated greatly. Everyone wants to fight, and if I keep advocating for peace, problems might arise. After that, he made a decision. "All right, what about the others?" a subordinate replied. "They're quite exhausted because they've always had to be ready to fight the enemy." Ryosuke helplessly hit his head. "It would be best to launch a surprise attack at night, but they're constantly watching, so it's impossible. Give them a big dinner and let them rest. Tell them we'll attack immediately at sunrise." They all wore sinister smiles. "Ryosuke is finally going to start a war?" Ryosuke asked again. "What about the melee weapons and strategy?" a subordinate reported. "We've gathered and discussed with the military personnel. These military personnel are skilled in military strategy and have experience working in the Ministry of National Defense. The Myeongnyong Legion will be at the forefront, followed by the Ideology Legion and the Galshi Legion. Ninjas will covertly attack the enemy's leaders. Small units will attack designated areas and capture those who flee, and relief forces will be on the outer flanks." Ryosuke asked for their opinion. "Is there a plan in case we find ourselves in an unfavorable situation? What if variables arise?" this person asserted, but an anxious expression was clearly visible on their face. This plan will allow us to easily defend and escape in an emergency. Our army is led by Seihai's best talents, so please rest assured," Ryosuke replied, relieved. "Good if you say so," a voice echoed from the tents in front of Seihai. "What happened?" Baekwu replied. "People of all ranks want to participate." When I explained the situation, Kong Muhan asked again. "Then what's the specific plan?" Baekwu analyzed. "The legendary legion will be mounted on horses and will have an advantage in large-scale battles with rapid movement and powerful firepower. The magic units will move together. The Windmill Guild and potential knights will directly attack to break the enemy's formation. Everyone will carry steel shields, so don't worry about defense." Kong Muhan. "Then what about me?" Baekwu continued. "Brother will lead the top rankers and go separately. Marina and the White Legion will confront the enemy's most important forces. For the MVN Legion, I asked people who were in the Earth's military how to give orders." Kong Muhan kept asking, "Do they listen?" Baekwu said seriously. "There was some conflict, but when I told them that Japan started it first, they quieted down." Kong Muhan's expression was slightly uneasy. "Good, it's a bit strange that Ghost brought the information though." But soon the sun began to rise over the mountain. Kong Muhan stood there calculating. If they wanted to apologize and compensate, Ryosuke would think the same, and he wouldn't refuse. These two leaders shared the same thought. Then suddenly, a masked man behind the Japanese army drew his bow and aimed at the enemy. The Korean army saw the arrow and shouted, "Japan is firing arrows." Ryosuke was also startled and looked back, asking, "What? Who shot that?" Cunning at this moment wore a triumphant smile. "Fortunately, I ordered them to shoot an arrow secretly. This should be enough." Ryosuke was flustered, trying to calm the opponent. Everyone calmed down, but Kong Muhan was already enraged, pointing his finger and ordering an attack. "Kill them all." Ryosuke at this moment had no choice but to command his soldiers. "Damn it, attack!" The two armies began to clash. Suddenly, a look of anxiety and fear appeared on Ryosuke's face. "Wait, what is this?" At this moment, the Japanese army was continuously being cut down by sharp blades. Blood splattered everywhere, and they moved in an orderly fashion like a parade. A few days of training couldn't achieve this level. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "How can this be?" Baekwu was commanding from behind the Korean army, and a system notification appeared. "Special Commander Trait. Low-grade active type allows the user to command 20 people in a short time. 5 kilometers radius. More mana is consumed for greater distances." Baekwu was confident in his abilities. "A schemer is a profession that people usually don't notice, but since war might break out, I invested a lot of money to become a schemer. Now I can give commands anytime without interruption." It was just a single action. People's conversations flowed easily. "Legendary Legion in battle formation. Knights, prepare firepower while moving. Good, activate Soul Wind, activate Soul Wind. Movement speed increased by 10, strength, stamina, agility increased by 30, damage reduced by 5, HP increased by 5, strength increased by 60, stamina consumption reduced by 10, all stats increased by 10. After finishing a series of operations, Baekwu thought it's not much, but one person can activate and affect 2,000 people simultaneously. Ryosuke calmly analyzed at this moment. The people at the vanguard are all high-ranked and second awakeners. They are really strong, but they cannot win. At this moment, a spear flew head-on, piercing a Japanese soldier. Another soldier, startled, looked back to see Kong Muhan charging with his weapon, wildly slashing and killing. "Come on!" The Japanese army, terrified, some fled. "Arg, stop that guy! How can I stop that? The other Japanese masked unit was also flustered at this moment. They charged at Kong Muhan and slashed, but were blocked by his sturdy armor. Kong Muhan asked, "Do you not know who I am?" The masked man's sword trembled, but he forced himself to say, "Quite strong, easily blocking our attacks. But the game is over now." He swung his sword. Kong Muhan bared his teeth and smiled wickedly. "Quite strong?" Immediately after, a powerful force suddenly erupted, pushing the masked group back. Kong Muhan suddenly reappeared. With a demonic expression, he shouted, "Warning, if you want to live, run away now." The masked men were lying on the ground at this moment, their swords shattered by the force. Kong Muhan continued to swing his spear, sending the remaining group flying, laughing heartily with great delight. The rest of the people flew through the air, screaming in terror. "Arg, help me!" Yoon Son-hoon saw this scene and inwardly exclaimed, "Damn it, that guy's really crazy. No one can stop him." Japanese soldiers continued to fly past him. On this side, Marina too had activated her killing mode, standing in the eye of the storm dealing with the trivial enemies. One sword, one kill. Yoon Son-hoon's face showed unease, as if he had realized something. "No, this isn't right. In this situation, I shouldn't draw attention to myself. If I die, my stats will decrease and I'll lose a life. Besides, I can only pick up items dropped when someone else dies. It's not worth dying at all. And I've done everything I needed to do." Yoon Son-hoon smiled delightfully as if planning something new amidst this deadly situation. On this side, Marina was slashing wildly as if she had never killed anyone before. The men in black, their faces covered, were startled by her back. What is that woman? She's with them. Attack both of them." But Marina, with a few sword techniques, cut those men into several pieces. It was a gruesome sight, with blood splattering into the air. The remaining few, seeing Marina's blood-stained blade, recoiled in fear. "Is she a witch? What is this?" Marina casually rested her sword on her shoulder, a bored expression on her face. "Weak. I wish there was someone even a quarter as strong as Yoon Son-hoon." While the entire battlefield was exploding, Cannon's face was filled with perplexity and anxiety. Unless all the troops are as strong as the Myeongneom Legion, our side will be annihilated." After that, he shouted, "Fall back, defend. When I return, we'll temporarily split into small teams and I'll distract the enemy. So give the orders," and his eyes were like those of a wicked, fierce beast. "Damn it, I underestimated them too much." Cannon charged again towards Choi Chul-won's group and attacked, Baekwoo reported. "The Japanese are stronger than we thought," Kang Muhan said with a calm expression. "They are stronger than us in one-on-one combat." Baekwoo made a new plan. "Maintain distance and retreat. We need to lure them, mages. Have you stored enough spells? Proceed." As soon as they heard the command, the mage group stepped forward and began to use their power. The Japanese army was flustered at this moment, shouting, "Get over here, get over them. Where should we go? Stop and reform the formation." Hannon gritted his teeth in anger. "It's all because of that advisor. A clever strategy using the mission rules led to this result. This is the result." After that, everyone looked puzzled as they saw the Korean army retreating. "The enemies are retreating." He pointed his finger and shouted, "Follow them." Another soldier also shouted, "Follow Cannon Nim, hurry." Cannon's eyes widened with dissatisfaction. "My movements are inconvenient, but since I've come this far I can't retreat." After that, he led his soldiers in pursuit. "If I break through the enemy's defense, I'll attack with all my might. Hurry. Good, I've passed through." At this very moment his expression hardened. Because his unit was surrounded by a large army, Cannon realized he was caught in a trap and cursed, "Damn it." At this moment magic circles appeared, firing countless powers from the air attacking Cannon's unit. He looked up and shouted in confusion, "Disperse," but it was already too late. The power enveloped the small unit, and only their screams echoed. Baekwoo continued to command, "Mages, recover mana from the side. Squad 1 and Squad 7 stand at the back. Squad 3 and Squad 4, attack from both sides to finish off the remaining enemies." Everyone agreed, understood. After that, the flow of power continued to erupt with explosions. "We have to fight the Blooming Knights. Where is the White Legion? Advance." Baekwoo continued to command Marina, "Deal with the Myeongneom Legion." As soon as Marina heard, she commanded her unit, "Everyone prepare for battle. Don't hold back on potions. Maintain your body in peak condition." Everyone simultaneously replied, "Understood." She turned back to Yoon Son-hoon. "Mr. Son-hoon, stand at the front." The boy immediately replied, "Understood." Yoon Son-hoon calmly opened his book. A torrent of power was released from the book. After that, the torrent of power transformed into various elements like wind, water, and lightning. As Yoon Son-hoon swung the book imbued with magic energy, the space in front immediately exploded with force, obscuring the situation behind. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking, as the talisman was enhanced, 2 more attributes, wind and water, were added. In addition to the 3 attributes I already had, I also gained some useful skills, like the skill that makes people explode when caught in a whirlwind. This should be enough to stop them. Marina at this moment suddenly jumped from behind him and reminded him, "Crouch down right now." Yoon Son-hoon looked up quizzically. "Huh?" Before Yoon Son-hoon could understand, he hastily ducked his head. A powerful force swept over his head. After finishing that move, Marina admired, "Hardened souls are truly difficult to destroy." Yoon Son-hoon still looked ahead, confused. Hardened souls?" After that, his expression turned serious. "I remember when I was being chased by Kang Muhan. She fired sword energy, forcing it to combine and create hardened souls. But it couldn't have been souls that she combined, could it?" Yoon Son-hoon turned back and stammered, "Steel bullet." At this very moment, another huge explosion occurred right in front of Yoon Son-hoon. Marina explained, "It's not strong, but it's stronger than a normal bullet skill. This method is quite effective for blood sword as well." A sharp sword appeared, but Marina calmly raised her sword and blocked the enemy's ambush. Marina then turned back and said, "Dual swords, unusual." Uchida replied, "You too, you're ready for battle, aren't you?" As he spoke, he secretly used Fatal Strike. The sword, which flew like lightning, was immediately blocked by Marina. She released the skill and retreated, reminding Yoon Son-hoon, "Mr. Son-hoon, command the army in my place. I'll go play with him for a bit." Uchida at this moment charged at Yoon Son-hoon, shouting, "Did you think I'd just leave you alone?" But at this very moment he was blocked by Marina's sharp sword. "Arg," she said coldly. "At least it's fun. Fight with all your might." Yoon Son-hoon hastily turned around, and to the poor man fighting Marina he inwardly whispered, Fighting Marina, rest in peace. Uchida used another skill. Is lightning soul nothing to her, then black soul, and the two fiercely clashed. Uchida was clearly at a disadvantage, gritting his teeth in anxiety. She blocked it. She's truly a monster, Marina calmly spoke as if nothing had happened. If all you know is to swing your sword quickly, you might as well prepare your coffin. He heard that and charged again in anger. How dare you? Marina crossed her two swords horizontally and smiled coldly, and the two charged again, slashing at each other. Kill them all. Arg. Yoon Son-hoon also drew his sword and fought. At this moment as he fought he thought, damn it, I can't pierce the armor. If I had accurate swordsmanship like Marina or powerful skills like Kong Muhan I could pierce it. At this moment a man swung an axe and powerfully slashed at him. Yoon Son-hoon quickly leaped backward to dodge. I just need to fight as usual. I should add one more skill. Thinking so, he activated the Stankin J skills again, causing an explosion. A huge explosion echoed. The man in black caught in the explosion cursed. Damn it! Yoon Son-hoon suddenly looked in another direction and exclaimed in surprise, that Ryosuke. The masked man was startled and looked back. Ryosuke Nim? Taking advantage of the momentary distraction, Yoon Son-hoon immediately swung his sword, piercing his neck. The boy thrusting said, don't be careless in front of the enemy. But Yoon Son-hoon was inwardly curious, but why did our leader disappear for so long and then suddenly reappear? Ryosuke at this moment stood in the middle of the confused crowd shouting, damn it, everyone fall back, he thought with a flustered expression. We are winning. I need to at least save the Myeongneom Legion soldiers and retreat. Ryosuke shouted towards Uchida, who was clashing with Marina. Uchida! Ryosuke swung his crescent moon sword and a dark force was released. Marina raised her two swords to block that force. After that, the force was torn into several pieces. Ryosuke inwardly exclaimed in surprise, she blocked my crescent moon sword. Does she have a counterattack skill? He shouted. Uchida, retreat now. Uchida turned back and asserted, I can still fight. Don't interfere, Ryosuke hastily reminded him. Look around, those people are risking their lives to save you. You must live, so that their deaths are not in vain. Uchida looked around and was startled. Marina at this moment said, that's really funny. Didn't I say I'd let him go? Ryosuke upon hearing that shouted, you Koreans are truly despicable. Fight me instead of fighting wounded enemies. Marina's face hardened. What did you say? Ryosuke, though afraid, smiled provocatively. You said I was cowardly, but if you're afraid, in his mind, I need to provoke her to make her act hastily. Marina, provoked, charged like a demon and Ryosuke blocked the attack, his face flustered. He had to fight with all his might to stop her. It wasn't this hard even when fighting Uchida or Kennen. Marina exerted even more insane power, letting out a terrifying yell. Arg! He now realized the proverb, words bring trouble, was true. Ryosuke shivered at Marina's expression. This murderous intent, I probably won't escape this place alive. He still bravely shouted, come on, Marina declared. I will tear you to pieces, Uchida shouted to the soldiers, everyone reminding them. Ryosuke continued to retreat while fighting, internally repeating that he must at least save the Myeongneom Legion. Just then Uchida's body froze as soon as he saw Yoon Son-hoon, and he said flustered, your ghost. If you let me pass, I'll spare your life. Yoon Son-hoon calmly replied, unfortunately, Mr. Uchida, I have no intention of letting you live, he said with a meaningful smile. Unless you hand over all your equipment, of course. Uchida frowned and looked at Yoon Son-hoon nervously, and after a moment the two rushed at each other and clashed. Offbeat, Yoon Son-hoon engaged in combat calmly, his body flexibly dodging attacks, and Yoon Son-hoon moved like a ghost. Uchida's face showed a mix of anger and bewilderment. It's too strange. Everyone has a unique rhythm in combat. Analyzing that rhythm accounts for half the battle, but I can't read his rhythm. His speed constantly increases and decreases. How can this be? Finally, Uchida swung his black shadow sword and the power of darkness flew towards Yoon Son-hoon. Yoon Son-hoon inwardly assessed. The core of the offbeat technique isn't acceleration but stopping at an unexpected moment for the opponent. Just before that force reached him, he gave a triumphant smile. He suddenly stopped, and his fatal strike missed. Uchida fell to his knees on the ground exhausted. Yoon Son-hoon then raised his sword and said, that was fun, but now it's time for you to die. Uchida's body trembled, but he still tried to resist. This demonic bastard, damn it, my strength. A moment later blood sprayed into the air and a gloomy blood-red sky appeared. Marina clicked her tongue and sheathed her sword. That Ryosuke bastard escaped while I was enraged. I didn't expect him to provoke someone else to buy time for others to escape. But in any case, the battle was over. The battle that started suddenly ended suddenly. As the Seihai alliance retreated, the Korean Association claimed its first victory. Inside the barracks, Baekwoo reported on the situation. We suffered more damage than expected due to Ryosuke's intervention, but we won thanks to the mages and the legendary legion. Kong Muhan asked again, what happened to those who fled? Baekwoo, Choi Chul-won is pursuing them. Kong Muhan, then we need to finish this now. If we wait until they surrender or we occupy their city, we'll suffer heavy losses, won't we? Baekwoo, that's right, it takes 2 days from Tokyo to Seihai and it will be difficult to mobilize reinforcements. At this moment two comrades said, isn't the most efficient way to retreat? No, now is our chance, but it's also very dangerous. Kong Muhan heard that and asked Baekwoo for his opinion. Baekwoo, what do you think? Baekwoo stated his thoughts. I think we should compromise. They've suffered heavy losses, so they'll surely accept. Just then Marina appeared outside the tent and the two looked at her. Marina stood there with a cold expression. The two said flustered, Ms. Marina. Marina then opened her mouth. I want you to advance the army right now. Everyone was bewildered. What? How can you decide so easily? Marina continued. I've ordered the White Legion to attack with all their might and the Legendary Legion will follow. We'll arrive in Tokyo soon. Baekwu, hearing that, became even more furious and retorted. Ms. Marina, what exactly are you doing? Marina's eyes shone with determination. Ghost said that hesitation only gives the opponent time to counterattack. We're already near the castle, so it's too late to build fortifications. What we need to do is drive them into the castle. The enemy has suffered immense losses. This is our chance to end the battle completely in a short time. Take this and read it. After that, she handed over a document. This is a detailed map of Tokyo provided by Yukiko, but with just this. Marina then opened her mouth. If you follow Ghost's plan, he will take the lead and open the gates of Tokyo. Everyone was astonished to hear this. At this moment, the Japanese were being moved to one location. Surprised voices echoed. What? People suddenly appeared inside the castle. Are they stragglers? And the space became chaotic. Don't push. I was here first. Can't you see I'm hurt? This guy's going to die anyway. Let someone else go in first. What did you just say? Ryosuke stood on the roof, calming everyone down. Everyone calm down. We'll open the gates and treat all the wounded. But at this moment, a subordinate appeared with a flustered face. Lord Ryosuke, we need to treat ourselves first, and the smaller guilds are greatly agitated. Ryosuke looked down, bewildered. What? The person replied. They're saying that since we lost the battle, we shouldn't lead anymore. And they're inciting those around them, claiming we're using false information to manipulate them. Ryosuke heard that, gritted his teeth, and fumed. Those damn bastards, and he jumped down into the courtyard and opened his mouth. Cunning, I'm entrusting you with the Myeongneom Legion, the Ideology Legion, and the Galshi Legion. You go back first and persuade the smaller guilds. Right now, the enemy inside the castle is more dangerous than the enemy outside. Cunning asked again, worried. What if they don't listen? Ryosuke said seriously with a cold expression. I grant you the authority to use force to subdue them and prevent them from resisting further. Cunning was slightly puzzled. But isn't that unlike you, brother? Ryosuke explained helplessly. Right now it's the fastest and most efficient method. We have too much to deal with. Do you understand? Cunning replied, sweating profusely. I understand. A moment later, Cunning walked along the road, thinking, this is all my fault. Suddenly, he bumped into someone wrapped in a cloak. Cunning opened his mouth, bewildered. Hey, you seem badly hurt. Are you all right? Yukiko then replied, supporting someone with a worried face. Lord Ryosuke injured him in the neck so he can't speak. Cunning said, I see. After that, he widened his eyes and thought, this woman's face looks quite familiar. Did I mistake her for someone else? The other person wrapped in a cloak was Yoon Son-hoon. He said nothing. Only after Cunning had gone far away did Yoon Son-hoon call Yukiko. She hastily replied, yes, yes. Yoon Son-hoon straightened his body and said coldly, as if completely unharmed, if you had shouted that Koreans had invaded, they might have caught me. Yukiko hastily explained, no, I didn't think of anything like that at all. Yoon Son-hoon bent down and whispered hypnotic words into her ear. If you want to betray me, go ahead. Yukiko was very flustered, but suddenly Yoon Son-hoon bit her ear, drawing blood. A loud scream echoed. Yoon Son-hoon calmly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and chuckled coldly. You'd do well to think carefully about which side is best for you. The continuous torture and Eli's dream magic made Yukiko unable to distinguish reality from hallucination. Even if she tried to escape, she would eventually return to the torture chamber. Because we had brainwashed her, Yukiko then trembled as if she had fallen into hell, covering her ears. I truly had no intention of betraying you. I was just worried about getting caught. In that fear, Yoon Son-hoon turned his body. Then that's enough. As he walked, Yoon Son-hoon looked down at the medal in his hand and thought, if I take off the mask and remove the ghost emblem, no one will suspect me. It's time to use the Medal of Honor. A system notification appeared. Do you want to own a medium-sized European-style house? Price 2. Yoon Son-hoon inwardly asked again. A medium-sized European style? The system continued. Do you want to own the south wall and gate? Price 100. Yoon Son-hoon inwardly said again. Of course I do. Immediately, notifications appeared simultaneously. Ownership transfer. Transfer time varies depending on the building's importance and grade. No one opposes and there is no connection with the previous owner. Initiating ownership transfer. Completion time 1,233 seconds. Yoon Son-hoon sighed, 20 minutes is too long. We're going to attack starting at midnight. Notification window. Investing in the guild can shorten the time. He was still unsatisfied. Phew, this costs money too. It's over. Yoon Son-hoon seriously analyzed the pros and cons. Then there's no other way. I'll have to spend money to cut 10 minutes off. Goal is to own the most properties for the quickest and cleanest victory. So he will be as humble as possible. The scene shifted to the castle wall. 2 Japanese soldiers looked down from the wall and said confidently, they won't be able to cross this wall. Another soldier reminded, still we should notify others to be prepared for a sudden attack. Aha, looking down, the gate was wide open and surprised voices echoed. What? Why is the gate open? Close it immediately. The owner of the south wall has restricted usage rights. The people inside were flustered and said bewildered, what? The owner of the wall. What is that? The probability of using skills near the wall has greatly decreased. My body suddenly feels heavy. Stamina and mana consumption near the wall have greatly decreased. Stats near the wall will greatly decrease. Yukiko then stood in front of a Japanese person and hastily persuaded them. We must retreat inside the castle first, the person asked, bewildered. What are you saying? You want us to abandon the advantage of the wall and run away, she explained. Can't you see our stats are decreasing? If we stay here, we'll just die in vain. Those who wanted to live hastily agreed. She's right, let's retreat. How dare you call yourselves Japanese? This is all because the Seihai Alliance lost the battle. I'm retreating. Yoon Son-hoon looked down at the situation from the rooftop, inwardly marveling. Yukiko is doing very well. The situation inside the castle is unfolding even better than I expected. Now only the outside remains. Aha! Suddenly he seemed to see something and exclaimed, What? On Marina's side, she and Baekwu were discussing. What do you mean there's no tactical advantage at all? Baekwu replied, looking at the map on the table. Literally. No matter how good Ghost is, this is war. We can't mobilize an army based on one person's word. Marina confidently said, I vouch for him. Baekwu still firmly replied, That doesn't solve the problem. And he inwardly thought nervously, Ghost might be in league with the Japanese and ambush us, but if I say that, she'll cut me down. After a moment of thought, Baekwu continued, I plan to deploy some troops to the rear under the cover of night. This is to ambush pursuing enemies during our retreat and secure a safe escape route. Only high-ranking forces will enter the castle. Marina closed her eyes and calmly agreed. All right, he continued. Then the ambush unit will mostly consist of high-ranked rankers, and the scene shifted to Yoon Son-hoon. He was talking with Kong Mu-han. Why are you so late? The number of personnel is less than planned. All the Japanese in this area have already evacuated. Kong Mu-han calmly replied, the plan changed. Yoon Son-hoon asked with sharp eyes. Then what happened to the occupation plan? Kong Mu-han replied, That plan will remain. While the special forces distract them, we will use the medals of honor as much as possible. He heard that and reluctantly complied. Understood, and I'll leave it to you. And he looked at the opponent with cold eyes and thought, The success rate has been cut in half. To execute the plan to occupy Japan, the Seihai Alliance will have to suffer more damage. The scene shifted to the night sky of North Japan Castle, and the full moon illuminating the palace. Ryosuke asked while receiving treatment, The south gate is open? A subordinate replied yes. A notification appeared that the gate's usage rights were restricted, and they had no choice but to retreat. Ryosuke heard that and pondered deeply. The smaller guilds wouldn't cooperate with Korea, would they? And he opened his mouth. Put the smaller guild alliance at the vanguard and position strong combat units behind them. We will temporarily detain the alliance commanders and lead them ourselves, a subordinate hastily replied. What? Understood. Ryosuke was slightly nervous. After this they will surely resist even more fiercely. But this is the best decision. Can Kennen do better? On Marina's side, everyone was rushing to fight. Only 2 people. Charge. Everyone attack. Cut them down, Marina calmly reminded. Calm down. Maintain formation. Good. The attack didn't last long. Since they had already lost the battle, there was a power difference between Korea and Japan, and soon the Korean army quickly retreated. Then the Japanese army became very excited. They only realized the problem when they re-entered the shop. The city was divided into 2 areas, and the item prices in the southern area were at least twice as high as before. Ryosuke thought with a worried face. Unbelievable. The Koreans stole our items. The amount of items that can be purchased is limited and the castle is deactivated, so I can't even leave. The detention of the smaller guild alliance and the humiliation of losing part of the city. The Seihai Alliance no longer holds the same power as before. Was this what they were aiming for? A while later, Marina and Yoon Son-hoon met again. Marina praised him. Amazing, you're even skilled in strategy, Yoon Son-hoon confidently replied. It's something you can learn in a few days of study, she admired him. As expected of Mr. Yoon Son-hoon chuckled. Ha ha, and he smiled, calculating inwardly. Whether it was Ryosuke's cautious nature or Japan's internal civil war, I was lucky and got the best outcome I hoped for. If there's a shortcut, I'll use it, and if there's an easy way, I'll use it. I don't regret betraying or committing evil deeds. I won't make excuses or deny that I'm a villain. At this moment, the entire city was engulfed in flames. Jensen was smoking a cigarette, and a subordinate reminded him, Chairman, it's dangerous. There are still rebels who haven't been caught. Immediately, that subordinate's face was burned by the cigarette. Then asked with a wicked smile, You're mistaken about that person. I mean, should I run away, or should I cut down those damn bastards? The subordinate said, enduring the pain. Your Excellency, you should cut them down. Jack Abram turned and ordered, Take the prisoners to the Room of Atonement. Another subordinate said worriedly, But they are high-grade troops that can be effectively utilized. Jack Apron stomped on a cigarette ash and asked again, Henry, do you want your tongue cut out? The subordinate called Henry replied fearfully, I am sorry. He looked down at the castle below and uttered wicked words. Good. Slaves, hounds, stress relief sandbags, whatever, get rid of all those useless prisoners. Time passed quickly. And after the war with Japan, the organization occupied the dilapidated city. With the help of the organization, Kim Ji-hoon's Salvation Society grew rapidly. A sharp monster tail appeared in the sand desert. Marina was confronting that monster. She calmly raised her two swords and slashed twice, cutting off the monster's tail. Yun Sun-hoon shouted from a distance. Marina, I told you not to go too far. Our goal is to improve your combat skills. Marina turned around. Yun Sun-hoon then raised his hand, signaling the archers to fire. Immediately, numerous sharp arrows flew towards the monster's tail. Yun Sun-hoon said seriously, just as I thought, it's not that great, Marina explained. They're not even first awakeners, he said. I know, but I've invested a lot and this is all I get. There's still a lot to do. Yukiko then spoke up. Why don't you help us? If both Mr. Yun Sun-hoon and Marina participate, we could easily win, Marina calmly said. We deliberately left a space for them to fight. How can they get stronger if we don't fight? To get stronger quickly, they need to bleed. Most people just act thoughtlessly, but Yun Sun-hoon is truly different. He came up with a training method that not only strengthens cooperation but also adds resolve and ambition. He's even bolder than me. Haha, Yukiko was surprised and exclaimed, that has such a deep meaning. Yun Sun-hoon frowned, covered in black lines, thinking she didn't know what she was talking about. A moment later the monster fell. Yukiko exclaimed happily, it seems to be over. I'll pick up the items. Yun Sun-hoon was slightly lost in thought. I hope a good item comes out like when I completed the first mission. Yukiko picked up an elephant's trunk and happily said, I found it. You were looking for this, weren't you? The item information appeared. Elephant Rhinoceros King's Ivory. Yun Sun-hoon patted Yukiko's head and said, That's faster than I expected. Fortunately, well done. She smiled innocently and thanked him. He thought to himself, Yukiko relies on me a lot so she's sensitive to my mood changes. Patting her head like this will feel like praise to her. Marina saw his actions from the side and said, Sun-hoon, patting her head like that is a bit much. Yun Sun-hoon was startled and paused. How, does it look a bit strange? Then he put on an embarrassed expression. I know you're the only one I can trust. Marina was surprised. You can't trust anyone else but me, he asserted. Of course. Internally, he analyzed. I can't trust Eli, the magician that people revere, nor Sajong-woo, whom I can't control. A moment later, small tents were set up in the sand desert. Rare items were placed on a table inside the tent. Eli asked in surprise, So the most important thing is awakening the boss, but you don't know how, Yun Sun-hoon replied. It's not that I don't know, I'm just investigating. If we defeat the 6 monsters in the Nightmare Desert region, we'll be able to defeat the heat giant in the center. The operation plan seemed simple, but they couldn't awaken the heat giant no matter what. Yun Sun-hoon appeared alone in this desolate place, seemingly searching for something. There must be a clue nearby. Suddenly his gaze fell upon something. What is this? In front of him was a large rock with someone's writing on it. The content was, The heart of fire used to create the heat giant is a powerful energy source that can open the Emperor's palace. We must obtain this important item, but we haven't found a way to awaken it yet. Yun Sun-hoon thought seriously, Heart of fire, I think I've heard that before. Then he seemed to discover something again in the writing. Then 3 girls appeared and asked, Should we just burn it? Yun Sun-hoon replied, Finding the right answer is the hardest part, and the result is just useless. Let's finish this quickly. Yukiko exclaimed excitedly, Yes, I'll make the fire right away. Then a powerful flame appeared. It smells slightly sweet for a monster's corpse. It smells so fragrant. Suddenly, rocks rolled across the sand, and those rocks broke off from the large rock due to a strong vibration. At this moment a gigantic rock golem appeared. Yun Sun-hoon exclaimed, A golem, a very valuable-looking glowing item appeared. Marina was the first to leap forward to attack the rock golem, unleashing a sharp sword strike, but she was surprised by the result. My sword only left a scratch? Then Marina was struck by the golem's hand. She curled up slightly, trying to endure. Marina landed safely on the ground and then attacked the golem's body with several more slashes. Yun Sun-hoon was also surprised by this sight. I handled the C-grade boss Wolrang very easily. It's only a 1-grade difference. So why is this golem so strong? Is it because it's an attack-type boss? Then he turned around and shouted, Keep shooting, distract it. The archer unit replied, Yes. Then Yun Sun-hoon picked up his book and calculated. If I use Hellfire, I'll win easily. But I can only use it once a month. It would be a waste to use it now. Since Marina is here, I should save it for later. Then he observed Marina. The rocks on the golem's body started falling off again. But then they returned to their original powerful form. Yun Sun-hoon exclaimed, Tisk, it's back to normal, Eli suggested. Sun-hoon, attack its belly. He was surprised to hear that. Belly, Eli explained seriously. That's right, every time it recovers or attacks, a wave of magic power emanates around it. Its heart is near there, so destroying it would be easy. But at this moment, Yun Sun-hoon interrupted her. She asked in confusion. Why? Yun Sun-hoon continued. If we attack its weakness, the difficulty will greatly decrease, but the heart of fire will still have a hidden card. When hunting monsters, if you attack the area around the item you're aiming for, you won't be able to get that item after the monster dies. Marina stopped fighting at this moment and said, Sun-hoon, at this rate will be exhausted. Let's finish this in one go. Yun Sun-hoon was surprised. In one go, Marina seriously planned. I'll thrust with both hands. Order the others to shoot at its legs. You shoot at its head. Yun Sun-hoon listened and agreed. That will weaken its defense. It's worth a try. Marina quickly assumed a combat stance. Good. When I shout, shoot at its head. Yun Sun-hoon stepped forward, opened his book, and created a powerful orb. Fire, water, lightning orb. System information appeared. Various attributes are fiercely resisting. All rivers flow to the sea has been activated. This skill has combined everything, his eyes calculated sharply. I can use 6 attributes: fire, water, light, lightning, wind, and darkness. Whether I have the all rivers flow to the sea skill or not, if I add one more attribute it will explode immediately. Marina destroyed the golem again and then shouted, "Sonhun now!" Yoon Sonhun rushed forward with his sword and plunged the blade into the golem's body with his small stature, after which a huge explosion occurred. Yoon Sonhun retreated, covering his face. He struggled to support his body. The recoil is too strong. A notification appeared. You have acquired 3 million Jude, Yoon Sonhun speculated. I guess I won. Oh, a high-grade intermediate item? As expected, there was a secret. The item properties appeared. Heart of Fire, grade, high common, type, material, mana automatically recovers. Fire resistance increases by 7 when used. Fire attack power increases by 7 when used. Mana regeneration rate increases by 7 when used. When crafting equipment, it creates at least an intermediate special equipment. Its unique shape and structure suggest it was made in a special place. Eli's eyes lit up and she clasped her hands, pleading, "Sonhun, can I have that stone?" Yoon Sonhun asked again. "The stone? Why?" she explained nonchalantly. "I'm going to use it for my magic. I don't know if my magic attack power will improve, but after my second awakening my penalty belt became much heavier. Since I'm one of the association's operators, shouldn't I have something just in case?" Yoon Sonhun listened and sighed, saying helplessly, "Then you can take it first," Eli asked innocently. "Why?" Yoon Sonhun explained. "Well, I might need it later. If you don't need it later, give it back to me." In this world, even Marina and Sa Jongwoo were difficult to trust, but if there was anyone he could confide in, it was Eli. Eli took the heart and happily said, "Then I'll make good use of it until I return it." Yoon Sonhun cursed inwardly. A low-level villain who lies as easily as breathing, just like myself, and the one who knows the real face behind my mask. I don't care what others think. What matters is victory. Meanwhile, another group was also engaging with a golem. The green golem was barely holding on. The man shouted to remind them, "Hey everyone, come here and buy as much time as possible." The people outside were flustered. "How? I can't do it." At this moment, another person calmly said, "Do you still not understand? If you're a slave, act like a slave. Aim for the enemy's legs." This man was Jack Apron. A system notification rang out. Command issued. All stats increased by 5. Excited state activated. Disobedience will result in a curse. Immediately the slaves clutched their heads in pain. Then everyone rushed at the golem. Kill them all. Die, die," Jack Abram said with a calm expression. "Logic doesn't work with these monsters. We have to use violence for them to understand." Jack Abram used to be a swordsman, but after completing his first mission he became a demon lord. Demon lord high-grade E-grade active type can make contracts. Contractors will pledge loyalty to the king's power. The more contractors, the stronger the demon lord becomes. Contract. Once a contract is made, the demon lord can command you. Severe punishment for disobedience. Infamy. A special title that can be given to contractors. Very powerful, but comes with severe punishment. A title included with DLC. Goblin Highlands Corrupted Obsession. If the number of contractors increases by 50, all skills increase by 1 thanks to the Demon Lord's special skills. They are slaves and Jack Abram is their master. Then Jack Abram asked the orange-haired girl next to him, "What are you doing? The slaves are struggling to hold the monster, but you're just watching like a first-class citizen?" The girl hastily replied, "No," he asked again. "Still haven't exceeded 40 people." She lowered her head and said, "I'm sorry, but they're resisting too strongly." "Many people don't even know what they're saying," Jack Apron asked wickedly. "Aren't there about 20 people in the organization? Should I just kill them all?" The girl called Rachel turned pale upon hearing that. Then she replied, "We can't, as we risk exposure if we don't have enough slaves." But Jack Apron interrupted. "I need to raise my stats too." Large explosion occurred, and Jack Apron looked in that direction and said, "Oh, it seems they made it." When the smoke cleared, a few people stood bewildered in the sand. Jack Apron was surprised. "How, they're gone. Someone must have passed by." Rachel, who was next to him, said, "No one is carrying out this mission in New York right now." He crossed his arms and said, "It could be another city." Rachel asked again, "Did an item drop again?" "A Heart of Fire," Jack Apron said seriously, "usually, but this time only one dropped. It's an item with a value of 102. Then he bit his lip, thinking about the Heart of Fire. "This will make things more difficult. I need to meet a few requirements for the next awakening. If I had the Heart of Fire, I would be much stronger now. I didn't expect such a problem." Then he walked and said, "Tell Ron that I'm looking for the Heart of Fire. Whoever brings it will be rewarded with a special title or something equally valuable." Rachel replied, "Yes." A crystal ball appeared, observing the situation with someone's anger. "Damn it," Satan helplessly covered his face. "I helped him so much and he's still in this state. At this rate, he won't be able to get out of this alone." As he was deep in thought, someone placed a hand on his shoulder. Loki narrowed his eyes and reminded him, "Hey Satan, if you interfere things will get complicated." Loki from a distance said again, "You didn't even detect me. Were you that focused? If you interfere too much, what's the point of releasing them? Don't you think so? It would be better for you to create a successor yourself, or do you like Jack Abram that much?" Satan closed his eyes at that attitude and replied as if resigned, "I can't refute that. He grew strong naturally without anyone's intervention, but he was one of the weakest people I had ever seen. Some might dislike it, but even if I interfere like this, the gods won't say anything. You're not the one to stop me, are you, Loki?" Loki refuted. No, I'm sorry, but that's not right, Satan asked, puzzled. Why? Loki placed a hand on his chest and said seriously, Yoon Son-hoon, you know him, don't you? He's connected to that item. Satan hastily replied. So what? You know I want to make Jack stronger too. Loki spread his hand and explained, you've misunderstood. If you take that from Yoon Son-hoon, I'd be sad, but I wouldn't stop you. At this, Satan, no longer with a friendly gaze but with a suspicious one, asked, what do you want? Loki said with an innocent smile. What do you mean? How could I? Satan cut him off. Shut up. Ever since you appeared, everything has gone wrong. I'm sure it will be the same this time, but I can't give that up. You must have another solution. Loki winked and replied, instead of constantly interfering, slowly formulate a plan. If the owner changes in that plan, it's fine. Satan asked again. Then what's your plan? There's still a lot of time until the next city opens. Loki offered his opinion. If you and I cooperate, I can make those two meet in the next mission. Satan was startled and exclaimed, are you trying to create some difficulties for that Yoon Son-hoon guy? Loki, half submerged in the dark shadows, refuted. No, I just think it'll be more fun this way. After that he vanished into space and Satan thought to himself, fun, this direction gives me a really bad feeling. On Yoon Son-hoon's side he looked up at a notification. A new forced mission will begin soon. Another mission has appeared after that. Cheers erupted in the street. Anyone want to join my guild? Recruiting members, anyone interested? He was bewildered. Why is it so chaotic? Just then, Yukiko spoke to him. Then Mr. Son-hoon, may I go? I have an appointment, Yoon Son-hoon said. All right, don't forget to wait for me afterwards. She replied, yes. Philip, seeing Yoon Son-hoon from afar, immediately opened his arms to welcome him. Welcome. You've come for the forced mission, haven't you? Look. Immediately, the mission appeared on the screen. Uncertain grade royal battle, defeat people from other cities. The mission is completed if you survive until the end or meet the conditions. Reward, you can keep all items obtained in battle. If an opponent dies, you can obtain up to 3 items. Philip introduced it cheerfully. This mission cannot be completed alone. You can decide beforehand how many people to bring. Yoon Son-hoon listened and impressed thought to himself, then I should place my hand on the orb. As Yoon Son-hoon placed his hand on the orb, Philip exclaimed with anticipation, oh wow! The moment Yoon Son-hoon placed his hand, golden power emanated from the orb. Philip shouted with joy, that's truly amazing, Mr. Yoon Son-hoon, you don't know anything yet, do you? Philip kindly explained, this orb changes according to your stats and skills. Normally it glows faintly like a candle. Seeing it shine so brightly now, it means you are the strongest player, not only in this city but in all missions. At that he said with a satisfied smile, good, suddenly Philip said seriously, that's true, but I feel sorry for you. Yoon Son-hoon asked why. Philip explained, for someone like you to fight ordinary people would be nothing short of a massacre, so from now on we've introduced a matching system. You'll be fighting people of a similar level to yourself. As he spoke, he manipulated the system. A moment later, notifications continuously appeared. Yoon Son-hoon, SS rank. The arena varies depending on the team's level. Rewards and penalties vary by level. Duo team S1 rank. 2 people, no penalties. Small team A rank, 3 to 9 people. All stats reduced by 20, recovery speed reduced by 20, mana consumption increased by 20, skills reduced by 20, warnings displayed to people within a 10 meters radius. Normal team B rank, 10 to 30 people. All stats reduced by 40, recovery speed reduced by 40, mana consumption increased by 40, skills reduced by 40, warnings displayed to people within a 25 meters radius. All enemy stats increased by 15, large team C rank, 31 to 99 people. All stats reduced by 60, recovery speed reduced by 60, mana consumption increased by 60, skills reduced by 60, warnings displayed to people within a 50 meters radius. All enemy stats increased by 25, guild team D rank, 100 to 500 people. All stats reduced by 70, recovery speed reduced by 70, mana consumption increased by 70, skills reduced by 70, warnings displayed to people within a 100 meter radius. All enemy stats increased by 40, colony team E rank, 500 people. All stats reduced by 80, recovery speed reduced by 80, mana consumption increased by 80, skills reduced by 80, warnings displayed to people within a 200 meters radius. All enemy stats increased by 70. Yoon Son-hoon saw that information and sighed inwardly, I won't be able to handle these severe penalties. For someone like me who relies on stats, even a 10 reduction is huge. Choosing a duo team would be the most rational, but I didn't notice it before. Now I'm being matched with people of a similar level. Something's off. Faced with these choices, he bit his lip, feeling tense. The scene shifted to an inn within the city. Yoon Son-hoon met Yukiko and asked her what had happened. She hastily replied, I received an A- rank, but I'm postponing it for now. Yoon Son-hoon said, an A rank, I see. After that, he looked seriously at Yukiko and thought, Yukiko is quite useful. She's competent enough to lead the investigation of the Seihai Guild, and after I helped her with her second awakening, she became an excellent elemental mage. Marina also spoke. I'm S rank, Eli added. I'm B rank. Yoon Son-hoon listened and assessed. Marina is S rank and Eli is B rank, lower than I expected. When the girls asked, what about you then? Yoon Son-hoon calmly replied, I'm sulfur monosulfide rank right now. Marina stroked her chin, deep in thought. I knew it, he thought to himself. This rank is probably determined by skills and stats. The reason I got sulfur monosulfide rank must be because of the mask and the book. Other skills would have complemented the ordinary ones, but it still seems a bit excessive. Suddenly, Marina asked Yoon Son-hoon, Mr. Son-hoon, should we do our intermediate mission together this time? Yoon Son-hoon scratched his head and replied, that's fine, calculating inwardly. 2 swordsmen would increase combat ability but decrease flexibility. Eli, standing next to him, spoke. What about me then? Yoon Son-hoon said, puzzled. No, but we have different ranks, Eli explained. Don't you know I can send you a request? If a higher level sends it, they'll receive penalties, but if I send it, I can receive rewards. Yoon Son-hoon exclaimed, ah, and thought to himself, if there are penalties, there must be rewards. Besides, it would be much more efficient if she came along. After that, he happily agreed. All right then, let's do it together this time, Eli said, satisfied. Hee, it's been a while since we did a mission together. Suddenly, Marina bowed her head, looking sullen. Only 2 people. I wanted to learn from you, Mr. Son-hoon. Yoon Son-hoon broke out in a cold sweat, gave an awkward laugh, and hastily explained. No, don't misunderstand. I just feel that you still don't control yourself well despite your extremely high stamina. He worried inwardly. It's a lie. But will she believe it? The moment Marina heard it, she was startled and looked at him, and she realized, he's right. Before I did my best to control my speed, I thought I did well, but I still made many mistakes. If I use more ki, it will be possible. That way I can control even the tiniest muscles. Just then her system notification appeared. New skill acquired, full control. Marina waved her hand, puzzled. Another strange panel. Why does it keep appearing? Then she composed herself and replied, alright, I'll start over from the basics. Good luck to both of you. Yoon Son-hoon said, you too, and turned away. After that, numerous notifications poured down. A team of 2 consisting of a top rank and a B rank has been formed. Weeping Gorge 5. Echoing Isle S. City of Water A. Old Wasteland Mine 5. City of Death So. Worm A. Yoon Son-hoon looked up at the locations and felt inwardly disheartened. Islands are truly tedious. With water everywhere, it's hard to execute plans. The Wasteland Mine is the same, so only 2 choices remain. The best choice would be where I can use my skills most effectively. Immediately after, he clicked on a location, and a notification quickly appeared. City of Death S has been selected. Incomplete structures appeared, and the landscape was extremely bleak. A moment later, Son-hoon and Eli were summoned to the City of Death. Son-hoon looked around and assessed. The situation isn't good, Eli continued. It's like a ruin after a war. I'll send a scout team first for a multi-layered investigation. Immediately, power emanated into the air. Eli read the information. There are 7 people within a 300 meters radius around us. There are some monsters, but they're not strong, just numerous. Yoon Son-hoon also bent down and looked. 7 people are moving somewhere, Eli speculated. They've probably noticed our presence. As expected, it's a high-grade area. Yoon Son-hoon thought seriously at this moment. If they are S-rank, the maximum team size can be 2 people. Then those 7 people either allied with each other as soon as the mission started, or they aren't an S-rank team. Yoon Son-hoon spoke again. Prepare for battle, Eli objected. Really, isn't it better to run before we're surrounded? He replied confidently. Don't worry, just shoot, she replied. Yes, if you say so. Eli said nothing more, drew her gun, and thought, with the danger detection skill, any ranker will be able to dodge a direct hit from this gun. The telescopic sight aimed at a figure below. Immediately, a shockwave emanated into the air. Instantly, that person's head was shot off. He who was above was flustered despite just firing the gun. Did you get them? Yoon Son-hoon analyzed. They aren't E-rank. Since there are many of them, they're probably A rank. She listened and asked, puzzled. A rank? Then why are they here? Yoon Son-hoon thought to himself. If they chose an area lower than their rank, they would have received severe penalties. Instead, if they choose a higher ranked area, they might receive rewards. But they're still just thoughtless fools. Having finished his cunning calculations, Yoon Son-hoon said to Eli, Eli, don't shoot anymore. Pull me up, Eli asked. I can still fire 2 more shots, Yoon Son-hoon explained. Gunshots will reveal our location. If we lure them and trap them with barricades, they won't be able to escape. That way it'll be faster. After that, Eli began to cast magic again. She seemed to be trying to control the entire city. Good. A notification appeared in the system. Witch's Labyrinth has been installed. If she tries to escape, she will get lost. Due to the confined energy explosion, your strength and agility increase by 50. A suspicious aura envelops your body, making you lighter. Your skin hardens. Yoon Son-hoon glanced at Eli, a satisfied smile on his face. Bringing Eli was truly the right decision. Suddenly his gaze sharpened. Yoon Son-hoon quickly leaned back, dodging a flying arrow. A group of foreigners, having failed their ambush, were flustered at this moment. He dodged that. Don't panic. If we cooperate, we can win. We have a reward, Yoon Son-hoon muttered. What are they talking about? As if he didn't understand. Those people rushed in again. One of them said loudly, I'll hold him. You guys deal with the woman. Another person added. Okay. Suddenly a bald man slammed the hammer in his hand very powerfully onto the head of the person in front of him, and blood splattered everywhere. After that he chuckled, looking very refreshed. Ha ha ha, just as I thought. One hit is enough. The others watched his actions and questioned him in disbelief. What are you doing? Are you crazy? The bald man, called Bane, turned with an evil expression. Oh, don't worry. Let's cooperate, Eli said at this moment. Warriors have very low intellect stats, so they're easy to exploit. So he again swung his hammer frantically, shouting, I'll take care of all of you. Ha ha ha, take this. The people next to him were utterly aghast. "Ah, calm down," a man named Kai rushed forward in a rage, trying to use chains of fate, but suddenly a huge fountain of blood erupted from his chest. Another comrade shouted, "Kai, you damn bastard," Yoon Son-hoon replied after dealing with Kai. "Oh, what a sad sound, don't hate too much. I'll send both of you to the same place." Pito, enraged, showered him with curses. You coward." Immediately, with a single strike from Yoon Son-hoon, his body was split in two. Bane heard the sound and turned, and immediately his two eyes widened in shock and terror, and he was utterly flustered seeing the incomplete corpses. "Pito, Kai, what happened?" Yoon Son-hoon said. He returned to normal and calmed him down. "Oh, don't worry." Bane at this moment was still clutching his head in extreme pain. "Ah, damn it." He realized he was running in one direction. He needed to go to some empty space. "Is it like I'm falling?" But before he could understand what was happening, his body fell in an incomplete state. Eli said again from the rooftop, "I only created an illusion using the environment, not people. Using the situation is quite useful." Yoon Son-hoon praised her. "Well done." At this moment, someone suddenly appeared behind them and exclaimed, "Truly amazing." It was Jack Apron. He said with a friendly expression, "I have no intention of fighting you two. Shall we talk?" Astonishment, disgust, fear, terror, obedience. My instinct screamed at me to run away immediately. "No, I can't escape. I don't think I should make an enemy of this person. I want to talk more with him. I want to work under him and follow all his orders." Yoon Son-hoon, as if caught in an illusion, turned to Eli and asked, "Is this similar to Ella's illusion magic?" Her face at this moment was pale and very serious. Yoon Son-hoon replied to him, "We'd like to talk." Jack Apron asked again, "Really? Then what's your name?" Yoon Son-hoon stopped him. "Wait, don't come any closer. My colleague and I are uncomfortable with that." Haha. A system notification appeared. "You are facing an enemy with an evil alignment. Intense pressure has been activated." Jack Apron muttered inwardly, "This guy, he's a villain. He should have obeyed my orders immediately, right?" It was strange, but he still smiled and replied, "I'm Jack Apron." "What's your name?" Yoon Son-hoon replied cheerfully. "You can call me Ghost." Jack Apron turned around. "All right, Ghost, it's too noisy. Someone or some monsters will gather. I know a safer place. Follow me." Son-hoon and Eli exchanged glances, signaling each other. He still continued, "Oh, and there's one more thing I want to ask you, perhaps you." But as he turned around, he saw Son-hoon holding Eli and jumping off the rooftop, leaving behind a few fireballs. A notification appeared. "Demonic wisdom has detected your abnormal state. Successfully resisted due to wisdom and high magic resistance." Jack Apron was startled and exclaimed, "What?" Immediately, an explosion occurred on the highest floor. Jack Apron was thrown back by the impact and crashed hard against a large rock. He opened his eyes with a bewildered expression and saw a man wearing a white hood and black sunglasses standing and asking, "Are you all right?" Jack Apron replied, "Don't worry, I'm not so weak as to be injured by something like this. I need to chase them. That's why I brought you here. You haven't forgotten our promise, have you?" "Right," the man replied. "I haven't forgotten," but in his hand was already a bracelet, and he threw the bracelet aside. A man in the distance was hit on the shoulder and cried out in pain, scattering blood. The man with sunglasses continued, "Everyone is gathering. They seem to have seen the explosion. If you want to chase them, I won't stop you, but I think it would be better to retreat this time." The others rushed in angrily. "That bastard, should we just fight?" "Yes, kill him." Immediately, the man with sunglasses bracelet struck their necks. Used the bracelet like a sharp knife. Blood splattered with every cut. Jack Apron said, "Why are you attacking? We can resolve this through negotiation." The man replied calmly, "I contracted to help and protect you, so when I learned that the people who came here were high-ranked, I thought a preemptive strike would be more effective." Jack Apron exclaimed, "Oh really?" and scoffed. Then he calmly spat in the man's face. The man hit by the spit was momentarily flustered. Then he calmly wiped the spit from his face. He glanced behind Jack Apron and thought irritably, "I am Abdul Hedges, the greatest assassin and warrior in Arabia. To be insulted in such a way, I will only use my power to act according to my will." Then Abdul Hedges said, "It seems there are 5 enemies nearby, so it would be better to leave this area." Jack Apron commanded triumphantly, "Run away, HMPH, let's just eliminate them one by one." Abdul Hedges said worriedly, "But they will also be very strong." Jack Apron said nonchalantly, "I can handle the 2 mages in the high-rise building. You take care of the rest. It's a chance to show off the skills you've honed, isn't it?" After speaking, he leapt up. Then he suddenly appeared before the others like a demon. After that, screams erupted inside the building. At this moment, Yoon Son-hoon had landed on the street with Eli. He didn't pursue them. Eli continued, "We're not the only ones here. Anyway, it's impressive." Hearing that, he was puzzled. "What?" Eli analyzed seriously. "I cast a grade 5 illusion spell, but it was dispelled in 2 seconds. He escaped my magic without even realizing I was casting such a spell. That means he has a very high-grade skill. Or his intellect stat is very high, like yours." Yoon Son-hoon was startled and thought, "Like me, that's impossible. I have the Ardent Reader title, and his physique is too good for his intellect stat to be that high," he speculated. "He probably has a special skill. He's a threatening presence. I hope I don't run into him again in this mission." Having finished their thoughts, the two headed towards another building. Let's enter that apartment building before sunset. This will be a good hiding place. As they entered the apartment building, they saw sharp, jagged traps had been set. Eli asked, "What are you doing?" Yoon Son-hoon replied, "I'm setting traps." She asked, puzzled, "Do you have to?" Yoon Son-hoon said cheerfully, "There's no harm in it. Even delaying them for a few seconds could save our lives." Then he calculated inwardly, then I can't just stand by." Immediately, a system notification appeared. Illusion Armor B has been installed. Labyrinth Corridor A has been installed. Everyone in the area loses their sense of direction. Path of Death A has been installed. Monster spawn rate has increased. Eli finished her work and thought with satisfaction, "I've set up traps strong enough to stop even high-grade hunters. Good, now this old apartment building is a fortress." Then she turned back to him and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Yoon Son-hoon replied with a serious expression, "There's no special objective in this mission. It's completed by surviving for 10 days, but there's nothing to gain by doing that." "Eli, can you survive here alone?" Eli replied. "Well, if I have time, I can create defensive barriers strong enough to deal with a B-grade dungeon." Yoon Son-hoon heard that and said, "Then let's start there. I'll stay with you until tomorrow. After that, I'll go investigate." Eli smiled and thought, "It's not dangerous. Since it doesn't harm me, there's no need to stop him." Then she agreed, "All right." Yoon Son-hoon at this moment looked out the window and calculated, "I have 2 lives left. I need to be ready to use one when necessary." In the ruins outside, 2 figures were confronting each other. One of the men shouted loudly, "Combat ritual, Gale." As he shouted, he punched the monster. The monster let out a scream. The man continued to use other skills. Lightning Fist, Rock Crusher. At this moment, the monster had already started a huge explosion and eventually turned into a black, sticky mass. After dealing with the monster, the man returned to his companion and reported, I had to use 3 rituals to take down just one of these specters." His companion reminded him, "The monsters here seem to be twice as strong as those in other missions. Be careful, Boris." The man called Boris replied, I might get hit harder, but it's nothing to me. What's bothering me right now is," at this moment, his colossal companion next to him chuckled, seeing 2 specters hanging behind his back. "Oh, I needed something to cool me down these days. It hurts a bit, but even the wounds are good and relax my muscles. Do you want to try it too?" Boris frowned and replied, "No, I'm fine." He muttered inwardly, "Say is definitely not human. If he pushes me even a little." Suddenly at this moment, Say's ears perked up, listening. I hear monster screams." There was an explosion too. It seems a fight is going on. Boris ruffled his hair and sighed, "Let's go if you want." In another place, a pair of men and women were engaging with specters. The man shouted, "Teresa, shoot, I told you to shoot." The woman called Teresa replied, flustered, "I can't." I'm out of arrows." Just then a curtain came down. The 2 fended off the specters within the curtain, and the man exclaimed, "My God, it's like a zombie movie." At this moment the man looked out the window and thought worriedly, "It's impossible to stop all the zombies. The only way in this situation is to escape from here." Suddenly at this moment a large explosion occurred, startling everyone. The man stood where the flames spread and asked himself, "Is it a monster or who shot that? I need to deal with this to escape." Then he said, "I'll buy time. Run away while I act as a decoy." Teresa was worried. But then the man turned around and said seriously, "We promised. I have one more life, but this is your last life. There's not much time. Get ready." After speaking, he jumped out the window. "I don't intend to die easily either." As soon as the man landed on the ground, he received a huge red energy source. "I saw it. It's definitely coming from that direction." Then he raised his sword and unleashed his power. Recoil. Everything began to shatter. Yoon Son-hoon saw the sight and inwardly exclaimed, "That guy is definitely fighting hard. Thanks to the Knight's Cloak I received from the last mission, I was able to avoid the monster's life-sensing ability. I used those monsters to attack the enemy, and thanks to that I could watch safely from behind, but I underestimated the enemy. I didn't think he could escape from there and attack. He's still definitely a top-tier ranker." Yoon Son-hoon at this moment ran back and asked, "What the hell are you, Captain America? It's naive to bring nothing but a shield." The man chasing him shouted, "You bastard, I'll drag you to hell with me." After that, a shockwave was released in the air from their attacks, and the zombies also sensed the area. Teresa at this moment jumped onto the street and calculated, "The zombies are heading towards the noisy area. I should use this opportunity to escape. If I hesitate, his sacrifice will be in vain. I only have 6 arrows left. There's still over a week left. Will I be able to survive?" she thought and ran with all her might. Suddenly Teresa stopped short as she encountered Boris's group. She quickly drew her bow and aimed at them. Boris said, "It would be better not to shoot us." Teresa asked, flustered, You're the ones who attacked us." Say replied, "I don't know what you're talking about." Teresa lowered her bow and pleaded, This is my last life, so please let me go." Boris scratched his head, feeling awkward. I don't like women crying." Say smiled kindly from the side, "Haha, don't worry, beautiful lady. I will protect you from danger." Just then a horde of zombies appeared and rushed forward. Say smiled excitedly, "You don't have to do anything, Boris. I'll sweep them all away. It's too easy for me." Then Say ran forward excitedly. Teresa was startled. He's not using a weapon," Boris reassured her. "You don't need to worry. His body itself is a weapon." Immediately, a mysterious energy emanated from Say's body. Using his colossal body, he sent parts of zombies flying with every punch he threw. This attack was called Lariat. It was an attack that struck the opponent's neck and behind the shoulder. Teresa's face turned pale, and she muttered inwardly, That power is truly brutal. Then she said loudly, "Please help me." Boris calmly tried to refuse. "I'm sorry, but we can't promise anything." Then Say interrupted with a bright smile. "Of course, it is my honor to help ladies in distress," Boris continued. "I understand her situation, but it seems it's already decided." But Say still said kindly, "Haha, what can we do?" Teresa said with a worried expression. "My companion jumped into the monster horde so I could escape. Please save him." Say quickly agreed. "All right, Boris, protect this lady and follow me." Then he walked first. Boris followed, telling Teresa, "Stay close behind me." The three plunged into the zombie horde and confronted them. Yoon Son-hoon at this moment was confronting Teresa's companion. He complimented him. "You're impressive," the man replied, panting. "I'm prepared to die with you, but you're not as strong as I thought." Yoon Son-hoon scoffed. "Shut up. If the situation demanded it, I would have already cut off your head. He. The man at this moment raised his shield and retorted, "I've never seen anyone speak so arrogantly and then actually do it." Son-hoon admitted that what the man said was true. Then he analyzed the situation. "Even if I stab him with sword energy, the aura from his shield will deflect it. I'm constantly being pushed back. Marina would definitely have cut him down. And Kong Muhan would fundamentally be able to break all shields, but I don't have a skill suitable for this situation. Wait, a combined attribute idea just popped into my head. I used it before when defeating rock monsters. If I use that, I might be able to damage him even if he's hiding behind his shield." Suddenly a sound made Son-hoon look to the side. "What's that sound? A monster's leader has appeared." "No, wait. Human reinforcements arrived this quickly. I thought there would only be 2 of them. Our other comrades waiting somewhere. They must be high-ranking rankers, so they wouldn't have been able to follow me." While he was off guard, the man with the shield suddenly charged. "What trick are you playing? Die." Son-hoon's eyes sharpened. "Damn it, I don't know if it will work." Then a fireball appeared, followed by a continuous explosion of power with the skill, Flame. The firebomb, created by adding 4 attributes, flew like an arrow towards the man. The man with the shield struggled to block the massive attack. "Damn it, why is it so strong?" The explosion erupted out of the building, and its destructive power could be seen from outside. A man with the shield was injured by the force and fell to the ground. Son-hoon kicked the man's face and blood splattered. Son-hoon took out a purple vial, smiling sinisterly. "All right, now I just need to pour this into the man's mouth." Just then, Say burst through the wall behind Son-hoon and appeared. He looked around, frowned, and said, "Good heavens, what happened here?" Son-hoon feigned weakness and said, "I don't know, I just arrived. 2 people were fighting and I intervened, but the other one ran away." Say approached and looked down. "Damn it, did he know we were coming?" "What's that other thing?" Son-hoon replied. "It's medicine. His condition is very bad." As he spoke, he secretly wore a sinister smile. In fact, it was a highly rare high-grade poison extracted from the body of a grown hydra. He would never recover after that. Son-hoon carried the man on his back. "Shouldn't we save people first?" Say replied. All right. Son-hoon, can you clear a path to the hiding place?" Say asserted. "Of course, we can't just leave him to die, understood." "Follow me." Son-hoon watched his back with a serious expression. "Everything is deviating from my plan." Meanwhile, Say chuckled and thought happily, "This man is helping me even though he doesn't know who I am. I've never seen such a kind person." In a smoky, dilapidated place, Son-hoon leaned the man against the wall. Teresa, behind him, asked worriedly, Is he all right?" Son-hoon replied, "He's fine for now, but his condition will worsen over time." Boris asked seriously, "Can you explain his condition in detail?" "Might be able to resolve it." Son-hoon inwardly assessed him. "This person looks like an ordinary martial artist. What trick is he playing?" Then he replied, "It's poison. It's a special grade poison, higher than the highest grade. Even with an antidote he might weaken or die." Boris heard that and said, "I can use my skill to remove toxins. I'll believe your words only after I've tried." He still thought calmly, "I can't trust the words of a masked stranger," Say grumbled from behind Son-hoon. "Boris, you're too suspicious," Son-hoon said seriously. "No, in fact, I'd be more comfortable if you said I was dead." As he spoke, he inwardly broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, he has such a skill. If he really treats him and he regains consciousness, I'll have to fight. Thinking this far, he unconsciously gripped the sword at his waist. Boris placed his hand on the man's body to examine him. A wave of power spread from his hand and permeated the man's body. "It's a strong poison, but I can cure it." Suddenly, a powerful flow of poison penetrated Boris's hand. He exclaimed in disbelief and shock, What, even this level of poison affects me?" Boris hastily withdrew his hand, sweating profusely. Energy burst. Teresa asked anxiously, "Is it done?" Boris looked up and replied, "No, this poison is too strong. I can only maintain his current state. I can't prevent it from getting worse." Son-hoon asked coldly, "Then do you believe my words now?" Boris glanced sideways and replied, "For now, yes." Say supported Boris, smiling brightly and reconciling. "I'll apologize instead. That friend isn't a bad person," Boris cried out in pain. "I'll wait my hand." Son-hoon opened his mouth. "It would be good to introduce ourselves first. Everyone please call me Ghost. I'm a magic swordsman." "I'm from Korea," Boris said in surprise. "A pseudonym in Korean? You honestly admit it?" "Yes." Boris closed his eyes again, rubbed his chin and pondered deeply. "My title as a messenger is also related to Korea." "Amazing." Say at this moment crossed his arms and smiled cheerfully, introducing himself. "I'm Say. I have the title of wrestler." "I'm from Russia," Boris continued. "I'm Boris. My title is related to combat. Teresa also introduced herself. I'm Teresa, I'm French. It's late, but thank you for saving my companion, Ghost Sonhoon replied humbly. No, I just did what I had to do, it's nothing to be praised for. In the end I failed to save him. Sei asked again, did you see that villain? Sonhoon, recalling Jack Apron, described him with the intention of incriminating him. I saw him. He was quite handsome, a blonde man. Anyway, he gave off a very ominous feeling. He also had a longsword. He calculated inwardly, it's fine since I just described Jack. Then he spoke again with a worried tone. Anyway, the most important thing here is his life. Sei scratched his head, sounding a little helpless. Don't you have a skill to save him? Sonhoon replied. Unfortunately I don't. We need to find someone with high-grade skills or a top-grade antidote. Otherwise his body will slowly become paralyzed and he'll die in 4 days. Sei heard that and became tense. Then we can't let that happen. As he spoke, Sonhoon secretly wore a sinister smile. Excluding Kim Ji-hoon in Devon City, there are no priests within the top 100 rankers, so give up. Suddenly, Sei's shout startled him. Wait, about the items we got last time. I got this piece of paper after killing the mutated zombie. Your words remind me of it. It'll definitely help. A system notification appeared. Special grade map analysis, using map reading skill and high intellect. 1 map. Special grade intermediate secret chemical laboratory magic map type. Shows the layout of the lab and the locations of internal traps. Boris saw it and clapped Sei's shoulder, saying, we promised to keep it a secret. It's not something 2 people can do. Sei chuckled and replied, but now there are more than 2. Sonhoon, as soon as he read the map, showed a serious expression. The probability of success is very low, but if it helps him, I'm willing to try. Just then outside, sky began to change and shouts echoed. Chase them, that bastard, he's at his limit now. Damn it, 3 against 1 HMPH, so what? Corner him. Teresa looked out at the scene outside and asked worriedly, should we help? Sonhoon beside her replied, I want to help, but your companion is in a more critical condition. It would be better to find something useful first. Teresa couldn't bear to watch the scene and turned her head. All right? Then Boris followed and asked Sei, what do you think of that friend? Sei commented, kind, but very realistic. Moreover, if he's here, he must be good at fighting. I like that. As he spoke, he asked again in an incomprehensible tone, why don't you like that friend? Boris replied nonchalantly. I never said that. As he spoke, he secretly assessed Sonhoon. What can I say? That friend is too perfect. It's like he's acting. Then Boris voiced his thoughts. I just feel a little uneasy. A moment later, Sonhoon drew his sword and lightly slashed, cutting the net in front of him. Teresa exclaimed in admiration. Wow, you handle a sword really well, Boris asked curiously. Do you use heavy and light swordsmanship simultaneously? Sonhoon replied seriously, I'll answer that question later. We need to hurry now. Then Sonhoon placed his hand on the net. Teresa asked about his action. Why are you closing the fence? Sonhoon explained. Someone might be watching us and follow us in. Those details are important. As they entered the area, he spoke again. It's a 5-story secret lab. Boris heard that and was very shocked. There are 5 underground floors here, Sonhoon asserted. Yes. Boris thought even more seriously about Sonhoon. He uses sword energy and he has knowledge of healing. He also has skills related to thievery. Moreover, he reads magic maps easily. Who exactly is he? Sonhoon looked at the map, then turned to Sei and asked, Sei, can you lift that angel statue and move it aside? That one. He immediately said, yes, there's a path under it. I can't lift it. Sei was very excited at having something to do, so he rubbed his wrist joints. Is that so? After that, he lightly lifted the gigantic statue, but his body trembled slightly. Sei moved the statue aside, panting and wiping away sweat. Sonhoon inwardly assessed him. Is he not that strong? Kong Mu-han could have done that easily. Just then, stairs leading downwards appeared before everyone. Sonhoon said, then let's go in. Boris walked, wondering where should we go. Sonhoon, looking at the map, replied, any path will lead to the 2nd floor. This seems to be a residential area. Sei asked curiously, then shouldn't we go directly to the 2nd floor? Sonhoon explained seriously, it's better to explore this place first. We don't know what's hidden here. Let's split into 2 teams. Boris heard that and frowned, thinking that's not good. Sonhoon continued, it might be dangerous, but time is short. Sei said very excitedly, no wasting time for sure. Come with me. Teresa, he. Teresa laughed and replied, all right. Sonhoon turned to Boris and asked, you said your title was related to combat, right? Can you lead? Since I'm a magic swordsman, I think it would be better for me to take the rear. Boris broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, it makes me uneasy to turn my back on that friend, but I don't seem to have another choice. Then he reluctantly replied, all right. Boris led the way, opened a door and entered a space. Sonhoon behind him was already emitting killing intent. Sorry, but I don't turn my back on anyone. Boris looked around and Sonhoon behind him was already drawing his sword ready to act. Suddenly, Boris turned around and said, there doesn't seem to be anyone. Let's go in. Sonhoon hastily hid his sword behind his back and forced a smile. It seems so. Then he stared intently at Boris, lost in thought. Sonhoon wore a very unpleasant expression as his plan didn't materialize. A moment later, the 2 teams of 4 reunited. They placed the newly found items on a large stone table. Boris said, this is all we managed to find. Sonhoon added, not much is it? What? Just then, the item properties appeared in the system. Security card grade 1 damaged rare grade type key. The security card has grade 1 authority in the secret lab. Remaining uses 2. These are important items. This is grade 1 and the other is grade 2. Teresa saw it and said, this doesn't seem usable anymore. It's scratched. Sonhoon advised, I saw a metal door at the end of the corridor. This will probably open it. Then he pressed the item in his hand. Immediately, a mysterious space appeared. Soon-hoon received a notification that all rivers flow to the sea had been activated. Security card consumption greatly reduced. You can use the card one more time. Soon-hoon's eyes widened in surprise. This was it. After using this, my skills, intellect and resonance effect all combined. It gave me an unexpected gift when using the card. Boris exclaimed in admiration. What an impressive sight. Let's go, Sei said excitedly, leading the way. I'll lead. Soon-hoon cautiously descended the stairs. Suddenly everyone paused at the sight of an object in front of them. Sei reminded them with a serious expression. Everyone be careful, ghost, light it up. Soon-hoon quickly lit the way, and in front of them was a creature merged with a blue liquid substance. An emerald was growling, looking quite slimy. Slime not different at all, Soon-hoon said, frowning. Slimes are weak against magic, so a few fireballs will easily destroy it. Anyway, I should test how strong they are. The creature growled louder and louder. It became increasingly ferocious, then suddenly leapt forward, attacking its prey. Teresa was startled while Boris calmly stood, watching the monster bite Sei's arm. Sei casually offered his arm and said, my skin feels a bit tingly. Is it acidic? But it's too sticky. A strange sensation. Soon-hoon broke out in a cold sweat. Sei blocked the monster's attack with his bare arm. Even though the monster's slime had strong corrosive properties melting the ground, his arm remained unscathed. Sei allowed the monster to bite for a while. He struck it hard. The monster immediately turned into a sticky blob of liquid. After finishing his attack, Sei casually said, "What's the big deal with this?" Boris replied to him indifferently. At this moment, Soon-hoon curiously asked, "Excuse me, what's your strength stat?" Sei confidently replied, "Everyone asks that anyway, even if I tell you, you can't take it." "My strength stat is 1110. Soon-hoon was startled once again upon hearing that. His highest stat barely exceeded 500, but Sei's strength was more than double that. His stamina and proficiency were also quite high. There was no way he had invested all his stats solely in strength, so how could it be so high? Seeing Soon-hoon's expression, Sei grinned triumphantly. "You seem curious." Then he turned to Boris and asked, "What should I do?" Boris replied, "I don't care what you say, I just happened to get it in a dungeon." Sei became serious. Anyway, it's a skill I got it by chance during the first mission. Steel body and diamond skin after learning it. It was an excellent skill that instantly increased my strength stat to 600. After my second awakening, it allowed me to specialize in strength. To reach this number, I had to learn many strength, auxiliary and defense-related skills. Soon-hoon watched Sei confidently boasting about his strength and internally analyzed. Several other factors must have also had an impact. But even with just the Ardent Reader title, I could increase my stats by 700 points, which would of course be evenly distributed among intellect, mana and luck. But it's as if he poured all his points into a single stat. He has incredible defensive capabilities. Moreover, since his title is wrestler, he might also be able to convert defense into offense. At this point, Sei continued, "When my strength stat reached 1000, I acquired a new skill, and all the damage I received decreased." Boris reminded him, "Sei, that's enough." Only then was Sei startled and said, I apologize, I can't tell you any more." Teresa listened for a while, then showed a disappointed expression. She thought she was quite strong, but compared to true experts she was a frog in a well. Boris immediately encouraged her. "It's just that he's stronger than others. There's no need to be too disappointed. We're wasting time, so let's keep going." Sei excitedly sent the sticky monster flying. Teresa stood thinking worriedly, "Will conquering dungeons be this easy?" Soon-hoon asserted from the side, "No, if it weren't for Sei, we wouldn't have made it this far." A moment later, the four stood in a dimly lit basement resembling a grotesque laboratory straight out of a movie. In movies, monsters appear every time we pass by. Soon-hoon cautiously gripped his sword. "All right, let's go." A strong wave of power flew like an arrow. The glass case hit by the wave of power began to shatter. Soon-hoon looked down at the monster, which was barely holding on, and said, Its defense seems to be lower when it's inside a glass cage. I can easily defeat it." Sei exclaimed with a bewildered expression, watching Soon-hoon's actions. This is your way of doing things." Soon-hoon turned back and said, "It's quite troublesome, but I hate hesitation." Sei stammered, "I understand." Then he turned to Boris and asked, "Is dungeon infiltration this simple?" Boris also exclaimed with a bewildered expression, "Unbelievable." Soon-hoon at this moment again presented a blue card. He said, "Now, each card can only be used once. We need to conserve them. This is all we have. With this we need to disable the security system and restart the power system." "I don't think we can enter that room," Sei said with regret. "Oh, what a shame. It's like leaving a treasure chest in a dungeon." Soon-hoon quietly put his hand inside his chest pocket and began to calculate. "Thanks to my abilities, I actually have 4 grade 1 cards and 2 grade 2 cards left. I'll be able to open all the skip doors and collect treasures after conquering the dungeon. It would be best to kill all 3, but knowing how strong Sei is, it might be difficult. Boris is a high-grade fighter, so I can't predict his strength. Then I'll have to eliminate Teresa. She only has 1 life left. If I let her rejoin her teammates, it will be difficult. I need to find the right moment to separate her from Sei and Boris." After that, the 4 continued to walk through the basement. Teresa spoke from behind, "We've reached B4. "Why are there so many spiderwebs?" Sei speculated. "It must be because it's old," Soon-hoon added. "It doesn't seem like there are any monsters here." Boris reminded them to be careful. "Don't let your guard down, you never know what might happen." At this moment they saw a glass cabinet containing colorful test tubes. Boris exclaimed. Wait, those are test tubes, Sei said excitedly. I can smash them. Sonhoon seriously presented a card. Wait, it says here that smashing them will activate a trap. We need to use a security card. Sei said, bewildered. Tisk, why make everything so complicated? Test tube properties. Special vaccine essence grade intermediate antidote type. Special poison essence grade intermediate poison type. Nanomachine trial phase essence grade advanced new drug type. Teresa exclaimed joyfully. I found it. With this we can cure our companion. Suddenly the space began to shake and the security system activated, causing a mutated spider boss to appear. A gigantic spider monster appeared from the ceiling. Sei stepped forward and confidently said, Haha, I can handle most of them with my bare hands. But at this moment the spider monster let out a grotesque scream, and Sei exclaimed, I detest these disgusting creatures. Then he swung his fist and struck the spider's body with a powerful blow. The spider monster spun once in the air, then stuck out its abdomen and began to shoot webs. Sei hastily leaned back to dodge. The webs melted the wall on contact like acid. Sonhoon watched it, startled. Webs alone melted the wall in the blink of an eye. Then countless insects appeared. Teresa shouted in rage. Ah, swarm of spiders. Boris hastily turned to Sonhoon. Ghost, can't you use magic or something? Sonhoon replied helplessly. I'm not a skilled mage, so I don't have such wide-range techniques. Boris was extremely worried. Ah, this is getting us into trouble. Sonhoon suggested again. This is dangerous. Let's split into 2 teams and escape. Boris asked, bewildered. What? Why do we have to split up? He immediately explained. Since we've obtained the antidote, there's no need to fight the monsters. Then Sonhoon put his arm around Teresa's waist, picked her up and said, Teresa and I will go this way. If we arrive late, don't wait for us. Go back first and use the antidote. After speaking, Sonhoon carried her and rushed out. Boris exclaimed, startled, wait, and Sei urged from the side, let's run away too. Then the 2 fled, avoiding the gigantic spider monster. Sei turned back and was extremely flustered to see the monster chasing them. Damn it, why is it chasing us? Boris replied. It's 50-50, Sei asked. Can't you kill it? Sei calmly replied. I can kill it. Then he continued to chase. If those spiders crawl into my nose or ears, I'll faint, Boris immediately urged. Alright, let's hurry up and escape. Boris still had a worried expression. This is the right decision, completely rational. But why do I feel so uneasy? On this side, Sonhoon arrived at a location with Teresa. He put her down and said, There's a trap here. Can you step aside while I disarm it? Teresa thought, a trap, it just looks like a normal wall. Then she also replied, yes, yes. She tightly gripped her bow and resolved in her heart, I must survive to save him. I cannot die so easily. I fought fiercely to live. He risked his life to save me. I cannot die before repaying that debt. Teresa didn't notice that Sonhoon was looking at her like a demon from behind. A moment later, blood spurted from her body. Teresa's body began to disappear. Sonhoon gripped his sword and said, I'm sorry, but you cannot live. Then he quickly collected the items. A quiver and a ring. Suddenly, at this moment, a huge explosion occurred, and someone was flung out from the smoke. The man in white swung his sword and thought, I am the second swordsman who has mastered both advanced sword energy and Tai Chi sword energy. No one has been able to defeat me so far. How about this technique? Tai Chi, a technique that combines offense and defense. After casting the skill, someone charged from the air. The man in white swung his sword to block the attack and said, Fool, you need to be flexible and balanced to go far. No matter how strong you are, you will be defeated by flexibility. Then he confronted Jack Apron head-on. Blocking the attack, he inwardly exclaimed, It's like cutting a wall, not a sword. Jack Apron smirked and powerfully kicked the man in white's stomach. He knelt in pain, clutching his stomach. Jack Apron moved closer to him. He groaned in pain, desperately cursing. The man in white's body trembled. He inwardly calculated his hidden trump card. But as he tried to move his arm, Jack Apron stomped on him hard. You guys always use grotesque techniques. It's really annoying. How high is your proficiency? I'm much faster than you. If you want to live, I'll give you a choice. The man in white looked up, bewildered. A choice? He immediately said. The requirements are simple. If you follow my orders from now on, I'll let you live. Conversely, if you refuse, you'll experience the worst things you've ever imagined in your life. Think carefully. Which choice is right? The man in white retorted. Why should I trust a guy like you? Jack Apron casually said. If you don't believe me, you'll have a painful experience. What are you going to do? The man in white observed him, analyzing inwardly. Those are excited eyes. He's very excited right now, whatever choice I make. Then he stood up and agreed. All right, I'll accept your offer. Jack Apron asked again. Good, what's your name? As the man in white replied, Tromi, a system notification immediately appeared. Jack Apron has entered into a fair contract. Jack Apron will not intentionally or deliberately attack Tromi for 1 week. If this contract is broken, Tromi can counterattack in self-defense. Tromi will follow Jack Apron's orders for 1 week. Tromi, trapped by the contract, exclaimed in surprise, There's a skill that can create such a contract. Then he said, Wait, the condition you mentioned about not harming me is very vague. Add a condition that you won't order me to harm myself or commit suicide. Jack Apron replied, You're really demanding. I have no interest in tormenting others, but I'll do it. Tromi cautiously asked, Then what exactly do I have to do? Jack Apron held up 2 fingers and said, It's not that difficult. You just need to find 2 people. What do you think? Easy, right? On Sonhoon's side. He checked the system panel and thought, I've taken everything that looked useful and put it in my inventory. Really good items. Should I leave now? Then Sonhoon went up the stairs and left the basement. He looked up at the sky and marveled, I thought quite a lot of time had passed. Is it lunchtime now? I definitely closed the fence tightly before leaving. It must have opened when Sei and Boris left. At this moment, a horde of zombies was breaking through the fence. Sonhoon sighed. Dealing with a horde of zombies is really annoying. Then he kicked a zombie in the face and used the momentum to leap onto the building. Suddenly, Sonhoon noticed that someone was chasing him, and there was an archer too. This distance was disadvantageous for him. So I just need to keep my distance. I need to run fast enough so they can't catch up. Sonhoon calculated and ran as fast as possible. At this moment those people shouted, openly chasing him, "Catch that guy, use magic. Hurry up and chase." Sonhoon ran, looking back. What happened outside while I was in the dungeon? At this moment a man swung his sword towards him. The man, seeing Sonhoon standing still, thought bewildered. Why isn't he dodging? Sonhoon still looked up, deep in thought. If my guess is right. Then the man's attack missed to the side. He realized, indeed, his goal wasn't to kill me but to capture me. He deliberately avoided stabbing my chest. At that moment the man suddenly shouted, "Azure Dragon!" Sonhoon retaliated with a blood-splattering punch. "What Azure Dragon? Take that!" He then choked the man, thinking, if I take him hostage they won't attack. Suddenly a surge of power flew straight at Sonhoon. He quickly dodged, thinking, don't they care if their own gets hurt? Are they really a team? Upon closer inspection, everyone seemed a bit off. The leader of the team trying to capture Sonhoon was Choi In-wong. Sonhoon stood on a large signboard at this point and said, "I don't know what happened, but let's stop this meaningless fight." "Why do we have to fight here?" Choi In-wong replied reluctantly. "We don't want to either." Sonhoon asked. "So someone ordered you?" Choi In-wong affirmed. "That's right, as long as you don't run away we have no intention of harming you." Sonhoon also noticed this atmosphere. If they don't truly consider him an enemy it means someone ordered them. Just then someone appeared behind him and said, long time no see, Ghost." It was Jack Apron. He smiled brightly and said, "I missed you." Sonhoon exclaimed inwardly, "It's him." He then asked, "Did I make you hire them to find me?" He refuted, "Not you." Sonhoon was puzzled. "Why?" Jack Apron laughed and replied, "You don't have the heart of fire, Sonhoon." Sonhoon was surprised and quickly agreed, "The heart of fire. I heard you get it by defeating the heat giant." But he immediately continued, "Don't try to deceive me. The closer I get to the heart of fire, the stronger these 3 mana stones will react. That's why I approached you. So hand it over or else." Sonhoon quickly replied, "I'll hand it over." Jack Apron was slightly puzzled by his firm attitude. Sonhoon leapt onto the street and again presented a condition. "It belongs to my colleague, so I can't just hand it over." Jack Apron asked, "A condition? What is it?" Sonhoon replied, "At least a legendary grade low tier item or a skill book or 10 billion in one go." Jack Apron laughed heartily as soon as he heard, I thought you were a rational person but I was wrong. Can't you see the situation?" Sonhoon narrowed his eyes and laughed, replying, "Haha, I can see it very well. My eyesight was 2.0 even in the original world, but with my stats increased I can see even better." Even Jack Apron, who was always calm, was annoyed at this moment. "That bastard, he really has a talent for annoying people. Whether it's intentional or not, I want to kill him." He then fell into deep thought and asked, "Do you think what you're asking for is reasonable?" Sonhoon confidently asserted, "I think so. The Heart of Fire is a very special intermediate item. Even if I sell it to an NPC, I can get at least 1 billion. So a legendary grade low tier item is a fair exchange." Jack Apron scoffed, "Fine, but haven't you forgotten something?" Then reached behind him, grabbed his sword and the blade aimed at Sonhoon's neck. He said, "Do you think this is a negotiation? In fact, I just haven't killed you yet. You should be grateful." The blade touched his neck, but Sonhoon smiled nonchalantly and said, "If you want to take it by force, then do so. I hate failing negotiations." "I'd rather die," Jack Apron confidently said. "Anyway, if you die, the item will drop. You must have some elite grade equipment somewhere here." "Are you going to use it just for 1 mana stone?" Sonhoon shrugged. "Of course. If you don't want to negotiate, then kill me and find my colleagues all over this city, and I assure you, you won't be able to do that." As he spoke, he secretly observed the other party's expression. Judging by the reaction, he really wanted that item. "Does he really expect me to just hand it over?" Jack Apron frowned and withdrew his sword. "In the past I've killed countless such guys without hesitation. But if I miss this opportunity, who knows how much my second-class awakening will be delayed. Should I interrogate him?" Sonhoon continued. "Just as a precaution, you won't get any information even if you interrogate me." He thought differently internally. "Actually, if you just touch 1 finger I'll apologize and cooperate. Anyway, thanks to my deception skill, my words will sound more truthful." Jack Apron thought for a moment, then clapped his hands and said, "Well done, he's got me in a difficult spot. All right then. As you said, that item is very important to me. I'll accept your offer. Why are you guys just standing there without applauding? A contract has just been made." His appearance was as if he was going mad. Sonhoon was internally vigilant. He's not a simple guy either. He then asked again, "So what's the condition?" Jack Apron replied, If I were in the city, I'd give you the money right away, but I only have 4 billion right now." Sonhoon was surprised inwardly as soon as he heard. Is he carrying 4 billion? Is he the guild master of a large guild? Jack Apron continued seriously, "Otherwise I'll give you 4 billion now, and next time I'll give you 1 high-tier elite item and 3 special items." Sonhoon calmly replied, Let's talk about that after I see them. Jack Abram quickly took out an item and introduced it. This is a high-tier elite item, but it's much more efficient than weapons or jewelry. I guarantee it. Yoon Son-hoon inwardly assessed. It looks like a glowing headband, however. Not only does it increase a lot of mana and intellect, but it also maintains a level 4 barrier around the head at all times. It's a good item for mages or warriors. Jack Apron then took out another item. These are the remaining parts one got from the guy that first killed. Yoon Son-hoon's eyes widened in extreme surprise as soon as he saw it. At that moment, the item properties appeared in the notification window. Hero's shoes grade, unique intermediate type, shoes, movement speed 10, all stats 25, hero's gloves. Grade, unique low tier type, gloves, damage taken -10, all stats 20, luck 30, hero's ring. Grade, unique high tier type, ring. Skill mana cost -10, all stats 10. He was extremely shocked. These are the hero's set items. After getting the hero's cloak, I searched the city for these but couldn't find them and almost gave up. I can't believe I found all three at once, Jack Abram said at this moment. Honestly, they look a bit cheap, but they're set items. Who knows what amazing effects they'll have. Yoon Son-hoon bit his lip, seemingly thinking something. Jack Abram stared at him with sharp eyes, trying to gauge his expression. If I could see his face, I might know something, but this damn mask prevents me from seeing anything. I hope he takes them. Just then, Yoon Son-hoon said, "Alright." He was extremely shocked. "How really?" Yoon Son-hoon said nonchalantly. "It's inferior to what I asked for, but it's just one mana stone." Jack Abram inwardly exclaimed, "Inferior." He received 4 billion and a high-tier headband. He then asked, "So when can we exchange the items?" Yoon Son-hoon replied, "I need to meet my colleague, so it will take at least 3 days. Jack Abram smiled and said, "Alright, 3 days. Then Ghost, shouldn't we make a contract to build more trust?" As he spoke, he extended his hand and a notification appeared. Jack Abram has proposed a fair contract. Jack Abram and Ghost must meet at the clock tower at noon 3 days from now. Within 3 days, Jack Abram must hand over 4 billion gold, Fan M's headband, hero's shoes, hero's ring, and hero's gloves to Ghost. Within 3 days, Ghost must hand over the Heart of Fire to Jack Abram. Yoon Son-hoon was surprised and said, "I didn't know such a skill existed. How did you get it?" Jack Abram explained, "It's a class-unique skill. You can't get it, and if you break the contract, you'll pay a heavy price. So never even think about it. I'll maximize that price." Notifications continued. Upon contract breach, the Curse of Death will activate, depleting the violator's vitality. Yoon Son-hoon read the notification and thought, "Damn, that's really scary. So how about adding a few more conditions?" Jack Abram asked. "Why?" He narrowed his eyes and continued, "It's nothing much. I'm a person who's fine with outlaws, but I really can't trust you." Immediately after, other conditions appeared. Ghost and Jack Abram will not directly or indirectly harm each other. Self-defense is allowed if attacked. Jack Abram will not directly or indirectly pursue Ghost. Yoon Son-hoon then said, "This should be enough. I want to add more, but I don't want to seem too suspicious. Let's just do this," Jack Abram requested. "Alright, the contract is complete. Shall we shake hands?" Yoon Son-hoon bowed like a gentleman and refused. "Excuse me, but I'm busy. Time is money after all." Jack Abram shrugged. "Alright, I'll uphold my part of the contract." Honestly speaking, the contract terms can be interpreted differently. What indirectly means is up to interpretation. What if I order my subordinates but don't say it aloud? Or what if my subordinates act on their own? In other words, if there's a reasonable reason, I can find loopholes in this contract. Jack Abram followed Yoon Son-hoon, watching him with cold eyes. "Have pleasant dreams for 3 days, Ghost. It was fun, but you did annoy me a bit." Yoon Son-hoon quickly moved to a dilapidated building, and his surroundings seemed distorted. Yoon Son-hoon closed his eyes, a flash erupted, and a system notification appeared. "You have passed through the Eternal Labyrinth. You have passed through the isolated zone. You have found a safe path by utilizing high intellect and partial truth." Standing in the middle of the building, Yoon Son-hoon thought, "If I hadn't concentrated, I would have easily gotten lost too. I was able to resist the illusion because I knew Eli was here, but if I hadn't known, I would have been fooled." Yoon Son-hoon then raised his hand and clapped a few times, and immediately a stream of energy appeared behind him. Yoon Son-hoon quickly found Eli. "You were here?" Eli asked curiously. "You're back? What did you do to them?" Yoon Son-hoon shook his head and replied, "I just parted ways with them." Then let's go this way." The man with the shield from last time was now lying in bed, trembling in pain. Yoon Son-hoon looked down, thinking, "I entrusted him to Eli under the pretext of keeping him safe." He then asked, "How is he?" Eli replied, "I used all my remaining mana to cast curses and spells on him." Yoon Son-hoon calculated, "Now I just need to take all the items before the mission ends and kill him. Now half the work is done." Eli exclaimed in surprise. "Half?" Yoon Son-hoon quickly said. "I made a deal with Jack. I'll give him the Heart of Fire in exchange for some money and some items." Eli was surprised as soon as she heard, "What? You promised to give away my item without my permission?" Yoon Son-hoon explained helplessly, "I'm sorry, if I hadn't done that I wouldn't have survived. Besides, the items I'll receive are truly worth it. I'll give you half of the 4 billion. It's a bit more than 500 million, so please forgive me." He then calculated inwardly, 2 billion gold will buy 2 high-grade mana stones. She'll be able to increase the efficiency of her magic cannon. Eli closed her eyes and replied helplessly, "Alright, fine." Suddenly a sound startled the two and they looked out. Eli said, "Wait, someone just broke in." Yoon Son-hoon asked in surprise, "Broke in?" Eli replied seriously, "That's right. I tried hard to break in, but they couldn't penetrate my barrier. They lingered for a while and then left." Yoon Son-hoon asked. What did they look like? Eli described. They looked like Muslims. They had turbans and were covered in black from head to toe, so I couldn't see them properly. Yoon Son-hoon broke out in a cold sweat, worried. Intruders at this point in the worst case. Jack might have sent someone to follow me, he then quickly asked. Do you have a skill that can make contracts with others? She replied. There's something similar. It's about subjugating. You make a contract with a monster and conquer it, but the conditions after conquering a monster are a bit strange. The description says the monster only needs to agree, but sometimes monsters voluntarily submit, and it's not always the case. And mages can control the monster's mind using magic circles and force them to accept the contract. Basically, it depends on interpretation. Yoon Son-hoon listened for a long time, then thought, depends on interpretation. Then if he had just handed over the Heart of Fire, he could have betrayed me. He could have just taken it. Eli exclaimed, what if he's a good person? Yoon Son-hoon shook his head and firmly said, absolutely not. Then he thought to himself, I am a violent person with an evil nature hidden behind a mask, a person who creates conflict among people. Jack is a bad person, but he confidently and honestly admits it. Then Yoon Son-hoon said again, the only reason he agreed to the contract was because he desperately wanted the Heart of Fire, otherwise he would have killed me. Then Yoon Son-hoon turned his attention back to Eli. She too could betray me if it benefited her. Eli asked, so what are you going to do next? Suddenly, Yoon Son-hoon wore a sinister smile. Eli looked at that smile in shock and exclaimed, you already have a plan, he replied. Yes, I'll make my own plan based on my contract terms. From the meeting to the traps, everything, but there's no need to hide this. Someone might even see it. Eli listened and laughed unexpectedly. Aha! Then she winked and said, well, it seems there are no other options. I won't help, but someone might accidentally overhear. I'm tired, so good luck. Yoon Son-hoon closed his eyes and smiled, saying, really? Then rest here. Eli also closed her eyes and smiled, replying, shall I? The two were engaged in a silent battle with feigned smiles. Yoon Son-hoon marveled, she's really smart. She understood my intentions very quickly. I can exploit the contract's loopholes. On Marina's side, as she was walking, some rough men approached and harassed her. Miss, care to join us for a bit? As you know, I am a disciple of the Hwaseon sect leader. Marina coldly refused. No. The rude man placed his dirty hand on her shoulder with a lewd smile. Bad girl, don't be like this to us. He. Marina turned with sharp eyes and exclaimed, I'll cut you in half with one stroke, and immediately the man's neck was severed. Another man still ignored her and began using his insignificant skills, cursing furiously. Damn bitch, Marina replied honestly, you provoked me first, and you had ulterior motives. You fools, I'll consider this training. Marina drew two swords and began to teach. I saw you use sword dance as a base, combining sword throwing and sword spinning techniques. The man listened and exclaimed in surprise, What? He sweated profusely, thinking in disbelief. How does she know my secret technique? At this moment, a notification appeared for Marina in the system. Successfully linked sword dance, sword throwing, and sword spinning techniques to create a new skill. Man Mei Young's skill has been saved. The remaining men were extremely astonished at this sight. What did you say? Did she really copy this technique in just 1 minute? Marina began to demonstrate the recently copied technique. Not bad, but then a notification appeared in the system. Successfully linked Man Mei Young monobomb and advanced sword penetration techniques to create a new skill. Man Mei Hyung's skill has been saved. One of the men clenched his fist and growled, that's Hwaseon Sword King's Man Mei Hyung. The man next to him immediately turned and urged, no way, it's just an illusion, get her. But immediately the rest of the heads were also severed. Blood splattered and flower petals scattered. Chongjik's skill has been saved. Biryong's skill has been saved. Mangyuk's skill has been saved. Yeongjiam's skill has been saved. Marina acquired quite a few skills from the provoking men. In another area it was already night. And a voice echoed, don't monsters usually attack immediately? Why are they running away? We don't have any priests on our side. At this moment Jongmin seemed to have found something in the bushes and detected a light. A comrade asked, where are you going? He replied as he walked. I think I saw something, so I'll go check. At this moment one of them said nonchalantly, I hope you never come back. Just being next to you is exhausting. Jongmin reminded him, watch your mouth, I'll let it slide this time. He still crossed his arms nonchalantly and challenged. Or else? Jongmin turned away in annoyance and thought, I was treated like this even when I was the Magic Sword King if it weren't for the contract with Jack. Then he walked towards the glowing bushes. I saw a light blinking near here. Then he spoke. I don't want to kill people pointlessly, so come out quickly. Yoon Son-hoon quickly poked his head out. Nice to meet you. Yoon Son-hoon bowed respectfully. I apologize for last time, it was truly embarrassing. Jongmin asked. Are you Ghost? Yoon Son-hoon asked back. Come to think of it, I don't know your name yet. Jongmin introduced himself. I am Jongmin. Why do you want to meet me secretly here? That person should be Jack. Yoon Son-hoon immediately said, that's right, but we have some time until then. Since it's just the two of us, let's talk honestly. Don't you want to defeat Jack Apron? Jongmin reluctantly replied. That's right, but I can't do anything because of that contract. Yoon Son-hoon reassured him with a sinister smile. Don't worry about that. He. I think your contract prohibits sharing information with me or secretly communicating. Am I right? Jongmin affirmed. That's right, Yoon Son-hoon continued. Haven't you noticed? Since it's just the two of us talking here, this can also be considered secret communication. Jongmin listened and exclaimed in surprise. Wait, what? Was that contract skill just a bluff? Yoon Son-hoon quickly corrected him. I think the contract itself is real. The problem depends on how you interpret it. Discussing the contract with me isn't betraying Jack. If you can't believe it, tell yourself. I'll cover my ears. Jongmin listened and began to clear his throat. Ahem, do not attack directly or indirectly. Self-defense is allowed. Secret communication with outsiders is not allowed. This was added after meeting you, wasn't it? Yoon Son-hoon smiled and said, all right, haha, thank you. At this moment he asked, but why are you asking? He replied nonchalantly, of course, to play with Jack. Jongmin was startled and shocked. Yoon Son-hoon continued, Jongmin, if I knew a way to do that, what would you do? Jongmin thought to himself, no way, Jack can't not know the weakness of his skill. This is probably the limit of the skill. Then he asked with a sinister smile, all right, so what's the plan? A moment later, the two walked to where the group was gathered. Man asked, why did it take so long? Jongmin replied, today's protagonist is here, so I had to escort him. This man looked at Yoon Son-hoon and asked again, who is he? Yoon Son-hoon smiled and said, haha, I just need to go all the way to the top, right? This man replied, that's right, the highest floor. After he went up the stairs, the two men whispered to each other in bewilderment. Strange mask, who is he? I don't like his voice. Jongmin held back and thought, I don't like these guys, but we all have one thing in common. Everyone hates Jack. He regained his composure and cleared his throat loudly to get attention. Ahem, I have something to say. On Yoon Son-hoon's side, he had reached Jack Apron's position. Jack Apron saw him and immediately said, you came earlier than I expected. We'll make the trade now. Give me the heart of fire. Yoon Son-hoon replied nonchalantly. I'm sorry, but no, unexpected things might happen. Jack Apron said seriously, you're too suspicious. We made a contract. Nothing unexpected will happen. Yoon Son-hoon demanded, you give me those items and I'll give you the heart of fire within 3 minutes of receiving them. Can you add these 2 conditions? Jack Apron agreed cheerfully with a sinister smile. All right, no problem. He calculated inwardly. No matter how clever you are, you won't be able to defeat all my subordinates. No, you won't even need to. The moment I get the heart of fire, you're finished. Thinking so, he handed the items to Yoon Son-hoon. He quickly accepted it. Immediately, a notification appeared. Hero set has been fully equipped. All stats increased by 50. All elemental resistances increased by 20. Heroic appearance has been added to your skill list, Yoon Son-hoon exclaimed in surprise. Heroic appearance, Jack Apron smiled and asked, did you put it on right away? Aren't you worried someone will notice? Yoon Son-hoon replied happily, who would notice? You should use such good items as soon as you get them. Then he held the heart of fire in his hand and said, here then is the heart of fire. Take it. Jack Apron nonchalantly accepted it. It was a truly satisfying negotiation. Ghost, it's been a long time since I met someone as interesting as you. It's a pity I have to say goodbye to you right now, Yoon Son-hoon replied. I think so too. I hope our relationship remains good until the end. He, Jack Apron replied with a feigned smile. Me too, ha ha ha. Then he reached out his hand to grab the heart of fire. The moment Jack Apron lifted the heart of fire from Yoon Son-hoon's hand, blood spurted from his hand. Immediately, numerous notifications appeared, shocking him. What? Fair contract has been activated. All stats reduced by 30. Your stamina decreases by 1 every minute. Lightning source lasts for 70 hours. Yoon Son-hoon's hand was covered in blood. I hid a small blade between the heart of fire and my hand. He calculated everything like a blood-sucking vampire. The moment Jack picks up the heart of fire, the blade will cut my hand. This is clearly an attack. Suddenly, a circular weapon flew from somewhere. These circles attacked Yoon Son-hoon and he was astonished. What is this? Ambushed at this moment. Damn it, I was prepared, but it was too fast. Damn it, Yoon Son-hoon and Jack Apron both shouted in fury. You scoundrel. Jack Apron, in his weakest state, pointed at Abdul Hedges and ordered him to catch him. He gritted his teeth and thought, I didn't know he'd hide a blade in his hand under the item. Caught in a petty trap, Yoon Son-hoon retreated at this moment, and Jack Apron shouted, don't let him escape. Just then he launched numerous fire attacks. Attacks grew stronger and stronger. Jack Apron drew his sword from behind and said coldly, stop this petty trickery now. Then he swung his sword, delivering a sharp blow, and immediately a large explosion occurred in the air and smoke obscured the internal situation. Jack Apron seriously stared at the spot. I just used quite a lot of power, but it missed too easily. Ghost, this damned bastard, was he hiding his strength? As the smoke cleared, Jongmin's group of 3 appeared. Jack Apron exclaimed, you 3, and the 3 of them each said, this can be considered an attack on us, right? The message window said self-defense is allowed now, so that makes it much easier. Yoon Son-hoon appeared behind them at this moment and shouted excitedly, your contract terms were too loose. Even a light tap on the shoulder can be considered an attack. And what just happened can also be considered an attack. Jack Apron was speechless for a moment. At this moment, one of the 3 said mockingly, outnumbered, what can you do? Jongmin continued, I don't like ganging up on people, but if it's you, I don't need to feel guilty. Suddenly, Jack Apron wore a grotesque smile. Cuckoo-hoo, he slapped his forehead and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, a man retorted. What are you laughing at, you bastard? Jack Apron's eyes sharpened and he humorously exclaimed, how entertaining. He pointed directly at Yoon Son-hoon and said, Ghost, I'll give you credit, you're a truly interesting fellow. Yoon Son-hoon replied nonchalantly, it's an honor that you were amused. Jack Apron continued, I've met people like you. When I first came to this world, I gave one of them a golden opportunity to become my pet. You are perfectly qualified to be my next pet. Yoon Son-hoon closed his eyes and smiled, saying, a pet? I don't raise animals, but I do take care of plants. Jack Apron at this moment dragged his blade across the floor, making sparks fly, and said, don't worry, you won't be a master, you'll be my beast. Around him, dense murderous intent surged. Jongmin exclaimed, charge, and immediately used the ultimate Tai Chi technique to attack Jack Abram. Jack Abram still stood calmly and withstood the powerful attack. He launched a crazed, grotesque strike and immediately destroyed Jaman's attack. The bodies of the three men suddenly trembled. Jack Abram observed and thought, if I keep fighting, more contracts will be broken. Then he turned to the slaves behind him and shouted, "Who follows my orders, block the escape routes and don't let anyone escape. Attack. Tie up those who try to run." Then he turned back to Ghost, and Yoon Son-hoon's figure was no longer visible. His face was filled with irritation. Did he escape amidst all the chaos? Then he swung his sword again and laughed. "Kuka-ha-ha-ha, all right, go ahead and run." Jongmin hastily reassured the remaining people, "Don't be afraid, he's alone." Jack Abram thrust his sword forward frantically and shouted, "At lost, I don't have time to play around with insignificant guys like you." On this side, the group of slaves urged each other, shouting, "Quick, chase him." Jack Abram's movement stopped. He looked down and saw Yoon Son-hoon fleeing. Jack Abram admired him seriously. No matter how skilled he is, he wouldn't survive a fall from that height. Just then, a pair of black wings sprouted from his back and he flew straight down, landing right in front of Yoon Son-hoon. Yoon Son-hoon exclaimed in surprise, "Wings just sprouted instantly? What kind of profession allows that?" He retracted his wings and calmly replied, "A very, very special profession. Get ready. I'll tear you to shreds in 30 seconds. Yoon Son-hoon was slightly flustered, thinking, if it's not Marina or Kong Muhan, no one can beat him. 30 seconds isn't an exaggeration. But Yoon Son-hoon spread his arms and said, "You don't think you're the only one with allies, do you?" The surrounding space began to warp. Jack Abram inwardly exclaimed, "An illusion." A system notification appeared. Demonic wisdom detected your abnormal state and resisted. He looked back in surprise, examining the dark air behind him. He has allies? Jack Abram quickly created a shield and blocked the powerful attack. Blessing of Void consumes a lot of mana to automatically block attacks. He gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, what a nuisance. I got what I wanted, so letting him go now is a wise decision. Yoon Son-hoon jumped up and fled again. Have 30 seconds passed? Jack Abram chased him, very displeased, thinking, that damn bastard. He then smiled wickedly again. Fine, I'll never let you escape from here. Rage of Fury activated immediately. A huge torrent of power exploded. Jack Abram chased right behind Yoon Son-hoon, who was startled. Eli, from a corner, fired a cannon at Jack Abram, marveling. An automatic defensive attack mechanism, too strong. All I can do is obstruct him a little, but I must keep supporting, otherwise that monster will catch up to Son-hoon. Immediately, bullets continued to fire. Jack Abram continuously used mana to block the attacks, even fate itself. He began to look around. I know where the bullets are coming from, but it's too far. If I run over there, Ghost will disappear. Just then, Yoon Son-hoon landed on a dome, taunting, "You must have meant 30 minutes, not 30 seconds, right? Hee hee hee." Jack Abram paused as if in disbelief. How can a top ranker in combat skills fight so dishonorably? Then he turned back and shouted, "Black Blast." Immediately, dark power erupted from his hand. Yoon Son-hoon quickly raised his hand and blocked the strange attack. Jack Abram looked up in surprise and asked, "You blocked that with just a book?" Yoon Son-hoon replied triumphantly. Hee hee hee, it's no ordinary book. Then countless explosive projectiles flew. Jack Abram struggled to block them using mana. Yoon Son-hoon fled again and he continued to curse furiously from behind. Hit and run, what a despicable guy. Jack Abram was very exhausted, chasing him and dodging bullets. Damn it, it's really hard to chase him while airborne and blocking attacks. Just then a stream of fantastical energy appeared. Jack Abram shouted, "Ghost, you bastard, I'll kill you." Suddenly, he looked back in surprise. Abdul Hedges landed and said, "I apologize for the delay, it took some time to catch up to you." Jack Abram yelled, "Hedges, kill that sniper as fast as you can." Abdul Hedges calmly nodded and replied, "Yes." Having delegated one task, Jack Abram wore a wicked smile again. "Keep running, Ghost. I'll crush your skull and turn you to ashes." On Eli's side, a system notification appeared. Intruder detected in advanced barrier. Intruder passed through illusion with strong will. She looked back in surprise. He broke through the second barrier. The intruder's stealth skill is truly excellent. No, Abdul Hedges carefully infiltrated, thinking the surrounding terrain has changed. This kind of magic is new to me. Truly a nuisance. Suddenly, his foot stepped on a device. An explosion immediately occurred, and he had no time to dodge. After that, a glass vial appeared on the floor. Abdul Hedges looked at it, confused. They weren't just using magic. Just then, a horde of zombies staggered towards him from the front. Abdul Hedges quickly took out the bracelets he was wearing on his hand. "I didn't expect to use this technique in a place like this." Then he shouted, "Dance of Death!" The bracelets shot out and cut down the approaching zombies. Eli observed him through a magic orb, evaluating. "He's quite strong, but I still have a useful trump card to use." Just then, Hedges's bracelet struck a hard object. Abdul Hedges speculated whether it was due to a shield or someone else. Suddenly, at that moment, a man with a shield appeared before his eyes. "Die!" Leo, controlled at that moment, shouted with a grotesque face. "Die, die quickly, ha ha ha." Abdul Hedges thought to himself, he's not a man with a shield, he's a madman. Then he shouted, "I don't have time for games. I'll eliminate you very quickly." Leo charged forward at that moment, attacking and shouting, "Die!" In a corner, Eli calculated. "I stimulated him with madness magic. He's completely out of his mind under a psychological spell. Although he'll be discarded as a trivial pawn, his combat skills are truly useful. If I help him, I can stop him." Leo grew stronger with Eli's help. Due to the relentless attacks and traps, Abdul Hedges was overwhelmed. Eli made a magic circle, wearing a wicked smile. "It seems I won't need to use my trump card." On Yoon Son-hoon's side, he was still trying to evade Jack Abram. He was worried because Jack Abram was right behind him. Eli's support suddenly cut off, so I can't lure him into the traps I prepared. But this supermarket isn't such a bad place to fight. Suddenly, Jack Apron's body paused. The lightning source of death is reducing my power by 1 every minute, for 72 hours. At this rate I could really die. Yoon Son-hoon suddenly stopped at that moment and turned around. Seemed to be in bad shape. I'd be truly grateful if you'd pass out, Jack Abram replied. Yes, we've had quite a bit of fun, but it's probably best to end this now. As that thought crossed his mind, a notification appeared. Activate Fallen Demon, he asserted. Yes, activate Fallen Demon immediately. While skill is active, strength, agility, and stamina increase by 200. All damage taken is reduced by 50. Damage taken from light attribute attacks increases by 200. Divine attribute attacks change to cult attribute. When skill duration ends, 50 of all previously suppressed damage is taken at once. Permanently reduces HP and energy by 20 points. Permanently reduces luck by 60 points. Jack Abram, in his fallen demon state at that moment, transformed and became terrifying. He bared his teeth and roared, "Grr, magnificent!" Yoon Son-hoon felt true danger. His power has increased tremendously. Is it a buff skill? His appearance and energy have changed. This is definitely a demon skill. Did I have a divine skill? Then he opened his book and activated the whirlwind technique. Immediately, wind erupted from outside. Yoon Son-hoon calculated. I'll end this battle with 51 grade divine attribute equipment. But suddenly Jack Apron appeared behind Yoon Son-hoon. I thought your staff was just for show. To be only this strong is truly disappointing. Yoon Son-hoon marveled at how fast he was. I mustn't show any openings. But before he could even draw his sword, Jack Abram easily grabbed the sword with 2 fingers. It's useless. Then he slightly exerted force and sent Yoon Son-hoon flying backward. Jack Abram quickly rushed forward, grabbed him by the collar and said, "Do you know why I've kept you alive until now?" Yoon Son-hoon struggled to break free, but it was useless. Jack Abram continued to laugh triumphantly. "I was really curious how you hid your face behind that terrible mask. That's why I kept you alive." After speaking, he plunged his horn into Yoon Son-hoon's forehead, drawing blood. Yoon Son-hoon's body trembled. Yoon Son-hoon clutched his chest and coughed continuously. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it, why is the mask effect activating at this very moment? Jack Abram continued to approach. "Are you really smiling?" Yoon Son-hoon replied. Cough, cough. Damn it, if you had gone just a little further, you would have fallen into the trap. Jack Abram heard those words and sneered. "You can't use traps, and your ally isn't here either. You won't be able to do anything." Yoon Son-hoon continued to make incomprehensible sounds. Cough, cough, but he still asked, confused. "What did you say?" Yoon Son-hoon shouted. "Can't tolerate you being so lucky any longer." Then he hit his head again. Jack Abram was confused. Is he crazy? Where does that confidence come from? At this moment, a system notification appeared. Partial truth has been activated. Due to entering a near-death state, all stats increased by 10. Pain is not felt while this skill is active. Yoon Son-hoon gritted his teeth and calculated. A 10 increase in all stats is good, but it's still not enough to defeat him. Then he shouted and hit Jack Abram's forehead again. He sneered at that action. Crazy? Yoon Son-hoon looked directly at him. To activate the said item, I need to use the cloak. Immediately, an activation notification appeared. Heroic appearance, grade, event, type active. All damage taken reduced by 50 for 7 seconds. All stats increased by 20 for 7 seconds. HP and energy recovered by 7. Cooldown 3 days. Yoon Son-hoon immediately charged at his opponent. Jack Abram just said casually, "It's useless," but at this moment Yoon Son-hoon's sword missed his body and slashed towards his wing. Immediately, a part of his wing was cut off and blood splattered everywhere. Jack Abram gritted his teeth and screamed, "Are you damn bastard?" Yoon Son-hoon retorted, "Keep screaming," and simultaneously created magic. Immediately, the power of hellfire exploded, incinerating Jack Abram. At the same time, Yoon Son-hoon stopped and observed the situation. Items of the dead are taken. To be precise, only the person who directly killed them can claim them. Jack Abram, as if only realizing it then, shouted in rage. "No way!" Yoon Son-hoon focused his power on the hellfire again, and it blazed even more fiercely. Jack Abram shouted from within the flames, "Ha, damn it!" His body was gradually returning to normal. He tried to self-destruct to harm himself. Just then, a notification appeared. Fallen Demon skill duration has ended. You are receiving all previously suppressed damage. Several stats have been permanently reduced. He laughed loudly, very excited. "Kuhahaha, you fool, in the end, I survived. If I recover from my injuries in time." Suddenly, his foot stepped on a device. Jack Apron's body paused. "What is this? Is it the trap he mentioned?" He recalled saying, "Are you really smiling?" During the battle, Yoon Son-hoon had replied, "Cough, cough. Damn it, if you had gone just a little further, you would have fallen into the trap." Jack Abram felt like he was going crazy, utterly helpless, and merely cursed. "Damn it!" Jack Abram was quickly teleported to his bed. He suddenly opened his eyes. Jack Abram, unable to believe this fact, sprang up and screamed like a madman. "Kuhahaha, I died." He grabbed the whip next to him and opened the dungeon door immediately. With the sound of the whip, blood splattered into the air. The suffering people screamed in pain and terror. "I am sorry. I'll do whatever you say. Please, please forgive me." Rachel appeared at this moment and said, "It seems things aren't going your way." Jack Abram stopped moving and replied unpleasantly, "Are you blind?" Deep in thought, he opened his mouth and struck Rachel's cheek with the whip. She merely took the slap. "This slap doesn't have much force. Did he die in the mission?" Rachel received the whip and replied with a worried face, I'm sorry, he's too much of a nuisance. Will merely saying sorry resolve this? Unable to bear it, he grabbed someone in the darkness and continuously beat them, shouting, "This is all because you didn't do your jobs properly." After letting off some steam, Jack Apron returned and asked, "Rachel, is the mission complete?" She replied, "Yes, this time we minimized damage by using many slaves. Everyone is praising you." He took a deep breath and calmed down. Phew, at least this much. Jack divided ordinary citizens into 3 grades according to their skills. After that, he determined privileges and discrimination by grade. Every time he won a war, he enslaved the defeated. There were those who tried to resist to solve labor problems, but in this land power was authority. A short while later, Jack Apron gave an order. "Rachel, tell the slaves to work harder. We need to start the expansion plan right now and secure our forces." Rachel expressed concern, "But if you do that, it will cause problems with the current system." Jack Apron immediately glared at Rachel. "Don't worry, use all those in the correctional facility," Rachel thought, startled. The correctional facility? Those are the only ones who rejected His Excellency's contract. His Excellency is trying to use those we've been trying to rehabilitate by all means. Jack Apron impatiently shouted again. "Use them for anything useful. Right now they're completely useless. It doesn't matter if you use them to demolish buildings or learn skills. Just get rid of them." Rachel, startled, quickly turned and carried out the order. Yes, yes. At that moment Jack Apron wore an evil, sinister smile. "Is he speaking Korean? Good ghost, pray we don't meet again." The scene shifted to Sonhoon's inn and an angry curse echoed. "Damn it!" Marina opened the door and entered, asking, "What's wrong?" Sonhoon annoyingly retorted. "What, you died too?" Marina immediately replied. "No, I held out till the end." Then, as if realizing something, she said, startled, "You died?" Sonhoon, embarrassed, cleared his throat. I was ambushed by a group." After that, he checked the information window again, thinking that at least he hadn't lost his equipment. "All damaged items are in the warehouse. Repair costs are quite expensive but cheaper than buying new ones." Did Jack really die? There's a limit to what I can do in the dark. If I meet him again, this will surely happen. I need to get stronger. There's a limit to what an ordinary person can achieve, except for Marina. She's dozens of times stronger than anyone else, even without any special privileges. As Sonhoon kept staring at her, Marina awkwardly asked, "Is there something on my face?" Sonhoon calmly replied, "No, I'm just looking." He calculated inwardly. "I can't always keep her on my side." Suddenly a voice echoed in the air. Ahem. "Is this working? Hello everyone. I am Loki, one of the gods who created the mission." As soon as Sonhoon heard that name, he exclaimed inwardly, "Loki," Loki continued, speaking amidst everyone's bewilderment. "I respect autonomy, so I will not interfere. However, due to recent events involving Satan, many complaints have been received. Anyway, gods really dislike boring stories, so we've decided to start an emergency event." Sonhoon looked up and listened. "An emergency event?" Loki raised a finger and continued speaking. "The name of this event is The End. Originally about 1 million people should be remaining by now, but that's too many. However, we've decided who is qualified and who is not." Sonhoon pondered deeply. "They must have candidates too," Loki announced again. "More details will be provided via the message window." Immediately, event information appeared. The End, event type. The arena will open in 3 separate time intervals. 2 cities will become enemies of each other. Within 480 hours of the arena opening, a winner must emerge by any means. The method of selecting a winner can be provided by the temple or freely decided. The winner receives no penalties. Everyone on the losing side, except for the first place, loses 1 life. There are a few items that can avoid penalties. Sonhoon listened and said in disbelief, "What is this?" Loki continued speaking. "This will make everything clear. I hope to hear my voice again next time. See you later then." After Loki's announcement to the players, someone appeared from the darkness and said, "Well done, Loki." This man now appeared in a new form with white beard and hair. He praised Loki. "You played your part very well." Loki turned back and replied, "Of course, it was your request," he thought to himself. "Even I have no choice but to obey this old man. The first being to create the universe. No one knows his name, so he can only be vaguely referred to. The one who makes everything possible and sits above all gods." The man spoke again. "I am above the gods, but I cannot ignore their complaints." Loki interrupted and asked, I apologize, but why don't you use your power to create and remove everything in this world?" The old man refused to answer. "I cannot answer that question. I will tell you after everything is over. As a hint, it helps to create a world of complete freedom," Loki calmly refuted. "I don't fully understand your words. You will understand when the time comes." The old man left those words and disappeared back into space. Loki analyzed the old man's gaze with a cold expression. It was fleeting, but he looked truly bored. It took longer than expected. Then he put it behind him and walked lightly. "Well, as long as it's fun, I don't care." At this moment in one city, a group of people lamented in distress on the streets. Things were just starting to get better. Now it's over. We have to give up." Sonhoon looked down from above, observing everyone's helpless situation, and thought, "Everyone is in a panic, but those in the lower and middle classes are much worse. They've either given up or are indulging in pleasure as if there's no tomorrow. This has led to an increase in crime rates and cracks in the system because people aren't doing their jobs. This atmosphere seems to have spread to guild members as well." After that, Sonhoon returned to his room and reminded everyone, "Don't get swept away by others' moods. The danger is great, but we just need to survive," someone in the room said worriedly. "If we lose, won't everything be over?" Sonhoon calmly refuted that statement. "Lose? Why are you thinking so negatively? Have you forgotten who is in this guild? Marina at the very top. Eli, she can help and constrain many people with various magic. Sa Zhongwu invincible in duels. And the leader of this guild, Yoon Son-hoon. He solemnly reassured them, don't think too much, I'll take care of everything, just remember that. The people in the room heard that and cheered in unison. Yes, if Mr. Son-hoon is with us, that's right, Yoon Son-hoon, Yoon Son-hoon, Yoon Son-hoon. At that moment, Son-hoon smiled with satisfaction. My nameless guild is no less than the Salvation Society of Fanatics. I've gathered the losers of society, then, using psychological magic and various drugs tailored to individuals, I've elicited absolute loyalty. I don't even need to do anything special anymore. They've already become perfect pawns ready to follow my orders. No names or symbols needed. I have no intention of putting them on the front lines or having them complete anything. This nameless guild is my trump card. A moment later, Son-hoon walked alone, analyzing the situation. This could lead to too many outcomes. Even if we fight, neither side will likely go all out. Probably only elite forces will participate in the battle. He went to the repair shop and said, Sir, I want to repair a mask and a suit of armor. The owner cheerfully quoted the price. The armor is 100 million and the mask is 5 million. Son-hoon listened and broke out in a cold sweat. Why is it so expensive? The owner replied helplessly. It's because their grades are too high. Otherwise you can buy new ones. You'll have to pay. All right, here you go. The owner took the money and asserted, Haha, I'll make it like new. He inwardly regretted the money. More expensive than I thought, but there's no other way. After that he went somewhere else, still deep in thought. I need to master profound insight and the mage's mana enhancement secret. That will cost a fortune. At this moment I suddenly met an acquaintance. Son-hoon exclaimed, Baekwoon Sun Bainim, he asked back, startled. Huh, you know me? Son-hoon eerily recalled a past scene. His arrow almost burned me to death in the survival mission. How could I forget? He doesn't seem to recognize me because I'm not wearing my mask. After that, Son-hoon quickly made it clear. Oh, of course, who wouldn't know the famous Baekwoon Sun Bainim? Kangmu Han Nim's trusted guildmaster senior. Baekwoon listened and asked, flustered, So, do you want an autograph? At this moment, Son-hoon wore a calculating smile. Now that I think about it, I should sell the bow equipment I got from Teresa. Will he buy it for a high price? After that he quickly got to the point. An autograph is good, but do you want to buy some bow equipment? Baekwoon listened and said confidently, my equipment is the best. Son-hoon calmly took out the equipment and showed it. Baekwoon looked down with curious eyes. Where did you get this? Son-hoon replied. From this mission. Is it good? Baekwoon exclaimed, startled. Good is good? The information window appeared. Lightning Emperor bow grade, unique high type bow. He looked at the item and began to hesitate. This bow isn't bad. It's slightly better than mine, but the rest of the items. The information window continued to appear. Arrows of Canop grade, essence intermediate type arrows. Token of vows grade, unique high type ring. Baekwoon exclaimed, startled and sweating profusely. My rare intermediate arrows are hard to get now, but these are essence grade and that ring allows me to charge arrows while shooting. Realizing its potential, he said happily to Son-hoon, this was definitely used by an ancient master. Son-hoon replied, surprised, Really? Baekwoon held the ring and asked again, puzzled, but the description of the token of vows mentions another token. Do you have it? Son-hoon said. I don't know, this is all I have, he quickly decided. Alright, this is a set. I'll buy it compared to other items of the same grade. I'll buy it for a high price. How about 2 billion for everything? What do you think? Son-hoon calculated inwardly. Essence grade items are currently around this price. It's reasonable. After that he replied, Alright. Baekwoon immediately made an additional offer. That was a good deal. If you don't belong to an organization, I'll give you a position in our guild. Son-hoon refused. I'm sorry, but I already have an organization. He expressed regret. Really? That's a shame. But Baekwoon quickly walked away, waving his hand to remind him. If you have more bow equipment, come find me. Son-hoon smiled cheerfully and replied, All right. Son-hoon began to calculate again. The 4 billion I got from Jack and the 2 billion I just earned, I won't donate this money to the guild, I'll use it to enhance my skills. He began to search through the bookshelves. Lightsaber and piercing sword, energy compression, multiple energy control, plus monk's swordsmanship. Explosion master's insight, top grade swordsmanship. I'll master all the skills that can be learned at my current level, including attribute amplification. This is truly necessary. My attribute power isn't as strong as a mage's. Son-hoon quickly picked 2 thick books. The female employee exclaimed in surprise, Good heavens, you're buying all the skills? Son-hoon immediately replied, I'm going to share them with guild members. She laughed cheerfully and said, I see, there's only one person who would buy all these high-grade skills. Son-hoon listened and felt a little curious. That person, the female employee recalled and described. It was a woman with 2 beautiful swords. Do you know her? Oh, Son-hoon felt helpless as Marina's image kept coming to mind, asking him for a solo duel. Mr. Son-hoon, let's have a solo duel, he helplessly said. I know she's really ... Son-hoon covered his face with a tired expression. I'll give the remaining money to Eli and focus on training. If it weren't for Marina, I wouldn't be training this hard. A moment later, Son-hoon went to Sarah and she cheerfully said, Welcome, please select a mission. He quickly selected a mission. Difficulty C. I only have 1 life left, so I'm ready. What am I afraid of? Despite thinking so, the fear didn't disappear because he had experienced death once. I should play it safe and choose difficulty D. Sonhoon quickly changed his bold thought. Suddenly someone appeared from behind and said, "Are you going to choose difficulty D?" Ji-hoon appeared in white clothes holding a magic staff. "Long time no see, Ghost," Sonhoon calmly replied. "It's been a while, Kim Ji-hoon. What's wrong? I'm an honorary advisor to the Alliance, so it wouldn't look good if someone saw you talking to me." Ji-hoon agreed. "That's right, it's a bit difficult to talk in front of so many people." After that, he suggested, "Shall we do a mission together?" Sonhoon looked at the opponent with sharp eyes, thinking inwardly, he's a high-ranked healer but not a combat class. Even if there's a conflict, I'll win. Let's hear what he has to say. After that, he opened his mouth and asked, "All right, just the two of us." Ji-hoon said that was enough. A moment later, the two were summoned to a snow-covered area. Sonhoon looked around and said, "No one will hear us here, so what do you want to talk about?" Ji-hoon immediately got to the point. "Ghost, will you help me?" Sonhoon listened and asked, puzzled. "Help me? Are you asking me directly?" Ji-hoon smiled and replied, "No, I'm asking the honorary advisor of the Alliance." Sonhoon asked back, flustered, "You haven't forgotten the relationship between the Association and the Salvation Society, have you?" Kim Ji-hoon calmly replied, "Of course not. After all, I'm the chairman, but why are you asking me? Do you think I'll agree?" Kim Ji-hoon walked calmly and explained, "That's right. The way you treat me shows no malice at all. You're an honorary advisor to the Alliance, but you're different from the other Alliance members." Sonhoon listened and inwardly marveled. "Tisk, I was too kind," Kim Ji-hoon still said with a confident smile. "And I'm sure you'll agree." Suddenly, his expression became grotesque. "You know, my chance encounter with you and your help were all thanks to the Lord's help." Sonhoon tilted his head and inwardly assessed, "This guy isn't normal either." Then he raised his voice and demanded, "If you're so sure, I'll decide after hearing your explanation." Kim Ji-hoon spoke again. "First, may I ask you a question? What do you think will happen when a new city appears?" Sonhoon seriously analyzed. "Devon City is a stable place. There are a total of top-ranked players, 5 of whom belong to the Alliance. The Alliance led many players and won the war against Japan." Kim Ji-hoon agreed with a smile. "I'm very impressed by that as well. Yukiko did a great job," Sonhoon continued. "The Alliance's biggest problem is the Salvation Society, but it's not because they're rivals. Having a suitable rival is a factor that promotes the Alliance's unity." Kim Ji-hoon laughed and said, "So you're saying we're a strong rival? Haha." Sonhoon also said with a confident smile, "When a new city appears, everyone will unite and face it together." His words were consistent with Baek-woo's predictions. On the Alliance's side, Baek-woo was analyzing the situation for his colleagues. "According to Loki, we'll have an advantage in the next battle. In the war with Japan, we won with minimal damage due to both objective and subjective reasons. But other countries are unlikely to be so lucky." Another person listened and laughed. "I don't really know what you're saying, but it sounds plausible," Baek-woo continued. "Of course nothing is certain, so we sent a message to Japan to prepare for unexpected situations." Kong Muhan asked, "Japan?" He immediately replied, "Yes, after the war, Japan was divided, and we can increase our chances of victory through sufficient relations." Kong Muhan then stood up and boosted everyone's morale. "Come on, cheer up, our association's seniors and I will find out what's needed to prepare the equipment for the battle," Baek-woo replied. "Understood." Then he inwardly calculated, "The Devon City Alliance is very strong. If we stick close to the Alliance members and prepare for external dangers, victory will be ours." Sonhoon, with his hands in his pockets, expressed his opinion. "The association consists entirely of veteran high-ranking executives and people skilled in war strategy. Therefore, they have likely already prepared dozens of operational plans. However, the association seems to be misunderstanding a few things." He analyzed deeper. "Looking at the reality of the problem, there's no way to fight a full-scale war like the one with Japan." Kim Ji-hoon nodded. "That's right, Japan was a special case. That large-scale battle was the first of its kind, and everyone had an extra life, so the risk was lower. But this time, things won't play out that way." Sonhoon scoffed. "Currently, most people have one life or none at all. In such a situation, will they truly have the courage and wisdom to fight on the front lines? They'll probably think that strong people will protect them." Having finished his analysis, he proposed a solution. "So the association will have to deal with internal enemies before facing external ones." Kim Ji-hoon laughed and agreed. "I think so too. That's why I'm making a proposal." Then he asked, "Do you want to become an advisor to the Salvation Society?" Sonhoon was momentarily surprised. He inwardly grasped his intention like this. "He wants me to recommend me to an important position if I join the enemy's side. Is this guy trying to leverage this situation to leap into a better position?" Sonhoon rubbed his chin, thinking, and smiled sinisterly. "An interesting offer." At this moment, the city system suddenly displayed a notification. "Salvation Society, remaining time 19 days 465 hours. Kong Muhan saw the notification and wondered, "What is this? I haven't even heard that a new city has appeared. What the hell is this?" Then he pointed at Baek-woo and pressed him. "Baek-woo, are you hiding something from me?" He asked back, flustered. "What are you talking about?" Kong Muhan fell into thought. No one is reacting to this fact. So only those who received the symbol of honor can see this. I can't ignore this notification. Thinking this, he ordered, "Form a team and investigate this area." Baek-woo didn't understand what was happening but quickly agreed. At this moment, 2 men rode out of the city, and they stood on a rocky cliff overlooking the city. One man asked, When and how did a city appear near us? A moment later, he returned to Kong Muhan and bowed his head, admitting his mistake. I discovered a new city during a patrol a while ago. It's very close to us, approximately a day's journey. He gritted his teeth, slammed his desk and shouted, "What the hell is this? Are you messing with me? And you didn't even know there was a city near us?" Baekwu reminded him. "Calm down, almost no one goes outside at this time." Kong Muhan sighed. "Then which country's city is it?" The man bowed his head slightly and replied, "It seems to be one of the Western countries." "They don't speak English?" Kong Muhan asked again. "There are many countries in the West. Are there any special characteristics or similarities?" The man replied helplessly. "I heard a very strange language, but I apologize, I've never heard it before." Kong Muhan covered his face and commanded in a tired voice, "All right, dispatch an appropriate delegation team and prepare to depart immediately after that." "Contact Ghost," Baekwu wondered. "Are you planning to take him?" Kong Muhan glanced sideways and turned back. "Taking him will be useful, it doesn't matter whether he's on our side or not. If we take Ghost, Marina will follow too." On Marina's side, she opened her eyes wide and shouted, "Son-hoon, how long are you going to postpone our duel?" He quickly excused himself. "I'm not postponing it, there's no reason to. I just learned a new skill and need time to adapt to it. I just don't want to disappoint you by fighting before I'm ready." Marina said, "A skill that takes so long to adapt to, what kind of skill is it? I can help if you want." Yoon Son-hoon replied, flustered, "It's magic. It's related to magic, so I'm having trouble combining it with swordsmanship." Marina's eyes shone with determination upon hearing that. "Then I suppose I can't help you, but I want to train with you as soon as possible," Yoon Son-hoon quickly agreed. As Sa Jong-woo pushed open the door, Yoon Son-hoon asked, startled, "What's wrong?" The boy frowned. "The association is looking for you, brother Son-hoon. I think you should go." He immediately pulled out a yellow card and asked Jong-woo, "Is it because of this?" The boy's eyes widened. "Why?" Yoon Son-hoon immediately explained. "There's a message that only people with this card can see. Since Marina and I received the message, I guess that's it." He wondered inwardly, "Is Kong Muhan trying to summon me as a Grim Reaper?" Yoon Son-hoon thought, put the card away and said, "I have a favor to ask." Jong-woo was curious. "What is it?" Yoon Son-hoon's eyes became murderous as he thought, "Currently, Sa Jong-woo and Marina have a very good relationship with me, but it's not firm. If they find out what I'm doing, this relationship will break." He said with a dangerous expression, "Both of you, you need to listen to what I'm about to say. But don't misunderstand me," he continued. "I've come up with a plan and both of you will probably find it very cowardly." Then he explained the plan. After finishing his explanation, Yoon Son-hoon crossed his arms and said solemnly, "This is my plan." "What do you two think?" Marina marveled. "Such a shameless method," but Sa Jong-woo seemed very pleased. "All right," the boy said. "I work for you and I trust you. Not because you're a good person, but because you were honest with me." Marina listened and fell into thought. "Since when did I start evaluating others by kindness? Whether someone walks the right path or the wrong path, the most important thing is their true nature. The reason I follow him is because he is stronger than me. Yes, there's only one person overwhelmingly stronger than me." Yoon Son-hoon. Once her thoughts were organized, she bowed her head. "I apologize, Mr. Yoon Son-hoon, I lacked resolve." Marina clasped her hands firmly, showing absolute determination. "If that is your request, I will obey whatever it is," she thought to herself. "I don't know what's happening, but everything seems to be going smoothly." The scene shifted to a forest near a castle. Two groups of people stood facing each other here. One man solemnly introduced himself first. "Nice to meet you. I am Alan Devises from France. Are you Chinese or Japanese?" Kong Muhan cleared his throat. "We are Koreans." "I am Kong Muhan," the man scoffed. "All right, Mr. Kong Muhan, let's stop the small talk and get straight to the point. If you don't want unnecessary bloodshed, surrender now." Kong Muhan replied angrily. "What, surrender?" he proudly said. "We have the Lily Knights. A team of 100 second awakened knights and thousands of elite soldiers." Yoon Son-hoon suddenly appeared and clapped Kong Muhan hard on the shoulder. "Excuse my interruption, but that doesn't seem enough to threaten us." Alan was stunned. "What?" Marina added. "That's right, it'll take some time, but I can handle those scumbags by myself." Alan retorted angrily. "How can a representative speak so insolently? Don't you want to see what happens if you keep talking like that?" She emanated killing intent, challenging him. "If you want to die, keep talking." He seemed genuinely afraid. "What is this killing intent?" he shouted frantically. Leo, help me," as soon as he finished speaking. Leo proudly walked forward and slammed his shield onto the ground. Yoon Son-hoon's eyes widened as he thought. "I've seen him in the City of Death." He recalled from his perspective, "I'm a dangerous enemy. Even as a holy knight, he won't be able to overcome that." He stared intently at Leo, and Leo stared intently back at him. The atmosphere was more tense than ever. Leo turned back to Alan and asked, "Why did you call me?" Yoon Son-hoon broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, is he ignoring me? He probably lost his mind due to Eli's advice. Alan stammered, pointing at Yoon Son-hoon, "These guys are trying to threaten us. I know your grief over losing Teresa, but please help us." Leo quickly agreed and looked at the opponent with murderous eyes. Leo looked down at his palm and froze. "My token of vows is reacting," he shouted, emanating killing intent. "One of you killed Teresa." Yoon Son-hoon inwardly flinched slightly and cursed. Leo swore loudly, "I'll kill every bastard involved with Teresa's killer." Then he thought to himself, "The token of vows only reacts when another owner is within a 100 meters radius. It didn't work where I went before. It reacted when I got here." In the very next moment his gaze met On Son-wong, who was standing at the very end of the line. Leo squinted and challenged, "Who is that archer with the red bow?" Who is he? Yoon Son-hoon shrugged. The atmosphere seems a bit tense. Why don't you calm down? How about we resolve this through dialogue, he replied. If you want to talk, bring that archer. Yoon Son-hoon turned to Kong Muhan. Brother Kong Muhan, please. This isn't such a big deal. He frowned and thought Marina is here, so it should be fine. Then he agreed. All right, Ghost, bring him over. An Son-won was curious. Me? Why does he want to see me? Yoon Son-hoon was slightly flustered. I don't know either. Maybe because you're the chairman he has something to ask you. He inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I didn't use the bow because it was good. I need to sell the stolen equipment as soon as possible. An Son-won approached Leo and asked, Did you call me? He asked curiously. That quiver. It's called Canop's quiver. An Son-won was stunned. How did you know? Leo asked back. How did I know? He said, emanating power and anger. I should probably ask the original owner. Because of that power, An Son-won couldn't stand straight. Kong Muhan stepped forward. Who are you fighting? Then he directly blocked his attack with his hand. Leo's feet quickly scraped the ground. This immense power is coming out just from blocking the shield. Alan was also scared. He's stronger than me. Leo gritted his teeth. Alan, let's retreat. He was shocked. What? Leo shouted. Retreat. But he was still loud. You archer, I'll kill you no matter what. I'll come back to reclaim what belongs to Teresa. An Son-won explained helplessly. I didn't steal anything from anyone. This is something I bought. Upon hearing this, Leo's anger exploded. You bought that? Then the person who killed Teresa must be someone else. No sooner had he finished speaking than a sword whistled past, narrowly missing him by 2 centimeters. Kong Muhan ordered them to retreat. Leo quickly complied. I'll take the people and we can discuss this in more detail later, Yoon Son-hoon said. Just let them go, Mr. Kong Muhan. Muhan was surprised. You wouldn't normally say that, Yoon Son-hoon replied. There's no need to risk our lives for unnecessary things. But inwardly he thought, if they fight, I'll get caught up in it too. After Alan and his soldiers left, Muhan said, Anyway, what he's claiming is unfounded. Baek-woon is innocent. He's part of my team. Suddenly there was a crack from his shoulder joint. Muhan clutched his shoulder and thought, still a long way to go. I didn't realize balancing strength and stamina would be so difficult. At this rate, my arm feels like it's about to break from the pressure. On Alan's side, he was puzzled. Leo, why did you have to do that? If you had just given the order, the Lily Knights would have wiped them out. Why did you retreat? Leo shouted without hesitation. You fool, have you ever realized the difference in power between yourself and your opponent? Everyone there was stronger than us. Everyone in France lost 1 life by failing their first forced mission. The climax is that the population dwindled to below 50,000 after the survival mission. But the biggest blow they'll have to face is the war after the expansion. Leo silently commanded, Alan, issue a conscription order and gather donations. We cannot afford to suffer from resource shortages. At the very least, we must do our best to upgrade our equipment and prepare, Alan said with some concern. Many people will oppose that order. Leo immediately explained, it's not for my own benefit. According to reports, at least 2 more teams will be coming. Most of our people now only have 1 life left. He pressed further, with a murderous glint in his eyes. If we have to participate in 3 more wars, how many people do you think will last until the end? What if the enemy's troop numbers don't dwindle like ours? Alan hastily agreed. Understood, Leo clarified. Thinking about the future, we cannot stake everything on an all-out war. The most effective and efficient method is to fight with a small number of elite troops. Prepare an ambassador to send to Germany. Alan asked if he intended to request support. Leo replied, yes. If we lose, they'll be in trouble too, so even if they're crazy, they'll cooperate. He looked into the distance and thought, perhaps I should ask that crazy priest for help. The city suddenly became ablaze, and outside a group of people shouted as if they had lost control. Damn them, come out now, come out, where's the leader, burn everything down. Muhan returned and was startled by the sight. What is going on? Yoon Son-hoon was also surprised. Is this war? Muhan was aghast. What are you talking about? Why is there a war? He clarified. The situation looks like it right now, Yoon Son-hoon continued. It seems there's a conflict between the association and the general citizens. As he spoke, Muhan rode off, cursing. Damn it, Yoon Son-hoon chuckled merrily. I knew a riot would happen, but I didn't expect it to be this large scale. Let's just sit back and enjoy. Muhan lost control, dismounted, and shouted. Yub, where's that bastard? A young man replied. Captain, he's taking responsibility for what's happening right now. Muhan pushed open the door and called out loudly to Yub. In a corner of the room, Yub helplessly covered his face and muttered, Brother Kong Muhan, this is the end. Muhan ran over, grabbed him by the collar, and calmed him down. I know you're very good at blaming yourself even if this isn't all your fault. So tell me what's happening. I'll look into it myself, Yub with guilt-filled eyes recalled. After you and the delegation left, a small incident occurred. Some people leaked confidential information to the outside in the square. Muhan was startled. What kind of information? Yub sighed. It was clear that the delegation had secretly left to negotiate with a new country to avoid war, but then rumors spread. Rumors that the delegation had fled to avoid war and that the high-ranking officials were looking for refuge to survive after the war. Rumors that they would start a war to drive people to their deaths and seize their property. Muhan bit his lip. People believe such garbage rumors? Yub nodded. I thought so too, it's strange, but people believed it, he continued fearfully. While people were in chaos, Kim Ji-hoon appeared and made everything worse. Muhan questioned him furiously. That bastard, you didn't let him go, did you? Yub said helplessly. I tried to track him, but a large-scale fight broke out outside. Outside, people are shouting. Come out and tell the truth. Half a day has passed. Come out now and smash the association building. At this moment, in a street corner, someone was magically healing citizens injured by the fire. It was Kim Ji-hoon. He cheerfully asked, "I've treated all the most serious injuries. Are you all right?" The citizens were very grateful. "Thank you, Kim Ji-hoon. You were injured yourself, but you treated us first." Ji-hoon smiled with his eyes and said, "It's nothing. I haven't done anything yet. Everything is thanks to the blessing of the great God." After the citizens left, Jongmin scoffed from the side. "What nerve!" Ji-hoon immediately corrected him. "I prefer to call it magnanimity." Jongmin rushed at him, grabbing his neck and warning him, "I'm only helping you because of Brother Ghost's orders, so don't act familiar or I'll break your neck." Ji-hoon hastily replied, "I am sorry. I'll be more careful." He inwardly lamented, "That guy looks like an innocent boy, but he's a monster who killed over 50 people in that battle." When the association delegation left the city, he deliberately reduced his disciples' stamina, making them vulnerable to even small clashes, but after just one clash, citizens began to disappear like clouds, and those who witnessed the scene fell into extreme panic. "People are dying," they shouted. "The association people killed people to hide the truth." "Protect the priest and stop those dirty bastards," others explained with false hope. Wait, that's a misunderstanding, can't you see? It was just a small clash." Before they could finish speaking, a girl appeared and angrily aimed her bow at Ji-hoon. "Die!" The next moment, the arrow pierced Ji-hoon's chest and blood gushed out. The others froze and shouted loudly, "Priest," and they resolutely sent the girl to the Western Paradise. "She's the girl who shot me. That girl died and that man decapitated her. They are all my disciples." The nearby citizens were in a panic. The association people attacked innocent citizens. Someone with a cross on his chest chuckled wickedly. However, the next attack occurred due to the chaos born from the citizens' fear. The city was now ablaze. The soldiers also began to fear. "Captain, what should we do?" The man called Captain calmed them down. "Wait, we need to calm everyone down." No sooner had he finished speaking than a terrifying force flew at him, sending him to the altar to see a plucked chicken. The soldiers froze and shouted loudly, "Captain!" It was Jongmin. The soldiers were furious. "You damned bastard, do you know who we are?" Jongmin calmly replied, "The association's legendary army." The soldiers shouted in anger, "You dare attack us knowing that?" Jongmin unleashed his bloodlust skill, bursting forth with a blood-red aura. In the blink of an eye he struck down the two of them. From a distance, Ji-hoon smiled with satisfaction. "What a monster! Now everything is completely out of control. The flames will quickly spread throughout the city, and even Kong Muhan won't be able to avoid facing this situation." This moment in the association building, Muhan heavily blamed himself. "Damn it, I can't handle this." Then he turned and questioned, "No, that guy is crazy, starting a civil war when we have to fight other cities. What is he thinking?" Yub calmly replied. "What Kim Ji-hoon's side wants right now is the truth." Contrary to his calm demeanor, Muhan shouted in anger, "Truth, my ass," he frowned. "I'll deal with Kim Ji-hoon's side and you regroup the troops. Everyone is very tense. So act as gently as possible," Yub quickly agreed. "Understood." Muhan opened the door and went outside, hearing the citizens' curses. "Finally showing your face, you bastard." He opened his mouth wide in anger and shouted, "Everyone shut up." The citizens trembled and recoiled upon seeing him. Ji-hoon chuckled sinisterly and said, "Finally we meet." Muhan calmly scoffed, "How polite. Not like you." Then he cleared his throat. "Yes, Mr. Kim Ji-hoon." Muhan gestured to Ji-hoon. "How about we go inside and talk?" He replied, "I'm sorry, but I want to speak here in front of everyone. They have a right to know, as their safety depends on this matter." Ji-hoon immediately got to the point. "Frankly, where have you been until now?" Muhan, bewildered, broke out in a cold sweat. "No matter what reason I concoct, Ghost will surely expose the truth." Thinking so, he crossed his arms and calmly replied, "We discovered a new city, so we sent a delegation to speak with them and left this city." Ji-hoon scoffed. "So the rumor that you're leaking confidential information to the outside to protect your own safety is true?" Muhan gritted his teeth. "I don't know why you believe such idiotic rumors. There's no way to change nationality." Ji-hoon shrugged. "There's no proof that you can't either. Your association is the most powerful organization in Devon City, so it wouldn't be surprising if you knew a way." He unleashed his aura. "Besides, the announcement said there are items that can help you avoid death. How can we be sure that the high-ranking officials aren't monopolizing such items and hiding them from the ordinary citizens?" Muhan immediately explained. "That's just a rumor too. Are you trying to say I'm lying about all this?" A notification suddenly appeared in the system. "Messaging function has been activated, except..." Ji-hoon messaged Muhan, "Can you hear me?" He inwardly cursed. This shameless guy sending messages magically in the middle of a conversation? And he decided to agree, activating the whispering skill. "You can converse with others in whispers. You cannot speak loudly while the skill is active." Muhan scoffed. "You seem to despise me greatly. I could stab a spear through your head right now." Ji-hoon asked again, "Are you really going to act so hastily?" Muhan replied coldly, "Why not?" Ji-hoon chuckled merrily. "Calm down and listen to me." And he began to explain. "Let Salvation Society members participate as part of the association. Then we will disclose all the information we have gathered so far, personal information, current situation, and rankings. Anything you want to know, we'll tell you." Muhan bit his lip. "I can't believe it. He's willing to give up the Salvation Society's biggest advantage, anonymity." Ji-hoon continued to persuade him. "We'll support you as much as possible, and we'll even help calm down the angry citizens." Muhan asked directly. What do you want in return? Ji-hoon said loudly. What we want is not to seize power in the association but to create an oversight system that democratically convenes and controls the association, and he messaged again. I don't care if you fill the oversight system with your subordinates. An election, you can control that too. Muhan was inwardly confused. This guy wouldn't be this kind for no reason. He repeated the question. What do you really want? Ji-hoon replied with dangerous eyes. Just one thing. Give me fame. Muhan crossed his arms and asked. Fame, Ji-hoon said again. Just popularity is fine too. Make me famous enough for people to think I'm the most important person in this entire Devon city. Like a saint, a pope, or a savior. That is my only condition. Muhan paused for 2 seconds. What? Ji-hoon inwardly thought he won't understand. God said they would choose a winner, but they didn't specify how. Most would think they'll choose the strongest person or the last one alive. I disagree. To be a winner I must first catch their eye. If I get the attention of supernatural beings, my plan will succeed. After a long pause, Ji-hoon sent a message. So what's your decision? Muhan was silent. Dark clouds gathered near a church and the wind blew like a storm. Someone sincerely clasped his hands together. Everything will be as he has chosen. Amen. It was born, he quietly thought. The French have locked all the city gates, and almost all facilities have been shut down, but the fact that the city gates are opening means, at this moment the church doors slowly opened and the soldiers were startled to see Born. Everyone be careful, damn it, why is he here? A soldier asked Born. Did you know we were coming? He smiled with his eyes and said, of course not, our meeting is God's will anyway, what brought you here? The soldiers briefly replied, we need help. Born exclaimed. Surprising, I thought you feared me, another soldier immediately explained. The situation has changed. If you help us, we'll reopen the closed areas. The German army will leave the city, and before he could finish, Born readily agreed. All right, the soldiers shouted. Just as we expected. We thought you wouldn't easily accept the deal. Besides, at this point he stopped in surprise. Wait, what did you say? Born repeated. I said all right. I believe you need me because of a conflict with another city. Which country is it? He replied. Korea. Born was surprised. Korea, you say? That country must also understand the pain of division. The soldiers asked again suspiciously. So will you come with us? Born smiled faintly and said, of course. And do you have a religion? The soldier replied, I am an atheist. Born said, I will pray that God blesses you. The soldier clenched his fist and said, it's all right. I don't believe in God and I have no intention of serving any God. But after finishing his sentence, he immediately regretted it. Damn, to say that in front of a priest, I'm crazy. Born reassured him, you don't need to be so cautious. No one will kill or torture you for denying God. I swear I've never done such a thing. The soldier was flustered. According to rumors, if I were to fight you, you would commit a massacre in the name of God. Born cut him off. I swear I don't kill anyone just for not believing in God. No one can force their beliefs on others. He bowed his head. There's nothing as foolish as killing people over such matters. The soldier thought to himself. What? He seemed sincere. Were the rumors wrong? Perhaps the rumors were distorted due to anger and resentment towards the Germans. He quickly said, I apologize, the rumors seem to be mistaken. Is there anyone else worthy of joining us? Born replied, as you can see, this place is in ruins, but there are still a few people with skills remaining, he continued, closing his eyes. But why do you need me? I alone won't be of much help. Especially in a war involving thousands of people, the soldier quickly explained. This war is small in scale, Born was astonished. Small? So about a few hundred people, the soldier replied. Fewer than that. Perhaps dozens or even less will be fighting elite troops. Kim Ji-hoon announced to the public, everyone, all of this is merely a tragedy caused by unnecessary misunderstandings. He lowered his voice. Of course, everything is due to the association's suspicious actions. Kong Muhan could only close his eyes and suppress his anger. Kim Ji-hoon continued, so we wish to inform everyone that we have decided to create a system to control the association. This is to protect democracy, and we will call it the Hawk. Everyone standing below was surprised. The Hawk, someone asked. So what changes? The young man next to him replied. It's clear. Our opinions will limit the control of the association, Kim Ji-hoon added. However, a new dictator could be born depending on the person managing this system. Therefore, I cannot take on the role. People started to get confused and whisper. Kim Ji-hoon said firmly, I do not covet power. I am merely someone who strives to help those in need. Kong Muhan quietly sneered from the side. Just how many more people does he intend to kill? Kim Ji-hoon inwardly rejoiced. The more I step back from important positions, the better my reputation will become. If I can gain a reputation that cannot be earned through power or wisdom, I will succeed greatly. With that thought, he shouted, so I recommend Ghost. Ghost? The people below were surprised. Who is that? Is that his real name? Someone cautiously said. I think I've heard that name somewhere. Isn't he the one who won a one-on-one duel? Another person exclaimed in astonishment. Wasn't it Kong Muhan or Marina? Was there such a competition? Someone confidently walked onto the platform. Kim Ji-hoon introduced him. Ghost is currently an advisor to the association. However, he is not directly involved with the association. He is an honorary advisor and he played a significant role in the last war with Japan. He winked. He is not influenced by any faction. Like all of you, he is an ordinary citizen. Therefore, I believe he is perfect for this position. Everyone below cheered enthusiastically. Excellent. Long live Kim Ji-hoon, long live Ghost, Yoon Son-hoon scoffed, thinking to himself, theoretically he's wrong. Even though my title is honorary advisor, I am still connected to the association. Moreover, he said, the Hawk is democratically based, but instead of a democratic vote to elect a representative, he appointed me, he confidently announced. From now on I will do my best for all of you. Please cheer me on as much as you can. But in his heart he thought, that doesn't matter to me. As night fell, Son-hoon, while walking with Marina, laughed loudly. She exclaimed, "You seem very satisfied with being a representative," he corrected her, glancing sideways. No, that's not it. I've solved 2 problems at once," Yoon Son-hoon thought to himself. Kang Moo-han has now effectively made the Salvation Society and Kim Ji-hoon his pawns. Kim Ji-hoon is the most famous and powerful person in the city. And I laughed out loud. I am an honorary advisor to the association, an honorary advisor to the Salvation Society, a representative of the Hawk, and the leader of a guild. I have so many roles. Marina asked, full of curiosity. Isn't that too many? He explained. No, I don't have to do anything. All I have to do is sit back and collect money. She looked at him with pitiful eyes and said, Then can you help me a little? I want to buy some clothes. Son-hoon was startled. Clothes? Marina said. I always get a lot of stuff on my clothes. So I want something waterproof that doesn't restrict my movement. I think you'll know a good place to shop. Son-hoon calmly asked, That's easy, but how will you pay for it? Upon hearing this, Marina scratched her cheek. I earned 4 billion in the last mission. Son-hoon broke out in a cold sweat, thinking 4 billion. Marina bit her finger and explained, I originally intended to buy skills, but I gained too many last time. So I decided to buy some new clothes. Custom-made items allow customers to add options that suit their preferences. So it's much better than equipping randomly dropped items. The reason most people can't buy custom-made items is because they're expensive. Son-hoon thought to himself, no matter how expensive, if it doesn't bother her, she'll be satisfied. He said aloud, if you hire someone to make it before the tournament, it'll be finished. The tournament was decided to be a dual format, considering internal and external factors. 5 participants from each country would compete, with the winner fighting the next opponent. Some people argued that since Korea is stronger than France, we should fight an all-out war. However, Kim Ji-hoon and our side opposed this idea. We persuaded the disputing parties by saying that we should send stronger people to fight to minimize sacrifices. Thanks to this, support for Kim Ji-hoon and myself increased. A priest from above said, Then let's reconfirm the conditions. He then recited the list. 1. Both countries send 5 representatives to engage in one-on-one combat. 2. The winner of the duel continues to fight the next opponent. 3. If one surrenders, the combat ends, and they cannot fight anymore. 4. Once combat begins, outside interference is not allowed. 5. Only 2 people can enter the battlefield. 6. The loss or victory of this tournament will be the final result. Son-hoon's eyes widened. There are no rules about killing. There's no reason to spare a life either. The priest waved his arm and said, All right then. Then he personally created a desolate space. The priest introduced it. I made it based on the rules. Tell me if there's anything you want to change. Kang Moo-han was startled. You made this in such a short time. He tapped the orb and exclaimed, Indeed, no one can interfere. Son-hoon crossed his arms and said seriously, Then the only thing left is to decide the order. How should we do it? Kang Moo-han replied, It's common to send the weaker person first. He said again, I know that. The question is, who is the strongest? The atmosphere suddenly fell strangely silent. You volunteered first. I'll go first. Rina asked curiously, Are you admitting you're not the strongest? He replied, embarrassed. It's hard to deny. Choi Chul-won cleared his throat and said objectively, I think I should go last. Kang Moo-han was surprised. You last? Are you kidding? Marina also asked in astonishment. Mr. Choi Chul-won, are you confident you can defeat Mr. Kang Moo-han? Choi Chul-won frowned. Yes, I am. If our lives were on the line, I believe I could kill Mr. Kang Moo-han. Kang Moo-han sighed. All right. Then I'll go second. Marina was more surprised than ever. You're accepting that? Choi Chul-won said firmly. Then I'll be third. I don't think I'm stronger than the magic swordsman, Marina, she also replied. Then I'll go fourth. You go last. Ghost Son-hoon. Son-hoon was startled. Me last, Moo immediately argued. Marina, shouldn't you go last? She glared at him and said, You're wrong. Ghost is much stronger than me, Marina explained. I've never won against him, and none of my attacks have ever succeeded. So he has to go last anyway. Son-hoon cursed inwardly. Damn it, the most discreet position to avoid blame is fourth. He shrugged. Marina, you should go last, not me. She immediately raised her hand to refuse. You don't need to be so cautious. Marina lowered her voice. An opponent you can't defeat, I won't be able to defeat either. Even if I meet such a strong opponent, I'll do my best to weaken him as much as possible, so don't worry. Son-hoon broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself. That wasn't my intention. My only card, Hellfire, is on cooldown, the priest shouted. Both countries seem ready, so let's begin. You walked into the barrier and said, Then I'll go. He suddenly paused. The buff that was active outside is gone. So it's the same for the opponent. The next moment he was surprised to face Stella. What is this? Is she cosplaying? You said disdainfully, preparing his weapon. This kind of opponent seems like they'll fall easily. I'll finish you in 10 moves. Stella said nothing, gripped her sword hilt and turned her body. Yu's eyes sharpened like a blade and he cast Bomb Net. He slammed both hands hard onto the ground and hundreds of silver threads flew quickly towards Stella. She leapt lightning fast, successfully dodging the attack. Yu inwardly thought, I've covered the ground with silver threads. They'll explode on contact. Even if she jumps to avoid them, she'll fall eventually. Then I can. He was satisfied. But the next moment he paused. What is that? Magic wings? She's not just jumping, she's flying. Stella was floating in the air with angelic wings. Yu inwardly exclaimed, truly troublesome, with murderous intent. At this moment, Stella thought, the armor of Jeanne d'Arc didn't have many options, but at least it had flight capability. The best and strongest equipment made with the blood, sweat, and tears of France. Note: Joan of Arc received a white armor from Ribby in 229 while preparing for battle. When Joan wore the armor, its effect gave her an almost celestial glow, further cementing her reputation as a saint sent by God to lead the army. She thought to herself, I can't lose after receiving so much help. With that thought, Stella brought her sword down towards Yu at supersonic speed. He retreated lightning fast, dodging the attack and simultaneously cast black lightning. Stella quickly turned and flew up. Yu quickly drew his dagger and inwardly urged, I need to end this fight quickly. The longer it drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for me. Then he rushed forward, intending to attack Stella from behind. She turned, gripped her sword hilt tightly and cast division. As soon as she finished speaking, the sword in Stella's hand shattered into several pieces. Yu was surprised. The sword is splitting apart. He quickly put away his dagger. Damn it, there's no time to dodge. They'll pierce my body if I can't dodge. Hundreds of silver threads shot out from his two hands, wrapping around his joints lightning fast, binding him. Yu, now a puppet, flexibly dodged all the flying sword fragments. He quickly rushed towards Stella and swung his dagger at her neck, but she quickly dodged. She flew up. At this moment outside, Marina exclaimed, amazing movement. He read the flight paths of the sword fragments. Sonhoon said, I think he's going to die. Inside the barrier, Stella asked curiously, you're strong. Are all Koreans this strong? Yu scoffed. You're truly sarcastic. Stella closed her eyes and replied, without these items I would have died long ago. I'm ashamed to rely on this equipment while priding myself on fighting like a knight. The next moment she let out an inverted killing intent and challenged, but fight for me. As soon as she finished speaking, Stella cast storm and a whirlwind formed around her. Yu also held his own, swiftly throwing his dagger at the opponent. Sparks and an eerie sound erupted as the dagger clashed with the sword fragments. Sonhoon silently commented, she has no way to attack while flying like that, and you won't be able to keep dodging either. At this speed, the moment Yu's stamina reached its limit, Yu internally vowed that he could not lose the first match. With that thought, he stomped his foot and leapt up. Muhan, watching from outside, cursed loudly. That fool, Leo shouted. It's over. They were all surprised. Is he flying too? Eli asked blankly. How can he do that? Yu replied in a sarcastic tone. Do you think I'd tell you? She said. Perhaps this is just an illusion. Stella gripped her sword hilt tightly. If he could truly fly, the match wouldn't have lasted this long. In other words, this skill is temporary. He won't be able to turn this situation around. After speaking, Stella swung her hand and countless sword fragments flew towards Yu, but he dodged them all. Stella was slightly worried. Even a twice-awakened person wouldn't survive that technique. Besides, why is he maintaining a constant distance from me? Not just me, but the sword fragments too. It's as if he's being pulled by the sword fragments. She suddenly shouted and reassembled the sword fragments. Yu lost his balance and cursed inwardly. Damn it, the sword in Stella's hand glowed. Stella sneered. I didn't expect you to think of such a trick in such a short time. You embedded silver threads into the surrounding sword fragments and used them as support, didn't you? Yu clicked his tongue and said, you're quick too. Stella laughed cheerfully. What are you going to do now? I'll end this match before you can think of another trick. Yu replied with a sharp gaze. Give up. If you keep using that sword, you'll die. Victory is mine. Surrender if you don't want to die. She listened and exclaimed, truly foolish. Yu growled, I'm warning you. Stella was already entangled in silver threads at this moment. She warned, holding her sword high, don't pretend to know everything. Silver threads wrapped around Stella from her wrist to her feet. A moment later, a huge explosion occurred in the air. Yu gritted his teeth. If she knew that the bomb net exploded with even a small stimulus, she wouldn't have activated such a strange technique. The silver threads are still wrapped around the sword fragments. If she had touched the ground even once, she wouldn't have fallen for this obvious trick. She relied too much on her equipment. A knight shouted loudly in surprise. Stella, Leo swore with murderous intent. I'll never forgive this, Yu panted. Damn it, I can't even stand properly. Can't fight this round. With that thought, he raised his hand and said, surrender, I lost. Leo exclaimed in surprise. What? He shouted in anger. How can you surrender so easily? Tens of thousands of lives depend on this match. Yu turned away nonchalantly. We're different from you. Suddenly, Muhan clapped him on the shoulder with his large hand. Muhan gently encouraged Yu. It's all right, you did your part very well. Leave that guy to me. At this moment, only Leo and Muhan remained within the barrier. Leo asked curiously. What happened to that guy? Muhan asked briefly. That guy? Leo was puzzled. The guy who just turned away. I didn't think he'd be forgiven so easily, even though he irresponsibly abandoned the match. Muhan immediately corrected him. I told him to rest. He fought his best. Leo couldn't contain his anger as soon as he heard, pointed his finger at him and shouted, You, I thought that guy was different, but it turns out they're all the same idiots. Muhan exclaimed contemptuously. Idiots? Leo growled. Yes, as someone who carries the lives of others. Before he could finish speaking, Muhan attacked with powerful force and he lost his balance. Leo knelt slightly and tried to brace himself. Muhan sighed deeply at this moment. I was already angry enough about that guy. He rotated his wrist joints and pressed. "You're adding fuel to the fire. I've hated you ever since you killed my subordinate." Leo didn't back down and shouted, "I hate you too. Teresa's death must be related to your subordinate." Then both of them simultaneously challenged the opponent. "I'll make you pay." Manhwa quickly summoned his spear. Leo immediately raised his shield and blocked as he swung his hand. A deafening sound erupted as the shield and spear clashed. Leo broke out in a cold sweat thinking, "Damn it, what is this? It's even stronger than an ogre's punch." He immediately unleashed a shield bash, and at the same time Manhwa used a piercing technique. The clash created a powerful shockwave. With a thud sound, Manhwa painfully recoiled, clutching his right shoulder. "Damn it, did my shoulder dislocate due to the recoil?" he questioned inwardly. "I thought the problem was my strength being too overwhelming for me to handle, but it's been fine recently." Manhwa clutched his shoulder and endured the pain. "If I hadn't dispersed the force before that impact, my bones would have broken," he pondered deeply. "If that shield only got a scratch after being hit by the Viper Mage's spear attack, it must be a legendary grade item. All these guys are wearing incredible equipment." Leo stared at the opponent with murderous intent. Aegis was created by Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths. It reflects 50 of the damage received by the opponent. Therefore, the stronger the opponent, the greater the reflected damage. He used a skill with sharp eyes. Steel Defense Fortress mode activated. Reinforced gauntlets. Sonhun observed carefully from outside. "This match is not fun at all," he said with an emotionless face. "It would have been good if he was an ordinary warrior, but he's a king who reflects attack power." Inside the barrier, Manhwa cursed loudly, pushing his spear with all his might. "You turtle-like bastard, Leo." Leo sneered. "I prefer to be called king." Manhwa cursed him. "King my ass, you can't even properly attack, you idiot." Leo feigned indifference and replied, "My strategy is to overwhelm the opponent with my body." Seeing the opponent's body tremble, he scoffed, "You're the one struggling in this match." Manhwa panted, constantly wiping sweat from his hands, looking weak. "Damn it, my body is breaking down because I can't handle my own strength. The strongest guy in this city, no way, I'm the weakest." Leo smirked. "Good, I just need to hold out until the end." Then he challenged Manhwa. "Keep attacking. I'll block everything." Manhwa nodded. "Yes, for a warrior who relies on strength like me, this is a bad way to fight." Then he plunged his spear into the ground. "But if you think I only got this far because of strength," then he confidently asserted, "that's a big mistake," and laughed. As dust billowed, Leo was stunned. "Damn it, I can't see anything because of the dust. Where is that guy?" Mu tried to ambush Leo from behind, but he already knew. Leo instinctively raised his hand and blocked the spearhead, and blood splattered. He gritted his teeth and sneered. "To use such a petty trick," Manhwa replied cheerfully, "you were too busy hiding behind your shield so you couldn't see anything. I just came up with this technique, but I thought it would be effective against guys like you." He retreated with all his might, provoking the opponent. "I created it thanks to you. Why don't you try it yourself?" Leo unleashed his power, emitting a fierce aura. "Come on, my defense is impregnable. You will be defeated by me." Manhwa lowered his spear and asked, "Hey, haven't you heard the saying, think 7 times, cut once? Do you think where you're standing is safe?" Leo exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Manhwa's spearhead was now pointed below Leo's shield. Then he performed a turtle flip, lifting the shield. Leo's subordinate knight was stunned. "He can lift that heavy shield with just the spearhead? How strong is that guy?" Sonhun scoffed. "That's because he's Kong Manhwa." Leo trembled. "What is this? I can't put it down, no matter how hard I try. What is he going to do now?" Manhwa saw that and laughed loudly. "What are you going to do now?" Leo concentrated intently, and at this moment he summoned another shield and threw it at Manhwa. Manhwa hastily changed the direction of his spear and panted. "He had another shield? I thought I had him cornered, but the difficulties keep coming." Manhwa struggled to hold on, and Leo said triumphantly, "You missed your only chance. Is that all you've got?" Manhwa calculated inwardly. "At this rate, I'll be exhausted first. I need to end this quickly." Leo concentrated all his strength on the shield, pushed forward and shouted, "Die." Manhwa was stunned. Leo was taken aback. Black energy burst from Manhwa's entire body. "The power to shake mountains and rivers, the majesty to cover the world," the system notified. "Mana replaces strength within 1 minute. Strength exceeds 2,000. Superhuman strength has been generated. Strength increases by 10. He stomped his foot hard, embedding it into the ground. Then he powerfully punched Leo, who was stunned. "My shield shattered." "No way." Manhwa's fist was now only 2 centimeters from Leo's face. A moment later, Leo's head exploded and blood splattered everywhere. Ji-hoon pondered deeply. "I promised to heal him, but this is too dangerous. His body won't be able to withstand that power. This is a self-destructive skill." Manhwa suddenly looked grim, and as if his strength had left him, he knelt and then collapsed to the ground. Since both Kong Manhwa of Korea and Leo of France can no longer fight, this match is declared a draw. Manhwa was receiving treatment at this moment. Sonhun observed for a long time and then quietly commented inwardly, "The situation is not good. Both matches have ended in a draw so far." He calculated with murderous eyes. "The only ones left are me, Choi Chul-won, and Marina." With that thought he spoke. "Mr. Choi Chul-won, do you think you can win?" He closed his eyes and replied, "There's no need for unnecessary worries. Do you think I got this far by luck?" Sonhun broke out in a cold sweat. "I don't know anything about their skills, but in terms of equipment, the French team is far ahead of us." He glanced at Marina. "Still, since Marina is here, I probably won't need to fight, right?" The scene shifted into the barrier, and Chul-won was next to enter. He quickly performed yin-yang fusion, creating massive whirlwind. The whirlwind rushed towards Chul Wang's opponent at the speed of light, but it was destroyed in an instant. Chul Wang was very frustrated but feigned indifference and scoffed at his opponent. "You've been waiting all this time, you're too overconfident too." After speaking, Chul Wang immediately performed the power of chaos, the chaos butterfly dance. His opponent stood still and watched the swarm of butterflies rush towards him at the speed of light. In the blink of an eye, the swarm of butterflies enveloped him. But when the swarm of butterflies disappeared, he was no longer visible. Chul Wang was stunned, thinking, he disappeared. He was surprised when his opponent suddenly appeared behind him. "When did he get behind me?" Chul Wang was lucky enough to leap away just as the enemy was about to strike and quickly used his sword to block the attack. The enemy reached behind him and summoned a sword. Then he swung the sword in all directions, destroying the swarm of butterflies. He drew his sword with sharp eyes and powerfully slashed. Chul Wang grew wings and flew up, and the atmosphere was more tense than ever. Chul Wang landed and thought, damn it, it's effective, but it consumes an enormous amount of mana in just a few seconds. Not good at all. Without giving him a moment's rest, Chul Wang's opponent quickly rushed forward with his sword and he hastily raised his sword to block. Chul Wang thought inwardly, if I use the power of chaos, the electricity wrapping around my body will automatically weaken the opponent. If his speed hadn't been slowed by that, my head would already be rolling on the ground. Marina, watching from outside, commented, "That person is quite strong too. He's the first person I can say has skills since I met you, brother." Sonhun exclaimed, "Is he that strong?" Yu closed his eyes and pondered deeply. His profession is weapon master. This profession doesn't allow skills that use mana, but it maximizes swordsmanship and physical strength. This one-on-one duel is the most disadvantageous match for him. But from my precognition, our side will win against this fourth opponent. He opened his eyes again. The real problem is the fifth opponent. I'm a little worried. Inside the barrier, both were highly focused. Chul Wang created a shield at this moment. Chul Wang gritted his teeth. I've pushed the power of chaos to its limit to create a shield. I need to grit my teeth and hold on. But his opponent quickly destroyed the shield. Chul Wang was stunned. He broke through with pure physical strength. The enemy demanded his surrender. Chul Wang exclaimed in surprise, "What?" He was now only a finger's length away from the opponent's sword tip. The enemy scoffed and advised, "If you surrender this match, I won't waste your time, but if you continue, this sword will pierce your skull. You'll slowly die in pain. You're going to lose anyway, so surrender and accept defeat." Chul Wang asked, "Why aren't you killing me?" The enemy replied, "That's not my decision. Only my father can do that. If you don't surrender, I'll break your limbs so you can never fight again." His sword tip touched Chul Wang's forehead and blood trickled down. Chul Wang finally decided, "I lost, I surrender." The enemy sneered, "You're welcome." But before he could finish speaking, he fell to the ground and Chul Wang was startled. What was that?" The man panted and explained, "My stamina is very low, so I can't fight for too long. This weakness was overcome thanks to my father. What can I do in such a one-on-one match? Enduring this long was my best effort." Chul Wang, after being hit, knelt and laughed hollowly. Kong Muhan's match was a draw, but he sacrificed himself to pave the way for victory. While I was scared by a few words and surrendered, he retreated from the battlefield in resentment. Chul Wang walked with his head bowed. Sonhun said, "The reason he lost was probably due to a lack of will," Marina added. "Moreover, he hasn't trained his swordsmanship. He has talent, but his swordsmanship skills are terrible," she marveled. "His main skill seems to be mana. Why does he use a sword? Shouldn't he just be a mage?" Sonhun nodded. "I know, but if that's the logic, I'm the same as him." Marina was puzzled. "You mastered both swordsmanship and martial arts, even before learning magic and such, so you're different." Sonhun was a little confused internally. Honestly, he was slightly worried when he considered the consequences if she found out the truth about him. Marina turned and said, "I'm going," and walked away. She confidently stepped into the barrier. Marina's opponent was already standing there waiting for her. Marina was slightly flustered. There was no sense of danger at all, and he looked like someone who had never fought before. She internally judged her opponent to be very weak. Then what is this uneasy feeling? Marina thought, then quickly attacked him. Marina's opponent stood still. He was immediately cut in half by Marina, and the skill Lost Lamb activated. This skill remains active for 1 hour. Marina was horrified by the system notification. "You have encountered an apostle by chance. Thanks to the Lost Lamb skill, you have attracted the apostle's attention. Stamina and mana will continuously decrease. All stats will decrease." She wondered what this skill was. Someone approached and asked, "How do you feel? Do you like it?" Marina asked, "Who was that person just now?" The man approached and said, "That was just one boy sacrificing himself to defeat you." The man was born and he sneered. "It was just an intermediate step to curse you." Marina drew her sword and thought, "Because of the curse, my stats have decreased by about 30. She internally marveled at how much that smile annoyed her, though she didn't know why. Born said, "May I ask you something before we begin?" He wondered, "Do you believe in God?" Marina immediately replied, "God is why we are in this world." Born suddenly burst out laughing. "I asked the wrong question. What I mean is, do you believe in Jesus?" Marina replied without hesitation. "No," he said disappointedly. "I see." Born continued to prattle on. "Then I'd like to take some time later to convert you." Before he could finish speaking, Marina quickly shifted into an attack stance. Then she jumped and swung her sword at Born, who had his eyes closed, but he immediately blocked it. Marina was momentarily flustered. "He looks so sloppy, yet he blocked my attack." Born continued to persuade, "If it's all right, I'd like to take this more seriously." As soon as he finished speaking, the system kept notifying, "Received God's blessing." Attack accuracy increased, stamina and strength increased, speed increased, gained impact reduction ability. Marina resolutely slashed once, but Born dodged every path of her sword at lightning speed. Marina said, "That dagger isn't ordinary." Born sneered, "Did you just realize that?" Then he proudly introduced, "This dagger is my most precious asset." Marina internally analyzed the situation. "He's using divine power to block my attacks. For now I can only slightly shake his barrier. He's faster than me because he's buffed." Born said very confidently, "You're excellent too, you must be weakened but you're still very fast. Anyway, the outcome won't change. Why don't you stop here?" Marina glared at him. "You're only defending, can you really attack?" Born replied nonchalantly. "Like this." As soon as he finished speaking, he cast a holy arrow, and immediately a magic circle appeared. Marina was startled as a bow and arrow flashed past her vision. Following this, numerous bows and arrows pierced her. Only a black aura remained where Marina had stood. Born was momentarily surprised, then he turned around and asked, "How long have you been there?" "You're hiding many trump cards." Marina replied, "You too, you seem to be trying to win this match by making it a war of attrition." Born changed the subject with a sarcastic tone, "It seems that's the only way to defeat you." Marina's body trembled, but she still replied very confidently, "I see." Born suddenly appeared before her eyes, raised a finger to cast a spell and lowered his voice. "I really don't want to kill you, so let's stop this meaningless fight." At this moment outside, Ji-hoon admired, "He is truly devout." Son-hoon asked in surprise, "Devout?" Ji-hoon explained, "A true saint doesn't try to deceive others, instead they prove themselves through action." Son-hoon internally thought, "Then you're the same as him, aren't you?" Ji-hoon commented, "The current situation is quite unfavorable, even for a magic swordsman." Before he could finish speaking, Son-hoon burst out laughing. "You probably don't know Marina's most terrifying aspect." Marina had not yet even shown half of her true strength. Inside the barrier, Born asked, "Do you wish to continue?" Marina politely replied, "Yes, I understand the situation." And Born was startled. "Huh?" Before he could process the information, Marina tightly gripped her sword and swung it, and Born was horrified. "No way, my barrier." He wondered, "I should be faster than her, but strangely my body seems to be moving very slowly." Marina internally thought, he has combat experience, but he doesn't seem to have received proper swordsmanship training. Son-hoon sneered. Marina is probably already looking 5 or 10 moves ahead. This one-on-one duel will end in Marina's victory. Born suddenly dropped his dagger, then spread his arms and stood still, enduring Marina's attack. She internally wondered, what is he doing? Did he suddenly give up? Marina crossed 2 swords at his neck, thinking, it's over anyway. The moment the blades touched Born's white skin, blood spurted out. As Marina slashed Born's waist, he tightly gripped her wrist. "My sword isn't coming out, he's holding it so tight." Born swung his fist, striking Marina accurately in the face. Ji-hoon froze for 2 seconds. Son-hoon had a murderous expression. Marina hit her back and was dragged along the ground for a long time. Son-hoon's eyes widened. "No way." Marina lost. Born's face darkened. His neck was half severed, but it healed quickly. Son-hoon still couldn't believe his eyes. "He should have died. Is he some kind of zombie?" Ji-hoon replied. "I don't know if such a profession exists, but I don't think it's divine power." Marina was carried out by Born. Born walked, his head bowed, and thought, "Surprisingly, I had to use my healing skill. Its cooldown is 30 days, but if I hadn't used it, I would have lost." Ji-hoon asked, "Aren't you going to kill her?" Born gently set Marina down and explained, "She just fainted from the attack." Ji-hoon listened and said with relief, "I see." Then 2 people approached Son-hoon and asked, "Ghost, can you win this match? You have no lives left." Son-hoon pondered deeply. "Just by approaching him I could feel how strong he was. I have 1 life left. Should I run away?" But he didn't. He first said, "Nice to meet you, father. I'm Ghost." Born replied, "Just one question. Do you believe in God?" Son-hoon crossed his arms and thought, he didn't kill Marina, he let her live. So he'll probably let me live too. He smiled brightly and replied, "I believe in God." Born was slightly surprised by that answer. "Oh, I see," he said. "That woman just now was an unbeliever. I couldn't kill such a pitiful lamb." Then Born smiled with his eyes. "I'll gladly send you to heaven myself." At this moment in someone's memory, people were crying out in anguish, "Save me, I don't want to die. This must be a dream, it must be a dream." Born was kneeling before a statue of Jesus, praying sincerely. "This world is hell. God wouldn't cast humans into hell without reason. God's followers will go to heaven when they die. In heaven they will experience eternal joy. Wouldn't it be better to send all humans to heaven? But those who don't believe in God cannot go to heaven. Therefore, whether by torture or any other method, they must be forced to believe." After sending countless lives to heaven, Born's eyes opened faintly, and he thought, "God has answered." Back in reality, Born spread his arms, embracing the light in what he called heaven. At the same time, the system displayed a notification, "Vow event rank passive type. Any vow made before God cannot be broken. You can impose harsh conditions on yourself and in return." Born vowed, "My actions are not driven by a desire for reward, therefore I vow not to accept any reward from them." As soon as he finished speaking, he received a notification. "You have vowed not to receive any benefit from murder. In return, all your stats have greatly increased." Now another soul in need of salvation stood before Born. 50 chance. Among them, Son-hoon drew the worst card. He wondered, what does he mean by sending me to heaven? Born stomped his foot hard and leapt. He charged swiftly and murderously towards Sonhoon. Fortunately, Sonhoon dodged in time, quickly recognizing the cakewalk step. Born said, "Don't be afraid, you won't feel any pain when I send you. You won't even have a chance to feel pain," and cast a magic circle. Sonhoon was wounded, concentrating intensely to dodge the barrage of blades he unleashed. When he fought Marina, he only defended, but now his action suddenly changed. Sonhoon summoned a book and a sword. Why did he quickly counterattack? The space suddenly blurred. Born pondered deeply. He just said his name was Ghost. Even though he used a skill, I couldn't find him. He really is a ghost. He closed his eyes and cast a healing wave. Born seemed to emit an aura. Sonhoon was startled when he felt his wounds healing. Born suddenly opened his eyes wide and said, "He was here." He precisely aimed and attacked Sonhoon's location, surprising him. "He located me with a healing skill. Why is he so strong? Damn it, think I have to think." He gritted his teeth and blocked the attack. "That's it. Thanks to my copy and evaporation skills, I can now amplify physical strength with energy, making combat more efficient. Now I can increase one stat point by using 2 energy points. If I increase my proficiency by about 200 more," the system notified. "Proficiency stat has exceeded 1000. Learned the skill Accelerated Thought." Sonhoon was surprised. "What is this skill?" Born moved cautiously. Sonhoon wondered, why did he suddenly slow down? He questioned. "No way. Does rapid thought slow down the surroundings?" Sonhoon tried to ambush Born from behind, but he already blocked it. He thought, "Is this a skill that only appears when stats exceed a certain point? If so, I can win." Thinking this, he immediately used the evaporation skill. Agility stat has exceeded 1000, applying Accelerated Thought to proficiency stat. Strength stat has exceeded 1000. Learned the synergy skill. Sonhoon quickly approached Born. He resolutely swung his sword, inflicting a deep wound on his face. Born still smiled and said, "You're showing completely different speed. You must have broken the barrier by raising your stats above 1000. Sonhoon's eyes widened. "Wait, if he knows that," he continued, "of course, I can break the barrier too, and at the same time I can cast Holy Incarnation." A shocking explosion echoed. Sonhoon instinctively covered his face. He questioned Born's exploding energy. "If this continues, I won't find a path to victory. There must be a way to break this skill." Sonhoon seemed to have realized something. He wondered, is he trying to kill me and send me to heaven? Born nodded. "Of course, a devout person like you is fully qualified to go to heaven. I'll help you escape from this painful world." Sonhoon internally cursed, "That insane bastard." He remained silent, then spread his arms and emitted an aura. "It's truly touching to think you're sacrificing yourself to send everyone to heaven." Sonhoon put away his sword and said, "I had similar thoughts, but I hesitated every time. Our meeting here must be God's plan." Born was momentarily surprised. "He thinks the same as me?" Sonhoon lowered his voice. "But in one aspect you disappointed me," he asked in surprise. "Disappointed me? What do you mean?" Sonhoon then demanded. "Think about it. In this game, you can only save one city. Mr. Born, couldn't you save more people? Your salvation would spread even wider." Born unconsciously relaxed his grip and repeated, "More salvation," Sonhoon continued. "Even now many people are suffering. If I alone could go to heaven, my conscience would not allow it." Born was moved by his words and put away his weapon. "You are truly the first person to understand me. Forgive my rudeness in trying to kill you." Sonhoon breathed a sigh of relief. He proposed, "Then would you hear my opinion?" He immediately agreed. "All right, I can trust you." Sonhoon smiled and Born said, "Speak." At this moment the soldiers outside were very confused. Just a moment ago they were fighting fiercely, but now it was suddenly quiet. "What's going on?" Jihoon was also surprised to see the two of them come out together. He asked what the outcome was. Sonhoon ignored Jihoon's question, turned to Born and said, "Shall I just tell you the conclusion, Mr. Born?" He bowed his head slightly. "I'm truly sorry to those who believe in me, but I lost this match. I surrender." As soon as he finished speaking, the system notified that Devon City had the upper hand. In 5 days, everyone in the defeated city loses 1 life. An item that grants 1 additional chance appears randomly. Possessing it grants 1 extra life. The extra chance cannot be stored in the inventory. A colored aura shines around the head while possessing it. Born's people cried out in despair. "What? This is invalid, invalid." Born froze on the spot, receiving the notification that the city's population had been reduced to 1000 due to the penalty. "You can reset your starting point. Choose your desired country." He wondered inwardly if the city would disappear completely if the population dropped below a certain threshold. Born remained silent at the fact that by resetting his starting point to Devon City he could resurrect in Devon City if he died next time. After making his decision, Born said goodbye to Sonhoon. "Well then, I'll be going now," he replied. "I'll come with you." A sharp voice rang out. "Where do you think you're going?" 2 horsemen pointed their weapons at them and sneered. "Did you think we'd let you go so easily?" Sonhoon sighed. "But hasn't the outcome of this battle already been decided?" a man asked with a worried expression. What should we do?" Sonhoon replied firmly. "What do you think? We should fight." But he said in fear, You can't fight? There's no one strong enough to fight besides you." "Mr. Ghost," Sonhoon shook his head in displeasure. "I'm still exhausted from the hard fight earlier. Besides, they've just been penalized, so Devon City will become stronger. You guys can easily beat them." The man cowered like a turtle and pleaded, "But we need to minimize the damage we take, don't we? Please step up for everyone." Sonhoon looked at him and thought inwardly, "Look at that guy." He turned back and informed them. "Again, not just me, but all the other top rankers are exhausted. I need to get back to the city and rest as soon as possible. I, as the leader of the Hawk and an advisor to the Alliance, am giving this order directly to you, the Centurion soldiers. Having spoken, he turned away, ignoring their chatter behind him. Seriously, who does that guy think he is? Muhan and Marina were still unconscious, and Ji-hoon was treating Choi Chal-wang. Son-hoon rubbed his chin and thought, just as I thought, I need to filter out the battle where 100,000 lives are at stake. It ended meaninglessly due to Bourne's surrender. Upon learning this, the French attacked. However, the balance of victory and defeat was too heavily tilted. A voice rang out, so what did they say about the current situation in France? Marina crossed her arms and replied, the assassins who returned from reconnaissance with Vice Governor Choi summarized it in one word. Son-hoon asked curiously, what did they say? She replied, they said a royal war was happening. Apparently, France was annihilated in the first forced mission, and there are few people with extra lives, so I heard they're attacking those with extra chances. They even burned down the entire city to flush out those hiding in buildings. Son-hoon pondered deeply. Who would have known? Perhaps because of this penalty the city might disappear like Germany, he wondered. But what about the security NPCs deployed when crimes occur in the city? Aren't the NPCs stopping them? Marina replied. Right now, no matter what they do, the NPCs don't budge. Ji-hoon was surprised. But isn't it still possible to get that item? Son-hoon closed his eyes and replied, there's no need to go to such lengths to survive when pushed into a corner. People tend to reveal their true colors. I wonder what will happen when everyone in this city dies simultaneously in a week. I don't think the final outcome will be any different from other places. Marina said, anyway, France seems to be heading towards destruction due to self-destruction, infrastructure collapse, and increased crime rates. Son-hoon wondered, then what about Leo and the other commanders? Marina updated, they are now public enemies of the French people. They haven't appeared once since that day. Son-hoon snapped his fingers upon hearing that. In that situation, I would have done the same. Now shall we get to the main topic? And he turned his gaze to Eli. Eli, how was the atmosphere in Devon City while we were gone? She crossed her arms and replied with sad eyes, it's generally negative, from talks about top rankers needing to pay the price for defeat, to the topic of why we became their representatives, including more restrictive relationships. Son-hoon nodded, just as I expected. Jong-woo looked up and said, did that not anger you, big brother? If you just said the word, we'd round them all up, Son-hoon immediately commented. Acting on anger is a very simplistic thought. You can vent immediate anger, but you gain nothing more than that. He clearly declared, listen everyone. I've realized one thing from everything that's happened so far. Eli was surprised. Brother, you realize something? Son-hoon replied briefly. Yes, Devon City has a big weakness. Jong-woo and Marina widened their eyes and said simultaneously, a weakness. Eli compared it to other countries and said, Devon City overcame difficulties too easily. Son-hoon scoffed. Exactly, he continued. Even when facing a fatal crisis, they don't realize the danger they're in. It'll be resolved anyway. Top rankers will come and fight. The Alliance will protect us. They'll surely think that. At first they were grateful, but over time they took it for granted and just let it pass. They started demanding more while giving nothing. As everyone knows, ultimately, we need to be chosen by the gods. Of course, stronger people are more likely to be chosen. But why should the most likely candidates be on the front lines? It's as if they have nothing to say about human rights or morality. I think the best system for that is slavery. People below a certain grade would be like worker ants used to earn gold or whatever, and that money would be invested in a few elites. Eli was slightly worried, but people won't accept that so easily.